traveled through time and became Zhu Biao, who only had 1 day left to live. The first thing he did was to take 20 concubines. And we have to get married together immediately. Everyone thinks you're crazy. You do this just to survive. Just because you awakened a super tyrant system. Just playing as a tyrant will increase your lifespan. Get various advance rewards. Thus, the most violent prince in history was born. Debauchery. Wine and meat. Every day, a minister would be killed to cheer him up. You just crossed over. The system told me that time and space were disrupted because of time travel. 2 hours left to live. 2 hours of fun. You, Zhu Biao, closed your eyes and made up your mind. Wait till you die and reopen. But every time you play a historical tyrant, can increase lifespan. Lifespan can also be exchanged for items in the mall. And every time a country is destroyed, a direct reward of 100 years of lifespan. Hear the system say this. Zhu Biao breathed a sigh of relief. What does it mean to increase your lifespan by playing the role of a tyrant? For example, if you initiated the construction of the Grand Canal in Ming Dynasty, played the role of Emperor Yang Guang of Sui Dynasty, this will trigger the system life bonus. It's hard to play a wise ruler. Playing the tyrant. Isn't this simple? Zhu Biao immediately put on a funny smile. A message to the system. Are there any prostitutes in the city? Successful role play. You played the atrocities of Cao Cao, the Emperor of Wei. Debauchery. Roleplay 0.1%. Increase lifespan by 1 hour. In this way, Zhu Biao understood it completely. Playing as a tyrant can increase your lifespan. Doesn't that mean that I am the one who holds the immortality system that can grant me eternal life? Hey. The wonderful life in the future suddenly appeared in my mind. 3 hours of life left. Although I still can't survive tonight. But at least it proves that the system keeps its word. Not to mention, the Ming Dynasty in history was established after the death of Zhu Biao and Zhu Xiongying. All of Zhu Yuanzhang's plans were disrupted. Zhu Yuanzhang was forced to make Zhu Yunwen the crown prince. This is why the king of Yan Jingnan, Mingborg, Leopard Room. And if he had lived on as the crown prince Zhu Biao, the true heir to the Ming Dynasty is still there. The future direction of the Ming Dynasty will be completely different. Zhu Biao was the most stable prince in history. Zhu Yuanzhang swept away all the foreign enemies. The prince's younger brothers were extremely obedient. Definitely the most comfortable emperor template in history. I just need to clean up the mess during the Hongwu period. You can directly lead the Ming Dynasty to start overseas colonization mode. Entering the age of exploration 200 years ahead of schedule. Destroy a country. The system rewards you with 100 years of lifespan. Infinite lifespan for playing as a tyrant. Is there anything more satisfying than being an emperor? But now, there are waves of severe pain in my back. Bringing Zhu Biao back to reality. Now I only have 3 hours to live. The key is to figure out how to survive first. On the bed, Zhu Biao could only turn his head with difficulty. Look around with your eyes. Act like a tyrant to survive. Incorporating the soul of Ming Prince Zhu Biao. This also allows him to have all of Zhu Biao's memories. Now everyone in the house. Zhu Biao could quickly match it. At this moment, Zhu Biao glanced at a guard kneeling with his head bowed. This person's name is Ni Dehai. Occasionally betraying gossip about the East Palace. In exchange for money. Thought it was perfect. In fact, under the surveillance of Jinyui. The original body already knew exactly what he did. He has never been dealt with. But the original person is kind. See if he didn't leak any important information. Don't care. Now change him. Zhu Biao is different. Those who betray their master should be killed. Beat this man to death. As soon as the words fell, Zhu Yuanzhang and his wife stared at. Looking at Zhu Biao muttering to himself. For a moment, I was shocked and relieved. When the crying stops. Both of them thought that Biao was in danger. After a cup of tea, he spoke again. God bless you. The only heir that the emperor and empress care about most in their lives. Zhu Biao. If Zhu Biao went, Zhu Yuanzhang did not dare to think about how he would face the world in the future. Empress Ma was even more afraid of the rest of her life. Immersed in sorrow. Fortunately. Son, what did you say? Queen Ma rushed forward, holding Zhu Biao's hand tightly. Asked with tears in his eyes. I said drag this man out and beat him to death. Zhu Biao's eyes turned cold. Staring at the pointed-eared and monkey-faced guard Ni Dahai. This person has repeatedly passed news of the Eastern Palace to the civil officials. Let the outsiders know their situation clearly. Hu Weiyong's major case 2 years ago. Someone knew about my entry into the palace through this secret line. Ask the emperor for mercy on their behalf. Although harmless. But this is really disgusting. How so? Ni Dahai's face was full of realization and innocence. I served the prince for 5 or 6 years. Although I have done a lot of private work. But it's never been exposed. His Royal Highness. I don't know where I have offended you. Please forgive me. He immediately fell to his knees. Knocking your head hard. You know what you did. Zhu Biao sneered. Someone come. Zhu Yuanzhang's face turned cold. A team of palace guards rushed in, dragged away the Eastern Palace guard Ni Dahai, dragged him outside, and started beating him fiercely with their scabbards raised high. Ouch! Ouch! As he listened to the traitor's cries, Zhu Biao suddenly heard a prompt sound in his ears. Ding! You have played the atrocities of Emperor Sun Hao of the Three Kingdoms, torture of servants, with a role-playing degree of 0.5%. You have gained 5 more hours of lifespan. Your current remaining lifespan is 8 hours. Note, when your role-playing degree reaches 30% or above, you will receive additional advanced technology rewards. Sure enough, as long as you play the role of a tyrant, you can increase your lifespan. But I can't compare with Sun Hao. That tyrant would cut off the ears of people around him to eat with wine. Zhu Biao murmured in his heart. I was even more ecstatic. Direct reward of longevity. This is not a tyrant system, this is an immortality system. As long as you play as a tyrant, you can increase your lifespan infinitely. What did Crown Prince Zhu Biao lack the most? Longevity. As long as he lives, he will be the coolest prince and emperor in history. Cool. As his lifespan increased, he suddenly felt the injury on his back alleviated. It still hurt, but it was much less painful than before, and was only about the same degree as last night. It seems that increasing life expectancy also has the effect of curing diseases. Call. Let out a breath. Zhu Biao was thinking rapidly in his mind. Biao, are you feeling better? Zhu Yuanzhang approached Zhu Biao cautiously and asked with loving eyes. Your son is feeling better. He endured the pain and gave Zhu Yuanzhang a weak smile. Maybe I have too many worries accumulated in my heart. If I can vent some of them, it will help to relieve some of the toxins. Upon hearing this, Old Zhu's eyes suddenly widened and his eyes turned red. Chongba, now you know it. Queen Ma gave him a hateful look and yelled at him. Control, control, control. Usually, Biao is controlled too much by you. He dares not make even the smallest mistake. Too much pressure is accumulated in his heart. The ancients said that carbuncle is caused by the stagnation of heart qi, which is why he gets a toxic disease like back carbuncle. I've forced Biao to death. Let's see how you regret it. As Empress Ma continued to curse, she began to cry and wipe away her tears. Zhu Yuanzhang also shed tears. The ancients believed in traditional Chinese medicine very much. This statement coincides exactly with Zhu Biao's own account. Even if he was beaten to death, Mr. Zhu would never have thought that it was the excessive pressure he put on his son that almost killed him. Biao, why are you afraid of me? I'm your father. He was in tears and his hands were shaking slightly under his yellow robe. As long as you get better, Daddy swears that he will never put pressure on you again. Even swore an oath. Humph. If I believe you, there must be something fishy. Zhu Biao sneered in his heart, as his memories of his past life and his original body were confirming it. Lao Zhu's assurance can basically be regarded as fart. However, his remarks coincided with the real cause of Zhu Biao's death. Even if I didn't travel through time. Just 9 years later, Zhu Biao would die of a sudden back abscess due to excessive stress. Then be a tyrant. Oh no. Be a violent prince to the end. Zhu Biao then acted like he had lost his mind and pointed at the ministers outside the palace fiercely. Father. The officials of the 6 ministries pretended to obey me but secretly disobeyed me, secretly tampered with my orders, and took advantage of my kindness. I, your son, will punish them with a stick in the court. Although Zhu Biao, the original crown prince, was the most trusted by Zhu Yuanzhang, he was too kind and could not control people. 2 years ago, during the Hu Weiyong case, these officials treated him, the regent, as a mere decoration. The original body Zhu Biao could bear it, but I can't, so I'll give them a warning first. Zhu Biao remembered that many tyrants in history had beaten officials with sticks. Okay. Give. Old Zhu raised his hand without saying anything and said, Come here, tell the officials outside to give us 10 strokes of the cane. Yes. The palace guards immediately smiled happily, as beating in court was a rare event in the Ming Dynasty. Well, Lao Zhu usually just cuts it off directly. Today we are going to beat up those turbaned civil servants, and everyone is very happy. Rustle. With the sound of armor plates colliding, the palace guards walked with the gait of dragons and tigers, swaggering up to the kneeling civil and military officials. Hold your head high. My lords. But has His Royal Highness gotten better? An old man dressed in bright red court robes, with a white face and short beard, and a tall and upright figure stood up. The voice was loud and powerful, and every word was full of authority and decisiveness. When he started speaking, the whole audience fell silent. The head of all officials. Zhongshu's Wa Prime Minister. Li Shanchang. Lord Li. The head of the Imperial Guards smiled mysteriously. Your Majesty would like to ask you gentlemen to lend me a medicinal ingredient to treat the Crown Prince's carbuncle. What do you think? Medicine guide? Can it cure diseases? What kind of medicine do we have? All the officials were stunned. Li Shanchang was also stunned, and a hint of gloom flashed across his face. Ever since the Hu Weiyong case, those in power have been keeping their eyes on me. Could it be that the prince just got seriously ill? As the head of all officials, his life is really hard now. Although he seems to be in a high position and has great power, he is actually under the knife of Zhu Yuanzhang at any time. He doesn't know when the knife will fall, and the slightest disturbance will make him unable to sleep at night. But Li Shanchang is Li Shanchang. He took a step forward eagerly and said, needless to say, as old as we are, it's worth dying for if it can cure the crown prince's illness. Good. The palace guards all looked cold. Someone, bring the court stick. Court stick? Doesn't it need a medicine? All the officials looked at each other in bewilderment. After a while, screams rang out one after another. Ah! My old man's ass. No, you can't fight there. Alas, alas. Snap! 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 The sound of the long wooden stick hitting the silk butt was particularly crisp amid the sound of heavy rain. 10 strokes of the cane. No more, or we'll beat them to death and it will be hard to report back. No less, or His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will be heartbroken and we will never be able to pay it back even if we die. While directing the court staff, the head guard shouted loudly. Beating with a stick in the court has always been a skill, and it can be done through tofu without breaking it. After 10 times, all the civil and military officials fell down one after another, casting doubtful, angry, painful and other looks towards the palace. Why are we the ones getting hurt? Zhu Yuanzhang, you are a foolish king. If you are not happy, you will vent your anger on us. Is it easy to get some salary from you? Ha ha ha, Biao, are you happier now? Zhu Yuanzhang opened the door and let Zhu Biao see that scene with his own eyes. As long as Biao's illness can be cured, what's the point of beating all the officials? Much more comfortable. Zhu Biao sighed as a notification sounded in his ear. You acted as the atrocities committed by Qin King Hu Hai, beating hundreds of officials with a stick, with a role-playing degree of 30%, and gained an additional 30 days of lifespan. The current remaining lifespan is 30 days and 8 hours. The role-playing degree reaches 30%, and the reward is advanced technology, fixed gunpowder technology. After all the civil and military officials were beaten up, and the degree of acting was not comparable to beating up a eunuch. Lifespan directly increased by 30 days. At that moment, Zhu Biao felt much lighter, and a lot of memories suddenly appeared in his mind, including how to mix the gunpowder into balls, how to package it, and how to cast it into standard sizes. This is... He was suddenly overjoyed. I didn't expect that after reaching over 30% of my role-playing ability, I would get an advanced technology reward. Fixed gunpowder technology. An ordinary time traveler, even if he had Baidu in his previous life, would not be able to remember such technical details. But now he suddenly knows this technology clearly and knows it like the back of his hand. Gunpowder in this era was stuffed into the barrel handful by handful, which was extremely inefficient and easily got wet on rainy days. There is fixed gunpowder technology. This means that the loading efficiency of Ming Dynasty's muskets and cannons can be increased by more than half, and they will no longer be useless weapons that misfire while firing. Cool. Zhu Biao was secretly delighted and decided to promote this technology to the Ministry of Industry for large-scale production. In fact, when I turned my head, I saw that the fist-sized carbuncle on my back had inexplicably shrunk. It turned out that the poison had been in the body for 3 months before it entered the 5 internal organs. I estimate that I have 3 months to live before this poisonous carbuncle can be completely eliminated. And once the lifespan is less than 3 months, this deadly carbuncle will reappear. Now the severe pain in my back has eased and I can finally stand up. The first thing Zhu Biao did when he stood up was to shout secretly in his heart. System, where is the lifespan mall you mentioned? Swish. A page suddenly popped up in front of me. Lifespan Mall is now open. Level 1. 1,000 dan of grain, 1 day of life. A small silver mine, 1 day of life. 1 clinic medicine box, 1 day of life. 100 kilograms of sweet potato seeds, 1 day of life. Brave general physique, 10 days of life. Small pesticide and fertilizer plant, 10 days of life. Coordinates of a small gold mine, 10 days of life. 10 high school teachers plus a complete set of teaching materials, 100 days of life. Zhang Zhuzheng's reincarnation, 100 days of life. Qi Jiguang's reincarnation, 100 days of life. Wang Yangming's reincarnation, 100 days of life. Extend one's lifespan by 1 year, 100 years of lifespan. Note, every time the Ming Dynasty's national strength increases by 10%, all products in the Life Mall will be upgraded once. The list in front of you is dazzling and clearly priced. There are so many things that lifespan can be exchanged for. Zhu Biao's eyes suddenly widened. However, I dare not exchange too much. After all, this is Krypton life. If I exchange too much, I will easily die suddenly. But it also gave me a way to cheat, allowing me to directly exchange my lifespan for resources. Zhu Biao scanned the list of products and noticed that there were items that could extend the lifespan of others. Can it extend the life of others? He was so excited that he couldn't help but look at Empress Ma with sorrow in his eyes. Because according to the memory of the previous life, Queen Ma will also pass away in August this year. But now his soul has merged into the original Zhu Biao, and the two are almost one person. How could the kind-hearted and filial Zhu Biao accept that his mother would leave him after a few months? You can use your lifespan to extend the life of others. As long as you work hard to increase your lifespan, not only can you live forever, but you can also make your mother, father, relatives and subordinates live forever. This system is so cool. In Mr. Zhu's eyes, he thought his son was in pain. He quickly raised his hand. Where's Dr. Wan? Stop prescribing medicine, come and take a look, Biao seems to be better. I'm afraid it's... His tone was a little low, he didn't dare to think about that matter. I'm afraid it's just a flash of brilliance. Don't say anything unlucky. Empress Ma glared at him fiercely and interrupted Zhu's next words in time. I think our Biao was just pushed too hard by you, and the evil in his heart attacked his body. He just needs to relieve himself. She looked at Zhu Biao with tears in her eyes. Right, Biao, you won't leave your mother. Mother. Zhu Biao's eyes also turned red. Even Professor Zhu's soul could not help but be moved by maternal love. Father, after this serious illness, I have seen many things clearly. My future actions may change drastically. Please forgive me for being unfilial. Afterwards, Zhu Biao, despite the severe pain from the carbuncle on his back, got out of bed and kowtowed to old Zhu. First lay the groundwork for your future tyrannical behavior. Biao. Old Zhu shouted and rushed forward to help Zhu Biao up. You are still seriously ill, why are you saying these things? This world belongs to us men, not everything that belongs to me is yours. Whatever you want to do, just do it boldly. Okay. Thank you, Father. Zhu Biao stood up with a smile. This was exactly what he wanted to hear. In order to live forever in this world. Both souls were determined. Try your best to be a tyrant. His Majesty. An old man in a fifth-rank green official uniform stepped into the hall timidly with fear. Afraid of the next second. See the dead body of the prince and the angry old Zhu. As a result, I came in. The pair of squinting old eyes covered by wrinkles widened. Your Highness. The crown prince, who was undoubtedly doomed, sat up safely and chatted with the emperor and the empress. Could it be a last gasp? Dr. Wan thought so too. Hee, Dr. Wan. Zhu Biao smiled, and his smile gradually became colder. I remember you used pig manure to treat my back carbuncle before, right? The imperial physician of the Ming Dynasty. Known as the Dragon Slayer. The lifespan of the emperors of the Ming Dynasty was shortened by them. When the emperor was well, they offered him elixirs that killed him. As soon as the emperor fell ill, they would immediately use all kinds of folk remedies and strong medicines to treat him to death. Why did the life expectancy of Ming Dynasty emperors be much lower than that of Qing Dynasty emperors, or even lower than the average level of emperors in all previous dynasties? The imperial physician should take the first credit. Because they are hereditary. In order to protect their own status, they use various methods to cover up the shortcomings of their own medical skills and suppress good doctors with medical skills. Why did Jiajing live so long? Because he never sees any imperial physician and always makes his own medicine and elixirs. So even if you take heavy metal drugs every day, you can still live to over 60. During his research, Professor Zhu clearly discovered that the imperial physicians of the Ming Dynasty might have actually formed a group that colluded with those outside the palace. Many members of the Zhu family were killed. Imagine why the wife of Emperor Jingtai's son died of a mysterious illness. Why did Zhu Biao die young? Emperor Tianqi died mysteriously just by falling into the water. It's unlikely that so many strange and coincidences have nothing to do with the imperial physician. This is a folk remedy, I have no other way. Dr. Wen seemed a little embarrassed, but not very scared. Because I know that the prince is kind. Little did he know that Zhu Biao had already become a tyrant at this time. Someone come. Zhu Biao's expression suddenly changed, and he was extremely moody. Drag me away, and I will punish you severely. Both the emperor and the empress were a little surprised. This kid Biao was not like this before. To put it bluntly. Before, Zhu Biao could hardly fight back even if he was beaten, let alone hit others. Why do people get beaten to death for no reason these days? The palace guards wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Rushed in. Boy, what a busy day today. After beating this and that. After a while, the old doctor's pig-slaughtering roar sounded again. Then there was no sound. 80 lashes of the cane are not something a 60-year-old man can endure. You have acted out the brutal act of Emperor Wei, Cao Cao, beating the imperial physician to death, with a degree of 10%. You have gained an extra 10 days of lifespan. Your remaining lifespan is now 40 days and 8 hours. It makes sense that Cao Cao killed Huatua and he himself killed the imperial physician. Zhu Biao was delighted as his lifespan was extended by 10 days. This was the first case of a royal family in the Ming Dynasty beating a royal physician to death. If the Imperial Medical Bureau wants to seek fame and reputation and harm lives again in the future, it will have to consider its own life. Unlike before, the imperial physician would not be blamed whether the patient died or lived. Without responsibility, there is no obligation. Anyway, the emperor would not be blamed if he died. If someone secretly gave me tens of thousands of taels of silver, would the emperor's life or death still matter to me? Don't think this is impossible. The greed and meanness of human nature is far beyond your imagination. Then, Zhu Biao looked aside with cold eyes. Send another imperial physician to see me. Yes. Several doctors from the Imperial Medical Bureau, their knees trembling, turned around and walked out with fear in their eyes. This is really scary. No, how could such a kind-hearted Crown Prince Zhu Biao become like this? After adding another 10 days to his life, the pain all over his body was relieved a lot and Zhu Biao felt that he could get out of bed. So he straightened up, and with the help of a palace maid, he slowly stood up. Turning his head, he saw that the poisonous sore on his back was constantly squeezing out pus and blood, but the purple-black sore surface had shrunk to only 2 inches in size, and the pain was not so severe. Strange, strange. Another imperial physician arrived. He learned that the previous imperial physician one had been beaten to death. He was so frightened that his official uniform was soaked. He stepped forward and carefully examined Zhu Biao's carbuncle. He stood there hesitantly for a long time, with an uncertain expression. You must tell the truth. If you continue to make up stories, you will surely be beaten to death. After thinking for a while, the imperial physician decided to trust his own experience and judgment. They clapped their hands and exclaimed, kneeling down to congratulate. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince's carbuncle has subsided by 50% to 60%. This is a sign of improvement. Okay. Zhu Yuanzhang was stunned. His bearded face broke into a broad smile. He cried with joy and even laughed to the point of tears. There has never been a day when I felt so happy. Oh my God, you really gave Lao Zhu a big shock, but fortunately it was just a false alarm. After the ecstasy, Zhu Yuanzhang glanced coldly at the body of imperial physician when outside. Drag him out. Why is a quack doctor staying here to be an eyesore? After looking at it for a long time, Zhu Biao still found a way to save his life. What's the use of him? Yes. The body of Dr. Wan was quickly dragged away. Lao Zhu is not afraid of Zhu Biao killing people. In terms of killing people, haven't we killed enough? In one major case involving Hu Weiyong, more than 30,000 officials were killed. As long as Biao is happy, killing a few people doesn't matter. As the most stable prince in history, Zhu Biao will not be angry no matter how he plays the tyrant Lao Zhu, but will applaud him. Even Queen Ma did not blame Zhu Biao, but just wiped the sweat from his forehead happily. Biao, you have not recovered from your serious illness. Please don't touch government affairs these days. Let me take care of it for a while first, and you can rest. Speaking of which. Zhu Yuanzhang's face turned red. Since he resigned in the 10th year of Hongwu, all government affairs were handed over to Zhu Biao. She hid in the harem and gave birth to many children. Zhu Biao was extremely diligent and overworked, which was also one of the reasons why he fell seriously ill and died early. Need not. Hearing this, Zhu Biao immediately shook his head. Mother, you don't know that I need to deal with more government affairs to cure my carbuncle. Otherwise, the stagnation in my heart will make it more difficult to cure. Is this true? Queen Ma smiled with a hint of surprise. But having just witnessed the miraculous effect of Biao healing himself, I didn't care anymore. Then don't go out on tour, just have someone take the government affairs to the palace to handle it. Good. Zhu Biao can't wait to take over the government. Only by taking power can he have more opportunities to get tyrant rewards and increase his lifespan. The emperor and empress left quickly. As long as Zhu Biao was fine, the couple felt relieved. In the Ming Dynasty, Hu Weiyong, who wanted to usurp the throne and become emperor, had just been tortured to death by Zhu Yuanzhang. All officials were shocked. Who would dare to cause trouble? The emperor's reputation had reached a new peak. I, the crown prince, have no other flaws except my short lifespan. If I can keep extending my lifespan, I will be the happiest emperor in history. Zhu Biao thought about it and looked at the palace servant beside him. Call all the officials into the palace to greet us. Yes. The crown prince has ordered all officials to come into the palace to pay their respects. Following a loud shout from the guards. All the officials who had just been beaten with a stick entered the hall one by one, knelt down and kowtowed 3 times, congratulating the prince on his recovery. The previous beating in court only had 10 strokes, which was not too painful. After it was over, all the officials stood up as if nothing had happened and were now whispering about the matter in private. I heard that the beating I received earlier was to please the prince. Then I have no resentment. I don't have any more. As long as the prince is still alive, he is like a big tree that can protect us from the wind and rain. As they stepped over the vermilion threshold, all the officials were thinking to themselves. After all, the only one who could save people from Zhu Yuanzhang's butcher knife was this prince. Everyone is still counting on the prince to save his life from His Majesty. What's the big deal about a beating? Congratulations to the prince on his long life. Congratulations to the prince on his long life. Your Highness, you are okay, may the Buddha bless you. When they entered the hall and saw that Zhu Biao was safe and sound, many people cried for joy. Is your Highness feeling better? Li Shanchang walked over with a smile on his face, but he was a little slow because the hook hurt. Thank you, Master Zhongshu, for your patience. Zhu Biao had an elegant smile and a gentle tone. It's like he has returned to his previous gentlemanly appearance. This made Li Shanchang feel much more at ease. She held the prince's hand with concern. The ancients said that heart disease needs to be treated with heart medicine. Your Highness, please stop complaining about yourself. You are the monarch that everyone hopes for. Everyone can see this. Even if you are a little unruly on weekdays, no one will blame you. Anyway, Zhu Biao is also a wall that protects the Huaishi nobles from wind and rain, and he must not fall down. Thank you for your enlightenment, Master Zhongshu. I feel much better now. Zhu Biao nodded with a smile, elegant and easygoing. It seemed as if he was still the benevolent prince, but he was plotting one tyrannical plan after another in his heart. My dear nephew. How is the prince? Soon after, two tall, noble old men in yellow and purple robes came in, shouting anxiously. One had a hooked nose and was not good at speaking, while the other was careless but careful, walking with steady steps. Chang Yuchen, Su De. The two highest-ranking dukes among the military generals. Prince, are you okay? As soon as Su De came up, he widened his eyes and pinched Zhu Biao's body. Then he smiled widely and said, I'm glad you're okay. I'm relieved that you're okay. Duke Wei, don't you blame me for beating you up? Zhu Biao felt a little ashamed. Previously, all officials were beaten with sticks in the court for the sake of their lifespans, which was an indiscriminate attack. Prince, you have too many things accumulated in your heart. A beating can make you feel better. Even 10 beatings will do. Don't you know that when His Majesty beat us with military sticks, it was just a tickle? Su De is worthy of being a famous general whose status is second only to Tang He, and he speaks more casually. A sentence. He will live to a good end. This shows the status of him in Zhu Yuanzhang's heart. Father-in-law, thank you for your trouble. Zhu Biao stood up and saluted Chang Yuchen first. Because the crown princess is the daughter of Lao Chang, who is his father-in-law. Think of this. Zhu Biao felt a little ashamed. I accidentally beat up my father-in-law. Hey, take care of yourself. Chang Yuchen hurriedly supported Zhu Biao. With a thick beard, he spoke with a strong Fengyang accent. Don't take it to heart, it's just a small matter. Said in a deep tone. Your Highness, you must know that as long as you are still here, the sky will not fall. If there's anything you can do for me, just ask. Chang Yuchen was not good at speaking, did not form cliques, and did not seek personal gain. He was a tough guy who only knew how to fight. This is also the reason why Zhu Yuanzhang chose Zhu Biao to marry into the Chang family. Father-in-law. The remaining emotions from his previous life came to his mind, and Zhu Biao's eyes felt a little sore again. Just 2 sentences. But it reveals the old man's endless attention and care for himself. Sometimes, it is this inarticulateness that is the most touching. But Professor Zhu clearly remembered that Chang Yuchen had died on his way back from the northern expedition in the 2nd year of Hongwu. It seems that because of my own time travel, the Ming Dynasty in the timeline has a slight deviation from my previous life. But it's a good thing. Chang Yuchen, Chang Sherwan. It is known as the pinnacle of cold weapon combat in the Ming Dynasty. As long as he is given 100,000 men, there is no battle that he cannot win. In short, it is the Ming Dynasty version of nuclear weapons. It is naturally best for such a powerful man to be alive, as his plan to destroy a country will still require his full support. Zhu Biao has not forgotten that he can add 100 years to his life by destroying a country. That is the fastest way to achieve eternal life. Civil and military officials left quickly. Prince. Then, the Crown Princess Chang, with tears in her eyes, walked in from the side door with the 8-year-old eldest grandson Zhu Xiongying and the 5-year-old second grandson Zhu Yunwen. As soon as they arrived, they threw themselves into Zhu Biao's arms. "I'm fine, am I?" Zhu Biao stroked his wife's hair with a smile and pinched the faces of the two boys beside him. "You guys go play, Dad is fine, don't worry," comforted his wife and children. The next people to enter the hall were the prince's younger brothers who had rushed back from various places. "The princes come to see the prince." A loud shout was heard outside the hall, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. The first to come in was the fat prince of Qin, Zhu Chong, who was the oldest, only 2 years younger than Zhu Biao, and looked very plump. The calm-looking young man following behind him was Prince of Jin, Zhu Gang. There is also the tall and resolute Prince of Yen, Zhu Di. Currently, there are a total of 12 younger brothers in the Zhu family. Except for Prince Zhao Zhu Qi who died of illness in his early years, all of them stood in a row in front of Zhu Biao. Zhu Biao looked carefully at Prince Yen Zhu Di in his memory. Well, he was sure that he was not rebellious now. Zhu Di's rebellion was forced out by his incompetent son Zhu Yunwen. How could Zhu Di not rebel when he was forced to eat pig manure? Now that he has the chance to live forever, he no longer has to worry about Zhu Di rebelling. Instead, he will become the strongest general under his command who will conquer the north. Seeing Zhu Biao at this moment, every brother's face was filled with tears. Elder brother. This is real crying. From childhood to adulthood, who dotes on them the most, who loves them the most, who protects them when Lao Zhu swings his stick? Only this big brother Zhu Biao. Upon hearing that his eldest brother was dying, the 13th younger brother felt as if the world had collapsed. Abandon everything and rushed to the capital. Prince. We thought you. Zhu Chong couldn't help crying again. The heroic young man, Prince of Yen Zhu Di, also blushed. "I was just about to catch the old immortal from the West Mountain to treat you, if it wasn't for my second brother's advice." He. Although Zhu Biao felt pity for his younger brothers when looking at them, the memory of Professor Zhu quickly made his face turn cold. Zhu Chong. He suddenly looked at the oldest King Qin and his face darkened. "I heard that you built a palace in Shangxi, which killed 100,000 civilians. You also captured civilian children and castrated them, and cut off women's breasts to make elixirs. Is that true?" Zhu Chong, who had just been happy about his elder brother's recovery, suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. "I don't." Zhu Chong lied to his eldest brother Zhu Biao who loved him the most, and he also lied to Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang's doting on these Ming vassal kings actually turned them into demons on earth. There is nothing disgusting that they cannot do. The Ming dynasty was mostly destroyed by the princes. Zhu Biao knew this truth well. The eldest brother is like a father, of course he will not indulge them like his predecessor, otherwise these younger brothers will never achieve great things. Okay. Zhu Biao sneered. Then I'll send someone to investigate. If it's true, prepare to be grounded for 10 years. As the crown prince regent, Zhu Biao certainly had the power to discipline the vassal kings. Prince, brother. After all, Zhu Chong was a simple-minded person, so he immediately started crying. Xiao Wang just likes to play a little. You like to play? What do those people who were tortured to death by you say? Zhu Biao seemed like a different person, slamming the table in extreme anger. Come here. The king of Qin is tyrannical and cruel to the people. Hang him up, beat him with 30 sticks, and lock him up in the palace to study and eat vegetarian food for a year. Yes. The palace guards appeared again, but this time they were completely stunned when they saw a prince. Good job. Did we defeat the feudal lord so soon? Hurry up. If His Majesty asks about it, I will be worried. Zhu Biao glanced at him coldly. The guards quickly moved to carry Zhu Chong. A 10-foot-long piece of white silk was tied to the hands and feet and hung on the beam. Screams rang out again in the East Palace. Ah! Your Highness, brother. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Forgive me. Zhu Chong had never suffered such hardship since he was a child. He immediately begged for mercy miserably. You have acted out the atrocities of Lu Sheng, the Emperor Zhongzong of the Southern Han Dynasty, killing brothers, with a performance degree of 30%. You have gained an additional 30 days of lifespan. Your current remaining lifespan is 70 days and 8 hours. When your role-playing degree reaches 10%, you will receive an advanced technology reward, agronomic technology for sweet potato planting. When the prompt sounded, Zhu Biao's mind suddenly contained a full set of techniques regarding the timing, do's and don'ts, soil requirements, fertilizer requirements, etc. for planting sweet potatoes. Comfortable. Sweet potato planting technology is exactly what I can use. Even if I could exchange sweet potatoes in the Life Mall, without the technology, I would have to slowly conduct research and experiments before I could promote it. Now I don't need to do that anymore, as I am an agronomy expert in sweet potato cultivation. However, Lu Sheng killed his younger brothers after torturing them, and he could gain acting skills by just beating them with a stick. Looking at his trembling brothers, Zhu Biao planned to slowly sort out their crimes one by one. My previous doting has ruined these younger brothers. I must correct this. If the princes were allowed to pass down their family lineage like this from generation to generation, it would be strange if the Ming Dynasty didn't perish. Want to be a tyrant? The Ming Dynasty can only have one tyrant, me, Zhu Biao. Yan Wang Zhu Di. He rode his horse in a busy city and injured people, abducted women and raped them, and during the Western expedition, he showed a little disrespect to you. You sent people to slaughter his entire family and presented his head to you. Is this true? Immediately following, Zhu Biao's stern gaze shifted. It was cast on a tall, dark-skinned, weather-beaten, resolute young man. That's true. Zhu Di didn't make any excuses and just nodded with a pale face. Many princes. Only Prince of Yen Zhu Di participated in the Western Expedition and the Northern Expedition and made outstanding military achievements. He is highly regarded by Zhu Yuanzhang and loved by all the generals. Order him to stay in the northern border. But he also did a lot of disgusting things. Come here. Zhu Biao shouted loudly. The gentle and refined appearance of the past was completely gone, and he was filled with a stern aura. Elder brother. Zhu Di's eyes were filled with tears. Take small steps forward. Please forgive me this time, I won't dare to do it again. Zhu Di, who was fearless, only felt truly afraid when his elder brother was angry. What I fear is that my elder brother will be disappointed in me. According to Ming Dynasty law, you should be executed. Zhu Biao said with a look of disappointment. The words fell. The carbuncle on his back was broken again and blood flowed out. He staggered in pain. Brother. The youngest, Prince Shu Zhu Chun and Prince Lu Zhu Tan, immediately jumped forward and wiped the poisonous sores on Zhu Biao's back with heartache. Don't get so angry that you get yourself in trouble. Second and fourth brothers know they were wrong. Brother Zhu Di, including Zhu Chong who was being beaten, stretched out their hands. I feel filled with remorse. You. Zhu Biao's face turned pale and he looked at the other people. Zhu Su, the king of Zhou, Zhu Gang, the king of Jin, and Zhu Zhen, the king of Chu. Those who kidnap women, those who commit murder and arson, those who make elixirs, those who torture and kill, those who rob people's property, those who impose excessive corvée. Several people trembled all over. I don't know how these things reached my eldest brother's ears. At this moment, I felt completely hopeless. They were not afraid that their father would find out, because their father could do nothing about the vassal kings they had sent to their fiefdoms. Old Zhu has his own way of spoiling his children. But they are afraid that their eldest brother will know, not only because his eldest brother is the future emperor and holds the power over their future life and death in his hands. What's more important is that this will make Big Brother sad. What do I usually tell you? Zhu Biao's eyes were full of despair. I usually don't even want to punish my servants, just for the sake of my Zhu family's world. Father seems to be high and mighty, but how did Hu Weiyong's big case come about? Isn't it because we are useless and can't control the capable ministers and generals of the world? As the eldest brother, I am usually weak to the officials because I have no foundation. Where is my foundation? It is in you. But what about you guys? Are you satisfied only when I die of exhaustion? Zhu Yuanzhang launched a major case to kill capable ministers and generals, and another purpose was to pave the way for the princes. But the quality of these brothers, except for Zhu Di, it is not an exaggeration to say that the others are good-for-nothings. Zhu Biao did not ask these brothers to help him, but at least they should not cause him trouble. Brother. Almost at the same time, all the princes burst into tears and knelt down. It's really the eldest brother's words, working yourself to death, that are too heartbreaking. Except for those who have not yet joined the army, all of them will be hung up and beaten with 30 sticks. Zhu Biao said coldly. This is my family rule. As for all the people you abused, if there are any alive, I will personally write to them and ask about them. Just stay in the East Palace. When you have reflected on your actions, I will let you out. This time. All the kings lowered their heads and became like children who had done something wrong. Brother, we know we are wrong, please punish us. Screams rang out one after another. Only Zhu Di. He just gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. This made Zhu Biao look at it a few more times. As expected, he is Zhu Gaoqi's great general in the northern expedition, ahem, Emperor Yongla. You have acted out the atrocities of Lu Sheng, the Emperor Zhongzong of the southern Han Dynasty, killing brothers, with a performance degree of 30%. You have gained an additional 30 days of lifespan. Your current remaining lifespan is 100 days and 8 hours. When your role-playing degree reaches 30%, you will be rewarded with advanced technology, 3 acids and 2 alkalis earth manufacturing technology. Zhu Biao was delighted to have another 30 days of life left. The carbuncle on the back was almost completely healed in an instant, leaving only 3 thumb-sized wounds, and the bleeding stopped. The additional technology in his mind this time instantly made the chemical knowledge from his previous life complete and clear, and a whole set of traditional methods of manufacturing basic chemical substances emerged. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, under the traditional manufacturing conditions, sulfuric acid can be calcined with pyrite, oxidized with lead, or distilled with gallstones or green vitriol, and concentrated sulfuric acid can be obtained by direct distillation. Based on this, hydrochloric acid and the like are even simpler. You can also dig out saltpeter and sodium carbonate from the salt lake. Except for synthetic ammonia, everything else is possible. Well, synthetic ammonia can also be distilled from feces and urine with sulfuric acid, but the yield is very low. It feels great. Although the output of the traditional manufacturing method was very low, it meant that not only could one make various fertilizers, but one could also make poison gas bombs by hand. At least mustard gas could be produced in small batches. In today's world, using poison gas bombs as a powerful weapon. I can't imagine how awesome it is. When the Northern Yuan cavalry charged forward, both the men and their horses were poisoned and fainted. Zhu Biao felt very happy. Let's go to the Ministry of Industry right away. I want to give them a little shock. I feel refreshed all of a sudden. Hitting one younger brother will increase your lifespan by 10 days, and hitting 6 at once will increase it by 30 days. It seems that you still need to beat more younger brothers. Bro, you guys smell so good. Get up. The imperial physician in the palace maid stepped forward, trembling all over, and gently bandaged the prince's wound. He took a step forward and stepped onto the brocade sedan chair. I feel so light as if I am flying. On the way. Zhu Biao opened the mall and thought about what to exchange. The first thing is of course sweet potato seeds. The earlier this thing is planted, the better, the sooner the better. I only have 10 years. However, after much thought, he decided not to rush and first establish the fixed gunpowder technology and the basic traditional acid-alkali factory. Outside Qingtian Gate. The Ministry of Works is far away from the 6 ministries, but its area is very large because it has the most branches. The Leather Works Bureau, the Paint Bureau, the Military Equipment Bureau, more than a dozen branches and hundreds of craftsmen almost filled up half of the government office area. Naturally, the place Zhu Biao wanted to go was the Military Equipment Bureau. The sedan chair was moving smoothly on the imperial road of the Forbidden City. The sounds of hammering and banging could be heard from a distance, but they were just some military equipment tests. The real production was still done in the Yingtian City factory outside the Forbidden City. Your Highness. The Minister of Works Gu Yingqing led the 2 vice-ministers of the Ministry of Works and 10 directors of various departments, all of whom knelt beside the imperial road to respectfully welcome Zhu Biao. This technical official was a master craftsman in the Jiangnan region in his early years. Later, he followed King Wu to build engineering equipment. After Zhu Yuanzhang established the country, he was appointed Minister of Works. Because I have been far away from the center of power, I have been a low-paying official all these years. I never expected that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince would suddenly visit me today. Zhu Biao nodded and stepped down from the sedan chair. Stand up. I am here today to inspect your gunpowder production. The Chief Envoy of the Military Equipment Bureau, please stand up. After these words were spoken, everyone dared to stand up tremblingly, feeling extremely confused. Normally, His Highness never asked about the production of the Ministry of Industry, so why did he suddenly think of asking about the Ordnance Bureau today? Among the many officials in official robes, an old man who was as thin as a stick held up his empty official uniform, struggled to get up, and knelt in front of Zhu Biao. Your Highness, I am Mao Ying, the Chief of the Military Equipment Bureau, and I pay my respects to your Highness. Prepare me some saltpeter, charcoal, sulfur, egg white, oil paper, and other materials, and call all the masters of your arms bureau to watch what I make, and start production today. As Zhu Biao spoke, he walked briskly into the Ordnance Bureau. Crunch. The Jinui on both sides opened the gate of the Military Equipment Bureau. It was early summer now, and many craftsmen had opened their official robes, revealing their bronze skin as they were busy coming and going. Call. Zhu Biao took a long breath. This familiar science atmosphere, everything was tidy and clean, without any clutter. Old Zhu ordered that gunpowder production must be carried out within the palace, and this place was mainly used to produce gunpowder. This. Guingqing and Maoing behind him turned pale. Your Highness, do you want to produce the weapons yourself? The equipment produced here are of national importance. This is not a place for children to play. However, no one in the Ministry of Works dared to disobey. Soon the things Zhu Biao had prepared were placed on a large table, and craftsmen from various departments stood around it, looking respectful and excited. Has this remote place like the Ministry of Industry finally received attention? Look, I'll only do it once, and this ratio is. Zhu Biao quickly began to replicate the production method of fixed-load gunpowder according to the technology in his mind. It was not difficult, and he soon rubbed out a plate of wet fixed-load gunpowder. He wiped the powder mud on his hands and threw it to them. Take it and dry it. Yes. The craftsman took the plate of wet gunpowder balls with curiosity, wondering if this thing could really be powerful. After being placed in front of the fan for a long time and the temperature underneath the plate of gunpowder was soon blown dry and brought over. Bring me a 3-barreled gun. Zhu Biao waved his hand again, and someone quickly handed over a 3-barreled gun that was currently equipped by the Shinji camp. Zhu Biao looked at the iron lump in his hand, which not only weighed more than 10 pounds but also had dents all over. The so-called 3 eyes refer to the musket with a hook and a spear tied to it. Well, it was a pure handmade product full of the beauty of iron punk. I doubt if the gun will explode after firing a single shot. In fact, due to the poor quality of iron, the bursting rate of firearms in the early Ming Dynasty was as high as 30%. There is no way, this is already the best firearm that the Ming Dynasty can produce. Even until the Qing Dynasty, the 3-barreled gun was not outdated, and the development of Chinese firearms did not make significant progress until the Sino-Japanese War of 1894 to 1895. I don't dare to try. Zhu Biao quickly handed the 3-barreled gun to the master craftsman beside him. Try to load it once. Yes. The craftsman opened the oil paper and threw a few thumb-sized gunpowder into it, then the iron bullet. He carefully pushed it with a punch and then used a fire starter to light the cotton thread for ignition. As the cotton thread burned, everyone soon heard a popping sound. Boom! A burst of red flame burst out from the muzzle of the gun, and smoke filled the air, but the bullet was totally inaccurate and flew onto the beam of the house. All the master craftsmen showed expressions of shock. Is this okay? In the past, loading a musket required slowly adding gunpowder, which took at least 10 minutes. With this fixed amount of gunpowder, it only takes 1 or 2 minutes to load a musket. The efficiency has been improved by more than 10 times. Do you understand everything? Zhu Biao didn't waste any more words and directly ordered, from now on, ordinary gunpowder will not be produced. All of them will be produced according to this type of fixed gunpowder. The Shenjiang will also change their equipment. In order to launch a Ming expedition to destroy other countries and increase one's lifespan, firearms prowess is a must, and of course military prowess is only a part of it. Yes. Maoing nodded quickly. He didn't expect that His Highness really had such a wonderful idea. The power of Ming Dynasty firearms will increase terrifyingly in the future. The eyes of the craftsmen behind him when they looked at Zhu Biao also changed. They thought that the prince came to make fun of the Ministry of Works, but they didn't expect that. The prince unexpectedly found such a good idea casually. Intelligent and wise, a godlike man of the country. With such a wise ruler, why should we worry about the prosperity of the Ming Dynasty? Reputation value +1. Zhu Biao heard the whispers and patted the master carpenter on the shoulder. I am not your father. I have always treated craftsmen and merchants equally. As long as you work hard, I will promote you. Speaking of. With a wave of his hand, he said, the master craftsmen and artisans who participated in the production of the new gunpowder will be granted a monthly salary of 10 taels. They can report to the East Palace at any time without having to report to the Emperor. How low was the status of craftsmen in the Ming Dynasty under the suppression of Zhu Yuanzhang? No salary. No freedom. They were serfs who worked for nothing and were paid a small fortune, and this tradition had been passed down from generation to generation. It was obviously impossible for serfs to lead technological innovation, nor could they turn the technology in their minds into reality. So, Zhu Biao gave them a raise. Your Highness, Your Highness. The craftsmen of the lowest status all stood there in a daze for a long time, tears streaming down their faces, and they all knelt down in front of Zhu Biao. Thank you for your grace, Prince. Unbelievable. I actually have a salary. And you can enter the East Palace and face the prince at any time? Many people burst into tears. The gloomy life of a craftsman finally sees the light of day. We will die for your highness. A group of master craftsmen were loyal to Zhu Biao, and salary was synonymous with loyalty. After saying this, facing everyone's grateful gaze, Zhu Biao continued to look at Mao Ying. Ahem, Envoy Mao, there is one more thing. I plan to set up a new chemical bureau to build some new equipment. The blueprints will be sent to me later. I will build them according to my requirements and collect the materials I need from all over the place. There must be no mistakes. Strike while the iron is hot and develop the traditional acid and alkali industry. With a small batch of poison gas bombs, his men now have a trump card. Even though the 3-barreled gun has impressive lethality, it can't kill people at a distance of 50 steps, but if it is equipped with mustard gas bombs, it can instantly make a large number of people cough to death. I wonder what Lao Zhu feels when he sees this scene. Zhu Biao thought to himself. A new bureau? Mao Ying nodded, still immersed in shock. Shouldn't this matter go through the meeting of the 6 ministries? The Minister of Works Gu Yingqing was stunned. However, setting up a new bureau would also be beneficial to the Ministry of Works, so why not do it? He nodded quickly, yes. I will prepare it right away. Gone. Zhu Biao went to the side to wash his hands, turned around, left the Ministry of Works, and got on the sedan chair. Go to the East Palace study and start governing. Continue to play the role of a tyrant. Now your lifespan is less than 3 months. Naturally, the more lifespan the better. Besides, if you want to set up a chemical bureau, you have to establish connections with the 6 ministries. The prince's carriage returned to the Eastern Palace from the Fengtian Gate in the Forbidden City. A corner of the East Palace. There is the quiet and solemn prince's study, the outer walls of which are paved with exquisite glazed tiles, and the door of the study is made of mahogany. Push the door open and enter. A faint scent of ink wafts into your nose, mixed with the scent of agarwood, making you calm down involuntarily. Your Highness. Several cabinet ministers in scarlet 5th-rank official robes immediately stood up and bowed. These are the drought conditions in various places in Huaibei this month. These are the short reports of Jiangnan's taxes. This is the memorial submitted by the Japanese envoy to the Ministry of Rights. Please review it. Since Zhu Biao took over as regent, state affairs were transferred to the prince's study. At this time, the cabinet ministers did not have as much power as the cabinet in later generations. They were just secretaries who assisted the emperor in governing the country. These people are all Zhu Biao's own people. Li Sheng. Zhu Biao nodded with a smile. Is your wife feeling better these days? Your Highness, do you still remember? The middle-aged minister with short beard and delicate features trembled slightly when he heard this question, and whispered with tears in his eyes, how could my wife be so worthy of your Highness's care when she was ill? I am ashamed. I have felt much better after taking the medicine your Highness gave me. Didn't you take leave a few days ago because of this? Step forward and sit in the main seat. Zhu Biao took the memorials with a smile. Feeling emotional. Only when you truly become Zhu Biao will you understand why he was known as a benevolent person in history books. He was truly meticulous with his servants. But Professor Zhu is a tyrant, and he said, since your family affairs are settled, you don't need to take the recent rest day. Stay and do your work. Forehead. Li Sheng nodded, the corners of his mouth twitching a few times. I obey your command. Why does it feel like the prince has changed a little? Didn't the previous script allow you to rest more and spend more time with your wife? You have played the atrocities of Qin Shi Huang, depriving officials of their rest, with a role-playing degree of 1%. You have gained 1 day more in lifespan. Your current remaining lifespan is 101 days and 8 hours. Zhu Biao laughed. Even a mosquito leg is still flesh. He had to act the role. Who would complain about having a short lifespan? Then he flipped through the memorials, picked up the first one, and frowned. The Japanese delegation? Japan. The Japanese pirates' harassment of the Ming Dynasty did not start with the appearance of Qi Jiguang. Actually, from the Hongwu period until the end of the Ming Dynasty, the Japanese threat continued to exist. The people living along the coast were brutally massacred by Japanese pirates almost every year. In the first year of Hongwu, when the Ming Dynasty was founded, Zhu Yuanzhang sent an envoy to Japan. Guess what happened? Those Ming Dynasty envoys. The Japanese general of the Western expedition, Prince Huailiang, chopped off their heads one by one, cut open their intestines, and sent them back. The 2 Ming envoys were detained for 2 months, and after being humiliated, they were sent back with their beards and hair shaved off. This shows how arrogant Japan was at that time. That small nation that once submitted to China had already shown its fangs since the first year of Hongwu. Thinking of this, Zhu Biao's blood pressure rose. 100 years later, Jiajing would grant the monkey kingship to Toyotomi in exchange for their peace. 300 years later, the Japanese pirates invaded China. New hatred and old grudges, all kinds of anger. And what Lao Zhu did is also very interesting. The Ming envoys were so humiliated, he said, those who are threatening China must be defeated. Then the maritime ban was strengthened. No boards are allowed to go into the sea. This is a typical case of talking as if it were fart. Taizu said, I am extremely angry with Japan. I am determined to break away from it and focus on defending the sea. Then he sent envoys again, and politely gave the King of Japan a large sum of money and generous salary in exchange for Japan's goodwill. What to say? It's so frustrating. It is hard to imagine that this was Zhu Yuanzhang's conciliatory attitude towards Japan. But with the common people's mentality, Zhu Yuanzhang really had no interest in expanding overseas. What matters more is whether one can gain the submission of the people at home. Zhu Biao didn't think so. Since I have traveled to this time and space. If there is still one person left alive in Japan, that means I, as a time traveler, am incompetent. Last year, the Ming envoy Zhao Ji went to Japan with a delegation and a large sum of money and gifts. As a result, Prince Huailiang was too lazy to even meet him. Zhao Ji tried his best to persuade him, even bluffing and yelling, and finally got the meeting. But after a few words, Prince Huailiang said, "What Ming Dynasty? I've never heard of it. Take him away and chop him off. If you kill me, my Ming Dynasty soldiers will fight against 100 of us and will come back again." Zhao Ji would rather die than surrender and denounced angrily. Perhaps it was this persistence that touched Prince Huailiang, so he relented and sent a group of the lowest-ranking monks to the Ming Dynasty, bringing some tattered local specialties and arriving by boat. This recent incident has made old Zhu very happy. They were entertaining these Japanese monks and envoys with great fanfare, hosting banquets and giving generous gifts in return. Knowing that Prince Huailiang liked monks, they specially sent back several eminent monks from Yendang Mountain. And think of this. Then he looked at the report in his hand that showed that the daily expenses of the Japanese monks were as high as 100 gold coins. Zhu Biao was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. "I'm so pissed off. Ahem." He started coughing violently. "Your Highness. Your Highness, if you are not feeling well, please go back and rest. We will send the government affairs to His Majesty." Several cabinet ministers stood up immediately and spoke with worried eyes. "No." Zhu Biao waved his hand. "At a glance, I saw the machete hanging on the waist of the guard outside the door." He took the report, stood up and left the study. "You guys review it first, select the important ones and then submit them. I'm going to do something." "Your Highness." Several cabinet ministers watched Zhu Biao leave with concern. Along the way, Zhu Biao took a deep breath. The exquisite view of the royal garden outside the window could not calm the indignation in his heart at all. "If you don't see it with your own eyes. I can't believe this is the glorious Ming Dynasty. Our third Chinese Empire, a unified dynasty established 600 years after the Han people were destroyed. The Ming Dynasty had many strengths, but also many problems. The feudal lords, the Japanese invasion, the nobles, the party struggles. Then let me be the real tyrant and pull out these poisonous thorns that are harming the foundation of China one by one. Create a truly powerful and great Ming." "Your Highness, where are you going?" A spy eunuch's voice came from the front. Zheng Xuanli, the eunuch who held the seal of the Eastern Palace, also served Zhu Biao since he was a child. He frowned at this moment, because he knew His Highness well. His Highness is actually angry. And very angry. What exactly happened? "Zheng Daban, use my crown prince's seal to transfer 300 royal guards from the palace to follow me into the Huitong Hall. We will not handle government affairs today, but kill the bandits today." Zhu Biao gritted his teeth and said viciously. "Kill the thief?" Zheng Xuanli immediately knelt down, trembling all over. He had never heard such murderous words from the prince. "Your Highness, where did these thieves come from in this prime place of the capital? Please don't get angry, Your Highness. No matter how big the matter is, it's still up to you to decide. Why do you have to come out in person?" "No." Zhu Biao slowly closed his eyes and crossed his hands, showing that he was not at peace. "I have to do this, and only I dare to do it. And I had to do it. Let's issue an edict." "Yes." Zheng Xuanli dared not say anything more and hurriedly turned around and went to the East Palace to get the seal. As the prince with the highest success rate in rebellion in history, Zhu Biao's power was really great. Old Zhu wanted to put all the power into Zhu Biao's arms. In the 15th year of Hongwu, Zhu Biao almost controlled the government. The 12 upper guards are in his hands. All civil and military officials expressed their loyalty to the prince. Even the Jinyui established by Zhu this year was not hidden from Zhu Biao, and the commander-in-chief came to pay a visit to Zhu Biao first. It can be said that as long as Zhu Biao wanted to rebel. "If you speak tonight, you will be able to wear the imperial robe and ascend the throne tomorrow morning." With eyes closed, Zhu Biao recalled the massacres in his previous life, Nanjing, Lushuan. "The first country I want to destroy is none other than Japan. Soon." The sedan chair went straight out of the East Palace and out of the imperial city, and the imperial guards quickly surrounded it on both sides. Next we went out of the Forbidden City, Huama Street, crossed Xuanwu Lake, and headed straight to Huitong Hall. The moon is high in the sky, and its silvery light shines on the prosperous city of Yingtianfu. And here, the torches are shining. Teams of Jinyui dressed in bright yellow silk flying fish uniforms, holding embroidered spring swords, wearing soft hats, and with murderous eyes. In the firelight, her eyes were like stars. Block the street and clear the way for passers-by. There is only one road leading to Hutongwen. And on the road, a golden satin sedan chair slowly came over. Your Highness. It is really His Highness's decree. The Jinui couldn't help but murmur. The prince has always been kind, selfless, and loves the people like his own children. It makes people suspect that he is a deity from heaven who has come down to earth. Why would there be a war today? But no one would doubt that the person this benevolent prince wanted to kill must be a wicked villain. A long time. A man with a pale face, a somewhat weak body, and a kind and gentle appearance walked down from the sedan chair. He stood up straight, his brows serious, and shouted. Soldiers! I'm here today because there's an evil villain I want to kill. Speaking of. He reached forward, pulled out the machete from the guard's waist and raised it high. I will personally support you, so you don't have to worry about anything afterward. Swish. The tip of the knife pointed directly at the gate of Huitong Hall. Just charge in and capture all the Japanese bandits for me to deal with. Is it possible? Zhu Biao's usually gentle male voice was now murderous, and he even used the word "we" that Zhu loved to use. I am willing to die for your highness. At that moment, the Jinui that Zhu Yuanzhang had just formed was overjoyed. Zhu Biao's first reaction was not that he wanted to kill the Japanese pirate envoys. But the crown prince actually killed the envoy favored by His Majesty. Is he taking this opportunity to rebel? Hurrah! None of the Jinui were afraid. Instead, they were eager to try and their hearts were full of anticipation. As the prince with the highest success rate in rebellion in history, following him in rebellion is not a good thing. Is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince finally going to rebel? Wouldn't it be possible for me to get the credit for following the dragon? Very good. Rustle. With the sound of armor pieces colliding, hundreds of Jinui broke open the door of Huitong Hall. Baga. Japanese. Ming people, what are you going to do? Japanese. Damn Ming people. Japanese. A few random shouts and curses suddenly came from inside the gate. Bump into it. The Jinui was stunned. Wasn't it said that the crown prince was going to rebel? The people among them should be His Majesty's direct descendants. Why are they some foreigners? The Japanese pirate envoy was also confused. Isn't it the Emperor of Ming who is very affectionate to me? What is this shining knife? For a while, the two vermilion doors of Huitong Hall were opened by the ramming of the city walls, reflecting a blood-like luster in the firelight. The knife flashed. Xiuquan sword versus Japanese sword. Clang. 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 At this time, under the warring states culture of samurai, daimyo, etc., almost everyone in Japan was a professional bandit. His martial arts skills are definitely not low. Xian Zijuan, I was originally planning to rob Zhejiang before leaving, but now it seems there is no chance. Why not kill it today? A samurai in a kimono and a moon-shaped hairband sneered at the person next to him. Yoshi, the martial arts of the Ming people are not worth mentioning in our eyes. Hey, let's kill them. The monks also revealed their true appearance, each of them was dressed as a warrior. How could Prince Huiliang, a man who holds the Ming Dynasty so in contempt, really send an envoy? These monks are nothing more than warriors who are gathering intelligence around Yingtian Prefecture. After the investigation is complete, the Japanese pirates will attack the coast the following year and plunder a large amount of wealth. Under the atmosphere of the Warring States period, Japan advocates plundering and the strong killing the weak. In their eyes, Lao Zhu's repeated attempts to show goodwill were just acts of weakness. Under the twisted values of the samurai, the weak deserve to be killed. How could they understand the Confucian concept of loving the distant and being gentle? Form a formation. Li Gang, the commander of the Imperial Guards, pointed his blade straight ahead, and the Imperial Guards behind him quickly formed into a battle group of 3 to 5 people, which was called the Harrier Formation, and was also a water battle formation. Li Gang turned around and glanced at Zhu Biao's face. The murderous look on his face was no less than that of old Zhu. Who dares to mess with this? This is the first time the prince has engaged in war since he was born. Even if the opponent is the King of Heaven, I have to bite it off. If there is any mistake, Prince Renai will definitely not blame me, and Lao Zhu will. Thinking of the cruel systems of the Jinyui, cold sweat broke out from Li Gang's back, soaking his clothes. No need to say much, no challenge. The prince wants to kill someone, and that is the most legitimate reason in Ming Dynasty. Brothers, capture these Japanese slaves and execute them. There will be a huge reward. Li Gang shouted loudly. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. As a veteran of many battles, how could he not see how difficult it is to deal with the Japanese pirates' long swords? However, in a flash, he came up with the idea of breaking the formation and enforcing the law. Watch out, brothers. I'm going to break their weapons like this. Brush. He took a few steps forward and swung his embroidered spring sword so hard that ink could not penetrate him. His body seemed crooked, but there was no flaw on his body, and every blow went straight to the vital points. How could the elite officers who survived the founding war be weak in military strength? Click. A Japanese pirate also came out, lowered his body, held the sword at his waist, and waited for an opportunity to chop. The sword-drawing technique is extremely refined, and the blade light is so fast that it can't be seen clearly. Li Gang used the wider blade of the Xiuchuan sword to block the attack, then took a step forward, pulled the blade from his waist and slashed it hard on the neck of the Japanese pirate. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Don't fight him. His weapon is much longer than yours. Just get close to him and take his head. This was a temporary demonstration before the war. The Jinyui are also good fighters drawn from the army, veterans who have experienced the baptism of war. After hearing this, how could you not understand? Although there were only 300 people, each of them was ruthless in swordsmanship, and there was a fierce murderous aura beneath their flying fish uniforms. What's more, the prince is right behind him to support him. Morale soars. In the darkness of the night, amidst the flickering fire, the only sound could be heard was the sound of swords. People kept falling down and turned into corpses. The blood gradually spread to Zhu Biao's feet. The scene of hundreds of people hacking each other was still extremely shocking, and it made Zhu Biao's breathing become heavier. However, they also found that the Japanese sword did not have such a strong advantage. In close combat, the Jinyui were generally 1 or 2 feet taller than them, and had great strength. As long as the skills were proper, the advantages of the Japanese sword could be easily compensated. Bang bang bang. Your Highness. I beg you, please return to the palace. This battlefield is not a place for you to step into. Zheng Xuanli was already kneeling on the bluestone slab, and his head was repeatedly broken. If I leave, who will take responsibility for this matter? Zhu Biao looked at Zheng Xuanli and shook his head. You have to bear the infamy of killing the foreign envoys with your own hands. Otherwise, with Lao Zhu's temper, if he doesn't take action himself, he will take it out on the people below him. Moreover, after acting like a tyrant many times, Zhu Biao discovered that the system would not care about the cause and effect. As long as it was the behavior of a tyrant, the reward would be calculated. Killing a foreign envoy with one's own hands can be considered violent no matter what. If we catch these Japanese slaves, we can also use them to play the tyrant behavior of burning people alive with fire or dismembering them with 5 horses. Unlimited tyrant rewards. Jinui, whether you are worthy of being used depends on today. Zhu Biao said coldly. In an instant, the embroidered spring sword swung like rain. 300 Jinui against 200 Japanese envoys. There was almost no suspense. Screams and muffled groans resounded in my ears. The eunuchs who came with Zhu Biao were so frightened that they trembled. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Guzwa of Ingtian Mansion, who arrived in a hurry, knelt down immediately when he saw Zhu Biao. My subordinate is guilty and is late to greet you. I would like to honor your Highness as the new king and swear allegiance to you to the death. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was an old rebel. Guzwa also thought that His Highness the Crown Prince was going to rebel. In fact, the moment Zhu Biao used his weapons, all the nobles, senior officials, and even the 9 admirals in Ingtian Mansion felt that His Highness was finally going to rebel. They all cried with joy. The news even spread directly to the Qianqing Palace and Lao Zhu's ears. Jinling Weaving Bureau has begun to weave a new dragon robe in an urgent manner. Honorable men from all walks of life rushed over on horseback, ready to welcome Master Wang. Forehead. Zhu Biao looked at Guzwa and shook his head helplessly. If you don't rebel today, I will kill someone today. Just wait here and clean up the mess later. Guzwa was stunned. Not rebelling? Then your Highness, you used weapons so violently in Ingtian City, this is Herod. A large group of nobles and officials came in droves, holding torches and carrying a large number of attendants, on fast horses. I am willing to die for His Highness. Your Highness, please enter the Qianqing Palace immediately and inherit the throne. All people are looking forward to this moment, just like looking forward to rain from the sky. Puff. Puff. The important ministers were still very reserved. The middle and lower-level officials dismounted and knelt down, threw themselves in front of Zhu Biao, and congratulated him loudly. The leaders were Su De and Chang Yuchen, followed by Li Shanchang. The streets were suddenly brightly lit, with torches like pillars, and every important minister's face shone with ecstasy. Your Highness, has he finally rebelled? Great, Your Highness has the appearance of an emperor. I will lead the way for His Highness. Zhu Biao had a dark face. Do you believe me when I say I really don't want to rebel? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. As night falls, Qianqing Palace is cool and pleasant. Lao Zhu wore half a yellow suit slanted on his head, his hair spread out, and he laughed so loudly that it was deafening. The pillars in the palace shook a few times. None of the eunuchs and maids had ever seen His Majesty look so happy. Cough cough cough. On the dragon bed, the concubine Shua, whose jade body lay spread out, widened her beautiful eyes. His Majesty. What happened? Lao Zhu walked back from outside the palace, put down the long knife in his hand, smiled and wiped his beard. Just now someone from outside reported that Biao has rebelled. Okay. After this heartache was resolved, Biao finally did something that surprised us. Said. He raised his hand and called the eunuch in the palace. Tomorrow, we will build the supreme palace for us, and let Biao live in the Qianqing Palace. We will finally become the supreme emperor. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Is there really no need to defend the palace? What if the prince wants to do something unbearable? The new head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs still didn't know what was going on and asked with some fear. Throughout the dynasties, when the prince rebelled, shouldn't the emperor be terrified? How come the current crown prince rebelled, but the emperor seemed happier than the crown prince? What bullshit are you talking about? If you dare to slander the crown prince again, I will kill all your clans. Old Zhu glared at him, but he was in such a good mood that he didn't kill anyone. Just wave. Hurry up and get the crown prince's dragon robe ready for the coronation ceremony. Just kidding, the most powerful prince in history is no joke. Zhu Yuanzhang's doting on Zhu Biao was witnessed by everyone in the court and the country. He made him the crown prince when he came of age, and made him regent when he turned 20. In order to maintain Zhu Biao's status, he gave all the military power to Zhu Biao. How deep is the relationship between father and son? It is hard to find such a deep relationship in history. Perhaps the biggest dissatisfaction was that Zhu Biao did not have the courage that Zhu wanted to see. He had learned Confucianism's benevolence and charity since he was a child, and did not have the slightest iron-blooded tactics. This made Zhu extremely worried about whether this gentle son could sit firmly on the throne after his death, so he gradually eliminated the meritorious officials. Zhu Biao was so brave as to rebel that even Zhuge Liang would wake up laughing in his dreams. Well, the imperial palace still put up a symbolic resistance, and the 12 guards wavered a little, to let the world know that my family's rebellion also went through some twists and turns. Old Zhu touched his chin again, thinking about how to hone Biao's skills better. Little did he know that he had just finished speaking. Another report coming from outside the hall dampened his joy. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince did not rebel. Instead, he led his troops to charge into Huitong Hall. What, no resistance? Old Zhu's face froze, then darkened. Huitong Hall, what was he doing there? Now he could no longer sit back and relax, his brows tightly furrowed. It was thought that the possibility of Biao rebelling was not high, and the previous report was probably a false alarm by his subordinates. But the purpose of letting the troops go was just to rush into Huitong Hall. That means something different. Prepare the car, I want to go and see it myself. Huitong Hall. Gather ministers from all directions and establish everlasting friendship between nations. This was where the Ming Dynasty entertained envoys from various countries. Willow trees for tying horses were usually planted in front of the hall. Right under the willow tree, about 200 Japanese pirates were tied up with hemp ropes like hairy crabs, with their heads pinned down, forming a spectacular long dragon. The Jinyui also suffered heavy losses. More than 10 people were killed and more than 30 were injured. But they captured 200 Japanese pirates alive. This record is in line with the true combat effectiveness of the elite troops of the founding of the Ming Dynasty. Woo 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 woo. The Japanese pirates were as fierce as wolves and leopards. Even with their mouths blocked, they still turned their heads and looked around with eyes as fierce as wolves. Is this the Japanese envoy? I heard that His Majesty hosted a banquet for us the day before yesterday, and he talked about the good relations between our two countries. Your Highness, are you going to kill the foreign envoys? The officials figured out the situation and started whispering to each other. Your Highness, you arrested these Japanese envoys, but were they disrespectful to you? Li Shanchong thought for a moment, then stepped forward and asked. The Japanese killed 2 groups of envoys from the Ming Dynasty and insulted me too much. Isn't this disrespectful to me? Zhu Biao had a sneer on his face, revealing an unprecedented murderous aura. Japan's disrespectful behavior is enough to cause the country to be destroyed 10 times. But Your Majesty. Li Shanchong was about to say that Your Majesty loves Japan and even lists it as a country that will not be conquered, but he stopped and thought again. Based on his understanding of the emperor's mind, when he saw Zhu Biao rebelling against him, Zhu would not be angry, but happy instead. The prince's temperament has changed drastically since he recovered from his serious illness. He changed the subject, he really deserves to be killed. However, you are a noble lady, so there is no need to worry about such trivial matters. The 3 officials will take care of it. What's more, this matter involves diplomatic relations, and a decision must be made after a court meeting. Arresting people like this is against etiquette. Ritual system. The sarcasm on Zhu Biao's lips became more obvious. As a modern person, perhaps the most infuriating thing is the ritual constraints brought about by Confucianism. The Ming Dynasty lasted for 300 years, but suffered countless losses in diplomacy, all because of the word ritual. Why do we all know about opening up the western regions and carrying forward the past when we talk about the mighty Han? Because Zhang Qian traveled thousands of miles alone. Why do we all know about the Silk Road and tolerance between the Han and the Hu people when we talk about the prosperous Tang dynasty? Because Wang Xuanzi destroyed the country alone. But the Ming dynasty's diplomatic achievements were not as strong as those of the Han and Tang dynasties. Where has the Han and Tang dynasties' toughness and courage towards foreign affairs gone? The first reason is Zhu Yuanzhang's maritime ban policy, and the second is the word ritual system brought by Zhu Ming's Neo-Confucianism. When the emperor collected more taxes, the literati would cite the ritual system and say that it was a competition with the people. Little did they know. The etiquette system was invented by our ancestors to restrain others, not to restrain ourselves. As the prince's mark, Zhu Biao wanted to completely change the Ming dynasty's foreign policy starting from the Hongwu dynasty. Just now, if the Ming dynasty cannot transform from a traditional land power to a maritime power, falling behind and being beaten is only a matter of time. I think that the law of propriety punishes gentlemen but not villains. These Japanese slaves are harboring evil intentions, and only torture can correct the country's dignity. Zhu Biao narrowed his eyes. My father once said, those who threaten China must be conquered. What do you think, Lord Zhongshu? Your Highness is absolutely right. Li Shanchang had no intention of arguing and quickly bowed. Several officials of the Jiangnan faction wanted to argue a few verses and refute Zhu Biao by showing off their knowledge. After all, the ritual system is the only weapon for civil officials to limit the imperial power. If we allow the prince to kill foreign envoys in the street today, all etiquette and laws will be destroyed. But when Zhu Biao's cold gaze came over, they quickly lowered their heads and left. The sage said, those who harm my people will be punished by heaven. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Biao raised an embroidered spring sword and placed it across the neck of the chief envoy of the Japanese pirate delegation. I swear to you today that I will return with my army, destroy Japan, and avenge the 238 loyal envoys of my delegation. Wow! The knife is fast and feels light. As you paddle past, you can hear the rustling sound of the trachea. Blood splattered onto Zhu Biao's boots. He could see with his own eyes that the pirate's eyes changed from fierce to fearful, and then to trance. There was a reminder tone in my ear. You have played the atrocities of Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, killing foreign envoys, with a 100% performance degree. You have gained an extra 100 days of lifespan. Your current remaining lifespan is 201 days and 8 hours. When your role-playing degree reaches 100%, you will receive the Advanced Technology Reward, Converter Steelmaking. 200 days left to live. Zhu Biao was overjoyed. As expected, the more extreme the tyrant he played, the higher the reward would be. Killing the Japanese envoy is similar to the killing of the envoy by Emperor Wu of Han in history, reaching 100% role-playing degree. I wonder what kind of terrifying advanced technology will be rewarded. After checking it out, he found that a whole set of techniques had emerged in his mind, including how to build a converter, how to blow oxygen, and how to mass-produce steel. It was more than 10 times faster than the steel pouring method currently used in the Ming Dynasty. Converter steelmaking? Zhu Biao sighed in his heart. Steel is the foundation of human development. Even if you have the technology, it is still difficult to actually build a steel plant. Moreover, the steel produced by the converter method alone without oxygen may not be up to standard. But this also means that Ming Dynasty's steel production can be increased several times. Biao. Right at this moment. A dull, complex, and emotional voice sounded from behind. Long live the Emperor! The officials' cheers came at the same time. Zhu Biao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Damn it, I caught him. The prince killed someone in the street. Wouldn't Zhu be banished to the cold palace? That would be a disaster. Turn around slowly. Behind. An old man wearing a bright yellow dragon robe, with his hands behind his back and a friendly look, watched the scene with emotion. His eyes were both relieved and slightly angry. What made me angry was that Biao didn't rebel when he mobilized his troops for the first time, so we were all happy for nothing. The good news is that the corrupt Confucian temperament in Biao that I hated the most has completely disappeared today. The prince killed someone in the street. Biao actually killed someone with his own hands. Zhu Yuanzhang had always been worried that after his death, Zhu Biao would be too indecisive, gentle and cowardly, and would be bullied by important ministers. Now I feel much more relaxed. A prince who dares to kill people in the street is definitely not a weak person. As for intelligence and wisdom, this had already been demonstrated before Zhu Biao. Make Zhu Yuanzhang more satisfied with Zhu Biao. The first sentence at the beginning is, "The night is getting cold, why doesn't someone come and help Biao put on more clothes?" The eunuch at the side immediately stepped forward and put a cloak on Zhu Biao. At the same time, Li Shanchang smiled and knelt down in front of Zhu Yuanzhang. "Your Majesty, your Highness is so strong and decisive. You are a promising monarch. I congratulate your Majesty and the Ming Dynasty." There were many Confucian officials from Jiangnan behind him. Although they were very unhappy with what Zhu Biao had done, they had no choice but to kneel down and say with their noses pinched, "Congratulations to His Majesty, and to the Ming Dynasty." Ha! Old Zhu's face blossomed with a smile that he hadn't seen in many days. "Sir, you are too kind. This is nothing. His little tricks are far inferior to what we had back then. I dared to kill my immediate superior, the flag officer, in the battle." But when he glanced at Zhu Biao, he was filled with endless praise. "Your Majesty, that's different." Li Shanchang shook his head and said, "You started from humble beginnings, but your Highness was born in a wealthy family, yet you still have great perseverance. I think your Highness's actions are more in line with your mind." Ha 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 ha. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard Li Shanchang's flattery to Zhu Biao, he was so happy that he pointed at him again and again. You old fox, you only know how to say nice things. Biao, you must remember, don't believe the nonsense from this old guy's mouth. Your son knows." Zhu Biao touched his cloak, feeling overjoyed. I originally thought that Lao Zhu would be furious after such an excessive move, but he didn't expect that Lao Zhu would be happy instead of angry. It seemed that he could act a little more extreme. "Well, just kill him. I have long been disgusted with this Japanese envoy. If I don't kill him, why should I keep him?" Looking at the corpse on the ground, Zhu Yuanzhang sneered. The eunuch on the side was sweating. "This is not what your Majesty said when you entertained these Japanese envoys yesterday." All civil and military officials had a deeper understanding of Zhu Biao's status. In a word, you can mess with anyone in the Ming Dynasty, but never mess with the prince. Zhu Yuanzhang would not care if Zhu Biao killed the Japanese envoy he had finally invited. That's bullshit. If Biao likes killing, he can send his own troops to conquer the Japanese country. The reason why he was patient with the Japanese country was because Lao Zhu didn't take the Japanese country seriously at all. It's just that the journey is far, and the lesson of the Yuan dynasty's kamikaze fleet is not far away. It's a typical strategy of making friends with distant countries and attacking nearby ones. "Greetings, father." Zhu Biao felt relieved, walked up to old Zhu and bowed, intending to continue the whole work. "I have sworn to destroy the Japanese Empire. Your Majesty, please grant my permission." Before Lao Zhu could speak, Zhu Biao knelt down and shouted loudly for everyone to hear. "As the prince, what is the fastest way to consolidate authority and build a team? Start a war, of course. In war, we deploy manpower and material resources, distribute military merits, promote meritorious officials, and distribute the captured land." A battle was fought. Only then could Zhu Biao truly not rely on Zhuge Liang's men, but build his own team and his own system, and only then could Zhuge Liang be truly at ease. And in fact, the Ming Dynasty had no choice but to fight against Japan. China has always been short of silver mines. A big reason why the Ming Dynasty collapsed in the middle and late period was the insufficient silver reserves. It seemed that the people were producing a lot of things, but in fact there was not enough currency to circulate. Japan's silver reserves are the largest in the world. In order to alleviate the future silver crisis, Zhu Biao has to destroy Japan first. This is a good opportunity to try out the new technologies he has acquired in recent days. My biggest problem right now is my lifespan. The 1 or 2 days of lifespan I got as a reward for playing the Tyrant is useless. If I get a serious illness, it will all be gone. Only by destroying a country can you gain 100 years of life at once. I, the crown prince with the most secure position, am actually not that secure. Zhu Biao's biggest problem during his lifetime was that his political orientation was too unclear, which resulted in not many people sincerely following him. Most of them followed him for Zhu's sake, but once Zhu died, that would no longer be the case. That's why old Zhu had to launch 2 major cases while Zhu Biao was still alive, so that Zhu Biao could firmly hold on to his throne. This pledge to destroy Japan is a banner, and only under it will the true hardcore princelings emerge. With a team, I can truly secure my throne. Father won't have to kill so many old ministers, and I can quickly build an industrial civilization. Zhu Biao murmured in his heart. The evening breeze blows gently, and the willows sway softly. Zhu Biao's words were like a spring thunderclap that suddenly exploded. All the civil servants shuddered and looked up in horror. "Your Highness, this is a military and national issue. Think twice before you act. Your Highness, do not use force lightly." Li Shanchang was also shocked and opened his mouth slightly, and stepped forward to dissuade him loudly. "Your Highness, this matter still needs to be considered carefully." The eyes of the nobles and generals lit up. Without saying a word. Neither agree nor disagree. Because fighting is good for military generals, but it is like cutting flesh for civil officials. Unimaginable. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince actually wants to send troops to destroy Japan. This is no joke. The Japanese country is thousands of miles away from the ocean, and has a population of over 10 million, millions more than the remnants of the Mongols. The population is equivalent to that of the 4 provinces in Central Plains. The area is equivalent to the 4 provinces in the south of the Yangtze River. You say this is a small country. This battle is no less important than the destruction of Chen Yuliang. With such a big battle, the generals must be happy, as they can gain a huge amount of military merit. The civil officials felt that the court had no money to fight and did not want to fight. Besides, going to war would take power away from them, which would not benefit them at all. When old Zhu heard this, he was stunned again and stared at Zhu Biao with wide eyes. It is hard to imagine that Japan's actions would anger Biao so much. It seems that my son has a similar temperament to me, and he will never let go of any grudge. Ahem, he is very daring. This time, after the heart disease was cured, the true meaning of the disease was revealed. Good, good, good. You are pretending to be so elegant and easygoing, right? With such a scheming mind, he can be a sage king. Anyway, his eldest son has no shortcomings, and Zhu Biao's actions are full of the spirit of a sage king. This is the extent to which Zhu Yuanzhang doted on his descendants, especially Zhu Biao. Biao, this matter. Old Zhu was a little troubled. It is naturally a good thing that the prince wants to go to war. Zhu Yuanzhang understands that fighting is the fastest way to establish authority and accumulate popularity. But since the prince has war as his political ambition, there are many problems. First of all, it was difficult for the civil servants to support him, as they liked a crown prince who did not like war. Secondly, if he is defeated, the loss of prestige to the crown prince will be enormous. The situation will become even more difficult then. It's not that Zhu Yuanzhang didn't believe in Zhu Biao's military strength, okay, it's just that he didn't believe in Zhu Biao's military strength. Let's go back to the palace first. Not wanting to dampen his eldest son's hard-earned ambition, Zhu Yuanzhang patted Zhu Biao's shoulder awkwardly. Let's go back to the palace and talk in detail. You have played the atrocities of Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin, lightly talking about destroying a country, with a role-playing degree of 10%. You have gained plus 10 days of lifespan. Your current remaining lifespan is 211 days and 8 hours. Zhu Biao heard the reminder tone again. Saying that you want to destroy a country is considered an act of a tyrant? System, your requirements for the king are too strict. Zhu Biao complained in his heart. He nodded to Zhu Yuanzhang and put on an elegant and easygoing smile. It is my fault for being rude. Please forgive me, father. I didn't expect it to be an easy decision. With this political stance, under the righteous cause of destroying the Japanese, he could gather talents, build ships, support the shipbuilding industry, and indirectly break the maritime ban and turn land power into sea power. Only by improving the national strength can you update the life mall and unlock the secrets against all odds. All the officials breathed a sigh of relief. Then it dispersed. It is already midnight. If you don't sleep now, you won't be able to get up for court tomorrow. The narrow Yima Street was blocked off. The soldiers dispersed first, the officials went home, and finally the father and son set off. Your Highness, these Japanese envoys. Japanese pirates, how should we deal with them? From outside the sedan chair came the cautious voice of Yingtian Prefecture Governor Guzhua. Zhu Biao's cold voice came from the sedan chair. Castrate them all and send them to the East Palace. I will take good care of them. Yes. Guzhua's body trembled noticeably under his official robe, and he felt as if he was facing old Zhu. A disagreement leads to a bloodbath. This is the power that only your Majesty possesses. Your Highness, let's go. With the whip cleaned and shouts given, the sedan chair slowly moved away without stopping. The remaining 100 or so Japanese pirates were tied up and sent to the factory, where they were cleansed by knife makers and sent to the East Palace. Zhu Biao plans to change his method every day. Slowly increase the score. The main thing is that the more vicious the tyrant's behavior is, the more lifespan he will be rewarded with. More than 100 Japanese pirates are enough for me to do what I want. How can you be considered a tyrant if you don't commit some cruelty? Along the way, in the carriage, Zhu Biao opened the redemption page and smiled with satisfaction when he saw his lifespan of more than 200 days. This not only means that I can live for 6 months, but also means that I can finally exchange for something big. Brave general physique, 10 days of life. 10 times the energy, lasts 10 days, 10 days of life. Extend one's life by 1 day, 10 days of life. Random mineral coordinates, 10 days of life. 10 high school teachers plus a complete set of teaching materials, 100 days of life. Zhang Juzheng's reincarnation, 100 days of life. Qi Jiguang's reincarnation, 100 days of life. Wang Yangming's reincarnation, 100 days of life. First, arrange one for yourself with a strong physique, and one with 10 times the energy. Looking at the list in the Life Mall, I dare not touch those big items worth 100 days of life for the time being. If something happens suddenly and I don't have time to brush the Tyrant rewards, it will be GG. Zhu Biao first exchanged 2 items, spending 20 days of his life. He only has more than 190 days left to live. Really, burning your life makes you stronger. I sighed in my heart. Although these 20 days of life were worth it. But I can only live for another 190 days. My life is like walking on thin ice. Cluck, cluck. First of all, the muscles all over his body tightened many times more visibly as if violently, and even made gurgling sounds. The height and appearance have not changed. But the strength and endurance that can be exerted are many times higher than before. Zhu Biao took a quick glance and felt his vision became much clearer. When on horseback, he can wield a 100-gene weapon, and when dismounted, he can draw a 2-stone hard bow. This is the level of generals required by Zhu Yuanzhang in the military preparations guidelines, and there may not be many generals who can reach this level. Now Zhu Biao has achieved it. I definitely have the power to protect myself. Zhu Biao murmured. An emperor doesn't necessarily have to be good at fighting, but one who is good at fighting will definitely have a more stable throne. Then he had 10 times more energy. Zhu Biao felt as if he had taken 10,000 tonic pills. He could fight in bed for 10 days and 10 nights without any problem. Even if he had to handle government affairs without rest or sleep, he could persist in fighting on the battlefield for a long time. This state could last for 100 days. Energy is very important to a person. Only with energy can one get things done. Otherwise, like Zhu Biao before him, he would become ill after a few years of hard work and would be unable to do anything. Even if you have a lifespan of 10,000 years, what's the point if you can only lie in a hospital bed? Lifespan can actually be exchanged for energy. How cool! Zhu Biao felt extremely happy, and he curled the corners of his mouth, planning to give the crown princess a surprise when he returned. The carriage soon drove into the gate of the Forbidden City. According to etiquette, father and son were not allowed to leave the Forbidden City at the same time, and one of them had to stay behind to supervise the country. But today I won't be so particular about that. As the founding emperors, rules and regulations were all decided by a word from Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao. Click, click, click. On the narrow imperial road of the East Palace, the carriage was changed into a sedan chair, and it was already late at night when they arrived at the palace. Old Zhu has returned to his bedroom to rest. If there is anything, we will definitely discuss it at the court meeting tomorrow. The morning court session during the Ming Dynasty began at 5 in the morning every day. It's already past 11 at night, so I can still take a nap. Call. Zhu Biao let out a breath and walked towards the bedroom with steady steps. Now that we have the steelmaking technology, we must implement it quickly. Let's finalize the steel plant matter tomorrow. It's too late today. As soon as you step over the threshold, the lights are shining brightly. Eunuchs and palace maids were serving by his side, gently undressing Zhu Biao. Zhu Biao rubbed his temple and walked towards the bed. He noticed that inside the hall, 13 pairs of eyes were looking at him timidly from behind the screen. TSK, I almost forgot about them. Zhu Biao looked at his 13 brothers who looked aggrieved. Silly old Daodu, are you just going to listen to your brother? It's so late, go back to sleep first. Ahem. Zhu Biao cleared his throat. How is your reflection going? Reporting to His Royal Highness, I have reflected a lot and know my mistakes. The kings answered in unison. However, Zhu Biao noticed that Zhu Chong and Zhu Xing were obviously distracted. These two princes had bad personalities, and they were also very old, with rigid values, making it difficult for them to listen to others. Even if I can't make them change their minds, continuing to deal with them will only destroy the brotherhood. To put it bluntly, it's useless. King Qin, stand up. Zhu Biao reluctantly pointed out the two people's names and waved to the guards outside the palace. You don't have to stay in the East Palace anymore, go back to the palace in the city and study first. Although Zhu Biao would not follow Zhu Di's example and lock up his younger brother like a pig, as he could not be used by me. But if he wants to go back to his fiefdom and continue to be the king, oppressing the people, that's probably impossible. Zhu Biao felt that Zhu's strategy of ruling the world as a vassal king was absurd. Even if the first generation of brothers do not rebel against him, what about the second and third generations? With power, land, and money, how could anyone not rebel? Sooner or later, the power will be reduced. Almost all rebellions in the Ming Dynasty were either caused by the princes forcing others to rebel, or by the princes themselves. However, there was almost no case of rebellion by vassal kings in the Qing dynasty, which is worth learning from. So Zhu Biao planned to train these brothers first, and then let them harm the people overseas when he conquered the Ming dynasty overseas. But this matter touches upon the foundation of Lao Zhu's plan, and I need to have another talk with the old man. Thank you, Your Highness. I will study hard. When the king of Jin and the king of Qin heard this, they were immediately delighted. They turned around and left without looking back as if they had been pardoned. Looking at their backs, Zhu Biao let out a long sigh. The remaining brothers, please find a place to sleep in the East Palace first. I'm lonely now. I'll argue with you tomorrow. I'm leaving. Everyone bowed fearfully, and a eunuch came in and took them to the side room of the East Palace. It was absolutely not allowed according to etiquette for a vassal king to stay overnight in the Eastern Palace. But it's a different story if the crown prince is Zhu Biao. If you have the guts, impeach one. That night, Crown Princess Chang did not come. Although she was the daughter of a military general, she knew her limits very well. No matter how big the events in the outer court were, she never asked about them. Knowing that today almost caused a huge storm, she just pretended that nothing had happened. Professor Zhu secretly admired it in his heart. This kind of woman is a good woman who can tolerate things, manage the family, and be a role model for the world. The kind that can't hide anything at all and is always making a lot of noise, huh? Thinking about tomorrow's morning court, Zhu Biao fell into a deep sleep on the brocade couch with his clothes on. The dream is very chaotic. For a moment, I saw my family members from my previous life crying in front of my grave. At one point, I dreamed that I had lived for tens of thousands of years, leading the Ming Dynasty to conquer the world, and my father and mother, who were also immortal, were playing mahjong and laughing loudly. I didn't sleep well in the first half of the night, and when I woke up, I saw the frowning and sad face of a beautiful woman in palace dress in front of me. Wipe the cold sweat off your own face, hug yourself tenderly, and wipe away tears from the heartache from time to time. Wan. Zhu Biao couldn't help but hug her. Chang's nickname was Wan. This woman, who is as gentle and deep as her original self Zhu Biao, takes on everything and only appears when no one is around. Every time Zhu Biao reviewed memorials all night, she would always wait with a lamp on. Only she knew how much trauma Zhu Biao, who provided shelter for everyone, had suffered. The couple can only say that they support each other. Although Zhu Biao has changed, he has still integrated the soul of his original body. Not only was there no rift between the two, but they became even closer. Your Highness, the morning court has arrived. Before the couple could indulge in affection for a while, Zheng Xuanli's shrill voice was heard outside the hall. Zhu Biao raised his head hazily, his face swollen from sleeping. I raised my head and glanced outside the hall. It was still completely dark. It's only the third watch now, a little after 1 in the morning. The prince had to get up at this time, get ready and attend the morning court at around 5 in the morning. In the past, Zhu Biao would have gotten up long ago, but today Professor Zhu was furious. I am Zhu Biao, but not completely. I can't be so diligent. These perverted practices of Zhu Yuanzhang were abolished by later emperors. Get up at 1 in the morning. Isn't this torture? It would be strange if your descendants could have a long-lived emperor. Zhu Biao ran out of the hall with his long hair flying, and shouted to Zheng Xuanli, "Please tell the prince that I am not feeling well. From now on, the time of the morning court will be changed from 5 to 7 o'clock in the morning." Zheng Xuanli was down again. His facial features are very balanced, with his nose, eyes and mouth all the same size, arranged on a square white face, making him look like a robot. Now it's even more like it. In one day, Zhu Biao had shocked him 4 or 5 times. "Your Highness, the morning court session is a national institution and cannot be changed without permission." Zheng Xuanli gave numb advice. "I said I would change it, but can getting up a few hours later really affect the country's important affairs? If you dare to say anything more, I will beat you with a stick." Zhu Biao roared with bloodshot eyes. "Hurry up and issue an edict, telling all the ministers to go back to bed." "Yes, sir." Zheng Xuanli walked away blankly, his steps very much like a robot. "You have played the atrocities of the new Emperor Wang Mang, tampering with the ritual system, with a role-playing degree of 10%. You have gained an additional 30 days of lifespan. Your current remaining lifespan is 201 days and 5 hours. The reminder sound came again. But Zhu Biao was too lazy to pay attention to it. He went back to the couch, hugged the sweet and tender Chang Wan Wan, and went to sleep for a nap. Professor Zhu has always been grumpy when he wakes up. Even if old Zhu himself comes with a stick to hit him today, Zhu Biao will never get up. I will definitely be the cruel prince and the violent prince. Little did they know that this move would cause another disturbance outside Qingtian Gate. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the night wind was blowing, but the palace was already busy. The group of people swept everywhere, and the majestic and magnificent side door of the Forbidden City opened with a loud noise. Guards on both sides were leaning on torches, separating the civil and military officials on the side roads. One by one, old men dressed in official uniforms, yawning and trembling with despair on their faces, walked into the narrow imperial road. Another day of working for the Zhu family, another day of wanting to die. Officials in the Ming Dynasty had little money, many things to do, little power, and they also had to face the threat of Zhu Yuanzhang skinning and straw stuffing. Can stick to it. Or they are evildoers who are extremely power-hungry. Or maybe he really has the spirit of sacrificing himself for the country. Li Shanchang obviously does not belong to either of these two categories. As a founding duke, he already had enough experience, and all he wanted was to retire and enjoy his old age. But with one imperial decree from Zhu Yuanzhang, he had to rush from his hometown in Huaishi to the capital to serve as the unfortunate prime minister. Alas. In the night wind, Li Shanchang, who was at the head of the civil servant team, let out a long sigh. He knew that the people in power were wary of him and the Huaishi literati faction behind him. Why bother? To be honest, Li Shanchang most wanted the prince to achieve great things. As long as the prince is famous for his civil and military achievements, he will have many capable ministers and generals under his command. Only by getting to the top can you dispel your worries. We know that the person in power is not that kind of person. Otherwise, if he really wanted to kill us, he would have killed us all at the beginning of the country. Why would he issue a red book and an iron certificate? But now many of the princes are too arrogant and extravagant to be of any use, and the crown prince is gentle and cowardly. In this situation, which emperor can trust us old ministers to live? Li Shanchang's eyes were filled with pain and complexity. In fact, he understood Zhu Yuanzhang best. So even though his entire family was executed in the end, he never cursed Zhu Yuanzhang. But the prince's recent performance. Thinking of this, Li Shanchang's face was full of joy. He was the first to support the destruction of Japan. He would also try every possible way to help the prince raise money and military pay. As long as the prince succeeds in destroying a country, a large number of new talents will appear under his command, and he will be able to firmly secure his throne. The old ministers will have a way out. Lord Li, did you hear the prince's oath yesterday to destroy Japan? At this moment, a man in an official robe with a slender beard, fair and slender facial features, and almond-shaped eyes came over respectfully, bowed, and silently handed Li Shanchang a warm stove with his sleeves. Please take care of yourself and don't catch a cold. Looking at the young man in front of him, Li Shanchang narrowed his eyes, and his tiredness and fatigue seemed to be less severe. Zhan Yushe, you are thoughtful. Although Zhan Hui was not from Fengyang, he was from Huaishi, and his father Zhan Tong was also a former official of Huaishi, so he could be considered one of their own. Moreover, he is usually efficient and cheerful, and pays attention to details that others don't notice. For example, this heater. For example, when he was tired of handling state affairs, he would always bring a pot of freshly cooked porridge. It is these details that make this young man particularly likable. Li Shanchang was not unaware that this boy had some agenda, but for some reason he just liked him more and more the more he looked at him. The more you love, the more you blame. He scolded, why have you been running to Zhao Mian and Zhang Tinglan these days? As a member of Huaishi, you should know the importance of the matter. Sir, you always say that we should know ourselves and know our enemies. The Jiangnan and Han factions also have to communicate with the censorate, right? Zhan smiled and said, this subordinate is doing this for the overall interests of my old ministers in Huaishi. You are only a 7th-rank imperial censor. You are a potential dragon in the abyss. Young people should not think of ascending to the top overnight. Li Shanchang shook his head. I know what you're thinking, but Zhao Mian and Zhang Tinglan are not fools. They may not accept you as their disciple. We in the Huaishi faction should just focus on assisting the crown prince. Don't worry about other things. When it comes to conspiracy, we can never beat the people from Jiangnan and Huguang. I am grateful for your advice. Zhan Wei nodded shyly, looking embarrassed as if her thoughts had been seen through. No one knows what you are thinking in your heart. Among the 3 major factions in the early Ming Dynasty, the strongest was naturally the Huaishi faction under Li Shanchang. Followed by a group composed of civil servants sent from Jiangnan and officials from Huguang sent by Han Dynasty. The political ambition of the 2 major factions is to overthrow the Huaishi faction. In several major cases, Lao Zhu was the sharpest knife in his hand. The bloody struggle between several factions is even more cruel than the battlefield. Preach the prince religion. At this moment, a high-pitched eunuch's shout came from the direction of the East Palace. Da-da-da. Zheng Xuanli rushed over with cold sweat on his forehead, read out the edict in his hand, and looked at the officials after reading. Ministers, the crown prince has changed the time for morning court today, and will also change it to Chen time in the future. You can follow our family to the side hall to rest for a while, and then enter Qianqing Palace at midnight. Ah, the morning time has been changed? There was a commotion among the ranks of civil and military officials, and those from the Jiangnan faction and the Han faction were undoubtedly the most angry. How can the emperor's court ceremony be changed lightly? Your words are not joking. I want to see His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Please take back your order. Your Highness, you must not be so unrestrained. The Jiangnan faction did not have the original shares of the Huaishi faction, and the only weapons it could use were etiquette, laws and systems. In order to suppress the Huaishi faction, Zhu Yuanzhang relied on these Confucian officials in the south of the Yangtze River and formulated strict etiquette, laws and systems. In essence, it is to hang a knife over the head of the Huaishi faction. Otherwise, with Zhu's temper, would he care about Confucian etiquette and ritual culture? But everything Zhu Biao has done these days is undermining the foundations of the Jiangnan school and the Han school. In the queue, an elegant-looking man in an official robe exchanged glances with a tall old man beside him. Minister Zhao, Elder Zhang, we can't tolerate this any longer. If the prince continues like this, the country will be ruined. I will hold court later and stop the prince from going down the wrong path. Alas, the prince is such a benevolent and virtuous ruler, why did he become like this after a serious illness? The Huaishi faction official turned around and went straight into the side hall and fell asleep without any psychological burden. Only the Jiangnan and Han officials were still making noise on the Imperial Road. Finally, the two groups of officials discussed it together. No. We must not allow the prince to destroy the foundation of etiquette and law like this again. Without the system of propriety and law, the Huaishi barbarians will become even more arrogant and uncontrollable. Go to the East Palace and advise the Crown Prince. If I can't punish Zhu Yuanzhang, can't I punish you, Zhu Biao? Then what is the use of learning these dragon-slaying skills? Then they walked to the East Palace together and knocked on the gate. Outside the East Palace, it was only 5 o'clock in the morning and the sky was faintly light. 200 officials from the Jiangnan and Han factions, led by the Minister of Revenue Zhao Mian and the Minister of Rights Zhang Tinglan, were kneeling outside the gate, shouting and crying as if their parents had died. Let us in quickly, we want to persuade the prince to become the Holy King. I wish to follow the example of Duke Zhou. Your Highness, this is absurd to change the imperial system without authorization. I want to speak up for the Ming Dynasty. They are all scholars from the cultural and elegant Jiangnan region. As soon as they open their mouths, they start to quote from classics and cry heartily and touchingly. This is called crying for advice. My lords. Zheng Xuanli's already balanced facial features now became even more balanced. Standing still, with his hands clasped in his sleeves. His Highness is resting, please come back after noon. No. The ancient sage king rises in the middle of the night and the rooster crows. His Highness has persisted for so many years, why should he give up suddenly? Zhao Mian shed tears. Our Ming Dynasty is newly established. If even His Highness cannot adhere to the etiquette and laws, how can we ask future generations of kings to observe etiquette? What a coincidence. As a tyrant, Zhu Biao's main goal is to keep his ancestors lawless. At a quarter of the hour, in Qianqing Palace. Lao Zhu didn't sleep well last night and was woken up early in the morning. With a displeased look on his face, he sat on the couch and drank a bowl of fresh mutton soup. Your Majesty, the prince is feeling unwell this morning and has said that the next morning court session will be postponed to Chen hour. Shang Tai, the chief steward of the inner palace, came to report. Well, that's right, don't put pressure on Biao. Lao Zhu sipped his soup and waved his hand. After all, Hayadair was on the verge of life and death due to heart disease yesterday, so I dare not force him anymore. As a result, Lord Zhao from the Ministry of Revenue and Lord Zhang from the Ministry of Rights said that this was against etiquette and led officials from the two ministries to the Eastern Palace to cry. Shangtai said with difficulty. Crying and admonishing this matter. It can be big or small. But if it is not handled properly, it will definitely damage the prince's prestige. Zhu Yuanzhang was stunned. He wiped the mutton soup off his beard and slammed the soup bowl. You bastard! Are you really trying to kill my daughter? I think these Jiangnan scholars have forgotten about the North-South list case, or not enough people have died. I don't even dare to force Biao anymore. You, a bunch of civil servants, actually dare to harm Biao's health over such a trivial matter. Old Zhu is addicted to splitting. Go ahead, I want to go there myself. But halfway through his words, Lao Zhu suddenly suppressed his inner emotions. Wait. He frowned and thought for a moment, then shook his head. Let Biao handle this matter himself. It is really not convenient for me to take action. Precisely because the matter was minor, my own action would only damage Biao's authority further. The emperor has to deal with all the trivial matters personally. Is this the prestige that a prince who has been regent for 8 years should have? In the past, Zhu Biao was gentle and timid, and never dared to show his ability and do things easily. This is why both civil and military officials called him a benevolent monarch. A benevolent ruler means harmless and others will not be afraid of you. This is the root of Lao Zhu's worries. It's a good opportunity to see if Biao has any powerful tricks. Zhu Yuanzhang decided to give it a try and sighed in his heart. If Biao can suppress these thorns by himself, can we kill fewer old enemies? Brothers from Huaishi, it's not that I'm cruel. It's just dawn. There have already been so many disturbances in the Forbidden City, and now there is more commotion. Outside the East Palace, officials from both groups had been freezing outside the door for an hour. Zhu Biao finally got up. He took the lotus seed and white fungus soup cooked by Wan Wan, drank it, wiped his mouth, and got up and left the bedroom. The cries of those officials had already been heard. Professor Zhu, who is grumpy when waking up, is very angry at the moment. With a gloomy face. As I rode out of the hall in the sedan chair, my mind gradually became clearer. Officials of the Jiangnan faction. A sneer flashed across the corner of his mouth. Oh, it's them. After all the nobles were massacred, these Jiangnan officials controlled the government for more than 200 years. This means that the country was destroyed by party struggles and was destroyed by this group of people. Without the nobles, the princes were treated like pigs and they held almost all the power. It was not until the later period of the Ming Dynasty that the emperors had no choice but to support the eunuch party. The most hateful thing is, officials in Jiangnan received favors from the country for generations, but in the end they took the initiative to surrender to the Qing dynasty, leaving behind an illusion of the water is too cold. What to say? The power of Jiangnan was not established in one day. In the northern Song dynasty, they were a family of civil officials. They moved south during the Jingkong period. After the fall of the southern Song dynasty, they surrendered to Mongolia. After the fall of the Ming dynasty, they surrendered to the Tartars. When the foreigners' powerful ships and guns came, they became compradors. This is not the first day he has been a traitor, his ancestors were traitors. If modern Japan from another time and space attacks us 10 years later, you can know without even thinking about it that these Jiangnan civil servants will be the first wave of traitors to surrender. The population in the north was declining, and the civil officials in the south of the Yangtze River controlled more than half of the wealth and talents of the Ming Dynasty. The North-South list case occurred just after the founding of the People's Republic of China. This is why Zhu Yuanzhang had to compromise with them. 9 years later, all the nobles were killed in the struggle. The power of civil servants in Jiangnan will be even greater. By then, Zhu Yuanzhang would realize that he could no longer control the situation and would have to find a way to move the capital away from Nanjing so that he would not be trapped and killed by the civil servants in Jiangnan's territory. In fact, the history of the early Ming Dynasty, leaving aside the affairs of the Zhu family, is a history of the rise of civil servants in Jiangnan. Starting from the North-South list case, he gradually gained power by killing the Huaishi nobles. By the time of Zhu Gaoqi, The only way to kill Zhu Gaoxiu is to cooperate with the Jiangnan faction. From now on, the cabinet will be able to compete with the imperial power. By the time Zhang Juzhen came to power, it was close to a constitutional monarchy. Awesome. Zhu Biao narrowed his eyes. For major reasons for the fall of the Ming Dynasty. Princes, factional struggles, and foreign enemies. However, he could not directly turn against the civil servants in Jiangnan at this time, otherwise he would have no officials to use and the court would fall apart on the spot. After all, more than 90% of officials came from Jiangnan and Huguang. Thinking about the high school teacher plus a full set of textbooks in the exchange list, Zhu Biao gritted his teeth and decided to get his life back quickly. Education reform must also begin immediately. His goal is to lead the Ming Dynasty to conquer the world and live forever. Where do we find the time to flatter these feudal bureaucrats? He slowly got out of the sedan chair and looked at Zhao Mian and Zhang Tingyu with a sneer. My two ministers, why are you crying so early in the morning? Admonished the Holy King. Zhao Mian's eyes were red, and he spoke with pride. I was seriously ill and dying yesterday, and today you come to remonstrate with the Holy King. Are you trying to force me to death? Zhu Biao's expression suddenly turned cold. Okay. It won't work if there are sage kings without wise ministers. From now on, the rest days for you two Jiangnan officials will be suspended. Spend more time serving the country. And since you think getting up early is the act of a saint, I won't stop you from being saints. Then both of you should go to the palace at 4 a.m. to handle government affairs. I agree. How do you think? I want to sleep. If you love to roll, then you can roll as much as you want. This. The two old men's eyes suddenly widened. I never expected that Zhu Biao would solve it this way. You give us more work and you sleep by yourself? This is Renjun. Ugh, is this something a human would do? The two officials behind him were stunned. Oh shit. Oh shit. We are here to advise you to be wise, but we don't think we are wise ourselves. Working at 4 o'clock in the morning without any rest can be fatal. Okay, deal. As Zhu Biao spoke, he looked at Zheng Xuanli beside him and said, I didn't force them. This was their own request. Yes, you gentlemen are dedicated to your work day and night, which makes even a eunuch like me admire you. Although Zheng Xuanli was very robotic, why wouldn't he speak up for Zhu Biao at this time? Besides, Zhu Biao used a self-torture trick, covering his back with a painful expression, My lords, I am visiting you today, and I seem to have a heart attack again. My back hurts, my back hurts. Come here, tell all the ministers that I will take a short rest before leaving. Then, with the help of Zheng Xuanli, he walked towards the East Palace with difficulty. Your Highness. Now the officials from both groups were panicked. This has really forced the Crown Prince's heart disease to relapse, and all 9 of their clans are not enough to kill. I miscalculated. Zhao Mian and Zhang Tingyu were filled with deep regret at this moment, as they had mistaken Zhu Biao for the kind and honest prince. If it were the previous Crown Prince Zhu Biao, facing the officials' crying and admonition, he would definitely reflect on his own concessions. But now, after the prince recovered from his heart disease, cunning and ruthless, how is he any different from Lao Zhu? Even worse than that. Your Highness must not get too angry and get sick. Your Highness, we are guilty, please punish us. As long as your Highness is happy, we are willing to. The two of them prostrated themselves on the ground and shouted loudly. Result. Zhu Biao turned around. His face was filled with pain. You gentlemen are indeed loyal to the emperor and the country, then, let's beat you with sticks. Come here, wait for the gentleman to give me 10 blows to relieve my pain. There was a prompt tone in my ear immediately. You have played the role of Emperor Wenxuan of Qi, Gao Yang, in his atrocities, abuse of officials, with a role-playing degree of 30%. You have gained plus 30 days of lifespan. Your current remaining lifespan is 230 days, 1 day has passed. Reach your role-playing level to 30, and you will be rewarded with advanced technology, iron mold casting cannon technique. People are sleeping in bed. Life comes from heaven. Thanks to my friends for giving me 40 days of life. Listening to the wailing of officials from the two ministries, Zhu Biao looked so happy that he even had the strength to walk. The technology that was rewarded in my mind was even more heavyweight, the iron mold casting cannon method, which was not developed until the Daoguang period of the Qing dynasty. The Ming Dynasty had artillery. The artillery manufactured by the Military Equipment Bureau and the Arms Bureau included more than 10 kinds of artillery, such as the cup-mouth artillery, bull-mouth artillery, magic machine artillery, whirlwind copper artillery, and general artillery. The problem is that the output is low. There are only a few hundred cannons in the Shenjiang camp in total, and these are all accumulated by Zhuge Liang with hard work every year. Because clay is used as a mold to cast the cannon, and a clay mold can only be used once, the casting success rate is extremely low and the caliber is also limited. But it is not possible to cast cannons with iron molds, as iron molds can be recycled many times. Thinking of building hundreds of cannons and mounting them on warships to fight against the short-legged horses of Japan. Zhu Biao raised the corner of his mouth and waved his hand. Let's get going to the Ministry of Works. The sky was bright and dew was forming on the carefully trimmed and rare flowers. There was white smoke in my breath. On the imperial road of Fengtian Gate, a line of dejected officials from the two ministries, each with their hips spread out, struggled to maintain the demeanor of a minister. Walking towards Chengtian Palace step by step. Lord Zhao, Lord Zhang, you two officials were willing to be beaten early in the morning to relieve His Highness's worries. You are truly loyal to the country. Looking at the staggering officials from Jiangnan and Huguang, Li Shanchang, holding a bowl of hot tea, his eyebrows raised with joy. A few words of yin and yang are a must. Good fellow, try to persuade the Crown Prince, the Holy King, that the Crown Prince will let you, the Holy King, help him first. The prince is worthy of being the son of a brave man from Huaishi, he is tough enough. It seems that the prince had been enduring until this time when the back abscess broke out, revealing his true dragon nature. High and hard. Oh, Lord Zhao, your two officials volunteered to work overtime to serve the country. Even the Crown Prince praised them personally. I really admire them. Among the generals, Suda couldn't help but speak out. In the past, the Huaishi faction had always been suppressed by these Jiangnan civil officials, and they were afraid of angering them and being drowned in a flood of sharp-tongued memorials. How proud are you today? Well done, Prince. All the Huaishi faction wanted to yell in their hearts. Don't think this is a good thing. His Majesty will not allow the Crown Prince to break the etiquette. The etiquette is the foundation of our Ming Dynasty. Just wait and see. Zhang Tingyu was so angry that his white beard trembled and he shouted loudly. The officials from the other two ministries no longer had the will to fight. His face was full of misery. I go to work at 4 in the morning every day, and there are no days off. How hopeless will life be in the future? South of Jinshui Bridge. All officials are ranked according to their rank. Crack the whip. Snapped. The eunuch in charge of the ceremony shouted loudly, civil officers enter through the left Yemen, and military officers enter through the right Yemen. Enter Fengtian Palace. Civil servants and military officers entered slowly and solemnly, and Zhu Biao also ushered in his first court meeting in the Ming Dynasty. The prince really did this? At this moment, on the imperial road of Qianqing Palace, a dragon chariot moved forward slowly, and Lao Zhu on the chariot was laughing so hard that he couldn't stop smiling. These Jiangnan civil servants have seen Biao's ruthlessness today. How could any of our Zhu's descendants be easy to mess with? This not only warns these civil servants, but also gives the Huaishi faction a lesson. Biao's prestige will increase greatly. Think of this. Lao Zhu felt happier than eating ice cubes in the dog days of summer. In the past, the leader would only give in when faced with pressure from the officials. Of course, this earns you the reputation of a benevolent monarch, but being a benevolent monarch is not enough to secure your rule over the world. Old Zhu muttered with gloomy eyes. Historically, he criticized Zhu Biao many times, criticizing him for being too kind and weak. This kind of weakness is the source of Lao Zhu's worries. The kings who have maintained the status quo throughout the ages can be kind or mediocre, but they cannot be weak. But today it seems. As long as Biao is given a chance, he is not only not weak, but ruthless. Only in this way can we combine kindness and severity to subdue those fierce generals from Huaishi. Such a standard is only one sword away from truly securing the throne of the world. A sharp sword forged by his own team, methods, and talents. On the golden platform in the upper corridor of Fengtian Hall. Between the gate pillars stood the Han generals, all in shining golden armor. The bell and drum department started playing music. On the left and right sides of the imperial road and behind the civil and military officials, there were captains holding swords. As the crown prince regent, Zhu Biao sat on a brocade couch under the imperial throne. I watched the founding of the Ming Dynasty in real history with great interest. Your Majesty has arrived. A loud shout. Behind the throne, an old man wearing a bright yellow dragon robe and an emperor's crown on his head walked up to the throne with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. Those deep eyes looked down upon everyone in the hall. Snapped. The eunuch whipped his whip again. The civil officials went from north to west, and the military officials went from north to east, and they entered the hall together and bowed 3 times. The dukes, princes-in-law, and earls stood in a group on the side. What is this? Everyone noticed that the prince was holding a wooden box in his hand. No one knew what was inside it. He was also holding a thick stack of bright yellow papers in his hand. They were all Ming treasure notes that were worth 1,000 coins each. Payment? Why would the prince bring the money to the palace? Civil and military officials were confused. As expected. As soon as the seats were arranged, Zhu Biao stood up and looked at Lao Zhu. Father, I have something to offer you. Oh? Old Zhu's eyes looked strange, and he had already noticed the wooden box in Zhu Biao's hand. Zhu Biao opened the wooden box and found that there were wooden blocks 1 inch in size inside with different words engraved on them. This is a little gadget I asked the technicians to make for me when I went to the Ministry of Industry and ordered them to get the steel plant and iron mold casting cannon technology in place. This thing is called mahjong. It was made by my craftsman. It can exercise your brain and improve your literary and martial arts skills. How about I demonstrate it to you in court? Zhu Biao smiled and called a few eunuchs to start playing mahjong, and then waved to several nobles including Su De, Li Shanchang, and Lan Yu. Could the dukes come up and give me a try? Your Highness the Crown Prince has invited me, and I will naturally obey your command. Su De chuckled and strode forward. Li Shanchang thought for a moment and then stepped onto the stairs cautiously. Only the great General Lan Yu had a sarcastic look on his face. He didn't even look at Zhu Biao. He just signaled with his eyes to a deputy general military officer behind him. The military officer followed several dukes and came forward. When Zhu Yuanzhang saw this, the smile in his eyes remained, as if he didn't notice Lan Yu's disrespect. Several people looked surprised, not knowing what Zhu Biao was going to do. But soon, after Zhu Biao shuffled and arranged the cards and gave various explanations, everyone and all the court officials understood. This is a gambling tool. Don't mention it, it's quite fun. Soon several nobles became so engrossed in the fighting that they forgot to leave their homeland. This. The faces of Jiangnan's civil servants such as Zhao Mian and Zhang Tingyu turned pale with anger. At the Grand Court meeting, all civil and military officials gathered together. As the Crown Prince, you are offering gambling tools here? If people lose their ambition due to playing with toys, the country will no longer be a country. This is simply shitting and pissing on the head of Confucianism. It touched the bottom line of Confucianism. Your Highness. Zhao Mian stepped forward with his thighs aching, pulled the hook and said angrily, everything has not been reported, and the court affairs have not been discussed, and you have presented this kind of plaything. It is simply a violation of the court order. Please stop presenting it. You played the atrocities of Emperor Xuanzong Li Longji of the Tang Dynasty, gambling in court, with a role-playing degree of 10%, and gained plus 10 days of lifespan. The current remaining lifespan is 240 days. Zhu Biao smiled in his heart, there really was a longevity reward. But his eyes narrowed. Oh. How did the minister know that what I presented had nothing to do with government affairs? Next moment. He raised the banknotes in his hand and said to old Zhu, Father, I want to set up mahjong rooms in the 6 ministries for officials at all levels to play mahjong in their spare time. People can also set up mahjong rooms everywhere. The cost of this mahjong room is not high. Just build a shed and carve a few wooden boards. When these words came out, even Lao Zhu was stunned. Biao, you weren't a gambler before. How? Another gap that completely confused Lao Zhu. The officials from both factions blushed directly, their faces as red as freshly slaughtered pig livers, and they stared at Zhu Biao with eyes full of disbelief. Setting up government-run casinos across the country? There has never been a foolish emperor in history who is so foolish. The foundations of Confucianism have been demolished. Biao, what's so good about mahjong that it has to be set up everywhere? Zhu Yuanzhang asked. There are so many benefits. It can entertain people and reduce crimes. More importantly. Zhu Biao's eyes narrowed. People are not allowed to play mahjong privately. They must go to the mahjong rooms set up by the government, and all gambling money must be used in this way. He raised the bright yellow Ming Dynasty banknotes in his hand. Looking at the Ming Dynasty's treasure notes, all the officials were stunned. Treasure banknotes. It is a failed policy that all officials do not want to mention. Since its issuance in the first year of Hongwu, by the 15th year of Hongwu, the baochao had almost become waste paper. The value of the currency has fallen to almost zero and is not circulated in the market at all. It's so uncomfortable to use it to wipe my butt at home. This move by my son can really make the worthless treasure banknotes more useful. Zhu Biao vowed to old Zhu. Old Zhu couldn't understand it for a moment and turned around to stare at Zhu Biao. This son's thoughts and actions are becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Zhu Yuanzhang hated gambling the most, and he even opened Xiaoyao Tower, where he locked up gamblers and deprived them of food and drink, forcing them to gamble to death. But the rules are dead, and Lao Zhu is alive. If the prince wants to grow, he must start by causing trouble. This kind of small matter does not hurt Lao Zhu at all in his opinion. If it can really revitalize the treasure banknotes, let's gamble. Well, Prince, you can do as you see fit. Lao Zhu waved his hand, not wanting to waste time. Little did they know that by giving up this right, they would give up the most important right to mint coins and financial power. Thank you, Father. Zhu Biao smiled happily. If you want to fight Japan and develop technology, you have to spend money. The Ming Dynasty's finances are now struggling to even sustain itself, so it certainly cannot expect to launch a cross-sea expedition. Then you have to make money. What's a faster way to make money than making paper money? Unfortunately, the credit of Ming Dynasty's treasure notes had been destroyed by Zhu Yuanzhang's excessive issuance. Moreover, the disadvantages of Baochao are too many. It can only be exchanged for physical objects, not gold and silver. How to restore the government's credit that has been completely destroyed by Zhu Yuanzhang? Start with mahjong. You are playing the atrocities of Lu Yu of the Southern Song Dynasty. Gambling is rampant, everyone participates, your role-playing degree is 50%, and you gain 50 days of life. Your current remaining life is 290 days. When your role-playing degree reaches 50%, you will receive an advanced technology reward, Sail Battleship Technology. When Zhu Biao heard the prompt sound in his ears, he felt so happy. It turns out that implementing large-scale tyrannical policies is the best way to prolong your life. His tyranny is almost the same as the gambling order issued by Lu Yu during the Wei, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties. The sailing battleship technology is the dreadnought that dominated the Age of Discovery. This type of warship can be equipped with artillery, and it is invincible in today's era. Thinking about the new technology that appeared in his mind, Zhu Biao felt so happy. He was only one warship technology away from the expedition to Japan, but he didn't expect it to be delivered to him so soon. With sailing battleships and iron-cast cannons. The maritime technology is basically all maxed out, except for the production. Then the court began to discuss. First, the Grand Herald of the Ministry of Rights came forward and reported the number of officials who came to the capital to express gratitude or left the capital to resign. No, Your Majesty. Setting up casinos all over the country is a policy that will lead to the destruction of the country. As soon as the Grand Herald left, Zhao Mian stepped out and shouted angrily. Turn around. But he found that Zhang Tingyu had a gloomy face, tightly grasping the sleeve of his official robe, and lowered his voice, Master Zhao, talk less. Zhao Mian was stunned for a moment, then immediately stepped back and returned to the train. Yes. Killing the prince openly in the Ming Dynasty means sacrificing all 9 clans of the family? Well, why are you talking halfway? Zhu Yuanzhang glanced over coldly, and when he saw Zhao Mian return to the ranks, he pretended nothing had happened, and turned to look at Li Shanchang. Zhongshu's Prime Minister, please step out and discuss the drought in Huaibei. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Relief is fully prepared and can provide disaster relief at any time. Li Shanchang was worried about other things, so he stepped out, bowed and said with a smile. Nothing can go wrong. Old Zhu nodded and asked officials from other departments to come forward one by one to report on their affairs. The censorate and Jiangnan officials, who should have been noisy, were silent and didn't say a word. The reason is simple. Civil officials in Jiangnan never use dragon-slaying tactics that go against the emperor, but rather use dragon-supporting tactics. As long as Lao Zhu nods. No matter how frustrated they are, they can swallow it. But he must be dissatisfied with Zhu Biao in his heart. I'm just waiting for you to strike back at me. Zhu Biao narrowed his eyes and sat in his honorable seat without saying a word. You know these Jiangnan civil servants are not easy to mess with. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as vindictive. After torturing them so much today, it's time to use those tricks behind the scenes. Zhu Yuanzhang seemed calm, but in fact he knew everything well. His eyes moved to Zhu Biao. Biao, let daddy see your true abilities. How to deal with the counterattack of these Jiangnan factions. The morning court passed quickly. Until Zhu Yuanzhang waved his sleeves and shouted, dismiss the court. Long live the emperor. All the officials cheered again. Until the end, Zhu Biao never mentioned the expedition to Japan again. Li Shanchang, Zhu Yuanzhang and many Huaishi nobles all looked approvingly at Zhu Biao. As a mature politician, it is enough to reveal one's ambitions once. Talking too much will make you seem childish. After all, everyone knows that the prince's ambition is to destroy Japan and achieve the feat of destroying a country. After the court was dismissed, Zhang Tingyu, Zhao Mian and other civil servants quickly gathered in a restaurant in a remote area. Everything that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has done is aimed at us. In the dark room, Zhang Tingyu's face turned gloomy. Gentlemen, I smell the breath of danger. What the Grand Master said is absolutely true. Zhao Mian also lost his disguise of being concerned about the country and the people. He narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his pupils. If His Highness is really targeting us, things will be troublesome. Your Highness is deeply favored by His Majesty. Unlike the nobles of Huaishi, it is almost impossible for him to be overthrown. Then we can only let him run into obstacles everywhere, and then he will know who is easy to mess with and who is not. Zhang Tingyu sneered. The Crown Prince is a coward by nature. He doesn't dare to fight with others and he cares about his reputation. Now he is just pretending to be ferocious in order to reassure His Majesty. His words were sarcastic, as if he had seen through Zhu Biao. Several officials whose faces were hidden in the shadows nodded immediately. We know what to do. Besides, Zhao Mian reminded, don't be too obvious, don't let His Majesty see any clues, at least, don't trace it back to us. Direct the disaster onto those Huaishi nobles. I know. Unknowingly, a conspiracy has been brewing in the dark. Li Shanchang was actually very self-aware. In terms of conspiracy and trickery, 10 Huaishi factions could not defeat the civil servants in the south of the Yangtze River. Party strife is a skill passed down from our ancestors. Did they really say that? In the study of the Eastern Palace, Zhu Biao looked at Gung Biao, the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, who was bowing in front of him. On the desk was a report on eavesdropping. What Zhao Mian, Zhang Tingyu and others had said in the dark room half an hour ago was now on his desk. This is the power of the Jinui established by Zhu Yuanzhang. You can even know what the officials ate, drank, and what women they slept with last night. Sure enough, he is not a good person. He is trying to trip me up after just a few beatings. Zhu Biao sneered and knocked on the table with his finger. Okay. Then I will play with them. Your Highness, this is an act of disrespect and rebellion. Do you want to arrest him directly? Gung Biao clasped his fists and said in a deep voice. You are very direct, but this is not your business. Zhu Biao smiled and said, go down and investigate again. I want to know the whereabouts of these people. Yes. Gung Biao left quickly, but Zhu Biao knew that he would also give Zhu a copy of the report. He is also loyal to himself, but he is not his own man. If we could just kill them, father would have killed them all long ago. Zhu Biao stroked the exquisite Wang Wali wood desk and sighed. Even Zhu Yuanzhang did not dare to kill the civil servants in Jiangnan. Why? Because they are just representatives pushed forward by the Jiangnan landlords behind them. They represent millions of grassroots landlords, neighborhood heads, village heads, clerks at all levels, low-level officials, more than half of the educated people in the Ming Dynasty. A single move can affect the whole body. Once the Jiangnan faction is attacked, the Zhu family's rule will be completely shattered. To put it bluntly, the Zhu family is just a big landlord pushed forward by the landlord group. We must compromise with the landlord groups below. Otherwise, even if you, the Zhu family, kill us all, who will guard the place for you? Who will go into the village to collect taxes for you? Relying solely on the Huaishi nobles? Their abilities were proven at the beginning of the founding of the country. Not only did they embezzle and accept bribes, but they also managed the country in a mess. The Zhu family and these Jiangnan groups have a mutually dependent relationship. But I don't have time to play along with you. A hint of coldness flashed in Zhu Biao's eyes. We must quickly develop education, otherwise we will always be constrained by the Jiangnan group. Let's get going, leave the city and go to the imperial manor. Yes. Zhu Biao got on the sedan chair again, and this time he brought all his younger brothers with him. The huge prince's sedan chair was packed with people. The 11 younger brothers looked at their elder brother with fear and nervousness, but Zhu Biao looked calm and patted his thigh with his left palm. I'll take you out of town to play today. Don't worry, I won't punish you. Everyone felt a little relieved. Going out of town for fun? Zhu Di was the most courageous and immediately became lively. Brother, you don't know as much as I do. I know a lot of places. Go to the imperial manor. Zhu Biao coughed twice and said, you'll know when you go there. It's not the same as you imagined. The sedan chair was replaced with a horse-drawn carriage and soon left Yingtian city. Along the way, at the turn of spring and summer, the Jiangnan area is full of beautiful scenery and fresh air, which makes people feel much happier. Under the escort of hundreds of Jinui, the carriage drove into the mountain road and arrived at a plain in the suburbs of Nanjing. Although Zhu Biao, as the crown prince, had no fiefdom, he did have a large imperial farm. Half of the good land in southern Zhili belonged to Zhu Yuanzhang and the other half belonged to Zhu Biao. The area is about hundreds of square kilometers. This is Zhu Biao's independent kingdom. Backed by green mountains. At the gate of a large farm with beautiful mountains and rivers. There are fertile fields everywhere, and hard-working farmers are working day and night. The carriage slowly stopped, and the Jinui around it also dispersed cautiously to protect the carriage. When the farmlands outside saw the prince's carriage, they all knelt down and kowtowed, shouting, "Long live the prince!" With a squeak. The car door opened, and Zhu Biao got out first and stretched, then watched his younger brothers get out timidly one by one. Is this the imperial manor? We all have them, but I haven't seen them in person yet. So this is what our imperial farm looks like. A group of young people were discussing excitedly, still enjoying the new experience. From childhood to adulthood, they only know how to enjoy the output of the people. How could they ever come to the fields to see it with their own eyes? Only Zhu Di looked calm. After all, he had fought in many battles and was well informed. Brother, you brought us to Huangzhuang because... He looked at Zhu Biao awkwardly. Aren't you going to help big brother? Here, this is where you are going to do your work. Zhu Biao raised his lips and pointed to the mountains and fields around him. This is a vast world with a lot to offer. The brothers' faces turned pale in an instant. Come here and farm. We are princes, brother. You let me farm. Don't worry, I won't really let you farm. But if you want to bully men and women, I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Zhu Biao smiled and said, let's go. He turned and walked along the stone path towards the manor. In front of the gate. The eunuchs and shopkeepers who were guarding the imperial manor had already knelt in a circle. We sincerely welcome His Majesty the Crown Prince. Normally they were the local emperors in the imperial farm, but now that Zhu Biao had come they had no choice but to be subordinate to him. Wang Daban, Manager Li. Haven't seen you for a long time, how are you? Looking at an old man who was as fat as a ball and an old man who was as skinny as a stick, Zhu Biao smiled and waved his hand, stand up. The two men stood up tremblingly, not daring to look up, and just handed over the account book. Your Highness, these are the accounts of the royal manor over the years. The two of us have sorted them out clearly. Please have a look, Your Highness. Zhu Biao took the account book but did not look at it. Instead, he said to the skinny old man, "No need to look at it. I trust you." Zhu Biao knew there was something fishy about the accounts without even looking at them, so he simply didn't bother to look at them. He handed it to the 21-year-old king of Zhou Zhu Su and the 19-year-old king of Chu Zhu Zhen behind him. "From now on, I will hand over this imperial farm to you. Take care of it for 3 months first, and I will let you go when you are done." The two were stunned at first, and then a look of joy flashed across their faces. "I guess this is the punishment from my eldest brother, just to manage the imperial farm for 3 months. It's a piece of cake. I will never let Big Brother down." The two of them took over the account books excitedly. As princes who were brought up by Zhu since childhood, although they were very skilled in both civil and military affairs, they were more than capable of managing an imperial farm. Zhu Biao nodded to the two stewards and said, "Take the two princes down to familiarize themselves with the affairs, then report back and return home to retire." The two managers turned pale, but did not dare to refute. They turned around and took the king of Zhou and the king of Chu away. "Thank you for your grace, Prince." "Brother, what shall we do?" The other brothers became even more anxious upon hearing this, wanting to receive their punishment quickly and return to their fiefdom to continue their carefree life. He. Seeing this, Zhu Biao sneered in his heart, "Want to go back? No way back. You." He walked into the village with his hands behind his back. The style of the imperial farm was similar to that of a palace, with tall fortresses and many arrow towers set up around it. In the center, there was a large house with 3 entrances and 3 exits, shaded by a bamboo forest. It was usually well maintained and you could see that the floor was shiny as soon as you entered. Next to the big house, there is a small house of about 200 square meters, painted white. All kinds of strange smells come from it, including the smell of feces, earth, minerals and plants, which make people feel indescribably uncomfortable. There was a line of strange characters on the wall. First fertilizer plant. This is the traditional fertilizer plant that the Ministry of Industry was ordered to build. Zhu Biao, of course, chose to build this new thing in his own imperial farm. He walked in excitedly and found wooden fertilizer production machines, iron boilers, etc. Well, the production capacity of a fertilizer factory driven by human power is estimated to be very impressive. Your Highness, this factory is ready to start production. At this time, a master craftsman from the Ministry of Industry, wearing an official robe and with his sleeves rolled up, walked out of the factory and bowed to Zhu Biao, saying, "This factory may be small, but it has everything we need, from the purification of the most basic raw materials to the final product. We only need raw materials to produce the 3 items you want, namely phosphate fertilizer, nitrogen fertilizer, and potash fertilizer. It can accommodate 30 workers producing at the same time, and it is no problem to produce 100 kilograms a day." Zhu Biao had written down the entire set of production technologies in a book in a language that the people of the Ming Dynasty could understand and passed it on. The officials of the Ministry of Works were also very supportive and quickly came up with a complete factory construction plan. This was the first pilot factory. Well, one factory is 100 gene, so 100 factories is 10,000 gene, right? Zhu Biao nodded secretly. Under the current productivity conditions, quality can only be achieved by quantity. After all, even if I had the technology, before there were steam engines and internal combustion engines, I had to rely on manpower. He waved his hand. Let's try to produce it this way first. Bring out something usable and I'll inspect it myself. Yes. All the younger brothers opened their mouths curiously and looked at Zhu Biao in shock. Prince Zhu Yu of Qi. Zhu Biao then looked at a younger boy, only 17 years old. You go in and learn from the master craftsman of the Ministry of Industry. You must get the factory started in production within 7 days, and then start expanding more factories. Do you understand? Okay, got it, big brother. The king of Qi was not afraid at all. Instead, he was filled with the excitement of a young man. As a prince, what haven't you seen? This is something I have never seen before. He walked into the factory excitedly and asked the master craftsman in the official robe. The master craftsman was extremely surprised that a prince wanted to learn chemistry, so of course he told him everything he knew. Qi Wang Zhu soon understood and gradually got better. Then he took a few steps. It was another big house, but there was no wood here. It was all made of bricks and stones. The bricks used were not good blue bricks, but just randomly fired red bricks. However, it covered a large area, occupying more than half of the interior of the imperial farm. There was a line of words written on the door. The first experimental steel plant of the Ming Dynasty. This time, Zhu Biao didn't need to tell them. Many of his younger brothers rushed in first. As soon as they entered, they were hit by the smell of rust. A huge oval iron ball was placed horizontally on the table, with beams above and below it, rotating constantly. The apprentices kept pouring molten iron, various materials, and quicklime into it. An air gun at the bottom was pressed and began to blow air violently. The molten iron immediately made a crackling sound and spurted out flames that burned people's faces red. Then the red molten steel flows from the big iron ball into the mold. Although it was the most rudimentary and crappy converter steelmaking method, it was still hundreds of years ahead of the Ming Dynasty. Steel production went up rapidly. For many princes, this scene was like accidentally entering a fairyland and seeing the wonders in the palaces of the immortals. Curiosity immediately filled their minds. Well, we can't make pure oxygen to blow steel, so we can only use air, and many impurities can't be removed. Zhu Biao walked forward with some regret. There were obviously many reddish-brown impurities on a piece of steel made by the converter steelmaking process. This kind of steel would be useless in the past, not even good enough for making kitchen knives. But this is the limit of what the traditional techniques can achieve. At any rate, it is 100 times better than the steel produced by the Ming Dynasty using the pouring steel method, and the production speed is 100 times faster. Tan Wang Zhu Zi. He looked at another young man and said, "You can learn steelmaking here. The requirements are the same. Build 10 converters for me within 10 days. Respect the prince's teachings." Zhu Zi, also 17 years old, was a little gentle and polite. With a red face, he walked into the steel mill. The master craftsman from the Ministry of Industry came up to greet him and explained the steelmaking technology. The other brothers are too young. Let's study first. Zhu Biao sighed and led everyone into the mansion to rest. Soon someone served them a meal. Originally, I could have let a younger brother take charge of the gun foundry and the shipyard, but those two factories haven't started operation yet, so there's no rush. Clicked on the Life Mall. Lifespan balance, 290 days. 290 lifespans, almost a year. After hesitating for a while, Zhu Biao decided to spend 200 days to exchange the things, leaving only 90 days for himself as a buffer. It's exciting to play. Exchange for 10 high school teachers plus a complete set of elementary and middle school textbooks, spending 100 days of life. Exchange for Qi Jiguang, and spend 100 days of life. Swish. Swish. Seeing that he only had 90 days left to live, Zhu Biao felt guilty. He started spending his life when he had less than a year to live. I have to say that he is very brave. Once the lifespan cannot be extended, that will be the end of you, and everything you have done since traveling through time will be in vain. Soon, 10 teachers of different appearances walked in from outside. There were women in their 30s, middle-aged men, and old men in their 50s. Each of them had a smile on their face and was dressed in Ming Dynasty costumes, but they exuded the strong temperament of a modern high school teacher. "Hello, we are teachers. You can ask us any questions you don't understand." Zhu Biao heard an introduction in his mind. These system exchange personnel would only answer fixed questions, did not need to eat or drink, and would not engage in other interactions. They were equivalent to robots. "From now on, they will be your teachers." Zhu Biao pointed at the high school teacher he had exchanged for and said to his brothers, "Your task every day is to study as much as possible. I will arrange someone to supervise you and introduce some classmates to you." Witnessing all this, the brothers were completely stunned. "Do you still want to continue attending school here? I didn't even go to the school opened by Lao Zhu, and yet you asked me to study here." The 14-year-old prince of Lu, Zhu Tan, exploded on the spot. "Big brother. Why should I, a descendant of the Zhu family, learn so much Confucianism? Besides, I have already graduated from the academy. You will soon know what you are learning." Zhu Biao's face was cold and he didn't intend to explain. Just think of it as a disguised way of weakening the power of the feudal lords. As for whether they will resent me in the future and use the modern knowledge they have learned to cause chaos, Zhu Biao could only say ha. As long as I, Crown Prince Zhu Biao, am still alive, you have no fiefdom and military power, and even if you become as good as Einstein, you can only work for me. Soon, the shocked voices of the kings were heard in the school. "Pinyin? I've never heard of this method of learning to read. What are these Arabic numerals? What a simple way to use them, so magical. These things are fun, much more interesting than the teachings of Confucius and Mencius that those sour Confucian scholars talk about." Zhu Biao chuckled when he heard this. He said, "It's funny now, but you will cry if you study it for a few more years." At last, his gaze turned to Zhu Di, who had a complicated expression in front of him. Zhu Di was already 22 years old. There was a fine beard around his mouth and his face looked weather-beaten. He had a faint murderous aura like the Yongle emperor of later generations who fought to his death. Zhu Di understood a lot of things. I also know that Zhu Biao's purpose would not be so simple. "Brother, do you want to rebel? Why would you go through so much trouble to rebel? Ascending to the throne is just a matter of a word from you, brother." That means Big Brother has a deeper plan. He has been keeping a low profile all these years. Zhu Di, who was already a deep thinker, lowered his head, thoughts popping up in his mind like mushrooms after rain, and every sentence was full of doubts. Thinking of this, I admire my elder brother even more. He was sure of only one thing. We younger brothers pose no threat to our eldest brother, and he will never harm us. Similarly, the brotherly relationship between Zhu Biao and Zhu Di in his memory cannot be erased. "Brother, my brothers all have things to do, what do you want me to do?" Zhu Di took 3 or 2 steps forward, put his hands on his cheeks, and stared at Zhu Biao with his big tiger eyes. "You can't do anything else, but you can fight." Zhu Biao smiled, took a sip of tea, and looked outside the hall. Soon, a man 7 feet tall, with a handsome face, dressed in the uniform of a Ming Dynasty military general, with a long sword hanging from his waist, and moving as fast as a leopard, walked into the hall in 3 or 2 steps, and bowed to Zhu Biao with a stern expression. "I, Qi Jiguang, the general of Zhejiang, come to see His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Zhu Biao touched the teacup and thought. Historical figures reincarnated by the system will be forcibly inserted into this historical line, just like Qi Jiguang was born hundreds of years earlier. Now this Qi Jiguang has replaced the original Zhejiang general of the Hongwu dynasty. He has a past and a future here, and he also has a family, but his experience is completely different from that of the people in this world. In his opinion, he had only come here on orders from the Crown Prince, but he did not realize that many of his memories had been tampered with during the journey. "Yes, General Qi." Zhu Biao nodded and said, "I order you to form an anti-Japanese army. This army will be built according to your original idea, and the soldiers will be recruited from good families in Yiwu, Zhejiang. The purpose is to completely destroy the Japanese pirates and put an end to the Japanese threat forever. Are you willing? I shall die for you." Qi Jiguang nodded excitedly. It was his lifelong ideal to make the Zhejiang coast free from Japanese invasion, but he never had the chance to realize it in his entire life. King Yen. Zhu Biao looked at Zhu Di again and said, "Follow General Qi, watch and learn carefully. Do you understand?" "Who is this guy, bro?" Zhu Di looked disdainful and glanced at Qi Jiguang. There were many famous generals in the early Ming Dynasty, and Zhu Di's vision had already reached its peak. "I am a general who has been praised by Lan Yu himself. Is Qi Jiguang, a nameless general of Zhejiang, worthy of being followed by me, the king of Yen? Just go if you're told to." Zhu Biao roared at him, and Zhu Di immediately shrank his neck and nodded obediently. "Okay. Big brother, you must train your troops well and fight for me. Let's choose my imperial farm as the training site. All supplies will be provided by the farm." Zhu Biao then said to Qi Jiguang, "General Qi, if you need to make any weapons, you can also report to me." "But Prince..." Qi Jiguang was a little confused, training troops in the suburbs of Yingtianfu? This place is less than 30 miles away from Yingtianfu, will it be? Good job. The prince is so confident in training his private army. Right under the emperor's nose? This well-trained soldier rushed directly into the Forbidden City and seized the bird position. Is it true that the emperor won't be suspicious? Well, no problem. Zhu Biao smiled and thought, if he wanted to usurp the throne, did he need to train troops again? Other princes would be suspected if they did such a thing, but not me. I obey your command. Qi Jiguang turned around and started training the Qi family army. Oh no, it should be called the prince's new army now. A force specifically designed to attack Japan. Zhu Di followed reluctantly. Zhu Biao was the only one left in the lobby. There was a reminder tone in my ear. You played the atrocities of Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, Warmocracy, with a role-playing degree of 10%. You gained plus 10 days of lifespan. Your current remaining lifespan is 100 days. Given the current financial situation of the Ming Dynasty, training a new army is indeed a waste of resources. However, in order to defeat the Japanese pirates, the Qi family army must be trained. Zhu Biao waved quickly. Base. In the secret compartment in the lobby, a Jinui hanging upside down suddenly slid to the floor and kowtowed. Your Highness, I am here to serve you. Given how much Zhu Yuanzhang loved Zhu Biao, as long as Zhu Biao left the Eastern Palace, the Jinui would provide him with 24-hour, all-round protection without blind spots, and Zhu Biao could always find the Jinui. At this moment, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, although the Jinui left by my father are a bit perverted, they are really useful. Go find Gung Biao and ask him to place all the orphans that my father has collected from all over the country in my imperial farm, so that I can use them at my disposal. Zhu Biao said calmly. In order to destroy the Jiangnan group, Lao Zhu has been thinking of ways. For example, compiling the Yellow Book, establishing the Imperial Academy, and enfeoffment of vassal kings. They have also been secretly recruiting and training loyal orphans. These orphans are descendants of soldiers who died in battle, and they are intended to be used to replace grassroots officials in various places. Well, Zhu Biao wanted to come here directly to be trained as his own team, and there was nothing Zhu could say. Yes. The Jinui turned and left without saying a word. Call. When the lobby was truly empty, Zhu Biao lay down in a big letter shape. The troops for the war against Japan have begun training, the seeds of education have begun to be cultivated, and fertilizers have begun to be produced. Finally, I feel a little safer. The most important of these is education. Education is the foundation. Even if he started to cheat from now on, 10 years would only be enough to train the first batch of officials who had received new-style education to replace the old-school Jiangnan civil servants. So it has to be faster. The more orphans the better, bring them all to the class. Zhu Biao jumped up and said, "Orphans. Look for orphans with clean backgrounds. And the sweet potatoes must be planted quickly." After thinking for a long time, Zhu Biao shook his head. "Even if we industrialize, it will be difficult for me to have the strength to invade Japan within this year. We can only create a country within a country, with Nanzili, Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and Songjiang Prefecture as the scope." Looking at the map hanging in the middle of the lobby, Zhu Biao stood up and lightly drew a circle with an ink pen. The circle includes the most valuable land of the Ming Dynasty. Southern Jili, northern Zhejiang, southern Jiangsu, Songjiang Prefecture. This land has population, ports and money. Zhu Biao was confident that he could quickly transform this piece of land into a small but sophisticated industrial power. Then industrialization will slowly radiate outward, allowing the rich to drive the poor. The only trouble: those Jiangnan landlords. After taking a look, Zhu Biao discovered that most of the land in southern Jili belonged to the royal family. Well, Lao Zhu can get the land directly. The other brothers will be forcibly taken over. You can't control yourself, let Big Brother come in person. Then there is southern Jiangsu, which is home to the most wealthy businessmen and is also the base camp for civil servants in the south of the Yangtze River. Their territory is a place where true imperial power does not extend below the county level. Except for the county magistrate, perhaps the entire county is made up of people from the same family. It is like an iron barrel that cannot be penetrated by water or knives. Moreover, a large number of their descendants and in-laws are intertwined and serve as low-level officials all over the country, weaving a huge network. Even Zhu Yuanzhang did not dare to touch these big networks. If they did, the Ming Dynasty's rule in the local area would fall apart. No matter how powerful you, Zhu Yuanzhang, are, you can't personally serve as the magistrate of every county or the chief of every village, right? Therefore, cooperation with Jiangnan civil servants is inevitable, and this is the root cause of the arrogance of Jiangnan civil servants. The civil officials in Jiangnan are only a major problem. The most difficult one to deal with is actually Lan Yu. Thinking back to the court, Lan Yu dared to oppose Zhu Yuanzhang to his face, and it was even more impossible for him to show his arrogance by not giving him the slightest bit of face. Zhu Biao's heart sank. Today, Lan Yu's prestige in the army is no less than that of Zhu Yuanzhang. Both Zhu Biao and his son knew that something was going to happen to Lan Yu, but Zhu Biao was not even qualified to get involved in the matter. He had no army of his own, and going against Lan Yu would only bring humiliation to himself. Let's deal with the Jiangnan civil officials first. You have to kill monsters and level up step by step. If you don't deal with the small monsters and go straight to the boss, you will die. How do I kill you? Zhu Biao got so angry that he bit his nails. He found that this was an unsolvable deadlock. Only by promoting education and cultivating new scholars could the Jiangnan landlords be replaced. However, education takes time, and what he lacked most was time. I can only play the tyrant for now. Zhu Biao found that there was no better solution for the time being, so he could only continue to play the role of a tyrant to accumulate his life. Longer life. Naturally, there is confidence to spread. There are only 10 high school teachers now. What if I exchange them for 100 or 1,000 high school teachers? There are only a few 100,000 officials in the world, which is enough to govern. Get up and return to the palace." Thinking of this, Zhu Biao waved his hand. He got up and went to find Prince of Zhou Zhu Su and Prince of Chu Zhu Zhen to explain something, and discovered that they were flipping through the account books with excitement on their faces. "Wow, I didn't know until I saw it, that big brother is so poor. There is only 100,000 taels of silver in the account. You should know that my palace cost no less than 200,000 taels to build. I spent 10,000 taels of silver to buy my new huji." When he turned around, he found Zhu Biao standing behind him with a gloomy face. Snapped. The ledger fell to the floor. The two of them were like eggplants hit by frost, shrinking timidly into the corner. "Brother, please listen to my explanation. Actually, it's not easy for me to earn money." "Yes, brother, I earned all the money from my own business." "Oh?" A hint of sarcasm flashed across Zhu Biao's face. "I don't think you can spend much money here, so sell the palace, concubines and so on. If you don't sell them, I will send someone to check your accounts. Financial power, military power, and land power. Don't even think about touching you two." The two of them felt as if the sky had fallen and let out roars like pigs being slaughtered. "No. Brother, you can't do this, we are vassal kings. Leave me some money, bro. Hee. Immediately send the imperial guards to thoroughly investigate the properties of these princes. Sell all that can be sold. Confiscate the palaces. I will not touch their property. Convert it all into silver and send it to the imperial farm. I will keep it for them." On the carriage back to Beijing, Zhu Biao kept giving orders to the accompanying cabinet minister Li Sheng. "A reminder sounded in my ear, you have played the atrocities of King Ji Hu of Zhou Li, excessive wealth, with a role-playing degree of 10%, and gained plus 10 days of lifespan. The current remaining lifespan is 110 days. Ji Hu's money-making caused the death of Chinese people. How can it be the same as my money-making?" Zhu Biao complained in his heart. "It just so happens that I can make treasure notes and use precious metals as credit collateral, and the property of these princes can be regarded as their selfless contribution. Your Highness, if His Majesty knew about the raid on the prince's house." Li Sheng slowly stopped writing, and spoke with the tip of the pen trembling. The original Zhu Biao did not pay much attention to cultivating his own team, resulting in the fact that Li Sheng was the only one who truly belonged to him, both in the court and the country. Although Li Sheng's ability is of medium to lower level and a bit pedantic. Fortunately, the foundation is clean. He was originally the son of Lao Zhu's bodyguard who died in the war. He was raised by Lao Zhu as an orphan. Later, he was admitted to Imperial College based on his ability and became an official. Your Majesty will find out sooner or later, and when asked, just say that he did it alone. Zhu Biao sighed. Would Zhu Yuanzhang agree if he knew that he was destroying his vassal system with his own hands? Zhu Biao really didn't have confidence in this. You must know that Lao Zhu is a real maniac who loves his children. He goes crazy and wants to leave the best in the world to his children and grandchildren. He cannot see his children and grandchildren suffering. Well, I just hope I can have a good chat with His Majesty about this matter. At this time, in the Forbidden City, inside the Qianqing Palace. Your Majesty, after the Crown Prince brought the princes to the imperial farm, he ordered the King of Zhou and the King of Chu to learn how to manage the imperial farm, the King of Qi to learn how to make something called fertilizer, the King of Tan to supervise the steelmaking at the steel mill, the King of Yen to train the new army with the Zhejiang general, and the other princes to study at home. Then on the way back to Beijing, he ordered the confiscation of all the princes' palaces. Zhu Yuanzhang sat behind the screen wall, with his back to the sun and his eyes squinting as if he was taking a nap, listening to Geng Biao telling him word for word everything Zhu Biao had done that day, leaving out every detail. Zhu Biao had done all these things through the Jinyui. In other words, he had no intention of hiding anything from Zhu. You're done. After a while, Zhu Yuanzhang opened his eyes, waved his yellow robe sleeves to wrap his body, changed to a comfortable sleeping position, and said with his eyes closed, "It seems that Biao is more complicated than I thought. How can he teach his brother a lesson? He is telling me that he wants to reduce the power of the vassal." I heard the words, "cut down the vassal states," in the lingering sound of Lao Zhu's nose, which kept lengthening. Gung Biao's legs were shaking, and he was not sure whether Zhu Yuanzhang was angry or happy. He didn't dare to say a word about the emperor's family affairs. Then the orphan that the prince wants, should he give it to him or not? Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly opened his eyes and glared at Gung Biao. What a jerk. Send all to him. Isn't ours his? As for the nearby imperial estates, all of them will be handed over to the prince, including the queen's and ours. Yes. After Gung Biao left, Empress Ma came in, leaned against the door, and said with worry, "Chongba, do you think Biao has been a little strange these days? In the past, he doted on his younger brothers the most. Alas, women still don't understand." A hint of joy flashed across old Zhu's lips. This is called the mind of an emperor. Biao has figured out how to be an emperor. An emperor can be cruel and incompetent, but he must never be honest. If I were really an honest man, would I have made it this far? Besides, you see, although Biao wants to reduce the power of the vassal states, he may have selfish motives, but he also wants to train his brothers into talented people. How harmonious is the relationship between brothers? After hearing this, Empress Ma's worry turned into joy. Don't tell me, this has never happened in any dynasty. Since he wants to use his brother, let him use him. If he is really useless, then he can be made king. Old Zhu still couldn't let go of his obsession with making his descendants kings, and muttered a few words. Emperor Hongwu was such a smart man. He might not be unaware of the drawbacks of being crowned a king, but sometimes people are always led by their own obsessions. I have suffered since childhood, and I must not let my children and grandchildren suffer even a little bit. This is Lao Zhu's obsession. But only in front of Zhu Biao could Zhu temporarily let go of some of his obsessions. As soon as he responded to Tianfu, Zhu Biao went straight to the study in the Eastern Palace to start governing the country. First, I worked non-stop to write a sweet potato planting manual. The first decree issued was simple. From now on, all of Nanzili must switch to planting sweet potatoes, and start raising seedlings before June. There can be no delay. We need to have food and clothing first before we can start small-scale industrialization. The fastest solution Zhu Biao could think of was sweet potatoes plus pesticides and fertilizers. It would be best to plant all the sweet potatoes in Nanzili this summer. Not only should there be a planting manual, but we should also send out the 12th Jiwei Army to urge the people to plant sweet potatoes. Zhu Biao said thoughtfully. What about the autumn rice that has already been planted? Li Sheng asked with a trembling voice. Although I have become accustomed to the prince's tyranny. But this concerns the life and death of millions of people in Nanzili. Once the autumn harvest goes wrong, the situation in Jiangnan will be overturned in an instant. It's already been planted, so don't worry about it. Zhu Biao shook his head. This will be the biggest tyranny since I arrived in this world. Force Jiangnan to grow sweet potatoes. In the eyes of the people in this world, this is indeed the most cruel tyranny. You must know that food is the farmer's heaven and the foundation of the Ming Dynasty, an agricultural country. Once there is a problem with food, the world will be ruined. Blindly and hastily changing crops on a large scale is undoubtedly a suicidal act. Zhu Biao's self-confidence comes from. He knows all about the agricultural sweet potato planting techniques, cultivation time, and land preferences and taboos. And I know that sweet potatoes were still grown on a large scale as a staple food until after the founding of the People's Republic of China. I understand. Li Sheng trembled as he drafted a memorial and sent it to the relevant officials. You played the atrocities of Emperor Yang Guang of the Sui dynasty, eager for quick success, with a role-playing degree of 30%. You gained plus 30 days of lifespan. Your current remaining lifespan is 140 days. When your roleplay reaches 30%, you will be rewarded with advanced technology, vertical kiln cement technology. Zhu Biao had already stood up, with the corners of his mouth raised. Good, good, good. The powerful weapon, cement, has also been developed. Basically, from now on, you can no longer break through the city walls of the Ming Dynasty, and you can also build buildings. He casually translated the cement technology in his mind into the ancient Chinese of the Ming Dynasty and wrote it into a book. As a professor of history in his previous life and the Crown Prince Zhu Biao who received a good education since childhood in this life, he had no problem translating ancient Chinese. His calligraphy was also very beautiful. Li Sheng. Teach this formula to the people in the Ministry of Industry, and they can build and test it according to what I said. Tell them that the sooner they succeed in building it and can set up a kiln for mass production, the greater my reward will be. Yes. Prepare the horses, I am leaving the city. Clicking on the Life Mall, Zhu Biao spent 50 days of his life to exchange for 5,000 kilograms of sweet potato seeds. He loaded the seeds on a large cart and rushed to various counties in Nanzili with the Jinui to promote sweet potato planting in each county and township. There was no way. He had no one under his command. Zhu Biao only had a few thousand Jinui under him. As for knowledgeable officials, Zhu Biao didn't trust any of them, and his younger brothers were still growing up. Only Zhu Biao could implement the grain exchange order personally. Crown Prince Zhu Biao, who had only 3 months left to live, planned to work in the fields. Once the grain exchange order was issued, it caused a huge shock in the government and the country. In exchange for autumn grain? What is this sweet potato? I've never seen it before. Who can guarantee that this food is edible and can feed people? There was a huge quarrel in the lobby of the 6th Department meeting. Food. The foundation of the country. The prince said one word and asked the entire southern Zhili to exchange grain for sweet potatoes that no one had ever heard of. This is simply too risky. The faces of the Huaishi nobles fell on the spot. The officials of the two factions in Jiangnan had different expressions. Some were secretly happy, some were angry, and some looked sarcastic as if it was none of their business. Anyway, Nanzili is basically the royal farm. You, the prince, can grow whatever you want in your own home. What does it have to do with us landlords in southern Jiangsu and northern Zhejiang? If your emperor's harvest fails, we can take the opportunity to raise the price of grain. Master Zhongshu, we still need to ask the crown prince for clarification on this matter. Minister of Rights Gao Xian said in a trembling voice. He was from Jiangxi, but was promoted by Li Shanchang and belonged to the Huaishi faction. Li Shanchang's white beard was trembling at this time. My whole body is shaking. Why? Because the prince's actions were so abnormal, he had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Every time he ascended to power and was about to kill someone, he would always have this abnormal feeling. When Hu Weiyong was called the emperor. When Zhang Shicheng thought he had become the overlord of the south. When Chen Yuliang thought he could conquer Poyang Lake. At the end of each episode, the red banner of the superior is always flying high, and all the powerful people who were once at their peak have become dry bones in the tomb. Why did the prince make him feel this way now? Is this the true face of a dragon? The prince had been hiding his incompetence before, but in fact, he didn't dare to think any further, and lowered his head to calm himself down for a long time before finally raising his head and saying slowly, where is the prince? I'll go find him myself. The prince is traveling between Shangyuan and Jiangning counties, promoting sweet potato planting on horseback, and personally visiting the fields. An official from the Ministry of Works stepped out tremblingly, and uttered a word as his official robe swayed. After this statement was made, many true Confucian civil servants began to feel favorable towards Zhu Biao. This group of officials was very small in number and originally belonged to Liu Bowen's faction. They were one of the few clean officials in the court. The prince actually went to the fields to supervise the farmers during the busy farming season. A wise king is still a wise king. Your Highness's original intention has not changed. It is better to persuade the prince to return to the right path as soon as possible. After all, there are only a handful of princes in history books who can go to the fields themselves. Quick, prepare the horses. Li Shanchang was too lazy to listen to the nonsense of these corrupt scholars, so he hurriedly lifted the hem of his official robe and rushed out of the palace. At this moment, Jiangning County. Do you understand everything? If not, I'll do it again. All I saw was a fertile field. Zhu Biao was wearing a yellow robe, but his whole body was covered with mud. From behind, I was holding the plump, rough big hand of a strong and pretty peasant woman. The body shrugged. The peasant woman's face was full of shyness, she almost collapsed, and she let out a soft moan. Zhu Biao was teaching her step by step how to cut sweet potato tubers and cultivate root seedlings. Onlookers on the sidelines. They were Ma Yuantao, the magistrate of Jiangning County, Gu Zhua, the prefect of Yingtian Prefecture, and Li Shuji, the governor of Nanzili Province. The three of them kept their petrified faces throughout the whole process. The Jinui in the surrounding areas learned very seriously. They were all farmers originally, so they were very familiar with these farm work. Your Highness, I understand. Everyone, do it once. I'll see if your seedling cultivation is up to standard. Zhu Biao released the hand of the blushing peasant woman and said with a kind smile, Do you know how to do it? Then go and grow some seedlings for me to see. Thank you, Prince. The peasant woman said in a trembling voice, her legs swaying weakly. I can't imagine that such a distinguished person would personally teach me farming skills. Who are the farmers after all? Your Highness, no matter what, you cannot do this yourself. Otherwise, there are agricultural officials. You are a person of 10,000 gold, you should be sitting in the temple. Li Shuji, the governor of Nanzili, opened his mouth for a long time before closing it and uttered a trembling word. Farming is a small matter, so what is a big matter? Zhu Biao rolled his eyes at him, his tone slightly harsh. I don't think the agricultural promotion officials in Nanzili would go to the fields to give instructions in person, right? The three local officials were all stunned. Yes. The agricultural promotion official is also an official. How could a scholar with a feather fan and a royal cap personally come down to do such menial farm work? Being able to write about the calendar, farming seasons, and weather conditions in the government office is already a sign of concern for farmers. I am ashamed. After a while, Li Shuji had no choice but to bow his head, and inexplicably felt a sense of admiration for the prince. The title of a wise king is not worth boasting about. He is probably the only wise king who is truly deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Don't try to evade me. I'm asking you a question. Have you summoned all the agricultural officials? Have you three learned how to grow sweet potato seedlings? Zhu Biao's tone became more severe. He not only wanted to know the attitudes of these local officials, but also the results. As a local official, if even you don't know how to carry out this seedling cultivation, then I really can't implement this grain exchange order. Your Highness. I understand. It was Yingtian Prefect Gu Zhu, who had been shocked once by Zhu Biao, who reacted the fastest. He put on his official boots, raised his hand and shouted loudly. "Good." Zhu Biao nodded and threw a sweet potato over. "Try it for me now." "Yes." Gu Zhu jumped sideways and caught the sweet potato with both hands. Without saying a word, he picked up the wood chip and began to cut it according to the tuber. He carefully wrapped it with soil and cultivated the seedlings in the soil. "It's done well." "Not bad." Zhu Biao gave a thumbs up. "Looks like a farmer." Praised by Zhu Biao, Gu Zhu worked even harder. He even lifted up his official robe and cut sweet potatoes one after another. He placed the roots and seedlings neatly on the ground. He was not afraid of getting covered in mud. Zhu Biao narrowed his eyes. Even if it was just a show, this person showed his true feelings and is useful. Bah! Gentlemen despise flatterers. The county magistrate and the provincial governor standing by cursed in their hearts, saying that as the prefect of Yingtian prefecture, he actually did such menial farm work, which was a disgrace to all our colleagues in Nanzili. But despite the scolding, the two of them bent down honestly and began to learn how to grow seedlings in a serious manner. What's wrong with scholars? Zhu Biao sarcastically stood up and patted the soil on his hands. "I think there are more than a dozen people here in Jiangning County who can spread the seedlings. I will come back to check in a few days. If something goes wrong, the grain given by me will be wasted. Watch your heads. These several thousand kilograms of sweet potatoes are all grains that I paid for with my own life. If you don't trade your life, you will have to send a large army across the sea tens of thousands of miles away, and spend all the strength of the whole country to attack and destroy a country to get it, which is worth several times more than gold. If the people below dare to violate the rules and waste the crops, Zhu Biao plans to let them know what a true tyrant is. Lao Zhu's skinning and eating grass is nothing, he has a complete set of the top 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty in his mind. Your Highness, please rest assured that nothing will go wrong, and the county seedling cultivation will be completed. Gu Zhuo promised steadfastly. Zhu Biao returned to the carriage and asked several capable Jinyui to go to other counties to teach how to grow seedlings, and he also went to a county himself. In this way, the expansion began one county at a time and one prefecture at a time. Come back again when it's time to transplant, come down a few times in between, and come back again when it's time to harvest. The sweet potato planting method took root in Nanzili. After getting on the carriage, Zhu Biao sighed. There is no other way. In order to become an emperor with eternal life, I have to charge. I picked up the sachet embroidered by Chang Wanwan and put it to my nose. The aroma mixed with borneal and camphor immediately refreshed me. Li Sheng, hurry to the next county. The wheels rolled forward. Fortunately, the large carriage was relatively comfortable, so Zhu Biao could take a nap. There were also post stations along the way to change horses, so it was not a problem to travel 200 miles a day. The entire Nanzili border is only more than 2,000 miles long, and one can travel a circle in 10 days. The first step of seedling cultivation should be able to be promoted. How many more counties are there? Your Highness, we will be arriving at Fengyang Prefecture soon. Li Sheng quickly recorded the situation in each county while looking up and speaking weakly. After running for more than 10 days, he couldn't hold on any longer. The Zhu family's ancestral tomb is here. Zhu Biao narrowed his eyes and opened the car window. Wait a minute, Your Highness. Wait a minute, Your Highness. From outside, I happened to see a large group of people rushing towards the roadside. They were all wearing yellow and purple robes. They were all noble ministers. At this moment, they were also covered in dust and shouting loudly. Some of them were unemployed nobles in their hometown of Fengyang who came to see the emperor, and some came from Yingtian prefecture, such as Li Shanchang. Your Highness. Your Highness, wait a minute. Li Shanchang dragged his slightly plump body and ran towards the carriage as soon as he got off the horse. His lips were dry, his white hair was disheveled, and his purple official uniform was fluttering. It was obvious that he had been chasing them all the way. Following behind him was a large group of nobles. How could the civil officials in Jiangnan care about such things? They would rather your prince fall into the trap himself. The only ones who were worried about Zhu Biao were these Huaishi nobles. Click, click, click. The prince's carriage slowly stopped on the official road, and Zhu Biao's indifferent voice came from inside. Duke Han, I cannot change my mind overnight. If you come to persuade me to take back my order, it will be difficult. I appreciate your loyalty to the country, so please help me complete the grain exchange as soon as possible. Your Highness, that's not the case. I'm not here to persuade you to take back your decision. I heard about sweet potatoes from sea merchants in Fujian and Zhejiang in my early years. I heard that they can produce 1,000 kilograms per mu and are of great benefit to people's livelihood. It's just. Li Shanchang shouted and gasped loudly, then he grabbed the shaft of the cart and leaned against it without moving. After a short rest, he said, Have you ever thought about it? Even if this is a good thing, some people may not want to see you succeed. Even if it only sparks a civil uprising, it will be a huge loss to your prestige. That's why I've come here to advise you to follow your Majesty's example and make a yellow book while exchanging food, and send a large army to garrison in the countryside, otherwise something unexpected will happen. Is this true? Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Zhu Biao frowned and thought about Li Shanchang's words. I had thought about using the 12 guards army to prevent trouble in advance, but I didn't do it simultaneously with the food exchange. I thought that even if someone wanted to cause trouble, they wouldn't start at the same time as I was changing the food. It was Li Shanchang's reminder that made Zhu Biao realize that something was wrong. He seemed to have overestimated the character of these people. Those people dared to lie to him in court when Zhu was still alive. What if someone really creates some trouble for you when you issue the order to change food? Even if I can't accomplish anything, I will disgust you, discredit you, and greatly reduce your prestige in the hearts of the people. Considering the nature of those civil servants in Jiangnan, it is possible that they can do it. Zhu Biao immediately got out of the car, held Li Shanchang's sleeve and said in a complicated tone, Thank you for reminding me, Duke Han. I will order the army to enter the countryside at the same time. It is my inconsiderateness that has caused you to worry. According to his memories from his previous life, Zhu Biao disliked Li Shanchang very much. I feel that this person is full of conspiracies and his wisdom is not very outstanding. He is often jealous and tries to murder Lu Bowen. He is a real villain. But after this contact, Zhu Biao discovered that he was biased against history. Li Shanchang surrendered to you when Zhu was still the leader of the rebel army. He has been loyal to your Zhu family for decades. His wisdom and strategy are also a talent in troubled times. He is a true patriot who has emerged from the troubled times. In history, it is true that he never complained about Zhu Yuanzhang before his death. I'm afraid he is the only one in the court who can see the truth. As a modern person, I have no right to look down on such a patriot. Your Highness, there is no need to blame yourself so much. Li Shanchang got on the car and drank a sip of hot tea. A smile blossomed on his fat old face. In fact, I have some presumptuous speculations about the sudden change of grain. You deliberately don't want the civil officials in Jiangnan to know the function of the sweet potatoes. You pretend to be perverse and want to lure them into the trap, right? This scheme is quite similar to your Majesty's. I am convinced. Li Shanchang bowed, his eyes full of favor and admiration for Zhu Biao. Only this kind of Zhu Biao made him realize that the Ming Dynasty, which he had worked hard to build throughout his life, was handed over to the right person. Shame on you. Zhu Biao sighed. Since Li Shanchang had spoken frankly, there was no need for him to hide anything. I didn't expect that there would still be a mistake. That's wrong. Li Shanchang said, Your Highness is too hard on yourself. You are only 20 years old, and you want to go against the villains of the world. It is normal to make some mistakes. Besides, as long as I live, I will pick up the leftovers for your highness. Korean public. Zhu Biao nodded with a moved look on his face, and turned to look at Li Sheng. Draft an order immediately and mobilize the army. Yes. Li Sheng quickly began to write, and an order to mobilize troops, stamped with the prince's seal, was sent to the post station at full speed. But your highness, have you ever thought about how to deal with these people if they really take the bait? After taking a sip of tea, Li Shanchang suddenly narrowed his eyes and his voice became gloomy. My original idea was... Zhu Biao hesitated and looked at Li Shanchang. Please give me some advice, Duke. When it comes to vicious schemes, who can compare to this Duke of Korea? The two exchanged opinions, and finally Li Shanchang was shocked and nodded to Zhu Biao secretly. The prince's plan is better than mine. Zhu Biao smiled and ordered the carriage to drive into Fengyang Prefecture to start promoting seedling cultivation. At this moment, in the attic of the 6 departments, Zhao Mian and Zhang Tingyu patted Zhan Wei on the shoulder and said, This young man is not bad. It was you who spread the news that the prince went to the countryside to farm. It turns out that he is not the same as those Huaishi barbarians. My lords, I am also doing this for the sake of the court. Zhan Wei smiled, just as docile as he was in front of Li Shanchang. But with his handsome face and those cat-like almond-shaped eyes, no one could tell what he was thinking. This time, after betraying the news about Crown Prince Zhu Biao, he finally became a insider of the Jiangnan faction. Oh, it's not easy. With a sigh in his heart, Zhan Wei thought about it. The hard work I have put in over the years to gain Li Shanchang's trust has made me extremely cautious in every step. Why did you join the Jiangnan school? Because it has been very obvious since the Hu Weiyong case that everyone in the Huaishi faction is feared by your majesty. Want to get promoted? Have a bright future? Impossible. However, the Jiangnan and Han schools are increasingly valued by His Majesty. Only by getting rid of the shackles of the Huaishi faction can he rise to prominence. Embark on a smooth road. Well, in my opinion, the prince is suspected of harming the people. Zhao Mian exchanged glances with the others, and they all looked at Zhan Wei. I'll take my leave. Zhan smiled knowingly and left. He knew that he did not have the full trust of the Jiangnan faction yet, so some of the conspiracies would never be known to him. But Zhan Wei is not in a hurry, as changing teams needs to be done slowly. After Zhan Wei left, several people dismissed their attendants and began to whisper to each other. I think this is a perfect opportunity for the prince to broaden his horizons. Yes, there is no time to lose, let's get the people down there to make a fuss. Don't make it too big, or His Majesty will take action, but don't make it too small either. In any case, let the prince learn a lesson. Understood. At this moment, inside Qianqing Palace, on a jade plate, there were several large pieces of orange-yellow sand rong. The outer layer was roasted black, but the inner layer was plump. Several palace maids waited on him, putting the yellow fruits in jade bowls and handing them over with golden spoons. Alas! We don't like how we eat with such thin hair. Lao Zhu pushed the jade bowl away and grabbed a sweet potato with his big hand. He changed hands repeatedly because it was so hot that he took a bite. Immediately the soft and delicate taste filled your mouth, and a strange aroma hit your nostrils. It tastes good. Lao Zhu's eyes lit up. He chewed a few times and swallowed half of the sweet potato. My stomach suddenly felt full. His beard and clothes were covered with dust, but he ate happily and handed it to Queen Ma, who looked at him with disgust. "Sister, try it, it really tastes good." It's not without reason that Biao decided to switch to this kind of food in Nanzili. He also told me that he has already tried to grow this food. Many countries overseas use this food as food, and the yield per mu is 1,000 kilograms. Let me tell you, if this method is popularized, there will be no more worries about hunger in the world. You can't eat like this. You don't act like an emperor at all. Empress Ma scolded while taking out a brocade cloth and gently wiping the sweet potato residue off Zhu's face and body. He sighed, "I think Biao is becoming more and more like you. He is resolute and decisive in doing things, and never leaves room for maneuver. I'm afraid that this time, many people will oppose him again. If the grain exchange is not implemented well or something goes wrong, the people of Nanzili." Humph. If something goes wrong, it goes wrong. It's inevitable that young people will make mistakes when doing things. While chewing a sweet potato, old Zhu slammed the table with his fist. Boom! As long as we are still alive, Biao will just do it boldly. The worst result is that Nanzili will not get any harvest. We can still afford to lose this family. At most, we can transfer grain from other places. But if it succeeds, Biao's position in the hearts of the people will be unshakable. As for those who object, Zhu Yuanzhang put down the sweet potato peel, wiped his mouth with brocade cloth, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. They underestimated Biao. We see that he is well prepared this time and will act after careful planning. It's a good opportunity to catch a batch of chickens and kill them for the monkeys to see. It's good that you two are in sync with each other. Empress Ma sighed and stood up, rubbing her forehead. Alas, my headache has not improved recently, and I don't know if Biao's carbuncle has healed completely. He has just recovered from his illness and wants to go out to travel. How can his body bear it? Sister, you still don't understand the attraction of power to men. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled and gently hugged Empress Ma. Don't worry. Empress Ma felt tired and just lay in Zhu's arms without saying a word. At this time, in Taixing County, Yangzhou, a guest suddenly came to the home of a student. The guest said a few words and then left. The student also quickly wrote letters and went to the homes of several village heads in the countryside to arrange some things. The Jinui who had arrived in Taixing County had been arranged to teach the technology of cultivating sweet potato seedlings. The county magistrate personally took charge of the tour and visited various villages. The Jinui taught the technology in each village, and the agricultural promotion officials also assisted on the side. When we arrived at Heshi village, the head of the village summoned all the farmers in the village, and several local landlords and gentry also came as invited. What? You want to exchange food? What is this sweet potato? I've never heard of it. If we can't grow anything, won't we starve to death next year? This is the emperor's order, do you dare to disobey? The royal guards explained loudly and kindly, fellow villagers, the court will not let the people starve to death. Don't worry. Moreover, this is the prince's order. The prince is benevolent and loves the people. He will definitely not harm you. Empty words are useless. Farmers are the most down-to-earth people. They will never believe it unless they see real results. Fellow villagers, I have tasted it myself to show you that it is sweet and juicy, enough to protect a person. 1 acre can yield 1,000 kilograms. Planting it will definitely make a profit. At this time, the magistrate started to eat the sweet potato himself and tried to persuade the man in a nice way. Every village has made this trip, and with the government's credit as a guarantee, most people still believe in the grain exchange order. But something went wrong today. After eating the sweet potatoes, several villagers suddenly foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the peasant woman, a family member nearby, started crying. Someone come. Someone come quickly, our boss can't take it anymore. The villagers who were listening to the Jinyui's explanation immediately gathered around and found that those people turned pale and were dying after eating the sweet potatoes. It was obvious that they were dying. This food is poisonous. Fellow villagers. We cannot grow this grain. The imperial court wants to kill us and deliberately makes us grow poisonous grain. Among the crowd, the son of a village head suddenly started shouting loudly. Taking advantage of the chaos, they started smashing the sweet potatoes that had just been grown. You can't plant it, folks. This is a vicious plot by the imperial court. The villagers were ignorant and could not remain calm after hearing this. They immediately panicked and chaos broke out. No. We in Hushi village absolutely cannot grow this. How can people eat poisonous grain? No matter how high the yield is, it cannot be grown. The county magistrate and the Jinyui who came with him were immediately surrounded, and someone took advantage of the chaos to hit them with something unknown. He cursed, "You evil thief, you actually made us grow poisonous crops." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd became angry as they saw several corpses in front of them. That is. The crowd grew larger and larger, and the same thing happened in several nearby villages. Finally, they came together, tied up the Jinyui and the county magistrate, carried the bodies of the dead, and entered the county government office, shouting for justice. Your Highness, the people of Yangzhou are in turmoil. At this time, on the official road back to Yingtian Prefecture, Zhu Biao was napping with his eyes closed in the carriage. After touring for more than 10 days, his whole body was weak. He probably didn't want to ride in a carriage for the next 6 months. Suddenly, a tense shout came from the front, waking Zhu Biao up. He looked up suddenly and saw the sword in his hand raised. Get off the carriage. Only then did he realize that a group of people on the official road had blocked the carriage frame, and the accompanying Jinyui had surrounded them tightly. Among them was a prefect in official robes, trembling and prostrating himself, not daring to look up at Zhu Biao. Li Sheng stood on the official road with a nervous look on his face, trembling all over, and said to Zhu Biao, according to the report from the magistrate of Taixing County in Yangzhou Prefecture, 2 unruly people in 2 villages tried sweet potatoes and poisoned someone to death. They refused to accept the grain exchange order, and the officials went up to argue with them, but they were arrested and tied up and taken to the county government office. Poisoned someone? Bullshit. I have eaten so much of it myself. Zhu Biao's face suddenly turned gloomy. I exchanged my life for the sweet potatoes, and you are slandering them like this? After a while, his face turned to smile again. Li Shanchang's reminder is indeed good. It seems that these people are very brave. In this case, how long will it take for the troops assigned to Yangzhou by the 12 guards to arrive? Your Highness, the commander of the 13th Division of the Imperial Guards will be here in 1 hour. Zhu Biao closed his eyes and thought for a moment. No more waiting, Jinyui, follow me into the county government office and see what's going on. There was a reminder tone in my ear. You played the atrocities of Emperor Yang Guang of the Sui dynasty, inciting civil rebellion, with a role-playing degree of 10%, and gained plus 10 days of lifespan. The current remaining lifespan is 85 days. Past 15 days. Zhu Biao entered Yangzhou city from the official road, and along the way he saw people with angry eyes everywhere. They suppressed their anger and stared at the prince's carriage. I dare not rebel and can only suppress my anger in my heart. The 500 accompanying Jinyui blocked the main road, and the carriages in the middle slowly moved in. In any case, after something like this, it's impossible to tame the people of Yangzhou. Zhu Biao made a conclusion in his mind. Slandering sweet potatoes as poisonous is like letting yourself fall into the crotch, which is either shit or sh*t. Yangzhou Prefecture originally belonged to the sphere of influence of the civil officials in the south of the Yangtze River, and a large number of wealthy families from the south of the Yangtze River moved here. It's normal for this to happen here. In the first year of Hongwu, Yang Xian, who was known as the Prime Minister, was defeated in Yangzhou. The civil servants in the south of the Yangtze River control the grassroots level and are best at using gentle influence and various invisible means to kill people. Yang Xian thought he had made great progress in Yangzhou, but in fact, countless traps had been set for him. Similarly, once a civil unrest occurs, it will be difficult for one to maintain public support. No matter how you deal with it, the final outcome will be a loss. But you have guessed one thing wrong. I have never wanted to win the hearts of the people. As long as the people can fill their stomachs, they will naturally be with me. Inside the carriage, Zhu Biao's face became increasingly gloomy. Thank you for stirring up trouble in Yangzhou, which gave me an excuse to be a tyrant and kill people. A tyrant must do some tyrannical things. Li Sheng, pass on my orders. All the Yulin left guards, come here. Li Sheng suspected that he had heard wrongly. Your Highness, you want to. You resist my orders and defame my reputation. I will naturally massacre Yangzhou with blood. Zhu Biao deliberately showed a standard villain smile. Your Highness. With a thud, Li Sheng was so shocked that his face turned pale. His knees softened and he knelt down directly. Your Highness, think twice. If you carry out the same massacre as the Ming Dynasty, everyone in the world will call you a tyrant. Is there any other good thing? Zhu Biao raised his eyebrows and his eyes lit up, wondering how much life he should be rewarded with. Just draft the edict and don't worry about other things. After a while, Li Sheng nodded helplessly, yes. A moment later, the carriage entered Taixing County, the core location where the civil unrest broke out. The fields in several townships were empty, and most people gathered at the county government office to demand an explanation. If not handled properly, it will be a rebellion. Your Highness. Now that the matter is clear, there are two landlord families in the villages where the riots occurred. One is the Zhou family, which produced Zhou Xian, the Minister of Rights. The other is the Chen family, whose 3 generations have served as officials in the court. The Jinyui who were sent out quickly found out the information that Zhu Biao wanted to know. Good. Zhu Biao nodded. Just do as I say in a moment, and don't make any mistakes. Yes. The imperial carriage arrived at the county government office, which had been occupied by rioters. When the 500 Jinyui arrived, the local rioters simply dispersed and did not even dare to stop them. Zhu Biao did not arrest them, but simply blocked the city gates and did not allow them to go out. Then we came to the lobby of the county government. Your Highness, I really don't know why the civil unrest broke out all of a sudden. I ate the sweet potato myself and nothing happened. I just don't know why people suddenly died from it. As soon as the magistrate was untied, he knelt down before Zhu Biao and burst into tears. Get up, this matter is manipulated by someone behind the scenes, it has nothing to do with you. Zhu Biao glanced at him. It is obvious that the clue that the Jiangnan civil servants were manipulating this matter was definitely not with the county magistrate. That would be too obvious, and it would be too easy to implicate them. Thank you, Prince. The magistrate stood up immediately, crying and saying, sweet potatoes are indeed good food, but I am incompetent and have failed to promote it. Even if I have to dig up the ground 3 feet deep, I will find the people who manipulated this and give justice to your Highness. No need. Even if we investigate thoroughly, we can't wash away the impression in people's minds. Besides, even if we find the mastermind behind the scenes, would you dare to touch him? Don't you want to give up your official hat? Zhu Biao saw that this person was cute and laughed. Forehead. Perhaps he was stunned by Zhu Biao's overly direct way of speaking. The magistrate was speechless for a long time. No. Okay, I really don't dare to move. Everyone in the county, from the janitor to the village head, is from the local area. The magistrate has no one of his own except his legal advisor. Who can I dare to touch? Herod. After a while, the yellowish earth floor of the county government office began to shake. Everyone looked up blankly. It turned out that there was a violent vibration outside the city and the sound of horses neighing. That's the sound of horse hooves. A large number of war horses are marching. A moment later, a burst of rapid horse hoofbeats were heard coming into the county government office. Then a general wearing red lacquered waist-length armor and a battle robe walked quickly into the county government office and knelt down facing the lobby. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I am Su Shou, the commander of the Yulin Left Guard, and I have been ordered to come here to await your orders. Zhu Biao nodded and turned to give a look to the Jinyui. The Jinyui quickly brought up a man in tattered cloth. The man walked unsteadily and had a fearful look on his face. He slowly walked to the county government's drum for appealing grievances, opened his arms and started beating the drum. It's unfair to me. He gave the magistrate another look. The magistrate was stunned. I have never seen such a method before. What is this for? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince did not punish the rioters, but instead let people complain. He hurried forward, sat in the court, and raised the gavel. Where does this injustice come from? This county is here to handle it for you immediately. The man immediately knelt down. I want to report the landlords and wealthy families in the city who are deliberately distorting the orders of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I saw their conspiracy with my own eyes in the tea hall in the county. I remember everything they said clearly. Then he handed over a piece of paper. Then he said, I remember that the people who participated in the conspiracy were the Li family in the north of the city, the Wang family in the south of the city, and the Luo family in Pingxiang. A long list of names was reported. Good job. All the landlords, scholars, and people of some fame in the county are in it, right? The magistrate took the paper tremblingly and looked at Zhu Biao, who looked calm in front of him. I have never seen such a blatant frame-up. So, if others can frame the prince, can the prince also frame others back? Anyway, they were the ones who broke the rules first. The magistrate's eyes rolled and he immediately understood what Zhu Biao meant. Prince, you go to the trial yourself. What does it have to do with me? Zhu Biao glanced at him. Yes. The magistrate nodded immediately, looked at Zhu Biao's eyes, and said in a trembling voice, then, arrest him. Catch all the people on the list. The embroidered uniform guards immediately set out. The whole city was filled with them, and all the people were so scared that they fled in all directions. However, these Jinyui did not enter the homes of the rioters, but went straight to the homes of the rich families in the city. The fleeing people were stunned. The prince has arrived, but he doesn't arrest us who are causing trouble, but only arrests those masters. This. It was clearly the people of Taixing County who were causing the riot. But there are more than 70 landlords in Taixing County. With the help of 500 Jinyui, they were all arrested and thrown into the county jail in just one afternoon. To be precise, all 9 clans of theirs were captured. There are thousands of people. You have played the atrocities of Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, Daxing Prison, with a role-playing degree of 30%, and gained a lifespan of plus 30 days. The current remaining lifespan is 115 days. When your role-playing degree reaches 30%, you will be rewarded with advanced technology, penicillin extraction technology. A prompt sound came to Zhu Biao's ears, which made the corners of his mouth curl up. I am ashamed. Compared with Emperor Wu of Han, I am still far inferior. He was arrested and his entire family was executed, while I am just a despicable imitator. The sudden emergence of technology in his mind made Zhu Biao extremely excited. It was penicillin purification technology. It took hundreds of years for later generations to develop this thing. Since the emergence of this antibiotic, the average life expectancy has increased by 10 years. With this thing, the survival rate of wounded soldiers on the battlefield will double. Li Sheng, do you know what these wealthy families in Jiangnan rely on most? Inside the county government office. Zhu Biao sat in the main seat with his legs crossed and asked Li Sheng, who was sweating profusely below. I don't know. Li Sheng was already numb all over by Zhu Biao's actions. He looked up in shock, hoping that the prince did not want to kill all the wealthy landlords in Taixing County. That's several thousand people. The experiences I've had following Zhu Biao these days are enough to write a book called Diary of a Tyrant Secretary. Their biggest reliance is the beautiful land of Jiangnan. Zhu Biao sighed. The three provinces of Jiangnan have the most pleasant climate in China, the largest population, the oldest culture, the most mineral resources and seaports, and the most suitable plains for farming. This is a land chosen by God. But they forgot. The land will never belong to anyone. After saying that, Zhu Biao's eyes turned cold. He stood up and walked into the prison. It is not appropriate to call it a prison, because the county jail could not hold thousands of people. Zhu Biao then locked them up in the military camp of Yulinshuowei, and the county court's trial venue was naturally moved here as well. Under the watchful eyes of thousands of troops, it was in broad daylight. The magistrate wiped the sweat from his forehead and began to try the case with trepidation. A slam of the gavel. Bring up the criminal. On one side was a puppet temporarily found by the embroidered uniform guard, and on the other side were more than 70 heads of wealthy families in the county. They were divided into two sides and escorted up by the embroidered uniform guards. Where does the injustice come from? The magistrate asked. If there is injustice, then speak up. The puppet looked at the 70 or so pairs of hateful eyes on the opposite side, and his legs became weak for a moment. Then, the jinui behind him hit him hard in the waist, and he suddenly roared, "It's unfair. It's not me who is wronged, it's the crown prince. The crown prince is too wrong to be framed by these wicked and heartless people." After saying that, he quickly pointed to Zhu Biao, who was wearing a bright yellow robe with dragon pattern behind him. "Your Highness, this person is slandering me. We have never participated in a rebellion, how could we frame you? This is a huge injustice." All the wealthy families in Taixing County cried out in despair and grief. Most of them were indeed wronged. Only one of the tall men was trembling all over and said nothing. Did not expect. I really didn't expect it. I thought I had done it secretly enough. There was no way His Royal Highness the Crown Prince would be able to find out the truth of the matter. I could only suffer in silence. Who would have thought? His Highness actually captured all the wealthy families in the county, not sparing any one, and drained the fish ponds. Is this okay? Soon, the jinui nearby presented witnesses and physical evidence, and the evidence was conclusive. It shows what these people were plotting, at what time and in what place. Although they were all forged temporarily, they perfectly complied with all the provisions of the Ming Dynasty laws. You can falsely accuse my sweet potatoes of being poisonous, so why can't I, the prince, falsely accuse you of treason? Zhu Biao's mouth curled up. You guys need evidence for your conspiracy, but suspicion is enough for me. Today Zhu Biao wants to make them understand this truth. We have all the evidence. Do you have anything else to say? The magistrate slammed the gavel again and shouted directly. Then his face darkened, This officer reminds you that framing the prince is a crime punishable by exile of the entire family 3,000 miles away. Your Highness is showing special mercy. If anyone can reveal his accomplices and more information, they can be pardoned. Almost all the wealthy families in the county were stunned. They looked at each other, eager to know who that person was. Someone cursed in a low voice, "Tell me quickly. Who is it? At this point, do you want to drag everyone down with you? The whole family has to move 3,000 miles away. Everyone in the family must have died on the road. Who did it? Come out and tell His Highness. If you don't tell me, we won't let you go even if we become ghosts." Under the threat of being exiled 3,000 miles, the tall man from the rich family looked miserable and pale. He suddenly rushed out and knelt in front of Zhu Biao. "Your Highness. I know more about the case." Zhu Biao just smiled and said nothing. "It would be a pleasant surprise if we could find the mastermind behind the scenes, but it would be no loss if we couldn't find him." He cast his eyes towards the county magistrate, who said in a trembling voice, "Tell the truth quickly." The man's face turned pale as he said, "3 days ago, a distant cousin from Zhejiang came to me and said he wanted to give me an opportunity and asked me to do something privately. I didn't dare to do it at first, but he threatened me with my nephew who is the county magistrate in Jiangxi. So I arranged for my uncle, the head of Heshi village, to poison the sweet potatoes, gave him 10 taels of silver, and asked him to hire a few idle people from other places to cause trouble. As soon as the incident happened, those outsiders left." Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar. Now the truth was finally revealed. Although there were no ordinary people listening, thousands of wealthy families heard it clearly. "So that's how it is." Zhu Biao nodded with satisfaction and waved to the Jinyui behind him. "Send a pigeon to Commander Geng Biao immediately, arrest those who should be arrested, and follow the clues to find the culprit." "Your Highness, I understand." The Jinyui nodded immediately, with a fierce look on his face. Finding the real murderer or clearing his name was not Zhu Biao's goal. The purpose is to make the person behind you truly feel the pain. "Your Highness, can we close the case now?" The magistrate let out a breath and whispered to Zhu Biao. "The entire family of the criminal will be exiled 3,000 miles away, and the rest of the people can be released." Zhu Biao nodded. He turned around and gave an order to the Yulin Wei, "You will guard the countryside and supervise the completion of the sweet potato seedlings. No more mistakes can be made. Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed without mercy." "Yes, Your Highness." Commander Su Shou nodded immediately and stared at the prince in surprise. Unexpectedly, the prince found the real culprit in such a mysterious case in just one afternoon. Now a large number of civil servants in Jiangnan will die. Following the major case of Hu Weiyong the year before, another earthquake occurred in Yingtian Prefecture. The rich family in Taiyan was linked to a county magistrate in Jiangxi, who was linked to a landlord in Zhejiang, who was interrogated from the landlord's home to reveal a senior official in the imperial court. Under torture by the imperial guards, the senior official confessed to more officials from the Jiangnan and Han factions. 13 officials from both factions were arrested, their homes were confiscated, and their families were exterminated. Thousands of people were implicated. This was known in history as the Grain Exchange Case, and it became the first major case since Crown Prince Zhu Biao came to power. On that day, the Minister of Personnel Zhao Mian claimed to be ill, and the Minister of Dali Temple Zhang Tinglan claimed to be ill. Zhu Yuanzhang ordered the two to rest and allowed them to attend court again after 3 days. After this case, there were no more disturbances in the policy of growing sweet potato seedlings in Nanzili. All counties completed the seedling cultivation before May, and new, tender and crisp green sweet potato sprouts were born in farmlands all over the land. You have played the atrocities of Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, punished the 9 clans, with a 100% performance degree, and gained plus 100 days of lifespan. The current remaining lifespan is 215 days. Reach 100% role-playing degree, and be rewarded with advanced technology, flintlock percussion rifle technology. On the way back to Yingtian Prefecture in the carriage, Zhu Biao was devouring lotus root starch, a specialty of Taixing County, while listening to a familiar reminder tone. Through the window, he could see green grass by the vast lake, the thatched roofs swaying in the night breeze, and the mountains and rivers as intoxicating as an ink painting. In the paddy fields along the way, every household began to grow seedlings. There were no villains causing trouble. After the truth was revealed, the people still trusted the Zhu family. Well, my lifespan is back to 200. It's really exciting to have a lifespan dance. Putting down the lotus leaf filled with lotus root powder, Zhu Biao wiped his mouth and murmured, "The technology awarded this time is even more heavyweight. The flintlock percussion rifle has been released, which is 200 years ahead of the current firearms equipped by the Ming Dynasty. The Ming Dynasty's muskets were all manually ignited, which not only made them prone to explosion, but would also be ruined if fired on rainy days, so muskets were never taken seriously. The flintlock is the prototype of the modern firearm trigger. It uses flint to ignite the firearm and fire directly. It seems that this kind of critical war technology will not be rewarded unless the role-playing degree is 100%. Zhu Biao thought about it and found the pattern. The higher the role-playing level, the more critical the rewarded skills will be. And I can exchange some things now. At least I can exchange for the half-saint Zhang Jiuzheng and the saint Wang Yangming. This way, I will have a half-saint under my command. Otherwise, rely on this stuff? Zhu Biao cast a helpless look at Li Sheng, who was diligently recording beside him. This man was very loyal and hard-working. He could be used as a human typewriter, but he was too pedantic. Relying on him to govern the country, I'm afraid he'll be killed by those cunning civil servants in the 6 ministries in 3.5 days. But Zhang Jiuzheng and Wang Yangming are different. Zhang Jiuzheng claims to be able to handle the affairs of 6 ministries and write an article at the same time. It is conceivable what a political genius he is. With this person, he doesn't have to worry about the complicated political affairs and can be a tyrant with peace of mind. Wang Yangming was both civil and military, with great personal charm. He created the ultimate form of Confucianism, Xinxue, which directly influenced the culture of later generations for hundreds of years. His greatest contribution was to unify thoughts. With this semi-saint, it was just right to take advantage of the residual power of this major case to reorganize the court, reform the ideological system, and prepare for the prelude to industrialization. The ideological trend in the early Ming Dynasty was at a low point. The previous 100 years of Mongol rule almost broke the backbone of the literati, and the cultural context of the Song dynasty was completely broken. In fact, it was in an ideological wasteland, so the civil servants in Jiangnan were selfish to their core. At this time, if there was a Wang Yangming, he would directly teach the sage's philosophy of mind that combines Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, and add some of his own personal ideas. Then, the cultural heritage of the Ming Dynasty would be completely in his hands. Just do it. Zhu Biao directly clicked on the Life Mall. Exchange for Zhang Jiuzheng. It costs 100 days of life. Exchange for Wang Yangming. It costs 100 days of life. He watched helplessly as his lifespan rapidly slipped to only 15 days. The poisonous carbuncle on his back that had completely dissipated appeared as red sores again, but they didn't hurt. Zhu Biao sighed deeply once more. Damn it! Why can't I control my hands? No matter how good the things in the mall are, life is more important than anything else. Never mind, I've changed it all. Almost all the things that can be exchanged in the level 1 mall have been exchanged. Next, we just have to wait for the sweet potatoes to mature and the national strength to increase, and the mall will also be upgraded to level 2. The character you redeemed has been released to this timeline. At this moment, Zhu Biao looked up from the car window at the fiery sky. The timeline went back several decades, and it seemed as if he saw time receding like the tide. Scenes emerged in his mind. The 15th year of Zhizheng in the Yuan Dynasty. In the Jiangling county of Jingzhou Prefecture, there was a war and chaos. An old scholar had a dream. In the dream, a full moon fell into a water jar, illuminating the surrounding area. Then a white turtle slowly floated up from the water. At this time, his great-grandson was born. The old scholar determined that the white turtle was his great-grandson, so he casually gave him the nickname Bai Gui. His real name was Zhu Zheng. When he grew up and Zhu Yuanzhang pacified the world, Zhang Juzheng entered the imperial college, took the imperial examination, and was ranked among the 6 ministries. The 13th year of Zhizheng in the Yuan Dynasty. In the north city of Yuyao, Zhejiang, a child named Yang Ming was born in the Wang family. When he grew up, he became an official in the Hongwu dynasty. He served as the chief of the Ministry of Justice and successively served as the postmaster of Longchang Post House in Guizhou, the magistrate of Luling County, and the right assistant censor. With many images projected in his eyes, Zhu Biao nodded with a smile. Here they come, they are all here. I wonder what great achievements this semi-saint would have made if he was not born in the powerless judging period of the Ming Dynasty, but was born in the Hongwu period of the Ming Dynasty, when everything was full of vitality. Li Sheng, draft an imperial decree immediately, ordering Zhang Juzheng, the clerk of the Ministry of Revenue, and Wang Yangming, the right assistant censor-in-chief, to resign immediately and serve as servants in the crown prince's study. He waved his hand and added another task to the typewriter. Li Sheng was already full of admiration for Zhu Biao. He shook his sore arms and nodded quickly, "Yes, Your Highness." It took only 1 day to reach Jiangning County from Yangzhou Prefecture. After resting for a night in Jiangning County, Zhu Biao returned to his faithful Yingtian Prefecture at noon the next day. On the official road, Ma Yuantao, the magistrate of Jiangning County, Gu Zhua, the prefect of Yingtian Prefecture, and Li Shiji, the governor of Nanzili Province, stood with a long bow and led the local officials to welcome the prince. They were no longer as casual as before. No one dared to look up and trembled all over. "Sir, the prince won't suspect us, will he?" Ma Yuantao wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked the prefect Gu Zhu with a pale face. Gu Zhu smiled bitterly and said, "You ask me, who should I ask? His Highness's character has become like a real dragon, it is hard to guess." Ahem. Li Shiji comforted the two of them, "We are all old officials of Huaishi, not those Jiangnan thieves. There is no need to be so scared. Besides, you see, although His Highness has also launched a major case like Your Majesty, he has only killed those who are implicated in the case and deserve to be killed. He will not implicate innocent people like the superiors. We just need to work hard for the prince." Before he finished speaking, the sound of wheels rolling was heard on the official road. Accompanied by the coachman's shouts and waving of whips, hundreds of Jinui came galloping on horseback. The leading small flag officer glanced at the kneeling officials, turned around and went back. "The prince is here. Don't say anything, kneel down and kowtow." Li Shiji quickly pulled the two people beside him and led a large group of officials to kneel down. "Not afraid? How can I not be afraid? After all, Zhu Yuanzhang's bloody killings came before, so only the prince was easy to talk to. But once the food exchange incident happened, who dares to underestimate the prince's means and authority again?" When the prince's carriage arrived and the sedan chair was opened, the officials looked up and saw that there was no one in the sedan chair. "His Highness has already ridden back to the capital. Knowing your filial piety, I will give you 10 kilograms of sweet potatoes." The Jinui flag officer shouted loudly and then handed over the sweet potato. At this time, in the prosperous city of Yingtianfu. Maltose. Gingerbread, fresh gingerbread. Pickles, pickles for sale. The road is more than 10 meters wide, with residential houses and tall attics on both sides. It is crowded with people, and the hawkers' cries are endless. Zhu Biao was wearing a white dragon fish costume, riding a maroon horse, with his hair tied up with a jade hairpin, and was strolling briskly on the streets of Yingtian Prefecture with the horse's hooves. Dozens of Jinui disguised as servants behind him almost surrounded him and refused to let anyone get close to him. Your Highness. This is too dangerous. You are a precious girl, you should go back to the palace as soon as possible. Zhu Biao came to protect the emperor in person, and his legs went limp with fear. There are many people in the community, and there may be evil people lurking around at any time. Where do so many traitors come from? Zhu Biao rolled his eyes at him and said, didn't I just kill a group of traitors? Forehead. Zhu Biao nodded repeatedly. Then you should go to the palace now and meet His Majesty to report the results of this grain exchange. His Majesty heard that you found the real culprit in half a day. He was very pleased and very satisfied with your performance. He is waiting for you in the palace. And madam, I am also worried about your health. But... Zhu Biao looked at the prosperous Jinling city in front of him and touched his chin. I am tired and want to relax. Zhu Biao became even more confused. The prince had never visited the people before. What happened this time? He wanted to relax among the people. Zhu Biao suddenly put his arm around Zhu Biao's shoulders, with an ambiguous look on his face. Commander Zhu, I wonder if there is a stepdaughter in Yingtian City? Zhu Biao suddenly turned his head and stared at Zhu Biao with wide eyes. You want to go to a place with fireworks and wine to relax? The whole person suddenly felt dizzy and couldn't believe that these were the words coming from the mouth of Crown Prince Zhu Biao. Where has the gentle, benevolent, well-behaved and obedient prince of the past gone? No. Zhu Biao's face flushed red on the spot, and he squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. If your Majesty knew that I took you to that kind of place, you would definitely exterminate my entire clan. Well, then I'll go find it myself. Zhu Biao rode away without saying anything. As a tyrant, isn't it natural for him to be licentious? Not to mention that he only has 15 days left to live. He must quickly gain some life, otherwise the poisonous carbuncle on his back will kill him in a few days. Although the palace is good, it doesn't have as many tricks as the common people. Zhu Biao can't wait to seriously investigate what is meant by 1 dragon and 2 phoenixes, what is meant by a white jade lion rolling an embroidered ball, what is meant by tongue stirring a golden spear. You have played the atrocities of Emperor Wei, Chow Chow, insatiable hunger, with a role-playing degree of 20%. You have gained plus 20 days of lifespan, and your current remaining lifespan is 35 days. Very good, very good. You will be given 20 days of life at once. I will definitely give more when I take up my gun and mount my horse later. Zhu Biao narrowed his eyes and became more determined. If there is such a simple way to increase the lifespan, of course he should increase it as much as possible. He just rode his horse freely on the street, and the Jinui following behind him made sure that no one dared to come up and cause trouble. As soon as the common people saw him, they knew he was the son of a noble family, so they simply made way for him. Seeing Zhu Biao walking away, Zhu Biao could only sigh and turned away helplessly. Should I report this matter or not? The prince, who had just exchanged grain for the entire Nanzili in just over 10 days, became famous all over the world. But after returning to Yingtian City, not only did he not go back to the palace to pay his respects immediately, but he actually went incognito into the folk to summon concubines? If His Majesty knew this, he would probably be furious. The streets were full of historical sites and famous places, and century-old shops were everywhere. Scholars were hurrying to study, and merchants were hawking their wares on the streets. Zhu Biao also saw many children of officials, but since a major case had just been filed, none of them dared to bully men or women. It's not right. He quickly realized that he had summoned the prostitute himself, so why was it not 100% role-playing? Maybe Chow Mengda ordered takeout, while I want to dine in. Zhu Biao sighed and saw an acquaintance on the side of the road. Zhang Xian, son of Zhang Desheng, Duke of Kai. There is a 3-story attic on the side of the road with a plaque reading, Chunjiang Tower. It is decorated with carvings of dragons and paintings of phoenixes, and there is a covered bridge in the middle. Its area fully occupies half of the street. Women in pink and red clothes, dressed coolly, greet and see off guests. All of them are outstanding in appearance. Those who come and go are all dignitaries dressed in silk and satin. It must be a gold-making den without a doubt. On the second floor of the attic, close to the river bank, there is a secluded and elegant room surrounded by willows, with the window half closed. Through the window, one can see a handsome man in a golden crown and blue robe, drinking and singing with a group of friends. The original Zhu Biao had only seen this man once at the celebration banquet for the second northern expedition against the Mongols and recognized him immediately. "Hey, Zhang Xian!" he just called out. The Jinui beside him immediately crossed the corridor bridge in 3 or 2 steps, knocked down many beauties, startled a crowd of people, and went straight into the private room and dragged the man out. "How dare you? Who are you? Do you know my identity?" Zhang Xian was extremely angry and yelled, but it was useless in front of the Jinui. The guests were also stunned to see the inherited Duke Kai being dragged out of the attic. "Look out the window." Across the river, Zhang Xian stood up angrily and cursed, "You, the inspection office, are too arrogant. I just want to have a meal, what's your business? Look up." But she found a man with a jade hairpin in front of her, looking at her with a mysterious smile. "No." Lan Chun was stunned at the first sight. The more he looked, the more familiar he felt. Finally, he suddenly remembered where he had seen this person before. At the banquet given by His Highness Crown Prince Zhu Biao. "Your humble servant pays respect to His Majesty." There was no twist. Zhang Xian immediately prostrated himself on the ground, shouting softly, and sweat instantly broke out from the back of his head. "Well." Zhu Biao dismounted and patted him on the shoulder, "You don't have to do this outside the palace, and don't expose my identity." "I know." Zhang Xian nodded quietly, but still didn't dare to stand up. Zhu Biao helped him up and he slowly stood up. He looked at Zhu Biao in surprise. "Your Highness. You didn't bring a large army with you on your tour. This place is too dangerous." "Alas." Zhu Biao said with a smile, "Can you call it a secret visit when you are with a large army? I just want to come out and understand the people's sentiments. Just say that I am your relative. I don't need to worry about that." Zhang Xian wiped the sweat from the back of his head, bowed half his head to Zhu Biao, and quickly thought about the purpose of the prince's visit. I am just an idle duke who inherited the title of my father who died in battle. I dare not take part in any serious affairs on weekdays. How did I get the crown prince to notice me?" As he spoke, Zhu Biao held his hand and walked into Chunjiang Tower, returned to his seat in the attic, and ordered the Jinui to guard outside the door. Ahem. Zhang Xian looked at his friends around him and coughed twice. "This is me, my cousin from Fengyang, Zhang. My younger brother Zhang Chunlai greets you all." Zhu Biao smiled obscurely, clasped his hands and bowed. "I'm really sorry for disturbing your pleasure earlier." When everyone at the table heard that he was from Fengyang, their faces changed immediately. Fengyang is a place where even a stone falling from it can hit 3 dukes. Zhang Chunlai in front of him can make Zhang Xian, the Duke of Kai, so respectful. You can imagine his status. How dare we, our meeting is fate. Let us toast to you. When one person stood up, everyone else stood up immediately, holding their glasses low. Then obey your command. Zhu Biao also picked up a glass of wine. The Jinui next to him wanted to try the wine, but was pushed away by Zhu Biao. Right at this moment. Suddenly there was a loud shout from outside. Who dares to cause trouble in my Chunjiang tower? As soon as the words fell. On the other side of the covered bridge, a man in a red robe was running towards them with an arrogant look and 2 frowning eyebrows on his forehead. A Jinui outside the door tried to stop him, but was thrown into the air by him. His strength was truly immense. This man looked like a restaurant owner, but in fact, his steps were full of the strength of a warrior. His moves were fierce, and several Jinui couldn't get close to him. His fists were so powerful that ink couldn't get in. He knocked down several Jinui in just a few moves. He strode towards the private room and said impatiently, according to the rules of my Chunjiang tower, you are not allowed to bring guards in. Who are these people? Swish. Bold. The Jinui were also veterans of many battles. They immediately drew their swords. A dozen of them surrounded him, but the man sneered and said, well, I didn't expect that someone would dare to cause trouble to my Lan family's property today. The crowd inside and outside the attic dispersed. It was common for nobles to fight with each other out of jealousy and use knives. I dare not get involved. They could only whisper quietly aside. Chunjiang Tower has a great background. It is located in the most prosperous place in the city, making billions of dollars. It is also a good place to discuss confidential matters. I heard that the shopkeepers here are all the adopted sons of the Duke of Liang who retired from the army. Who is so bold as to go against the Duke of Liang? A man who looked like a student was pulling his friend's sleeve and whispering. Who knows? Wasn't that a frequent visitor to the brothel? Duke of Kai Zhang Xian. But the old Duke Zhang had already died in the war. How could he have the confidence to cause trouble with the Lan family? General Lan is the most meritorious general in the country. He has 3,000 adopted sons and servants all over the country. Anyone who causes trouble here will be killed without a burial place. The incident was a big deal, and it happened in a place of entertainment, so it immediately attracted a lot of attention. It was impossible for the people in the attic not to have heard the noise outside. Their faces were stiff and they felt uncomfortable sitting in the private room. Your Highness. Zhang Xian hurriedly whispered in Zhu Biao's ear, this Chunjiang Tower is the property of the Duke of Liang. It has always been used to receive dignitaries. However, they are not allowed to bring entourages to avoid trouble. It's okay. I can go out and give a few instructions and it will be resolved. Duke Liang, Lan family, General Lan Yulan. When Zhu Biao heard this, he immediately understood what was going on and his eyes narrowed unconsciously. He thought of the arrogant man in the court a few days ago who always had a cold face and a look of keeping strangers away. Even on the day he recovered, he did not come up to congratulate him, but just said something and left. Not to mention himself, Lan Yu even looked down on Zhu Yuanzhang. Defeated the northern Yuan dynasty and pacified the southwest. Lan Yu fought in all the places in the world that could be fought. It is no exaggeration to say that he was the first commander of the Ming Dynasty. It can even be said that half of the Ming Dynasty's territory was conquered by him. This man's military genius can be compared to Wei Qing and Hua Zubing. However, since he was conferred the title of duke and his military power was taken away by Zhu Yuanzhang, Lan Yu's dissatisfaction and arrogance grew. He raised an adopted son, had many servants and retainers, secretly stored weapons and armor, and even spoke disrespectfully to Zhu Yuanzhang at the celebration banquet for defeating the Northern Yuan dynasty, implicitly mocking him for conferring a low title on him. That's all. But when Hu Weiyong was plotting rebellion, General Lan was watching from the side. Zhu Yuanzhang waited for 3 days, but Lan Yu did not take any action at all. Alas, why not go against my father? He is just a dead bone in the grave. Zhu Biao sighed, knowing that he couldn't save this military genius even if he wanted to. Historically, when Zhu Yuanzhang had completed his preparations, he invented a new idiom, skinning and stuffing with straw. This idiom was prepared for Lan Yu. Because of his involvement, tens of thousands of people were executed. This is known in history as the Lan Yu case. Don't mention me. Raising his hand to stop Zhang Xian, Zhu Biao just wanted to go to the brothel to listen to music to cultivate his body and mind, and did not want to fight with the Lan family right now. Lan Yu's prestige in the Ming army is terrifying now. How terrifying is it? The army he led only knew the general but not the emperor, and even Zhu Yuanzhang's imperial edict could not enter. This person is very dangerous. With my skills, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with Lan Yu. Zhu Biao laughed at himself. In terms of means, he was not arrogant enough to think he could compare with his father. He just needed to focus on industrialization. After firearms were equipped on a large scale, all the famous generals would be nonsense. However, Lan Yu was Chang Yuchen's brother-in-law, and Chang Yuchen was his father-in-law. In fact, they interacted a lot with each other in daily life, and many people in the Lan family knew him. Thinking about it, Zhu Biao simply stood up and pulled Zhang Xian. Let's go, let's change places and continue playing. Yes. Zhang Xian nodded immediately, took a deep breath inwardly, and carefully accompanied Zhu Biao out through the side door. With the current arrogance of the Lan family, it is still a matter of whether the face of a young duke like me, whose father is dead, can be used. It is not good to really ask His Highness to withdraw the guards, right? It is really the best choice for your Highness to leave now. When they walked to the street, all of Zhang Xian's friends had left, and only Zhu Biao asked him, I just heard from those idlers that you are a frequent visitor to the brothel? Your Highness, I just like to play, but I have never done anything inappropriate. Zhang Xian was so frightened that his soul flew out of his body. He quickly knelt down, but Zhu Biao pulled him up and said with a smile, then I will test you. Which brothel is the best in Yingtian City? Which one has the best service? Zhang Xian was stunned. As a real playboy who enjoyed his old title, he was naturally well aware of these things. He immediately said, besides Chunjiang Tower, there are of course the other 3 buildings, Wangyue Tower and Hongshan Tower. In terms of service, Wangyue Tower is naturally better. It is a set of gameplay inherited from the saint of the esoteric religion, which is very tasteful. Esoteric religion, Mingjiao? Zhu Biao blurted out a word. Zhang Xian was stunned, and fell to his knees, sweating profusely. I am guilty, I am guilty. I shouldn't have said that. Please forgive me, Your Highness. I see. Zhu Biao patted him meaningfully and said, get up, I don't blame you. Besides, it's just some tricks. The court doesn't blame you. What are you afraid of? Mingjiao, also known as Zoroastrianism, is also the later Maitreya religion. It was at its peak during the Yuan dynasty and once occupied half of the Jiangnan region. In his early years, in order to obtain money, food and manpower, his father Zhu Yuanzhang joined this folk sect to gain qualifications and even became a big boss. However, after he gained the world, he wiped out the Ming cult and did not acknowledge that history at all. After all, which dynasty was founded on X cult? If you mention to Lao Zhu that he used to be a monk, he might admit it openly. But if you tell him about the Ming cult, no one, not even God, can save you. Then let's go. This prince also wants to taste the taste of the secret cult saint. Zhu Biao pushed Zhang Xian and asked him to lead the way. Yes, Your Highness, I will definitely take you to experience the ultimate bliss on earth. Upon hearing that Zhu Biao was really here for prostitution, Zhang Xian was immediately filled with confidence, nodded, and strode forward. The prince's every move is always under the eyes of those who are interested. After Zhu Biao responded to Tianfu, the first thing he did was not to go to the palace to meet His Majesty to report on his work, but to eat chicken in the city first. The news soon spread through various channels to all parties. The Duke of Liang's mansion. A stately mansion is located on the most fertile plain in Shangyuan County. Its gate is always open and strong men walk in and out of it with the gait of dragons and tigers. The mansion covers an area of dozens of acres and low sounds of military training can be heard. If you enter it, you will find that hundreds of adopted sons are practicing battle formations every day. The leading man, dressed in half-white, looked dignified and noble. Half of his clothes were opened under the scorching sun, revealing his large and strong muscles. He led 500 adopted sons to charge with spears. He was Lan Yu's eldest son, Lan Chun. If you think about the relationship, he was also Zhu Biao's uncle. Kill. 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 500 men with their upper bodies bare, thrusting in unison and in the same direction. Anyone who saw them would say that they were an elite force. And such an elite army was in Yingtian Prefecture, training behind closed doors right under Zhu Yuanzhang's nose. As a duke, why do you train so many elite soldiers? Why do you raise so many adopted sons? Young master, there was news today from Chunjiang Tower that Duke Zhang Xian of Kai brought a Huaishi noble named Zhang Chunlai with him, along with a large number of guards. There was almost a scene, but luckily after we announced the name of our mansion, the man left on his own. An old man who looked like a butler but was actually a retired Ming army soldier slowly walked onto the training ground and whispered in Lan Chun's ear. As Lan Yu's family's business, Chun Jianglu is not just for making money. Winning over officials, discussing confidential matters, collecting intelligence information, and being vigilant to any disturbance in Yingtian City are all the tasks of Chunjiang Tower. Oh. Upon hearing this, Lan Chun took the linen cloth handed to him by the servant and wiped the sweat off his body. He then took the cooled tea bowl and looked thoughtful. Zhang Chunlai. I don't remember there being such a person among the nobles in Huaishi. He shook his head. Any more news? Your Highness, Zhang Chunlai's guards are extremely powerful. The shopkeeper in charge said that they are the same as my family, and they must have come from the battlefield. Lan Chun narrowed his eyes. A force that has the ability to use veterans as guards must not be an ordinary force. But there is no such powerful noble in Fengyang hometown. Suddenly, my mind seemed to be electrified as I remembered the news that came through the secret line today. The prince went on a secret visit to the people. The prince, who had just dealt with a Jiangnan civil official, now immediately returned to the people. This strange behavior is difficult to interpret. Not good. Lan Chun suddenly threw away the tea bowl in her hand. Your Highness, the Crown Prince is coming for my house. He asked with narrowed eyes. Where did Zhang Chunlai go? Master, after the shopkeeper asked him to disperse his guards, the man quietly left through the back door with Duke Kai. The servants reported that he seemed to be heading in the direction of Wangyue Tower. Lan Chun was stunned to hear that the mysterious guest had left. Could it be that the prince's secret visit was really for the purpose of visiting prostitutes among the people? Impossible. He immediately dismissed the idea. Before, the prince was a hidden dragon in the abyss, keeping quiet but not making any moves. Now, with just one move, he wiped out the Jiangnan civil servants who had been arrogant for many years. Could this move be so simple? Prepare the horses. I'm going to the city, to the moon-watching tower. Lan Chun thought for a long time, put down his sweat towel and murmured, "It makes sense for my uncle to go see His Highness to apologize." Yes. At this time, inside the Qianqing palace. The prince really did this? Lao Zhu narrowed his eyes and patted the couch. Listening to Zhu Biao's report with a difficult expression, he also defended Zhu Biao. "Your Highness may be tired of government affairs, and it is normal to want to experience folk customs. Okay, you can go down." Lao Zhu waved his hand, then turned his back and habitually chewed his fingernails. Lao Zhu's hereditary movements when thinking, but his eyes became more serious. "Biao just gave it to the Jiangnan civil servant after some hard work. This group of sour scholars have been able to stay honest for a while, but now they are going to the people again. Who is their purpose? There is no better son than a father. Based on Zhu Yuanzhang's understanding of himself, if he does something, he will never do it without purpose. The same goes for Biao. However, even old Zhu couldn't figure out what Zhu Biao's purpose was. Zhu Biao then walked in again, looking panicked and said, "I just received news that His Highness entered Chunjiang Tower owned by the Duke of Liang, but was kicked out by the Duke of Liang's adopted son." When he heard the name Duke of Liang, old Zhu's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip, and his body slowly sat up straight. However, his thoughts were put to rest, and he quickly asked, "Then what? Did you have any disputes with the Duke of Liang's family?" "Your Majesty, no, His Highness just took Duke Kai and went to the moon viewing tower, saying that he wanted to experience the esoteric style." Although Zhu Biao felt very uncomfortable uttering every word, he still had to tell Lao Zhu the complete news. Old Zhu was now 100% sure that Zhu Biao's purpose was definitely not to visit a prostitute, but to plot against Lan Yu. But Lan Yu's power and followers are all over the government and the country. Now that he is at his peak, even we dare not act rashly. Too dangerous. Go and urge the prince to come back. Old Zhu waved his hand and decided to stop Zhu Biao from confronting Lan Yu directly. At the moment, Zhu Biao was not Lan Yu's opponent. Yes. Zhu Biao felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly turned around and walked away. At this moment, in the residence of Zhao Mian, the Minister of Revenue. Zhao Mian has been absent from court these days claiming to be sick. He is not really sick, but he is just really scared. Who could have thought that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince would be so cruel that he would arrest all the wealthy families in the county on the day of the civil riot, and without any investigation, he would just exile them all, forcing us to reveal such a covert method. Several officials were crying loudly in the inner room. My 13 colleagues from the Jiangnan faction have a pity for being executed along with their entire clan. The prince is truly a tyrant. Sir, what should we do now? Zhao Mian lay on the sickbed, feeling aches all over his body. A long sigh. I never thought that I, who has been in the imperial court for more than 10 years since the previous dynasty, would be enlightened by a young man like the crown prince today. No matter how complicated the network of relationships among Jiangnan civil officials is, they can be uprooted with just a lot of force, and there will be no secrets at all. This method is so similar to Lao Zhu's brutal massacre. We should not make any more moves now. Your Majesty wants to suppress the nobles of Huaishi and Lan Yu. He will always need us. After thinking for a long time, Zhao Mian put his words aside. Don't interfere with the crown prince's actions these days. Only. An official suddenly reported, our spies reported that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince entered Chunjiang Tower owned by the Duke of Liang today, but was driven out by Chunjiang Tower. Zhao Mian, who seemed seriously ill on the bed, suddenly became energetic. The Crown Prince just dealt with us, and now he's targeting the Duke of Liang? Humph. You are indeed a young man, arrogant when you succeed. There was a cold look in his small eyes. This is a godsend opportunity. If we can create a rift between the Crown Prince and Lanyu, the government will be in chaos. At that time, His Majesty will definitely use us again and reprimand the Crown Prince for killing loyal officials. Let those people in the Crown Prince's East Palace write a letter to impeach General Lan. Yes. At this time, on the bank of Ingtian River, where the dark clouds turned into bright flowers, only willows could be seen swaying in the wind. A small building that does not look magnificent, but rather exudes a sense of luxury in its low-key style. Women with graceful figures covered their faces with purple veils as they walked through the hall, filling the air with fragrance. Even the boatmen crossing the bridge would take this opportunity to inhale a few deep breaths of the aroma, looking at the small building with longing on their faces, imagining what a paradise it was inside. Ahem. The door of the small building was half open, through which one could glimpse the purple gauze covering the entire building, casting graceful shadows under the light. Where is Aunt Li? Arriving here, Zhang Xian immediately perked up, his small eyes sparkling under the light. Come out quickly, your distinguished guest is here. It only takes a moment. Unlike other brothels who welcomed him enthusiastically, a woman adorned with pearls and jade, covered with purple gauze, with a plump figure revealing a beautiful waist and a Hui-style short skirt came towards him in a graceful manner, with silver bells on her white ankles and wrists jingling. Accompanied by a unique fragrance, which is neither pungent nor too light, but seems to go straight into people's hearts and lungs. Neither enthusiastic nor indifferent, she said softly, it turns out that it is Duke Zhang who has arrived. Please come in quickly. The girls are waiting for you tonight. I will take off your boots and wash your feet. An irresistible tenderness is vividly displayed in these few sentences. So this is the high-end service enjoyed by the ancients. Zhu Biao couldn't help but feel moved. In the previous life, you could not enter a club of this level without hundreds of thousands of dollars? Your Highness, I assure you that everything here is of the highest quality. Zhang Xian also leaned close to Zhu Biao's ear and winked, whispering timidly, I know a lot of ways they play, many of which are not available elsewhere. Okay, I don't want to waste any more time. Just arrange everything for me. Zhu Biao gave him a look that all men understood. I will not refuse even if I die. Zhang Xian nodded frantically. How many people would want to have the opportunity to serve the Crown Prince? He walked up to Aunt Li and said loudly, this is my cousin from Fengyang. He is closer to me than a brother. Find a few absolutely clean girls who are good at doing things and serve you well. The Duke will reward you with a mansion. That's natural. Hearing this, Li Anyang was neither extremely happy nor surprised. She just smiled and looked at Zhu Biao with her eyes as deep as the blue lake, full of affection, which made people feel tingling in their hearts. She bowed slightly, revealing her perfect mature figure. Sir, please come in. Ahem. Zhu Biao is really a novice and can't really handle this kind of situation. Step into the moon-watching tower. A reminder tone sounded in my ears. You have acted out the atrocities of Emperor Huizong of Song, have fun in a brothel. Acting degree 20%, gaining plus 20 days of lifespan, currently remaining lifespan, 55 days. Well, I inherited Song Huizong's prostitution habit. Zhu Biao laughed at himself, it seems that he has to be the tyrant today. As soon as I arrived at the quietest private room, I sat down. Anyang Li called a girl to help Zhu Biao take off his boots and put them aside neatly. Then she gently washed his feet in a copper basin sprinkled with rose petals. Behind him, several women in purple gauze came over and gave him a massage. The faint scent of incense and body fragrance filled his nose, as well as an indescribable feeling. Zhu Biao, This is what it means to enjoy a horse. The fatigue and sadness of the past few days are completely relieved at this moment. I don't know when the next tyrant reward will come. It seems that for the sake of his life, he has to visit these poor girls. At this time, an annoying and discordant sound suddenly appeared. Brother! Why are you here? I heard a sudden sound coming from outside the room. Zhu Biao suddenly opened his eyes, his expression turned ugly, and he turned to look to the side. Sure enough, under the dim light, the door of the box was slowly opened. Outside the threshold stood a young man from a wealthy family dressed in a crimson satin robe, with a few fierce-looking servants following behind him. I thought I was discovered by King Zhou's 2 idle princes. Fortunately, it is Lan Chun. Zhu Biao breathed a sigh of relief. If I were discovered by my younger brothers here, all the efforts I made to build up my image as a big brother over the years would be wasted. Patting the beauties beside him, Zhu Biao sighed regretfully. You guys go out first. Lan Chun and I are actually relatives. We often interact with each other in the palace, and we visit each other during festivals. In terms of seniority, he should call me cousin. This kid is also sensible and did not reveal his identity directly. I obey your command. 6 top beauties, including Li Anyang, slowly left the room. Seeing this, Lan Chun turned around and waved to the 2 servants behind him. Stay outside. Yes. Lan Chun then stepped carefully into the room. He turned around, closed the door, and then knelt down in front of Zhu Biao. Your Highness, you came to my Lan family's Chunjiang Tower today in disguise. I was unable to come and receive you in time. I really deserve death, Your Highness, please forgive me. Hey, Tadahiko, why are you saying this? We are all family, get up quickly. Zhu Biao bent down and helped Lan Chun up. On the surface, the Zhu family and the Lan family were still very close at this time. The situation is tense. Those were all done secretly by the people below. Your Highness, you really don't blame me? Under the dim light, the expression on Lan Chun's face was unclear. A sarcastic smile crossed Zhu Biao's lips. I'm afraid Lan Chun didn't come here today to apologize, but to test whether he had discovered that Chunjiang Tower was the Lan family's hideout for colluding with various parties. But Zhu Biao would never say this out loud. Instead, he patted Lan Chun's shoulder more affectionately. Zhongyan, if you say that again, I will be really angry. You and I grew up together. Are these little things worth you coming here in person to apologize? I think you just want to take this opportunity to have fun with me. Hey. Lan Chun observed Zhu Biao's expression and looked embarrassed. Your Highness, you finally figured it out. Your Highness, why are you in such a good mood today? You never come out to play on weekdays. It is not certain at the moment whether Zhu Biao has discovered the secret of Chunjiang Tower, so Lan Chun can only take things one step at a time. Zhongyan, what do you think? Zhu Biao made a sighing expression on his face. He held Lan Chun's shoulders and pressed her onto the couch beside him. Even you feel lonely, and you don't have the right to relax and go out for fun? As Zhu Biao spoke, the expression on his face gradually turned into loneliness. From childhood to adulthood, I am the eldest son and also the crown prince. All eyes in the world are on me. I want to be the most perfect prince in everyone's heart, but who can understand the pain in my heart? Hearing these heartfelt words, Lan Chun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. You have worked really hard these years. But if your incognito visit is known to others, those corrupt scholars in the court are about to start criticizing again. Lan Chun looked worried. Lan Yu, I'm afraid General Lan is more strict with you. I heard that you are now training in the hottest days of summer and the coldest days of winter. At this moment, you are probably thinking that this prince is incompetent. Zhu Biao smiled ambiguously and then waved his hand. Where's Zhang Xian? Get in here. With a thud, I saw the door of the wing room. Duke Zhangxian of Kai fell to his knees in sweat, stammering. Your Highness, please understand. I have stopped Master Lan. But he must see you, and I can't stop him. Hey, the Lan family and Gu Ben are relatives, why are you stopping him? Zhu Biao pretended to rebuke him. In fact, Lan Chun wanted to see him. Could Zhangxian really stop her? How dare a powerless duke stand in the way of General Lan's son? I'm afraid Zhangxian wants to die suddenly at home tomorrow. The atmosphere in the room became tense for a moment, and Zhu Biao spoke first. Hurry up. Arrange someone to serve my cousin. As he said that, Zhu Biao grabbed Lan Chun's hand. Cousin, don't leave tonight. It's not easy for you and me to meet each other. You must accompany me for a good drink tonight. If the prince says to stay, then stay. I will go and have the servants pass on the message and then I will be back. Of course Lan Chun didn't dare to do what Zhu Biao meant, so she stood up and walked out of the room after she finished speaking. He walked past Zhangxian without even looking at him. The contempt between these behaviors stems from Lan Yu's current status. After he left, Zhu Biao narrowed his eyes. After a few words and some testing, Zhu Biao was not sure whether he had alarmed Lan Yu. It would be bad if Lao Zhu's arrangements were disrupted. At the same time, Zhu Biao couldn't help but feel secretly angry. Damn it! Lan Yu dared to break in like this. He didn't even take the Zhu family and the prince seriously, did he? It can be seen that the evil intentions harbored by the Lan family are greater than one could imagine. Lan Yu's behavior this time was to show off to the Lan family's followers. So what if he is the crown prince? My Lan family is not afraid of his Zhu family at all. Zhu Biao let out a deep and long breath. It seems that this time when I go back, I have to have a serious talk with Lao Zhu about the Lan family's affairs. The father and son communicated with each other and decided to put an end to Lan Yu's prestige. Suddenly, the light in the room flickered and several hurried footsteps were heard in the corridor. Outside the wing room, a Jinui dressed in a bright yellow flying fish robe walked quickly to Zhu Biao and bowed. Your Highness, His Majesty has ordered Your Highness to return to the palace immediately. Your Highness's clothes are ready. Please move and change. I knew it. Nothing can be hidden from father. Zhu Biao sighed and stood up. It seems that this beauty will not be able to enjoy it today. However, it can save more than 50 days of life and solve the urgent problem. Come again next time, come again next time. Someone, change clothes for this prince. The beauties outside were already trembling with fear. The mentality developed through years of training completely exploded. Although he had been dismissed long ago, he did not hear Zhu Biao's identity clearly. But seeing so many Jinui present, including General Lan's son. What kind of identity is this noble person today? I dare not even think about it. He quickly helped Zhu Biao put on his clothes and led him out of Wangyue Tower. Before leaving, Zhu Biao patted Zhangxian on the shoulder. You stay here and have fun with Master Lan today. What did he say? What did he do? Report every word to me tomorrow. Yes, Your Highness. Zhangxian is not a fool, so he naturally knows what he should do at this moment. A dandy like him may not be good at anything else, but he is good at getting close to Lan Chun and getting some words out of her. Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao turned around and left with satisfaction. At this time, the outside of Chunjiang Tower was already filled with Jinui troops, blocking half of the street. Zheng Xuanli's robotic face with even features appeared in front of him, and Zhu Biao, who was serving him, got into the carriage. The carriage went all the way to the Imperial Palace and it was already midnight when it returned to the East Palace. At this time, Zhu Biao saw it from a distance. On the imperial road of the East Palace, a pair of palace maids were holding lanterns. In the center, there was a beautiful lady in palace dress wearing a red cotton cloak and looking at him with a sad face. Oops! Zhu Biao had the urge to turn around and run away on the spot. Perhaps after a man has been to that place, even if he has done nothing, he will inevitably feel guilty. But Chang Wanwan had already walked up and bowed to Zhu Biao. "Your Highness, please follow me back to the palace." Chang Wanwan didn't cry or make a fuss, as if nothing had happened. "But judging by the strength of his grip on my hand, I'm afraid that's not the case." Zhu Biao moved his eyes and coughed. "Wanwan, listen to my excuses, bah. Explain." "I really couldn't help myself. No, I went there for serious matters. Please don't think too much about it." "I don't dare." Chang Wanwan whispered after hearing Zhu Biao's words. "I heard that you are going to the Lan family's property. I still know the importance of such a big event." "That's right," Zhu Biao felt like he was being pardoned. A considerate princess like Chang Wanwan is really hard to find in ancient and modern times. The key is to be able to understand herself. But inexplicably, Zhu Biao felt that the hand he was holding was getting more and more painful. "Well, it seems things are not that simple after all. Your Majesty invites the prince to enter Qianqing Palace immediately to discuss important matters." Back in the East Palace, before my buttocks were even hot, Lao Zhu's decree came. However, Zhu Biao was already prepared and took the opportunity to escape Chang Wanwan's resentful eyes. He quickly got up, got on the sedan chair, and entered Qianqing Palace at such a late hour, but he didn't see the eunuch who was sleeping with him. It seems that Lao Zhu has taken care of something big tonight. Zhu Biao thought to himself. As soon as he entered the palace, the dormitory of Qianqing Palace was brightly lit, and a few wisps of night frost were sprinkled on the white marble steps. The guards holding spears in front of the palace gate quickly saluted respectfully when they saw Zhu Biao. Inside the knee-high threshold, Lao Zhu's elongated figure was revealed under the lights. Zhu Biao stepped forward slowly. "My son, please see your father." "Get up." I saw Zhu Yuanzhang sitting on the desk at this time, not knowing what he was thinking. After Zhu Biao arrived, he turned around and scolded Zhu Biao. "Biao, Dad is going to say something to you now. You're going to have a private visit incognito. Why are you going to touch the Lan family? My son is about to talk to my father about this matter." Zhu Biao had already made a plan in his mind and spoke. "There has never been a tradition of hunting in our Ming Dynasty, but I would like to go hunting with many of my personal guards in Zijing Mountain before the 39th day of the winter solstice. I wonder if your Majesty thinks this is feasible. Can you hunt?" When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, he was stunned. His thoughts were disrupted by Zhu Biao. Even he couldn't understand what Zhu Biao wanted to do now. "Biao, if you want, just do it. It's just a small hunting meeting. Father, I can guarantee that after this hunting event, the Lan family will no longer have any intention of rebellion. Father, you don't have to worry about it. After the hunting party, you can just take away the Lan family's military power. And I can guarantee that the Lan family won't dare to resist at all." Zhu Biao said calmly. "Huh?" Zhu Yuanzhang clenched his fists suddenly. It's not because Zhu Biao spoke frankly, there is nothing that cannot be said between father and son, but he couldn't believe how Zhu Biao could do what he said. Lan Yu's followers are now all over the Ming Dynasty. Those elite soldiers and generals only knew General Lan, but not the Zhu family. Now Zhu Biao even threatened that a hunting party would make the Lan family no longer have any intention of rebellion. Zhu Yuanzhang simply couldn't believe it. "Biao, tell Dad what good ideas you have." Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't figure it out, so he squatted on the table and laughed. Pointed to the side. "Come on, come on, sit down quickly. If you have any good ideas, Dad will help you with them. He forgot that his father was not only the Hongwu emperor, but also a ruffian from Huaishi. This rogue tone of fooling young people. Zhu Biao covered his face inwardly. He walked forward without any courtesy and sat opposite Lao Zhu, but Lao Zhu was squatting on the couch while he was sitting. I think, Zhu Biao thought, it would be better not to attack the Lan family if possible. After all, killing a founding hero is not good for your reputation in history books. Dad doesn't want to move, but you saw it today. Lan Yu. Now that the conversation had been opened, Lao Zhu's face turned gloomy. Biao, Lan Yu is too famous in the army and so unruly. Daddy is afraid that you won't be able to control him after Daddy leaves. This is completely from my heart. There was no need for Zhu Biao to hide anything. So, Father, you can watch this hunting party. It will also be a good opportunity for the Lan family to see whether I can suppress them. Zhu Biao said calmly. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at his calm expression and finally nodded. We'll help you with this. Now that the stage is set up, it's up to you to perform the show. It's just a hunting match. Old Zhu was confident that he could still control the situation, so it might not be a bad idea to give Zhu Biao a chance to try. At this time, it is still early to the winter solstice, and Zhu Biao still has several months to prepare. It was getting late, but Zhu Biao hadn't noticed any signs of old Zhu falling asleep. He asked in confusion, wouldn't he have been holding the concubine by now? Walk out of the bedroom. As a result, he discovered in the side hall that there was a large square mahogany table set up inside, and on the table were the mahjong tiles he had made. Su De, Tang He, Li Chunlai. Several people were sitting at the mahjong table, looking at him with awkward expressions. Your Highness. Ha ha ha, Your Highness, it's time to go to rest. Look back. The embarrassment that old Zhu couldn't hide on his face. Cough twice. Well, Biao, you should go back first. Your father still has important matters to discuss with the dukes. Okay, this prince is working hard outside, and Your Majesty, you are gathering a group of old brothers in the palace to play mahjong every day, right? Zhu Biao was numb. It is true that 9 out of 1 billion people are addicted to drugs. Even Emperor Hongwu couldn't resist the temptation of the mahjong table. Zhu Biao recalled that in history, Zhu Yuanzhang would bring a few people into the palace every now and then to drink and eat meat. Now that we have mahjong as a pastime, people will definitely drink and eat meat while playing mahjong. The happy life of Emperor Hongwu. It's a pity that I'm still the one doing the work. My son, please retire. Without saying anything, Zhu Biao got up on the sedan chair and walked outside the East Palace. Not a moment. The lights in the Qianqing Palace were bright, and the cheerful sound of playing mahjong could be heard far away, accompanied by the cheerful Huaishi dialect of drinking heavily. Let me tell you, His Highness the Crown Prince's mahjong is so addictive. Yes. And to entertain the body and mind, it not only involves gambling, but also a technical component, which is much better than the tricks like horse tags. Your Highness is a great talent. Oh, that's not right. Suddenly, a scream sounded. Where's Hongzhong? Why is there a red center missing? The prince seemed to have touched the card table just now. Well. In the palace, an emperor and 3 princes looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Sha-la-la. Sha-la-la. In the early years of the Ming Dynasty, the rules of the harem were not so strict. Not only the Qianqing Palace, but also the Queen's Cunning Palace and the concubines' palaces were filled with the sound of mahjong. The spread of this kind of game is extremely terrifying, especially in ancient times when entertainment activities were scarce, so the games often didn't end until late at night. Now mahjong should have spread from the palace to the noble houses, and then spread to the streets. You can also start preparing your monetary plan. Listening to the sound of mahjong all the way, Zhu Biao thought silently, it's okay to play mahjong. If you play too much, you won't have the heart to engage in other intrigues. After returning to the palace, she hugged Chang Wanwan and fell asleep. Suddenly, a system prompt came to my ears: you have played the role of Song Huizong's atrocities, Wen Tian Wuxi. The role-play level has reached 30%, and the bonus lifespan is increased by 30 days. The current lifespan is 85 days. At the same time, if the role-playing degree reaches 30%, you will be rewarded with advanced technology, bullet primer technology. Bullet primer technology. Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao no longer felt sleepy. He suddenly sat up, his eyes shining in the dark hall. Even Chang Wanwan, who was lying beside him, stood up and looked at him in confusion. Your Highness, what happened? Nothing, go to sleep first. While hugging Chang Wanwan, Zhu Biao couldn't wait to check the technical details in his mind. So far, the technologies we have acquired will not involve fundamental changes in productivity, which means they will not fundamentally enhance national strength. But the bullet primer. Combined with standard ammunition and gun blueprints, these three things are enough to make a real musket. It can completely replace all weapons and allow mankind to enter the era of hot weapons. It turns out that the bullet priming technology is not difficult. Zhu Biao murmured. The key is fulminate of mercury, but I can make a small batch using traditional methods. It won't be a problem if I make it. Moreover, this fixed ammunition technology can also be used on artillery shells. Today, the Ming Army's Tiger Squat cannons are all muzzle-loading artillery that rely on the weight and impact of the artillery shells themselves to kill the enemy. To be honest, it's better to rush up and chop. The inability to effectively form firepower coverage is the reason why firearms have always been useless in the Ming Dynasty. Let's announce it tomorrow and get this thing out. Zhu Biao was so happy. With this thing, even if it cannot be mass-produced due to productivity limitations, by producing in small batches and stockpiling them, it can still become a dominant force in your hands. Zhu Biao was so excited that he could not fall asleep until dawn. Early in the morning, the first thing the prince does after getting up is of course to wash and change clothes. Several palace maids came to help Zhu Biao wash and change his clothes, and then breakfast was served. The Zhu family was relatively frugal, and there were only a dozen or so dishes in the morning. Zhu Biao finished his meal in a hurry and then went straight to attend the morning court. Today's morning court is no different from the past, except that the time has been changed to 7 to 9 a.m. Civil and military officials yawned as they entered the palace, beginning the daily grand political show. Long live the emperor! After 3 cheers of "Long live the dragon," Zhu appeared and sat on the dragon throne, with Zhu Biao sitting below. First, the Ministry of Rights came forward to report the matter, followed by the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of War, and the Ministry of Works, and finally it was the turn of those trolls in the Supervisory Council. However, today, before the censor Zhang Wei could step forward to speak, a 6th-rank prince's attendant in a bright red official robe rushed to the front of all the officials, prostrated on the ground, and shouted loudly. I have a report to make. Zhu Biao, who originally wanted to finish the morning court as soon as possible and go to make the announcement, had a lazy look on his face, but when he saw this scene, he immediately sat up straight, staring at the prince's attendant with his eyes like an eagle. That's your own person. Who let him go up there? Wen Zhongshu, what do you want to report? As the prince's attendant, theoretically he is one of the secretaries and ministers of the prince's palace. Of course, Zhu Biao would never easily trust the prince's attendants. But they also have the right to participate in politics and make decisions. However, these people never spoke up in the past, but today they are acting contrary to their usual behavior. This made Zhu Biao smell a hint of danger. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Wen Zhongshu shouted angrily. "Your Highness, I want to report this to His Majesty in court. General Lan Yu has privately set up a government office in the city, recruited adopted sons, and won over officials. Is this the way of a minister? He must be harboring evil intentions. As the prince's attendant, I have no choice but to report such a bold act." As soon as these words were spoken, all the officials were in an uproar. Oh my God! Someone actually dared to criticize Lan Yu, but this is not the point. The point is that the prince's ginseng is blue jade. The combination of these conditions is no less than an epic earthquake. In fact, everyone in the court knew what Lan Yu had done. But if this layer of window paper is broken today, doesn't it mean that the prince is going to break off relations with General Lan? Or, is the emperor going to break up with Lan Yu? Although there was a lot of noise, no one among the officials dared to step forward and speak. Only the Prime Minister Li Shanchang's face changed drastically. He took a step forward, pointed at the prince's attendant lying on the ground, and roared. "You beast! Get back here now! Who told you to talk nonsense in the court?" Li Shanchang's voice was trembling. He was scared. Wen Zhongshu was originally an official of the Huaishi faction, and he was recommended by him to the position of Princess Sharon. He knew very well in his heart that even if this person was not the prince's man, he was definitely his own man. "I just heard yesterday that the crown prince had a dispute with General Lan, and today a servant of the crown prince came to the palace and directly reported General Lan, saying that Lan Yu was plotting a rebellion. This is simply outrageous. As the prince's attendant, I participate in government affairs, and I cannot tolerate evil. No matter what the Lord Central Command says, I have made up my mind on this." Li Shanchang didn't expect it for a moment. When Zhongshu actually yelled at him like that, his eyes were bloodshot, his face was red, and his neck was stiff, as if he wanted to eat someone. Li Shanchang was stunned for a moment and could only stare at Wen Zhongshu angrily with wide eyes. This man was originally a clerk under his own account, but seeing that he was loyal and honest, he promoted him and also put him under the prince's account. But is this still the person I know today? At this moment, Li Shanchang felt dizzy, his body began to sway, and his blood rushed up. Suddenly I felt that my talent was indeed not as good as Lu Bowen's. How could the person I had raised for more than 10 years suddenly bite me back? If it weren't for the interests of you, the old party members of Huaishi, I would have returned to my hometown to enjoy my retirement long ago. How could I have ended up in the situation now? Li Shanchang retracted his trembling hands into his official robe, bowed and looked at Zhu Biao. "Your Majesty, this man must have gone insane. I beg your Majesty to drag him away and beat him to death, so as not to disturb your Majesty and His Royal Highness." At this moment, sitting on the throne, Zhu Yuanzhang looked calm, as if nothing had happened. Zhu Biao's face below was full of frost, and his 5 fingers were tightly gripping the armrests of the prince's chair. His eyes did not look at Li Shanchang and Wen Zhongshu, but directly swept towards the Jiangnan faction members in the line of court officials. Zhang Tinglan and Zhao Mian looked concerned at this time, standing in the hall without saying a word. "Is this your counterattack?" Zhu Biao didn't show it on his face, but he was gritting his teeth in his heart. "It seems that I have underestimated the viciousness of the Jiangnan literati. I thought these people would behave themselves after a good fight, but I didn't expect that they would give me a warning as soon as I returned to Beijing. You will never know who the Jiangnan faction has placed in the court. How many in-laws and old friends do they have? At a critical moment, someone you trust may turn against you. The reason is simple, because their interests are the same. No matter whether they are the middle-level Huaishi old officials or the Jiangnan faction, the civil servants are essentially the landlord class. Only by sticking together can they gain more benefits in front of Zhu Yuanzhang and many great nobles. Your Highness, I am unable to defend myself. Please deal with me. At this moment, General Lan walked step by step to the center of the court. As a duke, Lan Yu did not have to kneel in the court. Lan Yu's eyes just flashed slightly a few times, then he stood up straight and looked at Zhu Biao indifferently. On the surface, he was apologizing, but in fact, he was displaying his tyranny to the fullest. As I said, Lan Yu even looked down on Zhu Yuanzhang. He even dared to mock Zhu Yuanzhang openly. How could he look down upon Zhu Biao, the young prince? In his opinion, what would it matter even if someone impeached him? Just kill him. Does Zhu Biao dare to hold himself accountable? Zhu Biao felt very uncomfortable at this time. If he gave in front of Lan Yu, his prestige as the crown prince would plummet, and the prestige of the entire Zhu family would be damaged. What a vicious plan. Zhu Biao gritted his teeth and stared fiercely at the Jiangnan civil servants in the hall. Only at this moment did I realize what a vicious group of opponents Zhu Yuanzhang faced on a daily basis. Before, Zhu Biao was a well-behaved boy. Under the protection of Zhu, he did not touch anyone's interests. Of course, everyone praised him as a wise prince. Now that Zhu Biao has to do something, it will inevitably affect the interests of others, and these people will show their ugly side. At this time, Zhu Yuanzhang, who had been calm and silent, suddenly opened his eyes and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He glanced around the court in an instant and uttered only one sentence: absurd. Making trouble out of nothing. Court is dismissed. This sentence sets the tone for this matter. But when the struggle began, the only ones who could remain calm were Zhu Yuanzhang and Lan Yu. Long live the emperor! After all the officials shouted, "Long live the emperor," many court officials slowly left the hall. Various small groups and factions of officials could not help but discuss the matter, and the discussions outside the hall were louder than any other day. Although the direct conflict was suppressed by Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Biao's prestige was maintained. But this method can only be used once. It will not work the second or third time. At this time, outside the Imperial Garden on Donggong Road. Your Highness, please listen to me. This matter was definitely not ordered by me. How dare I stir up a dispute between you and General Lan? This is a vicious plot by Zhang Tingyu and his group of Jiangnan people. Li Shanchang chased after Zhu Biao's car and called out in an earnest voice. The prince's carriage stopped. Zhu Biao in the sedan chair said nothing, while Zheng Xuanli beside the sedan chair spoke in a steady voice. Prince's teaching, I know this matter has nothing to do with Duke Hongua, and I also ask Duke Hongua to be careful to control his disciples in the future. Who is loyal and who is treacherous? You must be able to see through people's hearts. It was considered a reprimand for Li Shanchang. In fact, who in the court doesn't know that the conflict between General Lan and His Majesty is a landmine that will explode sooner or later? It's just that no one dares to expose it. Today, someone unexpectedly took advantage of the opportunity and used Zhu Biao's hand to expose the truth. The impact is really huge. Li Shanchang knew that he had messed up a lot, so he could only sigh helplessly and turn away. After all, this matter was also due to my failure to see my subordinates clearly. As a prime minister, he was betrayed by his subordinates in public. Well, maybe I am really old. Inside the East Palace, there were repeated sounds of objects being thrown around. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Extreme anger rushed into Zhu Biao's mind. The exquisite bronze lamp stands and lacquered wood furniture in the hall now seemed annoying. Your Highness, just deal with those thieves, but don't let your body get hurt by your anger. Chang Wanwan stepped forward to comfort her. You don't understand, things are not that simple. Zhu Biao looked back at her. This matter now cannot be solved by killing people. Only then did he understand why Zhu Yuanzhang handled so many major cases, but in the end, the ministers left to Zhu Yunwen still dared to deceive the emperor. After thinking for a long time, Zhu Biao still felt unsatisfied. With a wave of hand. "Come here, capture some Japanese slaves and help me calm down." As soon as the words fell, the eunuchs went to a newly built dungeon and took out several Japanese men whose scapulas were locked with iron chains. These were the Japanese envoys captured by Zhu Biao that day. They were filthy and dying, and they were still weakly shouting, "Baga Baga." Zhu Biao kept these Japanese slaves specifically to get rewards. "Call all the imperial doctors over here. I want to teach them a lesson. Call the imperial physician. Soon." In a deserted side hall, many imperial doctors were looking at the prince who was slowly arranging the torture instruments in front of him. Their bodies were shaking like sieves, and many people started crying on the spot. "Your Highness, what have we done wrong? Please spare my life." Zhu Biao shook his head. "You did nothing wrong today. You only need to do one thing. Draw an accurate map of the 5 internal organs of the human body for me." Click. As he spoke, Zhu Biao broke open a handful of hooks. "Walk up to a Japanese slave." Swish. The Japanese slave's stomach was ripped open by a hook and he let out a roar like a pig being slaughtered, but his hands and feet were tied tightly and he could not move. "Ah! Ah!" I could only scream and cry. I have to say, killing is really the best way to relieve stress. A trace of blood splashed on Zhu Biao's handsome face, and the depression in his heart also dissipated for the most part. He turned and looked at the imperial doctors. "Come up, do as I say, and cut open the bones, blood vessels, and internal organs of this Japanese slave. Draw the structure inside with fine brushwork. When you heal people in the future, you will know the internal structure of the human body and know how to heal. These Japanese people should be regarded as making contributions to the medical field." Due to fear of ghosts and gods, ancient people did not dare to conduct large-scale anatomical experiments. Zhu Biao now has to make up for this deficiency. At the same time, a reminder sounded in my ear, "Ding! You played the atrocities of King Zhou of Shang, killing prisoners of war. The role-playing degree is 30%, and you get an additional 30 days of lifespan. Current lifespan, 115 days. When your role-playing degree reaches 30%, you will receive an Advanced Technology Award, Modern Delivery Technology." Well, it feels good. Zhu Biao then let out a long sigh. "As for the remaining 2 Japanese, I'll leave it to you to dissect them yourselves. Killing one is enough to get the reward, killing more is useless." Zhu Biao once tried to act like a tyrant once at most within 7 days. This will put an end to my idea of getting unlimited rewards by killing people. Modern delivery techniques. This technology may be of little use to ordinary time travelers, but it is of great significance to people of Zhu Biao's status. With this technology, this means that Zhu Biao could directly reduce the neonatal and maternal mortality rates in the Ming Dynasty by more than half. In this era, the neonatal and maternal mortality rates remain high throughout the world, which is also an important reason why the population is difficult to grow. However, Zhu Biao has no time to promote it now. After washing the blood off his body, Zhu Biao immediately went to the prince's study. At this time, in the prince's study, Li Sheng and others were handling government affairs. Today's Zhu Biao no longer needs to work as hard as before and do everything by himself. Now, Zhu Biao handed over all the small matters to his subordinates and only took a closer look at the big matters. Today, as soon as Zhu Biao walked into the prince's study, he found that there were 2 men in official robes there. One of them had snow-white skin, long beard like an immortal, and handsome appearance. The other man was very thin and had dark skin, but his eyes revealed a calming and peaceful power. As soon as they saw him coming in, they knelt down and kowtowed. "Your servant Zhang Juzheng pays respect to the Crown Prince." "Your Highness Wang Yangming pays homage to the Crown Prince." "Wang Yangming. Zhang Juzheng." These two are Zhu Biao's two SSS-level famous minister cards. Seeing them, Zhu Biao was delighted again. Suddenly, he remembered that they also knew about what happened in the morning court today, so he asked, "What do you think about today's events?" Zhang Juzheng closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then continued. "In my humble opinion, Your Highness should keep a low profile. Your Majesty has his own strategy for this matter, so there is no need for you to take any action." "That's true, but it's not what I want." Zhu Biao shook his head and looked at Wang Yangming again. Wang Yangming stroked his beard and smiled for a moment. "In my opinion, it is best for you not to move now, but if you want to move, you can start with government affairs." "That's absolutely true." Zhu Biao smiled, knowing that both of them were qualified politicians, but not good at making plans. It would be better if Lu Bowen was here. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Juzheng. "Yes, I am planning to start with government affairs now. I wonder if you two are willing to lend a hand to me?" "Your Highness, I have a whip method that can benefit the country and the people, and at the same time, give those Jiangnan officials a warning." Zhang Juzheng spoke immediately. In front of Zhu Biao, he didn't need to do much preparation and could just say what he was thinking. In the original time and space, Zhang Juzheng dared to implement the single whip law only after he had taken control of the world. Unexpectedly, Zhu Biao laughed when he heard it. "What is the one whip system? If you want to do it, just do it directly." Zhang Juzheng's one whip system only slightly restricted the speed of landlords' land expansion. In the final analysis, it can only extend the life of the Ming Dynasty for a few decades. Zhu Biao planned to directly use the land tax to curb the landlords' expansion of their wealth at the source. The tax will be levied on the basis of the amount of land, which means that in the future, taxes will be collected only based on the amount of land, rather than a poll tax. This small change will make it impossible for landlords to hide their people and land, and to evade taxes. Because there is no point in you hiding. The government does not look at how many farmers you have under your name. It only looks at how much land you occupy. You have to pay taxes based on the amount of land you occupy. If this incident had happened in the middle and late Ming Dynasty, even a powerful figure like Zhang Juzheng would not have been able to successfully carry out the reform. In the early Ming Dynasty, relying on Zhu's prestige, he could even compile the Yellow Book, let alone implement the tax distribution based on land area. Distribute the tax according to the land area? Zhang Juzheng and Wang Yangming were both shocked, and even Li Sheng next to them was stunned. Thinking about the meaning of these 4 words, Zhang Juzheng was the first to react. These 4 simple words represented such great significance that his beard was shaking with excitement. "You mean, while your Majesty is investigating the lands of the country and compiling the fish scale register, you can tie the tax revenue to the land?" Okay. Once this method is implemented, the Ming Dynasty will last forever. If we dig deeper, the fundamental reasons for the demise of dynasties are mostly due to land annexation. When Zhu Yuanzhang established the Ming Dynasty, he naturally had to solve this problem first. So he compiled the Yellow Book and made the Fish Scale Book, hoping to control land annexation through this method. But this is all bullshit. Just a few decades later, the landlords in the south of the Yangtze River had turned the Yellow Book into waste paper. There is no limit to human greed. Therefore, in Zhu Biao's view, why not take the opportunity of investigating the land all over the country at the beginning of the founding of the country to directly fix the tax law? And then take inventory of the land every 15 years and add the newly reclaimed land to the tally? The Ming Dynasty will never again end up like Chongzhen, where officials are filthy rich but the emperor is terribly poor. Unless the landlords have control over the military, then it is another matter. Once this law is implemented, there will be no more big landlords in the world, and the people can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Wang Yangming's tone was full of sighs. Some even think that Zhu Biao is the greatest saint in the world today. Once this policy is implemented, it will benefit generations to come. In fact, after the Qing dynasty implemented the land-based tax system, the population grew explosively, doubling in just a few decades. Because all previous dynasties had collected taxes based on the number of people in the family, the more people in the family had to pay more taxes, so people were afraid to have children. After the tax burden is distributed according to the amount of land, and with the fact that taxes will never be increased, won't people go crazy having kids? I will do my best to help your highness make this happen. Li Sheng also roughly understood what was said. He knelt down excitedly and kowtowed to Zhu Biao repeatedly. Zhu Biao's expression didn't change much, because he knew this was not that easy. This is his counterattack against the civil servants in Jiangnan. If he digs out their roots directly, they will probably not surrender so easily. There will definitely be voices from the nobles. However, at the beginning of the founding of the country, the nobles had already received a lot of land, and there was no need to annex land for the time being. The hungriest ones are the group of evil wolves among the Jiangnan civil servants. Let's sort this out and implement it together with the Ministry of Revenue, which is currently compiling the fish scale book. Just give the order directly from my prince's mansion. When Zhu Biao said this, he meant to hand the matter over to Wang Yangming and Zhang Jiuzheng. Let this group of people discuss it themselves. He believed that these famous ministers were wise enough to come up with a foolproof plan. Now that the power of government is in my hands, I can just execute it directly. Zhu Biao then stood up and walked out of the prince's study. The people behind him had already started a heated discussion. You too, I wonder what will happen to the preferential policies for scholars after the land tax is distributed? Will they still be given tax cuts? Li Sheng looked at the two big guys beside him after just a few days of getting along with them. Li Sheng had been completely convinced by Wang and Zhang. In his eyes, the two men were almost like half-saints. I'm not kidding. Tax cuts for scholars are a must. Zhang Jiuzheng leaned on his arm and smiled, looking confident. Even if we give scholars a tax cut, they still have to pay taxes on the land under their names. We just need to set a quota. Brother, your words make sense. Why don't we reduce the tax by 300 acres for Juran and 500 acres for Jinshe? Wang Yangming then took over. This is very good. It shows the country's preferential treatment for scholars, but it will not lead to land annexation. While several people were discussing heatedly in the hall, Zhu Biao's figure was getting closer and closer to the Ministry of Works. The craftsmen in the Ministry of Works were sweating more and more because of the various strange and tricky skills that the prince had brought in these days. Oh no! Great idea! They haven't researched it thoroughly yet. Once the news of the land tax gets out, there will inevitably be a storm in the outside world. Lan Yu, can you still bear it? Zhu Biao thought coldly in his heart. Now I have to bring out some real stuff and let those people outside open their eyes and see. Your Highness, look, this is the latest musket made according to the drawings you gave me. The drawings you provided are extremely detailed, and with the new steel furnace, forging parts is much faster. Now I have finally lived up to your expectations. I have created it. As soon as Zhu Biao entered the gate of the Ministry of Works, he saw the envoy Mao Ying quickly stepping forward and kneeling in front of him. With both hands, he handed over a slender musket made of newly refined steel, the black barrel of which reflected a hint of light. This musket is a bit like the double-barreled shotgun in the previous life, except that it doesn't have rifling or anything. Zhu Biao took it and weighed it. It was still more than 10 pounds, but it was already the limit of manual forging in that era. This flintlock musket uses fixed ammunition, if it can be combined with the bullet primer technology that I just acquired. That's not much different from a modern shotgun. There is not much difference except that it has no rifling, has a short range, and has a high chance of exploding. It came out so quickly. Zhu Biao felt somewhat delighted. It seemed that the efficiency of the ancient Ministry of Works was still guaranteed. After all, the workers in the previous life had their wages deducted, but here they will directly kill all 9 generations of their clan. Don't use your meager salary to challenge my 9 clans. Your Highness, you only need to press the button here, and the flintlock will automatically turn the flint to ignite the cotton thread and ignite the gunpowder inside. Mao Ying stepped forward and carefully explained to Zhu Biao how to use the musket. He must have tested it thousands of times before he dared to give it to Zhu Biao for use. It can definitely ensure that the barrel will not explode and the loaded gunpowder will not hurt anyone. Then let me try. Zhu Biao walked to the deepest part of the Ministry of Industry compound. The gate of the compound was about 30 or 40 steps away. At this time, a target covered with sheepskin was placed there. The moment Zhu Biao pulled the trigger, the target was hit with a snap. Zhu Biao only felt as if he was hit by something and fell backwards with a bang. His vision was blurred by the large amount of white smoke and he fell to the ground. Mao Ying and many other craftsmen from the Ministry of Works were stunned and rushed forward immediately. Your Highness, Your Highness. Are you okay? Your Excellency. I have long told you that such a dangerous thing must not be allowed to be tried by Your Highness personally. Why do you insist on showing off? The 2 deputy envoys of the Ordnance Bureau were so anxious that they shouted at Mao Ying. Seeing that Zhu Biao was injured, they didn't care about hierarchy at all. Well, the engineering guy is so honest. At this time, sweat was pouring down Mao Ying's forehead, who was working for the Ministry of Works. He just wanted to take this opportunity to please the prince and prove that the Ministry of Works had made some achievements. Otherwise, I have spent so much money these days but have not achieved anything. I am afraid that my career will come to an end. Ha 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 ha, good. Very good. However, Zhu Biao stood up and laughed. He was not angry at all. Instead, he patted Mao Ying's shoulder vigorously. Come here. Reward Mao with 100 taels of gold. As he said this, he pointed at the broken sheepskin handle in front and asked Mao Ying. The gunpowder in this musket is not fully filled. If it were, it would probably be able to penetrate armor from 30 steps away. How fast does it reload? When Mao Ying heard this, he realized that he was already soaked in sweat and let out a breath. He quickly stepped forward and took the musket from Zhu Biao's hand, and without saying a word, he took out a loaded bullet from under his official robe. With great skill, he loaded it into the ammunition tube at the back of the musket with a snap. Then he picked it up and presented it to Zhu Biao with both hands. Your Highness, this has been filled. Damn, so fast. Zhu Biao was shocked. You have to know that the flintlock technology one taught did not include any improvements in loading. In order to achieve such a fast loading speed, there are still many technical difficulties to overcome. And Mao Ying has actually managed it these days. The wisdom of the ancients should not be underestimated. Although they don't understand any natural science, under the threat of the 9 clans, the potential IQ that people can unleash is endless. No wonder Mao Ying wanted to show off in front of him. Zhu Biao had already imagined the scene of thousands of cavalrymen armed with such muskets firing a volley at the enemy. There is nothing big about fire guns, as the Ming army is now equipped with them. The difference is that it takes several minutes for their muskets to load the next round after loading one. And my musket only needs a dozen seconds. What a concept! Zhu Biao felt so happy, this was his confidence. Then the next important question was quickly asked: what about the production? How long do you expect it will take to produce one of these new muskets? The speed is much slower than before. Maoing seemed to have guessed this question long ago and answered it quickly. The previous muskets needed to be tempered and hammered many times because the steel quality was not up to standard. Nowadays, it only takes 2 or 3 temperings to replace the new steel. The only problem is that I made the barrel thinner and narrower according to your drawings, which slowed down the blacksmith's smelting speed. But using your newly developed assembly line method, it will take about 3 days to make one. Hearing this speed, Zhu Biao couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. After all, at this rate, only dozens or even hundreds of swords could be made before the winter solstice hunting festival. This small number of new muskets are completely useless. This is the trouble of the times. Even if he could use the new technology, without a steam engine or an internal combustion engine, he could not build a lathe and the production speed of muskets could not be increased, let alone large-scale mass production. I don't know when we can get the technology of steam engine and internal combustion engine. After thinking about it, Zhu Biao had no choice but to pat Maoing on the shoulder. Now that there is enough steel, I will recruit as many craftsmen as possible to expand production. I can even bring all the blacksmiths in the world to the Ministry of Industry. No matter what, before the winter solstice, I must see 500 new style muskets and hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition. Can you do it? Your Highness, I will live up to your expectations. When Maoing received the reward from Zhu Biao, he was overjoyed. Because this means that as long as I do this well, I will be on the road to success. He had to complete Zhu Biao's order no matter what. Oh, right. Zhu Biao remembered something and ordered someone to bring up the blueprint he had drawn in his study. This is a blueprint for improving fixed ammunition. Take it and see if you can manufacture it. What was taken out was of course the blueprint of the bullet primer, but Zhu Biao also knew that it was not that simple. I want to add primers to today's paper shell ammunition to turn it into real bullets. First of all, the material of the bullet shell is a big problem. Before the industrial lathe was invented, iron shell bullets were out of the question. I obey your order. Maoing took the blueprint and immediately put it carefully into his official robe. Next, take me to see that thing. After saying this, Zhu Biao's expression became a little gloomy. Maoing in front of him trembled all over and his face lost all color. Your Majesty obeys your order. With a trembling voice, he asked Zhu Biao to get into the sedan chair, and he followed behind it. After trotting out of the palace, the two men changed to fast horses. Zhu Biao didn't care about so many things. He only took a dozen jinui with him and headed towards a deserted wilderness outside Nanjing city. The road was deserted, with only weeds and broken stones left. The trees had been cut down, and there was a strange smell in the air. The further we walked forward and entered the valley, the stronger the eerie feeling became. Loud calls could be vaguely heard not far away, and large military camps were stationed here. This is where Qi Jiguang trained his new army. Prince of Yan Zhu Di was also here, and it was very close to Zhu Biao's imperial estate. It can be said that this is Zhu Biao's base camp and Zhu Biao's real confidence. After so long, the things hidden here can finally be taken out. In the center of the mountains is a valley. A large number of Qi Jiguang's personal soldiers are guarding the entrance of the valley, and no one dares to come in. When Zhu Biao arrived, the new recruits immediately knelt down. Your Highness, may you live forever. Then we opened the road and entered the valley entrance. A wooden gate can be seen in front of you, like a bandit camp. What is different is this wooden gate, which completely seals the entire entrance to the valley, leaving only a small door for entry and exit. Those coming in and out were soldiers escorting various minerals, rare earths, and chemical materials with strong smells. The highest level of gag order has been issued here, and the outer layer is the Jinyui. Anyone found alive escaping from here will be killed. Your Highness, I have made the thing you need according to the method you specified. But during the production process, hundreds of people died. Mao Ying kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, as if he was recalling some terrible memories. For those who died, their families should be properly accommodated and given enough silver. Zhu Biao's expression remained unmoved. At the same time, we need to develop a more appropriate preservation method. Some time ago, they said that they would seal it with beef tendon. How is it now? Your Highness, beef tendons still pose a risk. I have tried storing them in ceramics and sealing them with beef tendons, which barely meets the requirements. Mao Ying said in a low voice while wiping the cold sweat off his face. That's great. Pick a good place and show it to me. Zhu Biao nodded. Before the advent of nuclear weapons, poison gas bombs were undoubtedly the most terrifying weapons. It is only because it is too harmful to human nature that it is banned by various countries. But in this era, there is no United Nations, let alone any international conventions. Who cares what we use to kill the enemy? Besides, this thing is only used as a deterrent, or against Japan. In a word, you can choose not to use it, but you can't live without it. Please wait a moment, Your Highness. Mao Ying didn't say much, turned around and entered the valley. Soon, a number of two-wheeled wooden trailers were dragged out by several craftsmen. Large black ceramic jars are neatly stacked on the trailer, but the difference is that the mouths of those ceramic jars are extremely small, about the size of a thumb. Even this tiny bottle mouth is tied with cooked beef tendon and sealed tightly with clay, glutinous rice and other things on the outside. What's contained inside is undoubtedly the most powerful weapon of this era. Zhu Biao and Mao Ying were standing far away, more than 1,000 meters away, and they had specifically chosen a location that was upwind. After making sure that it would not have any impact on him, Mao Ying went down to give some instructions. In the distance, a soldier brought in a group of death row prisoners, tied them to the grass, and then ran away. The death row inmates were trembling all over, having no idea how horrible a scene they were about to face. Your Highness, please take this. Mao Ying handed Zhu Biao a gas mask. The technical level of gas masks is not very high and the production cost is cheap. As long as the selected filter material can react with the poison gas and does not kill people. After both of them put on gas masks, I saw a craftsman holding up a thick black porcelain jar. Obviously he had practiced this craft. The body spins rapidly to accumulate power, just like throwing a shot put, and when the power is accumulated to maximum, suddenly throw the can out. Snapped. The two of them clearly saw the jar fall to the ground, hit the center of the death row prisoners, and shatter. A dark yellow gas diffused out. Not much time passed at all, maybe only a dozen seconds. The fleeing death row prisoners fell down one by one, wailing miserably. There's not even enough time to escape. The only people who survived in that place were the craftsmen wearing gas masks. They also evacuated quickly. This is sarin gas, also known as chlorine gas. The method of making it is very simple: potassium permanganate plus water plus concentrated hydrochloric acid. With Zhu Biao's traditional 3-acid and 2-base technology, it is not difficult to make this thing. Its power is basically the limit of this era. Your Highness, please do not use this without permission. It is really against the will of heaven. Not only is this substance fatal if inhaled, even the slightest contact with the skin can. Chlorine, that's it. Zhu Biao looked calm. Isn't this thing much more powerful than a grenade? Continue to develop storage and transportation methods. It would be best if we could make it the size of a fist so that we can kill a large number of enemies when we throw it. Mao Ying did not dare to refute and nodded repeatedly. Zhu Biao didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Even a tyrant like the little mustache dared to use this thing. Poison gas bombs had been used on a large scale in Western history. Why shouldn't he dare to do so? After inspecting the production of poison gas bombs, he was very satisfied. Then he went to the military camps of Qi Jiguang and Zhu Di, intending to see how the new army was organized. Outside the military camp, flags were fluttering, and the soldiers were lined up in neat rows, with neat military appearances and bright armor, looking like elite soldiers and brave generals. When Zhu Biao and Mao Ying arrived at the front of the camp, they saw Qi Jiguang and Zhu Di were already waiting at the camp gate. Both of them were dressed in military uniforms, looking very heroic. "Brother, I'm here." There was a noise and Zhu Biao looked back. On a hill far away, a young man's face, tanned dark, was smiling at him like a flower. It goes without saying that it must be this kid Zhu Di. I saw him riding a horse and galloping towards me, wearing armor, and he was obviously still leading the troops. "Brother, why are you finally interested in coming to see me today?" "It's not you who came to see me." Zhu Biao sighed helplessly. "You saw everything just now, right?" He knew that this kid was too smart, and as a prince, no one dared to control him. He must have known about his experiment just now. But it's no big deal to know. As long as the officials of the Ministry of Works and the families of the generals are in his hands, these formulas will not be leaked. When Zhu Di heard this, he suddenly stopped smiling, his expression became serious, and his tone became earnest. "Brother, can you deploy this item to our army? How about letting me use it just once?" He is indeed a natural war maniac. Zhu Biao suddenly felt helpless. "Are you dreaming? How are you doing in learning tactics from General Qi? How dare you try to spy on my secrets?" After hitting a snag, Zhu Di slightly suppressed his expectations. However, his expression still showed that he was still a little unsatisfied. Just think about this thing. If it was placed in a favorable direction and fired at the Northern Yuan cavalry, the scene would be truly thrilling. Such a powerful thing was secretly in the hands of the eldest brother. It also made Zhu Di truly realize how much his elder brother had accomplished over the years. No wonder he recently threatened to take over Japan. Big brother is big brother. How could the boss of my Zhu family be that simple? All the petty quarrels in the court are now nothing but trivial matters. Zhu Di admired him to the extreme. The image of Zhu Biao was infinitely magnified in his imagination, almost catching up with Zhu Yuanzhang. "Hey, big brother, do I need you to tell me this?" But General Qi's tactics are really powerful. Just 10 civilians from eastern Zhejiang can exert a strength that is no less than that of cavalry. If this tactic is popularized, I'm afraid my Ming Dynasty will have no rivals. Speaking of this, Zhu Di became very excited. "Humph, you still have a pair of dog eyes." Zhu Biao cursed with a smile. "Didn't you look down on General Qi before? Now you know how powerful he is. The past was the past, and the present is the present. Now the little prince admires General Qi very much." Zhu Di felt no shame at all. "Anyone who can fight is a hero in my eyes. If you can learn nearly 30% of General Qi's skills, I can safely hand over the army to you." With a sigh, Zhu Biao felt a lot of emotion in his heart. I wonder what kind of combat power the Qi family army, which was considered to have the pinnacle of battle formation skills in the era of cold weapons, would unleash when equipped with muskets that were 100 or 200 years ahead of their time. Why is it said that the Qi family army reached the limit of cold weapon tactics? Because there is almost no general in history who can take into account all the methods of breaking the formation and organize them into combat teams of 10 people. This is a miracle in the world's military history. The Qi family army did it, so they were able to achieve an exchange ratio of almost 0 casualties against the Japanese pirates. At this time, as the two brothers were talking, they rode their horses to the military camp on the other side of the valley. In the military camp, only Qi Jiguang was seen standing in the sun. A suit of wooden armor makes him look even more heroic. At this moment, sweat was dripping from his forehead down his armor. "Fifth flag, third team, your formation just now was wrong." The spearman took a step ahead of the swordman, corrected immediately. His voice was not rough, but sounded gentle yet stern, which inexplicably gave people a convincing feeling. The Qi family soldiers training on the parade ground were all honest-looking men from good families. Now, under his command, the Qi family army has taken shape. Bring up the trial version of the newly developed fire gun. I want to discuss new tactics with General Qi. Zhu Biao whispered to Mao Ying, who was standing beside him. Mao Ying immediately understood and turned around and went to the armory. The armory is not far from here, and the large area around the imperial farm is Zhu Biao's training base. Swordsmen, go. Wolf-whip soldiers, go. Musketeers, spearmen, retreat. Try the third change again. Along with Qi Jiguang's command, Zhu Biao clearly saw 1,000 civilians training in the field, with 10 people in each group. They formed a small battle group, 100 small battle groups, and spread out across the vast training ground. Practicing with them were the ordinary Ming troops of the 12 guards. Although the Qi family soldiers were not very skilled in their movements, they were able to form a formation the moment they came into contact with the enemy. This is the formation that has been trained to the level of muscle memory, and then the lancers hook the enemy in, and the spearmen pierce it. The series of actions are extremely skillful. There was a musketeer behind to finish off the enemy, and the eagle guards on the opposite side collapsed in an instant. He was covered in white spots and was swept out of the battle formation. It can be said that no matter what formation you use, as long as you use cold weapons, you can hardly break the tactics of the Qi family army. Even if the Jin cavalry from history were resurrected or the Mongolian Iron Pagoda reappeared, they would surely be mostly killed if they rushed over. There was no other way. Qi Jiguang had brought the tactics of the cold weapon era to the extreme. If he had not died of depression after Zhang Juzheng's death, Qi's army would have been defeated. No matter how bad the Ming Dynasty was, it would not cause the rumor that there are less than 10,000 Tartars, but if there are 10,000, they are invincible. The new book of performance is a good book. Qi Jiguang is the culmination of all the cold weapons and tactics of the past dynasties. Zhu Biao sighed in his heart. It would be best if this kind of warfare could be popularized to all the armies of the Ming Dynasty. It can be said that Qi's army was underestimated in history. Everyone thought that Qi's army's tactics were only beneficial to the Japanese pirates, but in fact Qi Jiguang was considering an innovation in infantry tactics. Qi Jiguang is the first general in history to break down tactics into individual tasks. In history, the Mongolian cavalry led by Qi's army to fight at Hutudun also fought fiercely. General Qi. Zhu Biao called out to Qi Jiguang, who was concentrating on training his troops. Qi Jiguang turned around suddenly and found that it was Zhu Biao. His expression immediately turned into one of respect, and he walked over quickly, kneeling on one knee in full armor. "Your Highness, I pay my respects to you. I did not know you were coming. Please forgive me. General Qi, don't worry about these red tape. I wonder how many soldiers the general can bring out this year?" Zhu Biao asked impatiently, reaching out to help Qi Jiguang up. After hearing this, Qi Jiguang thought about it for a while. "Your Highness, at this rate, we will be able to train 10,000 combat-ready soldiers by the end of this year. But a soldier who has never seen blood can never be considered a real soldier." What he meant was that he wanted Zhu Biao to find him a battle to fight. What was Qi Jiguang's purpose in joining the army? It is to protect my hometown in eastern Zhejiang and prevent the Japanese pirates from invading again. Nowadays, the annual invasion of Japanese pirates in coastal areas has become a natural disaster. Wherever the Japanese pirates went, people suffered, but the Ming Dynasty was helpless. This is the deepest anger in Qi Jiguang's heart. General Qi, don't worry. I didn't let you lead the troops to fight for a reason. I came here today to discuss this matter with you, General. Zhu Biao patted Qi Jiguang on the shoulder and carefully asked about some details of Qi's army's combat. He also told Qi Jiguang some classic tactics in history. As a history expert in his previous life, although Zhu Biao did not understand any industrial technology, he was familiar with historical materials. So that's how it is. There is actually a weapon called Wolf Whip. If we just add more spearmen, we can defeat the cavalry. Your Highness is truly a natural-born general. After hearing just a few words of explanation, Qi Jiguang's eyes lit up and he sighed and slapped his thigh. I didn't expect that there was someone who could understand the purpose of my tactics so thoroughly, and this person was the crown prince of the current dynasty. For a general, is there anything happier than this? Qi Jiguang's excitement never stopped for a moment, and his face turned completely red. Why didn't I think of this before? This is how you will fight in the future. I just told you in advance, Zhu Biao thought silently in his heart. Zhu Di on the side looked at Zhu Biao with his mouth wide open and his eyes seemed to be meeting an immortal. I didn't expect that my elder brother, who has always been gentle and refined, has such extraordinary strategies and tactics in his mind. At this moment, Zhu Di found that he didn't recognize his elder brother at all. Is this still my gentle and kind elder brother? In addition to these, General Qi should also consider how the Qi family army should fight at sea or in the mountains and forests. If we can train an army like this, it won't be a temporary achievement, but a permanent achievement. In the future, this kind of warfare can be applied to the entire army of our Ming Dynasty. If we have such an army, our Ming Dynasty will have no worries about its prosperity. Whether you can go further depends on the general himself. Even Zhu Biao himself could not contain his excitement at the thought of having such an army in the future. I am so lucky to have met your Highness. Your Highness, I am so honored by your high regard for me. I will repay your kindness with all my heart and soul. When he was so excited, Qi Jiguang knelt down in front of Zhu Biao and swore allegiance. That's not necessary. You must know that you are not fighting for me, and I do not need your loyalty. You must remember that your primary mission at the moment is to eliminate the Japanese menace along the coast and annihilate Japan. You know, even if you, Qi Jiguang, repel the Japanese pirates now, they will still come to invade us generation after generation. Zhu Biao paused when he said this. I can't help but think of the Japanese invasion hundreds of years later and the scene of devastating suffering, and I feel indignant. So you must remember to completely destroy Japan in order to truly protect the safety of the people along the coast. These words shocked Qi Jiguang. Throughout history, those in power have gathered these generals together in the hope that they would be loyal to themselves and gain more power. And His Royal Highness the Crown Prince actually told me that I don't have to be loyal to him? At this moment, Qi Jiguang really didn't know what to do, and his admiration for Zhu Biao reached its peak. Prince of Yan Zhu Di, who heard these words, also fell into deep thought, with his thick black brows tightly knitted together. He couldn't understand why his elder brother didn't want the loyalty of such a brave general. But he was afraid that he would never be able to figure it out in his lifetime. At this time, Zhu Biao patted Zhu Di on the side and said, Fourth brother, you must remember that the purpose of fighting is first to protect the Zhu family's territory, and secondly to your personal achievements. You are already 21 years old, you can't continue to seek fame and reputation by imitating the overlord. After hearing this, Zhu Di was silent for a long time. Your Highness, I have brought the things here. Mao Ying had not yet reached the center of the training ground when he was stopped by Zhu Biao's guards. Helpless, he could only shout loudly at the side. Only then did Zhu Biao step forward. Behind Mao Ying, 2 craftsmen were seen carrying baskets filled with 10 new-style muskets. There was also a large amount of fixed gunpowder, as well as projectiles for firing, etc. Your Highness, I wonder what this is. Qi Jiguang strode out and looked at the iron lumps in the frame that looked like muskets. This is what I wanted to discuss with you. As he spoke, Zhu Biao took out a new musket from the basket. He followed Mao Ying's example, loaded the gun with bullets and fixed powder, picked it up and fired a shot at the ground not far away. Boom! Everyone heard a loud noise clearly. Even though he was prepared, Zhu Biao was still shocked by the noise and almost fell to the ground again. Fortunately, Zhu Di came up from behind and supported him. Brother, are you okay? The other people in the field had already been stunned by the power of the new musket. They were speechless for a long time, with only shock and suspicion in their eyes. Some of the Qi family soldiers on the periphery were so frightened that they squatted on the ground and trembled. These people were honest farmers and had never seen such a thunder-like scene. After a while, some people couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. What is this? Is this a new weapon? It's really amazing. It looks like a bird gun, but it's much more powerful than a bird gun. Could it be a bird gun? How could it be? I've fired that bird gun before, and the bullet can only fly 10 steps away at most, and it's not that powerful. Qi Jiguang's expression suddenly became serious, he frowned tightly and said nothing. He just walked quickly to the place where the bullet had just landed and carefully observed the bullet marks left on the field. Thinking about the speed at which Zhu Biao reloaded the bullets just now, a thunderclap sounded in his heart. Even if it is a divine weapon, it can't be better than this. Qi Laser hurriedly strode back to Zhu Biao excitedly. Your Highness, do you know this thing? Yes, this is the new type of musket that I asked the Ministry of Industry to build. What do you think, General? Zhu Biao looked at Qi Jiguang, who was very excited in front of him, and asked knowingly. Your Highness, this thing is like a magical weapon. With this, I can guarantee that Qi's army can defeat 100 with 100, 100 with 1,000, and 1,000 with 10,000. I wonder if your Highness would be willing to let me take a closer look at this thing? Looking at the new musket in Zhu Biao's hand, Qi Jiguang couldn't contain his excitement and wanted to take a look. Zhu Biao handed the new musket in his hand to Qi Jiguang, who was standing beside him. The use of this new type of musket was indeed very simple, and Qi Jiguang learned it in no time. One shot after another, after firing more than 10 shots. Mao Ying, who was standing by, was sweating profusely and quickly stepped forward to stop Qi Jiguang. General Qi, you can't try this again. Why? Qi Jiguang was in high spirits and couldn't stop, so he asked in confusion. Mao Ying couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his face, but Zhu Biao beside him gave him the answer. After more than 10 rounds, there's a risk of the barrel exploding, right? Your Highness is wise. Mao Ying should crawl to the ground immediately. Zhu Biao was not surprised. With the technology of that era, it was already very good that a gun barrel hand-forged by a blacksmith could withstand 10 rounds without exploding. You have to know that the service life of a new musket is only 1 or 2,000 rounds at most. But we still need a steam engine, or at least a hydraulic press. Zhu Biao complained about the poor performance of the system. It seemed that he still had to do some big work to overcome this technical difficulty. Your Highness, the explosion is nothing, it's just a small matter. Qi Jiguang had just put down the musket in his hand and immediately picked up a new one excitedly. I have never seen such a magical weapon before. I am itching to get my hands on it. I just don't know how much of this thing is produced now. How much is the annual output? Qi Jiguang is now eager to take these new muskets and completely wipe out Japan. There are indeed not many made now, but I can guarantee that once they are made, they will be equipped to your army first. Zhu Biao thought for a moment and then said, I thank your highness for your appreciation. If this thing is used in the formation, I can increase the number of musketeers to 3, or even 5. When necessary, they can stand together in a row, divided into 3 rows, and kill as many enemies as possible. Qi Jiguang was indeed a natural military genius. As soon as he got the musket, he thought of the linear formation of people being lined up for execution. Okay. Zhu Biao couldn't help but applaud in his heart, and based on his familiarity with history, he also expressed his own views. Afterwards, several people entered the military camp and talked all night about the arrangements for the new muskets. In the past, Zhu Biao could only read these ancient tactics to satisfy his curiosity, but now he can finally have a long conversation with the author of the new book on performance face to face. It wasn't until the next morning when the sky was just getting light. Zhu Biao and Qi Jiguang had just finished a long conversation. Although they had not slept all night, both of them were in high spirits. Your Highness, I never expected that there would be such a large territory outside of the 9 provinces, waiting for our Ming Dynasty to conquer. Speaking of this, Qi Jiguang couldn't help but sigh. During the long conversation last night, Zhu Biao told him some information about other countries in the world. It was the first time that Qi Jiguang knew that there were other countries in the world that had hundreds of millions of bison and tens of billions of acres of fertile farmland. It was also the first time I knew that there were crops that could be harvested 3 or even 4 times a year. There was also a magical land where grass would grow every year without the need for nomadic migration, and cattle and sheep would never eat it all. And this place is on the other side of the ocean, thousands of miles away from Japan. America is where there are hundreds of millions of bison, India is where there are 4 crops a year, and Europe is where grass grows every year, so there is no need for nomadic migration. In fact, judging from the natural environment alone, the land of China is an extremely unsuitable place for human survival. There are many better lands on earth than China. It is the persevering Chinese people who make this land shine. Let's change another nationality, and not talk about anything else. Just take the Yellow River that floods every year, the bloating in the south that is full of poisonous insects, and the plains that are frequently hit by natural disasters and droughts. They are enough to make it impossible for them to live in peace. It can be said that other civilizations in history have rarely encountered major famines, but famine is an eternal theme in Chinese history. Take the European land, for example. Zhu Biao said with emotion. Why do the northern grassland peoples plunder China every year? The fundamental reason is insufficient rainfall. After the grass is eaten, it won't grow again the next year, so we have to be nomads. Being nomads leads to a shortage of resources, so we have to plunder to survive. What about Europe? There is enough rainfall there, so herders can settle down in one place. The number of cattle and sheep increases dramatically every year, so there is no need to worry about not having enough food. If there really is such a continent. Qi Jiguang couldn't help but sigh. If we can relocate the grassland peoples that harass the northern border of our Ming Dynasty, wouldn't that solve the problem forever? General Qi, that's exactly what you said. Zhu Biao patted Qi Jiguang's shoulder heavily. Isn't this a replica of every yellow peril in history? The grassland peoples who were driven away by China made the Europeans suffer terribly. Let's talk about India. Zhu Biao's eyes became even more excited. That place is really a place where you can plant whatever you want and it will grow as long as you sow the seeds. Indians never worry about food and drink. If they are hungry, they can fill their stomachs by picking a handful of wild fruits on the roadside. It's really a gift from God. There has never been a concept of hunger in human history. Finally, the American continent is not actually inhabited by humans. The main species living there is bison. If the meat of hundreds of millions of bison were cut up, it would take all the people of the Ming Dynasty 100 years to eat it all. Think about it now. It's so difficult for the people of the Ming Dynasty to even eat a mouthful of salt, let alone meat. General Qi, do you think this is fair? Of course it's not fair. Qi Jiguang was also infected by Zhu Biao's emotions and slammed the table hard. He reacted immediately and said while trying to suppress his excitement. I was rude just now, please forgive me, Your Highness. No problem. Zhu Biao waved his hand and continued speaking. So our Ming Dynasty must not rest on its laurels. We must seize these territories before other countries, so as to fundamentally improve our national strength. But if we want to go to these places, manpower alone is definitely not enough, we must have navy. Zhu Biao became impatient as he spoke. Such ambitions directly stunned Qi Jiguang and Zhu Di, who were standing beside him. They never imagined that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had such a big world in his heart. Both of them were military commanders, and they were very excited to hear the news. You can imagine. Originally, Zhu Di thought that the war had been fought by his father Zhu Yuanzhang, but now after hearing what his elder brother said, it is still too early. He had been shocked by Zhu Biao the entire night, and at this moment he jumped out excitedly. Brother! Let me fight. I'll take down Europe, America, and India for you. Conquer a large territory for the descendants of the Zhu family. Zhu Di was extremely happy. Originally, Zhu Di had never thought of becoming an emperor. He just wanted to quietly stay in Beijing and fight against the Northern Yuan dynasty. My highest ideal is to become a general who conquers the north. In history, it was Zhu Yunwen who forced him onto the throne. Now, after Zhu Biao's guidance, he, who had dreamed of achieving great things since he was a child, suddenly found a way to fulfill his dream without becoming an emperor. Eat one bite at a time, do one thing at a time, don't take too big a step. Zhu Biao had a good chat, and then he stood up and said to the two of them, your first task is to train the Qi family army well. I have my own ideas on how to proceed from now on. During this long conversation, Zhu Biao could be said to have opened his heart. One was his younger brother, and the other was Qi Jiguang. Zhu Biao only dared to say these words to the two of them. Even if you tell this to Zhu Yuanzhang, he will think he is crazy. Zhu Yuanzhang had a strong peasant mentality. It was more difficult to get him to open his eyes and see the world than to kill him. After saying this, Zhu Biao got into the sedan chair with slightly tired steps. The next stop is Huangzhuang. I don't know how my brothers are doing in school. Huangzhuang was Zhu Biao's base camp. During this period, even Zhu Yuanzhang's Jinyui had no idea what was going on in the imperial manor. Zhu Yuanzhang had a strong desire to spy on Zhu Biao, but Zhu Biao would not let him know everything to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Early morning. Threads of dew condensed on the flower petals and leaves. It was a good time of year in June and July, and cicadas could not wait to start chirping early in the morning. The servants sweeping the gate of the imperial manor were yawning and waving their brooms with a look of despair. Your Highness, we're here. Zhu Biao dozed off for a while in the carriage, and when he opened his eyes he arrived at the gate of the imperial farm. Brother, you are finally here. Brother, when will you let us go back? We are really going to get sick from holding back these days. When the king of Zhou and the king of Chu saw Zhu Biao's carriage, they couldn't wait to rush forward. The two people who hadn't seen each other for a while looked a lot fatter and not at all as pitiful as they said. Here, they have no chance to indulge in luxury. I can no longer make elixirs, nor can I play with beauties. I just work diligently every day and eat a lot after work. How can I not get fat? With the help of his two younger brothers, Zhu Biao got off the carriage leisurely and walked towards the imperial manor. You guys. Looking at the expectant eyes of the two, Zhu Biao couldn't help but sigh. Isn't it good here? Your princess has been brought here too. Hurry up and give birth to a few more children for the Zhu family. But the two stopped talking for a moment. Is it a princess we want? How can a princess satisfy us? What we want is to go out into the world and have fun. Zhu Biao knew without thinking too much about the two's evil thoughts, and said with a cold face. The emperor has tacitly approved your coming here. I will temporarily keep your title as king, but if you don't do your job well, you will never be able to return in this lifetime. Zhu Biao's meaning was very clear. You two are completely in my hands, don't expect anyone to come and rescue you. No way. The two of them looked dazed. Are they going to stay in this imperial manor for the rest of their lives? In any case, Zhu Biao would not continue to let these two go. If you can't even manage a small imperial farm, how can I trust you to go out and do other things? Brother, we manage the royal manor well. The two of them hurriedly made assurances, fearing that Zhu Biao would really trap them in this imperial manor for life. Brother, we have established an orphanage in recent days, and the other brothers are also studying hard. The steel plant and fertilizer plant also began to expand according to my brother's requirements. Now they can produce 1,000 kilograms of fertilizer and 500 kilograms of steel per day. The two men immediately told Zhu Biao about their achievements in recent days and handed him the account book that they had prepared long ago. Zhu Biao took the account book and snorted coldly. That's 360 tons of fertilizer and 180 tons of steel per year. What's the use of this thing? In the future, if any country produced 360 tons of fertilizer and 180 tons of steel a year, it would probably be laughed at. Even the small countries in Africa would not do that. But in today's Ming Dynasty, this efficiency is already quite impressive. But this was far from enough for Zhu Biao. He reassigned the two of them the next task. When the orphans come again next month, these productions must be doubled. The number of orphans must also be doubled. Let the older orphans finish their half-day study today, and then teach the younger ones in the evening, and the younger ones will teach the younger ones. Within 3 months, these people must be able to learn basic literacy and arithmetic. Ah, but brother, there are 10,000 orphans here, and we can't take care of them all. This, double it, not to mention other things, there are so many mouths. King Zhou was stunned. When I think about facing so many children every day, I feel a tingling sensation in the back of my head. The former king of Zhou never thought that one day he would fall into such a situation. Zhu Biao also issued a death order that if an orphan died of starvation or illness, his sentence here would be extended by another year. Oh my God, do we still want to live? King Zhou was screaming in his heart. He could not understand how Zhu Biao could have been so kind, generous and magnanimous. How did he become the devil he is today? Brother, you can kill me or make me do hard labor. Don't make me do this kind of thing with children again. King Zhou couldn't stand it anymore and begged Zhu Biao for mercy. Oh. Zhu Biao narrowed his eyes and sneered. Look at you like this, is my Zhu family's prince so useless? In history, the king of Zhou not only used living people to make elixirs, but after he went to Shu, he even remembered the name of his fiefdom wrong. He was truly the epitome of ignorance. Even Zhu Yuanzhang was so angry that he issued 3 imperial edicts to reprimand him. Humph, once you're in my hands, even if you're a piece of mud, I'll burn you into glass. When King Zhou heard what Zhu Biao said, a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. After all, no matter how bad the king of Zhou behaves, as a prince, he is unwilling to admit that he has brought shame to the Zhu family. Fifth brother, please stop talking. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, the king of Chu also tried to persuade them in a gentle voice. Brother, you are doing this for our own good. As princes, if we can't even handle such a small matter, how can we handle government affairs in the future? Do we really want to put the burden of the world on Big Brother alone? Hearing this, a look of disdain flashed across King Zhou's face, and he said something in a low voice. My eldest brother is the emperor, but I am not the emperor. What did you say? As soon as these words came out, the king of Chu was so shocked that the account book in his hand fell to the ground. He trembled all over and shouted loudly. Fifth brother, how can you say such a thing? Zhu Biao's face was also filled with frost, and King Zhou realized that he had said the wrong thing. He raised his head, his face turned pale, even his lips were bloodless, and he spoke in a trembling voice. Brother, that's not what I meant. To be honest, Zhu Biao really wanted to kill his brother humanely. I've seen trash, but I've never seen such trash. But in the end he still sighed. Well, since you really don't want to work for the family, then go back to the capital. Go find your two brothers. I will not ask about your affairs from now on. Hearing Zhu Biao's disappointed tone, King Zhou was completely panicked. He fell to his knees, kowtowed repeatedly, and even tears began to flow as he cried. Brother, I was really wrong. How could I not be willing to work for you? But since I haven't taken any pills recently, I feel sleepy every time I get up and can't muster up any energy. Hear this. Zhu Biao also sighed in his heart. It seems that the long-term use of these addictive pills has already drained King Zhou's body. In that case, I will give you a very simple task. What's up? King Zhou stopped crying and slowly raised his head to look at Zhu Biao. Play mahjong. Zhu Biao looked at King Zhou and said softly. You can open mahjong parlors in Nanjing. Just open them and I will send people to help you manage them. You just need to play every day. King Zhou looked at Zhu Biao's face and saw that he didn't seem to be giving up on him completely, so he nodded heavily. I will definitely live up to your trust, big brother. After making arrangements with King Zhou, Zhu Biao turned and looked at King Chu again. Now that my fifth brother has left, the burden on you, my seventh brother, regarding the affairs of the imperial farm will become even heavier. However, I will also send more people to assist you. Seventh brother, I know you are soft-hearted, but if there is something you really can't do, just send someone to tell me. After all, the imperial farm is his base camp and also the training ground for his younger brothers, so there can be no losses. Don't worry, big brother. The king of Chu, however, raised his voice to a louder tone, sweeping away his usual feminine demeanor. I will take good care of the imperial farm for you, brother, and not let you worry about it. Yeah. Zhu Biao nodded with satisfaction. You should also study more, so that I can entrust more affairs to you as soon as possible. No matter what, the only people I can trust the most right now are my brothers. After all, they are my flesh and blood. After Zhu Biao gave a few more instructions, he strode into the imperial farm. Although the outside of the current imperial manor is not very different, the inside has undergone tremendous changes. At this time, a huge school was built in the center of the imperial farm. At this time, the sound of reading aloud could be heard in the school. In the valley far away from the imperial manor are hidden factories producing fertilizers and steel, which are running at full speed every day. For some reason, when King Zhou thought about leaving here soon, he couldn't help but think of the efforts he had made for these things over the past month. He felt a little reluctant in his heart and let out a long sigh. Brother, now I use the method you told me, where the old bring up the new, to have the people here work overtime to cycle through training. Especially the orphans over the age of 16, almost most of them can read and do basic math. They have also completed several syllabi of the natural sciences set up by Big Brother. The king of Chu led the way and proudly introduced the current situation of the imperial farm to Zhu Biao. It could be seen that the two of them had put a lot of thought into it, and Zhu Biao nodded in his heart. There is no way, the teaching staff is limited. There are only 10 teachers in total. How to quickly extract knowledge from them is a technical job. We can only adopt the method of the Whampoa Military Academy. Set up crash courses to quickly train a group of talents who have basic literacy and numeracy skills, and some basic geography and humanities knowledge. There is definitely still a long way to go before we can compare to the talents that Confucianism has spent more than 10 years carefully cultivating. But in this era when the literacy rate is less than 5%, these people can already use it. The key is that he has a clean background and has been raised by the Zhu family, so his loyalty is maxed out. Long live His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. This was a group of young men dressed in gray and rags, but they were strong and had obviously received training. When he saw Zhu Biao, he rushed over, knelt on the ground, and shouted in a trembling voice. "Stand back!" The Jinui on the side hurried out to stop them. Zhu Biao waved his hand to stop him, and instead slowly stepped forward and asked in a gentle voice. "Do you recognize me?" The leading youth spoke with a trembling voice but a firm gaze. "I am Lu Jianqing, a commoner. I was captured and enslaved by Yuan soldiers in the 3rd year of Hongwu. I was rescued by your majesty and had the honor of meeting your majesty once." Lu Jianqing. Hearing this name, Zhu Biao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and there was a hint of interest in his eyes. "Oh. Then tell me, what do you know?" "Your Highness, I have been learning martial arts and military formations in your majesty's palace for 8 years, and now I have learned literacy and arithmetic from you. I was originally a wanderer in the chaotic times, and it is only because of your meeting that I am where I am today. I would never repay you even if I die 1,000 times." As he said this, the young man burst into tears. Teenagers are psychologically fragile and they wander around in their childhood. Now Zhu Biao can be regarded as their second parent and the only support in their hearts. No wonder I'm so excited. You have learned military skills before, and now you are learning literacy and arithmetic? Wow, he can be a mid-level officer right away. Zhu Biao was also shocked and felt emotional. Old Zhu doesn't have enough teachers to teach these people to read and write. Now that they are here, these orphans can be said to be even more powerful. Back then, the Whampoa Military Academy only took 3 months to complete the training, but it produced a large number of top generals. I wonder what kind of talents these first batch of orphans trained in 3 months will be. Zhu Biao could not contain his joy and turned to look at the king of Chu. These children are good. Kill a few cows at noon to nourish their bodies. Also, it's summer now, so we should sew new summer clothes for them. Why are they still wearing last year's rags? At the end, Zhu Biao's tone became slightly harsh. You are still my 5th brother. The king of Chu glared at the king of Zhou with resentment. King Zhou groaned inwardly, not expecting that he could be whipped again. Brother, I was negligent. I didn't think about their changing into summer clothes in advance. Make up for it quickly. Zhu Biao didn't ask further questions and looked at the boy kneeling on the ground. Your name is Lu Jianqing? That's right. Study hard here. I will give you another 2 months. When the winter solstice comes, I will come here to do something big. How dare I not die for His Highness? After hearing this, Lu Jianqing widened his eyes, stretched out his fist and pounded his chest until it made a clanging sound. Your Highness, you are our second parents. As long as you give the order, no matter what, we are willing to die to prove our will. Is this what the ancients called a death squad? Zhu Biao thought to himself. However, although Lu Jianqing was excited, his words were very clear. This is a rare talent in today's era. Very good. Zhu Biao personally helped him up and straightened his clothes, not caring at all about the dirt on his body. Lu Jianqing burst into tears on the spot, which made Zhu Biao feel a little at a loss. However, Zhu Biao quickly said, "There are still 2 months left. I will wait and see your results by then." After saying this, he stood up and walked forward. More and more orphans behind him who had heard that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had arrived gathered together and knelt in front of Zhu Biao, their voices resounding through heaven and earth. "I am willing to die for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." In this situation, although Zhu Biao walked forward calmly, he was actually very happy in his heart. What can he do with so many orphans who are loyal to him? The world is so big, you can go anywhere. The human heart is the real authority. What could the original Zhu Biao achieve by jumping around under the wings of Zhu Yuanzhang? If you want to become a powerful prince, the best way is to build a team. After inspecting the situation of the imperial farm, Zhu Biao met several of his younger brothers. "How do you feel after these few months of study?" He looked at the little princes with great joy. The 5 or 6 little princes have been transformed. Their skin is tanned, their bodies have more masculine features, and they are more organized in their speech and actions. Surprisingly. "Brother, please don't let me go back to the palace." Qi Wang Zhuyu threw himself into Zhu Biao's arms, hugged Zhu Biao and began to act like a spoiled child. "Except for the poor food and accommodation here, everything else is much better than the palace. There are not so many rules, and no one controls me. I can do whatever I want, and the things I learn are interesting. We don't want to go back either." King Zhao and King Lu also huddled behind him. The 2 little ones were only 7 or 8 years old and very cute. "Oh." Zhu Biao was shocked. "Don't you miss the luxurious life in the palace?" "I don't miss. It's fun here." "Don't be afraid of father," several people said in unison. Zhu Biao frowned, then relaxed his brows. It seems that the depressing environment of the palace is really not attractive to children. Although I learn a lot here, I also have plenty of spare time. I can do whatever I want, and there are so many peers around. I don't want to go back either, big brother. Tan Wang Zhu had a scar on his face, but he said proudly, "Big brother, you don't know that all the little brothers under me now were beaten by me. Even the people under Lu Jianqing's brother Lu Yuan dare to challenge me. Humph, wait until I take down class 3, and then I will destroy him." Zhu Biao frowned again. He did not announce the prince's identity to the orphans. He let them adapt to this environment and live and eat with these orphans. "But you want to unify the whole school. But it's normal for children to fight and form gangs. I did that when I was a kid." He encouraged, "That's right, but if you can't do well in your studies." Before he finished speaking, several little princes learned to answer quickly. "Brother, I am among the best in my studies." "That's right, they have just started studying the 2nd volume, but I have already reviewed the 1st volume. I know everything from geometric diagrams to linear equations of 2 variables." Zhu Biao thought about the results of several people. "Well, not bad indeed. You performed well. I think I should give you some rewards. The reward is that you will have the opportunity to intern at the fertilizer plant and the steel plant for 7 days." "Real? Those dark factories, can we finally go in and play?" "Very good." Several people were surprised. In this age of lack of entertainment, those factories have great appeal to them. "But after you start your internship, you must write down your thoughts and feelings for me." Zhu Biao decided on the task and turned to leave. "I feel even happier in my heart. Old Zhu, how can you raise a child?" "Let me raise them." "Definitely promising." Only through competition and training in universities can a young man truly develop his masculinity. Finally, in the evening, Zhu Biao even gave a history lesson in person in the large classroom of Huangzhuang School. This country is 3,000 miles away from the East China Sea of Ming Dynasty. Zhu Biao drew the family crest of the Japanese emperor and the map of Japan. They are shameless and often wear open-crotch pants when walking on the street. They like to rob poor people like you and kill people everywhere. They value small things over big things, but they are rich in silver and food. They are short and mean, and they always covet us. They have been robbing our gold and silver treasures for years and killing our parents, just like the rebels killed your parents. He also took out the letter from Japan humiliating the Ming Dynasty and explained it in detail. How did Japan kill the Ming envoys and humiliate the Ming emperor? A series of anti-Japanese speeches were made. The young orphans are still very ignorant. The teenage orphans were already outraged. Destroy Japan. Your Highness, I am willing to remove this humiliation for you. Kill every last Japanese slave. There is such a country in the world. Even if I devote my entire life to it, I will wash away the shame of the Ming Dynasty. 15 or 16 years old is the time when children are full of vigor and vitality, and their emotions are heightened to the extreme. The scene was chaotic for a while. In the end, it was the Jinui who came in and dealt with these children. Zhu Biao has implanted the idea of destroying Japan deeply into their hearts. No matter what happens in the future, there will always be a large number of supporters of exterminating Japan in the court. This is also Zhu Biao's future grand strategy. We must first colonize Japan before we can further open up the road to maritime power. Until late at night, Zhu Biao dragged his tired body into the mansion to rest and eat some water and rice. I didn't sleep the whole night last night, and today I have a whole day of lectures and tours. I fell asleep and started snoring. When I opened my eyes, it was already bright outside the window. However, Zhu Biao still had some excitement from yesterday in his heart. The results of this inspection were extremely satisfying. Have enough confidence to make Lan Yu and the Jiangnan landlords behave themselves for a while. He stayed at the imperial farm for a few more days until he had thoroughly discussed the development of the imperial farm with the king of Chu and implemented them one by one. Only then did Zhu Biao return to the capital in a carriage. During the few days at Huangzhuang, Zhu Biao gave lectures every night. Talk about other countries in the world, India, America, Europe, even Antarctica and the Arctic. To make a group of children fascinated by listening is actually to cultivate their habit of opening their eyes to the world. They are the hope for the future. The future Ming Dynasty will definitely be a maritime power. Get going, respond to Tiancheng. The carriage has not yet entered the imperial city. Zhu Biao and King Zhou in the carriage heard bustling discussions coming from the streets and alleys. Have you heard? The prince wants to cancel all the head taxes, silk and flour taxes and other miscellaneous taxes, and only collect taxes based on the number of fields. What? Then the emperor's family will starve to death. We ordinary people don't have to pay taxes anymore. What will the government do? You don't understand this, do you? It's not that you don't have to pay taxes, but you only have to pay land tax. You pay as much tax as your family owns land, no matter how many people there are in your family. What? Great. That's great. I finally have something to look forward to. When several farmers who came to the city to sell grain heard this, their eyebrows flew up with joy. I don't have to pay any miscellaneous taxes, I only pay the land tax. I can save more than half every year. I want to go home, write a new poem for the prince, and burn incense for him. The prince is truly a god from heaven. After the clerk who was idle with the farmers finished speaking, he sighed as he watched them leave excitedly. Well, you are fine, but those rich masters are miserable. With the taxes they pay, I'm afraid many of them will lose everything. A butcher came over and smiled at the clerk. Tisk, tsk, Lord Hongwu still has an easier life. He punishes corrupt officials every day and doesn't bully us ordinary people. Who says it's not? The clerk shrugged. That's what the street vendors say. The equalization of land tax is a great thing for them that has not happened in thousands of years. Brother, what happened in the city? Why are people so happy as if it's New Year's Day? King Zhou kept lifting the curtain to look out of the carriage, his brows relaxed and his mouth opened wide. He couldn't understand what was happening. Not everyone is happy, right? Zhu Biao sneered. He observed carefully. Those who set up stalls on the street, those who worked on the ground, those who came into the city in straw sandals to sell grain, and those who were in tattered clothes were all very happy. They are all farmers. Everyone is praising you, big brother. King Zhou shook Zhu Biao excitedly. Some people even want to build a shrine for you. What on earth is it that makes them so happy? What exactly is the land tax? Zhu Biao didn't say anything, but just pointed to the restaurant and inn on the roadside. Look! In restaurants and inns, the customers were scholars and small landowners wearing long gowns or blue robes. The carriage stopped deliberately so that King Zhou could listen carefully. The sky is falling. The sky of my Ming Dynasty is about to fall. In the inn, there was a scholar wearing a long robe and a turban, wandering around the restaurant, shaking his head and whistling. It fully shows the compassion for the country and its people. If this kind of tyranny continues, the Ming Dynasty will surely be destroyed. Your Highness the Crown Prince is so harsh on us scholars, who will work for the Zhu family in the future? Yes. This gentleman is right. That's right. The people seated in the restaurant nodded in agreement. The scholar became more and more excited as he spoke. So in my opinion, this policy of allocating taxes to each acre is a policy that will lead to the downfall of the country. All officials should advise the prince, otherwise it will surely cause the scholars of the world to lose their loyalty. I dare to assert that this policy will not be implemented. After hearing these words, King Zhou was completely confused. Why are the common people in favor, but the scholars are cursing? What kind of policy is this? Zhu Biao sighed. Scholars and common people are incompatible. Patted King Zhou on the shoulder. You will see many such scenes in Nanjing in the future. I hope you can experience them well. What is my Zhu family? In essence, it is just a bridge to reconcile the contradictions between scholars and ordinary people. Oh. King Zhou nodded blankly. The prince's carriage soon arrived at the Zhou palace. When the prince saw the Zhou palace, he was so happy that he almost jumped up. Brother, are you finally going to let me go back to the mountains? No, let me go back to my home. Snapped. Seeing how excited he was, Zhu Biao kicked him with disdain. With a thud, King Zhou felt his whole body shaking and he fell off the carriage. He turned around to look at Zhu Biao with grievance, then stood up while rubbing his butt. Let's talk nicely, brother, why are you as violent as Dad? Do it this way. Zhu Biao dropped a written letter and turned around to order the coachman to return to the palace. King Zhou stood in front of the palace and watched in a daze as the prince's carriage turned around and left, leaving only a thick letter in his hand. As he walked towards the mansion, he opened the letter and the more he read, the more surprised he was, and finally he opened his mouth wide. Such a meticulous plan. Then a wry smile flashed across his face. It seems there won't be much to play with in the future, alas. 10 days later, Zhang Jiuzheng and Wang Yangming had come up with a practical plan for distributing the land tax to each acre and submitted it to the court. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. In the streets and alleys of Yingtian City, and in the mansions of all the nobles, everyone was discussing this matter. The tax is distributed according to the land area. These 4 big words alone are enough to scare the nobles. According to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Zhu Yuanzhang read the memorial and kept it without sending it out. Let the officials guess. No one knows what tricks the Zhu family father and son are thinking of. At this time, inside a luxurious official residence leaning against the bank of the Jinling River, the ceremonial guards of the third-rank officials were placed in front of the door, and the civil officials below the third rank got off their sedan chairs and the military officers dismounted from their horses. The official residence is a large house with 3 entrances and 3 exits. It is built in the Jiangnan style, with small bridges, flowing water, rockery and strange rocks, which is beautiful and elegant. Officials kept dismounting in front of the gate, tying their horses to the hitching posts, and then rushed into the mansion in a hurry. Master Wang, Master Li, you. We want to see Lord Zhao. The old servant who came to greet them was hit hard and fell to the ground, knocking out his 2 remaining front teeth. I could only look back in shock. More than 100 officials had gathered in the mansion, and the scene was even more lively and bustling than a court session. Those gentle and refined Jiangnan officials in the past no longer had any image at all, and they were all cursing with red faces and thick necks. The Zhu family is trying to dig up our roots. Zhu Chongba shouldn't have been the emperor in the first place. Now we are all in trouble. The Zhu family is truly ungrateful. We sold our family property to help the rebels, but what have we got in return? If he really dares to issue this decree to increase the land tax, I will hang myself in the Golden Palace. How about contacting Lan Yu? It's as it should be. The general has great prestige in the army and will surely be able to dissuade the prince. A group of Jiangnan officials clamored and finally shifted the topic to Lan Yu. After all, they only have pens, not guns. Lan Yu has the gun, but he lacks the support of the landlord class. If these 2 forces merge. At this time, the Minister of Revenue Zhao Mian slowly stood up, staring at everyone with his hawk-like eyes. The officials who were talking just now suddenly fell silent. Come on, why don't you say anything? Zhao Mian sneered. You really think that His Majesty's butcher knife will never fall on you, right? You are plotting so loudly, are you really afraid of your own death? Zhang Tinglan also stood up tremblingly and stomped the cane in his hand. Silence. As a civil servant in Jiangnan, he knows his own people best. It would be fine if we let them plot secretly, but if we really let them plot a rebellion, these people would only have the courage to bark like a dog. But Zhang Tinglan never expected it. Zhu Biao, you are so cruel. The expression of this white-haired 60-year-old man was extremely gloomy. In the court, I fought back against the prince, and the prince cut off the source of my Jiangnan faction. These words are mentioned when it comes to the land tax system. Zhang Tinglan's heart was trembling. If the Zhu family really succeeds in this, how will the landlords and gentry have room to survive for thousands of generations to come? The whole world will be taken over by those peasants. My lords, I have something to say. At this moment, suddenly a voice sounded from the crowd, and everyone turned their heads, even Zhao Mian's gaze moved over. The one who spoke was the chief censor, Zhan Wei, who was recently considered one of the Jiangnan faction's own. Everyone, this is polite. Zhan Wei came out with a smile on his face, and first bowed to all 4 directions before saying, this policy of allocating land tax to each acre has certainly hurt us, but the nobles are also not happy about it. It seems that instead of charging into battle and gaining an advantage for them, it would be better to let the nobles start a quarrel with His Majesty first. What do you think, my lords? After hearing this, apart from anything else, Zhang Tingyu, with his fluttering white hair, actually looked up to this young man. He nodded and smiled. That makes sense. For a policy that is detrimental to the country and the people, the nobles should be allowed to speak first. The civil servant's emotions were suppressed by these words. They were angry though. I really don't have the courage. What you just said was just like using a big bird to scare a widow, you were just pretending. If you can plot and scheme, then of course you should plot and scheme. Zhao Mian on the side hesitated. Faced with the indignation of the Jiangnan faction, he did not come out to suppress it immediately. Nothing else. But his heart began to tremble at this moment. Is this really what we, as scholars, should do? A question was nagging at him in his mind. He is not a suitable party leader. The sage books that I have read all my life came into conflict with my current practical interests. He knows it very well. Once this policy of allocating land tax to each person can be implemented, it will be an achievement comparable to that of Yao and Shun. The prosperous times in the minds of Confucian officials are coming. As the leader of the Jiangnan school, he is also a scholar. It may sound a little funny. Zhao Mian laughed at himself in his heart. The people of Jiangnan all follow my lead, and I was tempted to trap them all in a sea of fire. Even if I was moved. The interest groups behind him will not allow him to waver, otherwise no one in his family will survive. Master Zhao, please bring out the rules, and we will go to court to impeach him tomorrow. The civil servants asked impatiently. Well. Zhao Mian sighed, turned around, and slowly walked into the inner room in his Taoist robe. The situation was left to Zhang Tingyu and Zhan Wei to handle. Lord Zhao is unwell. Zhan Wei narrowed his eyes upon seeing this and immediately stood up and shouted. I don't know what he is thinking. The next moment he turned to the officials and said, My lords, in my opinion. Sasha. Little did they know that at this moment, a barely perceptible sound of a feather brush came from the beam. A figure hanging above was listening to the noise coming from the Zhao mansion while writing quickly on paper with a small pen. After writing a volume, he would send another volume by carrier pigeon. Jinyui. Since Lao Zhu created this powerful weapon, he has never revealed its true appearance to the outside world. Imperial City. Inside the Qianqing Palace. Master Zhao said. Master Zhang said. Zhan Wei said again. All the details discussed by the officials in Jiangnan were transmitted to Lao Zhu's ears word for word. Cut. Lao Zhu picked at his earwax, opened his eyes and looked at Genie Wei who was reading, and sneered. A bunch of eggless things can only be so successful. If they really dare to contact Lan Yu, we should think more highly of them. Your Majesty. According to my opinion, the prince's move is still too impulsive. Why don't you reject the memorial of sharing the land and suppress this matter? The person sitting on the yellow bench nearby is none other than someone else. It's none other than the Korean public, Li Shanchang. For some reason, he has regained Zhu's trust these days and is often summoned. Maybe it's because of the prince's recent performance. Li Shanchang sighed in his heart. He didn't know yet that he was getting further and further away from the historical fate of having his entire family executed. Well, you are right, master. Zhu Yuanzhang would never refute Li Shanchang's opinions. But although old Zhu seems careless, he can always come up with more sophisticated strategies. Li Shanchang was personally educated by Zhu Biao several times, and he no longer dared to be arrogant. Just a wry smile. I have said too much again. Your Majesty has tolerated my lack of talent and knowledge for so many years. Sir, why are you saying this? Zhu Yuanzhang laughed and patted Li Shanchang on the shoulder. You have been following me since I was still a leader of the rebel army. When we were in Chuzhou, Guo Zixing wanted to exchange you for a high position and generous salary, but you didn't go. This made me very proud." As he spoke, Zhu Yuanzhang fell into memories of the past and began to mutter. "Remember that year, I personally led the army to attack Jilong Mountain stronghold, leaving only a small number of troops for you. The Yuan army came to attack Heiang, and it was you who set an ambush and defeated the Yuan army. Why do you think so little of yourself?" His Majesty. Having said this, Li Shanchang's eyes were already filled with tears, and he stood up and knelt for a long time without getting up. In the past, Li Shanchang always felt that the official position given to him by Zhu Yuanzhang was not enough, and he felt deeply resentful. "I just found out now. Zhu Yuanzhang can live without Li Shanchang, but Li Shanchang cannot live without Zhu Yuanzhang. What more could one ask for?" Okay, stop being so nagging." But Lao Zhu stretched out his leg and kicked him. "You're already half buried in the ground. It's pointless to do this again. Then what is the method of allocating taxes to each acre?" Li Shanchang asked respectfully like a student, no longer expressing his own opinions without authorization, and completely put himself in the position of an executor. Old Zhu noticed his change, smiled and narrowed his eyes. As the founding emperor, he swept across the world and revitalized China. Old Zhu wishes he could spend his whole life doing things that will be passed down to future generations. He also knew that if he didn't implement the land tax system himself, future emperors would definitely not have the prestige to do so. In a word, Lao Zhu wants to do it. I really want to do it. Biao's suggestion is indeed a good one, but this is too complicated. Even old Zhu couldn't make up his mind for a moment. When I think of Zhu Biao's performance in recent days, I feel very happy. It's like changing your son. Is this Biao's true face? Finally, Lao Zhu no longer felt like he was fighting alone. At least he knows that there is a prince behind him who is capable of fighting and making trouble. Whatever. Old Zhu suddenly laughed. Li Shanchang raised his head. Zhu Yuanzhang actually took out a copper coin from his bright yellow shirt, threw it into the sky, put it in his hand, looked at it with wide eyes, and laughed. "Look, sir, let's just say we are definitely single." The words fell. He stood up and walked out of the hall without saying anything more to Li Shanchang. In the palace, Li Shanchang was left alone in the hall, his face trembling, and he carefully analyzed Lao Zhu's actions just now. After a while, my mind was like an electric shock, and I thought of something. He smiled and nodded in relief. Your Majesty, I know. He stood up slowly and walked out of Qianqing Palace without calling for a sedan chair. Take a look outside the temple. Lao Zhu's figure no longer knows where to go. The setting sun fell on Li Shanchang, making his shadow longer and longer, making him more and more lonely. At this time, at the residence of Duke Liang, not all the 3,000 adopted sons of Lan Yu's family live in Lan Mansion. Some of them are tenants and live in their own homes. There are only 800 people who often move around Lan Mansion. On the huge battlefield in the center of the courtyard, 800 adopted sons were training their troops. General Lan, who had spent his whole life fighting in wars, was now quietly practicing calligraphy in his study. Father, the Zhu family is making a big move this time. Suddenly, a joyful voice came from outside the study door. Lan Chun trotted all the way and stood outside the door, his face flushed and a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. I think Zhu Biao is really courting his own death. Isn't this forcing the scholars in Jiangnan to cooperate with my Lan family? Like the Zhu father and son, the Lan father and son do not have many rules in private. What did you say? Lan Yu slowly raised his eyes. General Lan has a hobby, which is killing people. When he was young, he killed ruffians and hooligans. After joining the army, he killed enemies on the battlefield. After becoming a general, he killed prisoners and massacred civilians. As you kill more people, your temperament will naturally change. Hearing this, Lan Chun only felt a cool breeze blowing over his body, and his hair stood up instantly. Father, I'm just saying that this is a great opportunity. We can take advantage of it to pull the Jiangnan faction over to our side. With the population and land of the Jiangnan landlords, great things can be accomplished. You're not going to amount to anything. Lan Yu did not explain the reason, but easily crushed his son's ambition with a calm tone. Like an arrow shot out, it never drags on and hits people's hearts directly. Who asked you to look for Zhu Biao that day? He asked the next question in a calm tone. Lan Chun's face turned pale, and his legs trembled slightly unconsciously. Father, I'm just afraid that he will destroy my family's foundation in the city. Lan Yu shook his head and uttered a word. Stupid. The situation outside is becoming increasingly chaotic. From today on, you are confined to your home to study. After saying that, he waved his hand. Two old servants immediately came forward, tied Lan Chun's hands behind his back, and pushed him into a small dark room. This is apparently a common occurrence. After dealing with his eldest son, Lan Yu continued to copy the calligraphy in his study. The words on the paper are in black, just like his eyes which are in black and white. No one knows what this powerful man is thinking. At this time, all over Jiangnan, outside of the world, there was an uproar. The news spread rapidly and soon reached the ears of local landlords in the provinces south of the Yangtze River. Especially the Jiangxi provincial administration around Yingtian prefecture. In Jiangxi, the largest landlord in the early Ming Dynasty was the Zhang family of Longhu Mountain, who was known as the ancestor of Taoism in the world. Legend has it that the Zhang family is the descendant of Zhang Daoling, the founder of Taoism, and the only 1,000-year-old family besides the Kong family. How powerful is the Zhang family? Nearly half of the farmland in Jiangxi belongs to the Zhang family. Taoist temples in Longhu Mountain are scattered all over the place, and each Taoist temple has at least several hundred acres of farmland. It can be said that they are very rich. Ordinary people have to carry this huge mountain. At this time, the back mountain of Tianshi Mansion. I saw magnificent buildings rising up in the mist, and an official sedan chair slowly went up the mountain and landed directly in the backyard. Governor, I am sorry for not coming to meet you here. Please forgive me. A few little Taoist boys came forward to bow in front of the door, and behind them stood an elderly Taoist priest in a purple Taoist robe, holding his breath and concentrating, not saying a word, not even to the governor of the current dynasty. The arrogance is evident from this. A middle-aged, slightly plump man in a red robe climbed down from the official sedan chair with difficulty. He was the governor of Jiangxi provincial administration. Governor of a province. The power and position is quite great. But in the Zhang family in Jiangxi, they don't even have the qualifications to welcome him from afar. Governor Wang Qingyun narrowed his eyes and looked towards the door with a sneer. There wasn't even anyone from the Zhang family to welcome me, and they sent a few Taoists to get rid of me. A nameless anger suddenly rose in my heart, but I didn't show it. Instead, I just stepped over the threshold. With a thump, a chime sound was heard from the Zhang family mansion, which was the etiquette for entering the temple to worship. Zhang Mansion is both a family residence and a Taoist temple. The central hall is the entrance, where the Taoist guardian Wang Lingguan is enshrined. Behind the statue are three more halls, which respectively enshrine the statues of Zhang family ancestor Zhang Daoling and Taishang Laozi. Further back is the Zhang family mansion, where the real Zhang family members live. Several Taoist boys and the elderly Taoist priest took small steps and led Wang Qingyun into Zhang's mansion. That's it. Still no one from the Zhang family came out to greet Wang Qingyun. Wang Qingyun's expression became increasingly ugly. But he also knew that although Longhu Mountain seemed to only manage a few hundred Taoist temples, in fact each Taoist temple could send out 700 or 800 Taoist soldiers. When they gathered together, even the imperial court did not want to provoke them easily. As the governor, he may not be the real person in charge of Jiangxi in front of the Zhang family. He knows it, and the court knows it too. Zhu Yuanzhang also visited Jiangxi and wrote an inscription for the Zhang family, promising to allow the Zhang family to wear yellow and purple Taoist robes and to be granted the title of Yue minister. So it's hard for me to be the governor of Jiangxi. Wang Qingyun wiped the sweat from his forehead. As soon as we entered the house, a large group of elders from the Zhang family stood in line at the door to greet us. Each of them was dressed in the yellow and purple Taoist robes bestowed by the emperor and stood majestically on the jade steps. Their aura was much greater than that of the governor Wang Qingyun. When they saw Wang Qingyun coming, they all bowed and saluted. The Zhang family pays respect to the governor. Your Excellency has come from afar today. Please forgive me for not being able to come down the mountain to greet you. Forgive me, and spare your mother's head. Wang Qingyun cursed in his heart and his face looked very unhappy. If Jiangxi had not just been pacified for more than 10 years and the Zhang family was still needed to stabilize the situation, I would have wiped out all of you bullies one by one. Of course, this is just something to think about. I don't know if I will still be the governor of Jiangxi in a few years. Wang Qingyun could only swallow his anger temporarily and followed the Taoists into the courtyard. Soon, a female Taoist priest with a yellow crown came forward to pour tea. Although the Zhang family is a Taoist family, they are actually a Zhengyi family, which is different from the Longmen school. They can marry, have children, drink alcohol and eat meat, so they are called Huijiu Taoists. They are almost the same as the wealthy landlord families. Moreover, the Zhang family is a 1,000-year-old family that occupies half of Jiangxi province. If you look closely, even this tea bowl is inlaid with gold edges. Wang Qingyun cursed again in his heart. You damned evil man, I will send troops to kill you all sooner or later. He calmly took the tea handed to him by the servant, took a sip of it, and sat down calmly before speaking. If I am not mistaken, you invited me here to burn incense and pray for blessings, but in fact you want to discuss the policy of allocating land tax to the court? Your Excellency is right. Among the crowd, Zhang Lingyun stood up slowly. He was the heavenly master of the current generation of the Zhang family. A Taoist priest who looked only 30 years old, but was actually around 50. He was well maintained, with a face as red as a date and a voice as loud as a bell. The middle-aged man had neither a smile nor a serious expression on his face. He was just as majestic as the statue in the hall, and he spoke slowly. Your Excellency is right. It seems that you are a man of wisdom. I wonder how the discussion on the land tax is going in the court. Humph. I have been to this broken mountain of yours for more than 17 or 18 times, and every time you did you ask me for food, land, or money? A hint of coldness flashed across Wang Qingyun's slightly plump face. What's the matter? The Crown Prince's decree hasn't come down yet, but you're all so scared that you want to ask me, the governor, to ward off evil and refuse to carry out the land tax? Sir, please don't say such harsh words. This is a quiet place for the Taoist sect. Zhang Lingyun was not annoyed. He just stood up and handed a full box of gold to the servant, and said softly, "Load it on Sir Wang's carriage. Please go up the mountain. This is the travel fee." When Wang Qingyun saw the box of gold and the travel expenses, his eyes narrowed with a smile. If your family hadn't been sensible, this governor wouldn't have bothered to cross mountains and rivers to burn incense. Your Excellency is too kind. Since you came to Jiangxi, my Zhang family has been serving you attentively. How dare we neglect you? Zhang Lingyun stood in the courtyard, his Taoist robe swaying, looking quite like an immortal. A full box of gold must have weighed about 10 to 20 kilograms, but to the Zhang family, it was no different from a scattered dead leaf. Wang Qingyun took another sip of tea and said, "I, the governor, have no definite news about the land tax distribution. The court is still discussing it. Why are you so anxious? If there is really an imperial decree, I, the governor, will naturally find a way to help you get rid of the disaster. Don't forget." He stood up and patted Zhang Lingyun on the shoulder. This Longhu mountain was mentioned by His Majesty himself. No matter how great the disaster is, it will not befall you. Thank you very much, Governor. Zhang Lingyun smiled after hearing this, but then he changed the subject. But Governor may have made a mistake. My Zhang family does not oppose the tax on land. On the contrary, I would like to ask Your Highness whether Jiangxi can be used as a pilot for the land tax system. My Zhang family is the first to respond to Your Highness's good governance. Puff. Wang Qingyun was almost choking on his tea. He coughed a few times before putting down the cup. He stood up and glared at Zhang Lingyun. You stinky Taoist priest, have you lost your mind? Do you know what the land tax is? By then, your family will have to pay 4 or 5 times more land tax than it does now. Governor, you are right. Zhang Lingyun and the elders of the Zhang family behind him looked at each other and smiled meaningfully. We also know that the tax is collected based on the number of people in the household. But where are the people in my Zhang family? They are all Taoist priests and Taoist children, and they are all recorded in a separate book in the Yellow Book. Zhang Lingyun was smiling. Are the Taoists who are included in the separate register also counted as ding in this land tax? These words woke the dreamer up. Wang Qingyun opened his mouth wide, touched his forehead and was stunned for a long time, then his brain reacted as if it had been electrified. Oh! A long "oh" sound was heard in the hall. I understand. Only now did I understand what the Zhang family wanted. No wonder we have to request that the tax payment be made soon. The reason is simple. According to the Ming Dynasty Yellow Book, monks and Taoists were not counted as members of the household, and therefore did not have to pay taxes. In name, they had no property or land, and all of it belonged to the temple. The Zhang family's farmland occupies half of Jiangxi province. It can be said that once the land-based tax system is implemented, not only will the taxes paid by the Zhang family not increase, but will be reduced to less than 30% of the current level. How profitable is this business? And Wang Qingyun continued to think. Once the land-based tax system is implemented, there will definitely be a large number of landlords in Jiangxi who cannot afford to pay the taxes and will have to hand over all their hidden land and population. Then, won't the Zhang family have the opportunity to buy up large amounts of land and expand their temple property? The Zhang family's half-province of land could very likely become a whole province of land. Well, these idiots are dozens of times smarter than I thought. They've already figured out how to exploit loopholes before the policy is even implemented. Wang Qingyun thought sinisterly in his heart, but he pinched his short beard, frowned seriously, and looked like he was deep in thought. A moment later, he thought again. It goes without saying that this policy of equalizing the land tax is a struggle between the prince's party in the court and the civil officials in Jiangnan. Jiangxi is only 100 miles away from the capital. If I propose that Jiangxi be the first to implement the policy of equalizing the land tax, can I please the prince? If I could get close to the prince. Isn't this future much better than the present? As he thought about it, Wang Qingyun laughed and slammed the table hard. Okay. Since your Zhang family is so loyal to the country, I will naturally strive for you to get this policy issued to ease the burden on the common people. It's just that. Before Wang Qingyun could say anything, Zhang Lingyun clapped his hands, clapping. Someone come. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 sturdy men in short Taoist robes came up, each carrying 2 red bars and carrying something wrapped in red cloth. They struggled to place the thing slowly on a seat that had been prepared in the main hall. The 4 men were already sweating profusely, and they bowed and retreated. Zhang Lingyun lifted the red cloth and showed it to Wang Qingyun. Wang Qingyun stepped forward and took a look. He saw a golden Taoist statue of Laozi that was 1 foot square and was obviously made of pure gold. The green ox under its crotch was inlaid with pearls and amber eyes, and the cattail leaf fan in his hand was also made of jade. At this glance, Wang Qingyun's eyes suddenly brightened with greed, and he slowly moved his gaze towards Zhang Lingyun. A pure gold statue of Laozi. It seems that the Zhang family has invested a lot of money this time. Zhang Lingyun had already bowed and said, I dare not trouble you to come up the mountain to worship again. My Zhang family has consecrated a statue of the ancestor and enshrined it in your family temple. It will be more convenient for you to worship if you want. Alas, I am also eager to worship God with great piety. I am sorry to trouble you. Wang Qingyun sighed, put down the teacup, stood up and walked out of Zhang's house. The governor of Jiangxi submitted a memorial, and brought a letter to the people, requesting a pilot program of allocating land tax to each acre. Zhu Biao stood in the imperial study, listening to Li Sheng's report, and smiled so much that his eyebrows were raised. What the fuck, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. At the same time, another report handed in by Geng Biao, a Jinyui standing next to him, described in detail the detailed talks between Jiangxi Governor Wang Qingyun and the Zhang family. As the governor of the capital's vicinity, how could the Jinyui not place people around him? Every move of the 23 provincial governors throughout the country was under Zhu's control. This bunch of corrupt officials, in collusion with the local gentry, are really unscrupulous. Zhu Biao was so angry that he laughed. I didn't expect that even though the land tax distribution policy is still in its infancy and has not been announced, some people have already found ways to use it to make money. As he spoke, he handed the 2 reports to Zhang Jiuzheng and Wang Yangming, the military advisor. Look, this is the good governor of the Ming Dynasty and the good leader of Taoism. Zhang Jiuzheng took the report with both hands and read it carefully. His face showed no emotion. He just bowed and said, Your Highness, in my opinion, such incidents will continue to occur. As policy makers, we need to solve these problems. Humph. Wang Yangming sneered after seeing this. Longhu Mountain is not far from my hometown Jian. The largest landlord near my home is Qingfeng Temple. Qingfeng Temple occupies more than half of the land in the county. The Zhang family has received so much grace from the emperor, but they are still not satisfied. They really deserve to be killed. His emotions were stronger because Jiangxi is Wang Yangming's hometown. The Zhang family is the biggest landlord bully in Jiangxi, how could he not know? Wang Yangming became more and more angry as he spoke, and finally bowed and said, Your Highness, I beg you to execute the governor of Jiangxi and reject this memorial. To rectify the world. Be careful not to let anyone dare to take advantage of this loophole again. Kill them? Zhu Biao laughed so hard that tears came out. He raised his hand to wipe them away and said, How can I bear to kill them? Such loyal subjects. He patted the armrest of the seat. The policy hasn't been issued yet, but they came to help me. I can't thank them enough. Could it be? Zhang Jiuzheng took a step forward, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Your Highness, do you want to? Zhu Biao nodded. Since Jiangxi is trying to implement the trial of equalizing the land tax, I will go there in person to help them. Li Sheng. He turned around and called out. At the corner, Li Sheng suddenly remembered the horrific scene when Zhu Biao toured the surrounding areas of Nanzili last time. His face turned pale, and he knelt on the ground with a plop so that others would not see that he was scared. He said in a trembling voice, Your Highness. Issue our crown prince's decree to transfer 1,000 soldiers to the Shinji camp, and have the Ministry of Works equip them with modified small-scale poison gas bombs. It's a good time to try them out. Let's name them 10,000 enemies. Zhu Biao touched his chin and said, "The situation in the capital is unclear these days, so I'm going to go out and supervise the pilot project of allocating land tax to each acre in Jiangxi." "Your Highness, are you going to mobilize troops right away?" Li Sheng's body trembled even more violently. "Given the current situation in the court, I'm afraid." Zhang Jiuzheng narrowed his eyes when he was halfway through his words. "Your Highness wants to use a thunderous method to directly complete the land tax distribution in Jiangxi. Then even if other provinces in the world still have the courage to resist, they will be afraid of your Majesty's great power. Your Highness, please come with me. I understand the situation in Jiangxi." Wang Yangming bowed repeatedly on the side. Well, Zhu Biao did not object. "You and Li Sheng go, and Elder Zhang will handle government affairs in the Crown Prince's study. During this period, no matter how turbulent the court is, Elder Zhang will just try to smooth things over. I, the Eastern Palace, am only responsible for starting this fire. As for how this fire burns, we have no control over it." "I understand what you mean. A smart man like Zhang Jiuzheng is the most suitable person to sit in the center. With him, Zhu Biao hardly has to worry about government affairs. Zhang Jiuzheng can handle all the big and small matters in the world in an orderly manner. It would be a waste of his talent to ask him to deal with those trivial local matters. Oh, there's one more thing." Zhu Biao suddenly began to think. "The Jiangnan faction is bound to be desperate, and at this moment. I suspect that my father will resort to killing people to appease the public anger. Elder Zhang, if you discover such a situation, report it to Gu Faima immediately. No matter what, I must make the attitude of the Eastern Palace clear to my father. Some people cannot be killed." Zhu Biao was very familiar with old Zhu's two moves. If he wants to do something big, he will have to share more benefits with the people below him, but where will all the benefits come from? The solution is to kill people. This was the case with the Northern and Southern Imperial Examinations case and the Hu Weiyong case. Each major case was accompanied by the deaths of tens of thousands of people. These benefits are distributed to new interest groups. Zhu Biao didn't like this approach. "I am the greatest emperor in history, so there is nothing wrong with that. The only thing is that I should change my behavior of killing my meritorious officials. I'll remember this." Although Zhu Biao's words were vague, Zhang Jiuzheng understood them immediately. This is the benefit of having a super brain by your side. Who is Zhang Jiuzheng? He is a central computer. Just give the task and it will be executed well. No wonder he later became a minister to the care of 2 generations of orphans and finally took charge of the government. So useful. Now Zhang Jiuzheng has entered the cabinet ahead of schedule, but he has entered the Wenyuan Pavilion. The cabinet was not as powerful as before. It was just the secretary of the prince and the emperor, so it could also be called the cabinet elders. Zhu Biao turned and walked out of the prince's study and returned to the East Palace. Nothing else. First, he told Chang Wanwan, "I think it's time to send my 3 sons to the imperial farm. Now that all my brothers are there, I can feel more at ease if I send them there. Since your highness is going to do it, there is no need to ask me." Chang Wanwan lowered her head and looked submissive, but in fact her heart was filled with reluctance. "I heard from the king of Qin and the king of Jin in the city that the imperial farm was simply an extremely miserable cold palace. Sending his own son over there, does it mean that his grace is no longer there?" Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shed tears. After being married for many years, this is the result. The imperial family is the most ruthless. "Oh, don't cry." Zhu Biao was stunned and quickly held Chang Wanwan's hand. That's not what I meant. It's true that the imperial farm is very beneficial to their education. How about this, you take them there in person and you'll know. Hearing this, more tears fell. Your Highness, do you want to banish me and the children to the cold palace? I don't care, but Xiongying, Yunwen and the others are your own flesh and blood after all. It's hard to explain. Zhu Biao said blankly. I am the soul of a modern person, but Chang Wanwan is an ancient woman after all, so there are many things she cannot understand. Oh, this. Zhu Biao thought about it and held Chang Wanwan's hand tightly. Just go and take a look. If you don't like it, I will definitely not force you to let the child stay there. How about it? To be honest, Zhu Xiongying and Zhu Yunwen were not his children in this life after all. Zhu Biao had no idea how to educate his child, and felt a bit like a stepfather, so he had no choice but to send him to Huangzhuang School to receive modern education. I hope that we can be of the same mind as me in the future, and at least Zhu Yunwen will not develop such a twisted and abnormal personality. But how could I explain these things to Chang Wanwan? Zhu Biao let out a long sigh and left the eastern palace with heavy steps. The direction they were heading towards was Cunning Palace, the bedroom where Queen Ma lives. Over the past month, Zhu Biao has not only been busy trying to save his life, but also had to engage in intrigue with court officials. He has not come to pay a visit to Empress Ma for a long time. Thinking of this, Zhu Biao felt heavy in his heart. Historically, Empress Ma passed away within these 2 months, and her eldest son Zhu Xiongying only had 3 months left to live. However, I only have a little over 100 days left to live. Now, everyone thinks that this prince is impatient, but in fact, everyone knows what I am responsible for. Zhu Biao is now extremely anxious and wishes he could send troops to destroy Japan immediately and get the life reward. However, it is obviously unrealistic to destroy Japan within a few months. So the only way to quickly increase life expectancy nowadays is to improve national strength. The stronger the national strength is, the more updated the mall redemption interface will be, so there will be more opportunities to redeem lifespans. I originally thought that the national strength would soar a little after the sweet potatoes matured. Now it seems that my mother will not have much time left before the sweet potatoes are grown. Zhu Biao had a worried brow and his steps towards Cunning Palace became much heavier. At this moment, a prompt sound suddenly came to Zhu Biao's ears. Steel production has doubled, Ming's national strength has increased by 10%, and the mall exchange items have been updated. Is it such a coincidence? Hearing this, Zhu Biao couldn't help but smile. Without saying anything, I clicked on the new redemption page to take a look. Lifespan Mall has been updated. Level 2. Modern excellent livestock breeds, 1 day lifespan. 1 manual textile machine, 1 day's life. 1 pound of oriental magic rice, 1 day of life. 10 modern books, life in 1 day. 100 times the energy, 10 days of life. A steam engine, 10 days of life. Coal mine location *1, 10 days of life. A modern high school, 100 days of life. Hu Xuan's reincarnation, 100 days of life. Zhang Tianyou's reincarnation, 100 days of life. Su Guangqi's reincarnation, 100 days of life. Extend one's lifespan by 1 year, 50 years of lifespan. Note, every time the Ming Dynasty's national strength increases by 10%, all products in the Life Mall will be upgraded once. After reading it, Zhu Biao felt extremely happy. Another bunch of good stuff. 50 days of life in exchange for 1 year of extended life. Exchanging lifespan is no longer a problem for me. And I'm about to go to Jiangxi, where there is a large number of lifespans waiting for me to harvest. Thinking of the Zhang family of Longhu Mountain, Zhu Biao narrowed his eyes coldly. I have to let you see what the most brutal king in history is. Old Zhu gave face to Kong Lao heir and the Zhang family of Longhu Mountain, but he would not give it to himself. Since I, Zhu Biao, have traveled to this era, I am destined to smash everything old and build everything new. Zhu Biao's steps became steady and he walked slowly towards Cunning Palace. Your Highness. When the guards in front of the Cunning Palace saw Zhu Biao coming, they bowed and quietly retreated. Inside Cunning Palace, Queen Ma felt her body getting heavier and heavier these days and she always wanted to sleep. Even Zhu Yuanzhang, who came every few days, was driven away by her finding excuses. Queen Ma had a premonition. I'm afraid my body won't make it. She coughed softly and looked at concubine Hu Chong beside her. From now on, this whole family will be handed over to you, my sister. You must not let Biao and His Majesty know that I am seriously ill. Right now, those civil officials from Jiangnan are fighting fiercely in the court. Don't disrupt their arrangements. When concubine Hu Chong, who was standing beside the bed, heard this, she burst into tears. She was the mother of Prince of Chu Zhu Zhen, and also Zhu's first concubine at an early age. She and Empress Ma were like sisters. Zhu Yuanzhang's harem was unique in the world. With so many women together, they all treated Empress Ma as their sister from the bottom of their hearts. This is all thanks to Queen Ma's unique and powerful personal charm. In history, Empress Ma did not tell Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao about her death until she was dying. But Zhu Biao, who had traveled through time, already knew about Empress Ma's situation. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is coming to pay his respects. Just then an old eunuch with an equally sad face walked in. Empress Ma has been in poor health these days, and everyone in Cunning Palace is in a low mood. Not only him, but the entire Cunning Palace was like this, which shows how high a status Empress Ma had in people's hearts. Biao is here. Queen Ma sighed. After thinking for a while, he forced himself to be alert, glanced at everyone in the room, and spoke in a stern voice. Clean up your faces, I am still alive. Don't let Biao see the clues. Now those people from the outer court want to eat him alive. Stop putting pressure on him. Who wouldn't cry after hearing this? How pitiful are the parents in the world. Everyone in the palace wiped away their tears, suppressed their emotions, and tried to behave as normal as possible. Your Highness the Crown Prince is here to welcome you. At this time, a report was heard from far outside the palace gate. Empress Ma also managed to sit up with the help of Empress Hu, and sat there with a smile on her face, waiting for Zhu Biao's arrival. Mom, Biao is here. Zhu Biao's steps were very fast, he almost ran. Seeing the sorrowful atmosphere inside and outside the palace, he knew very well that Empress Ma's health had already reached the point of dying, and it would take only 2 months. Before the first round, Empress Ma's condition was not so serious, but today it seemed that she even had difficulty getting out of bed. Empress Ma was sitting on the bed when she saw Zhu Biao rushing into the harem without regard for etiquette, kneeling down in front of her, and crying loudly, "Mother, I am unfilial and have not been able to come to visit you." Biao. In an instant, the makeup that Empress Ma had just done was immediately ruined by her tears. She stepped forward and stretched out her arms, wanting to hold Zhu Biao in her arms. Zhu Biao also stepped forward and touched the slightly cold hand with sincere affection. Since coming to this world, the first person I saw was Queen Ma. The deepest memory left in the mind of my predecessor was also about Queen Ma. It can be said that Zhu Biao's biggest motivation in working so hard to change everything was to prolong the life of Emperor Ma. Don't cry, don't cry. Empress Ma stroked Zhu Biao's face with trembling hands. Mom has lived enough in this life, even if she leaves right now. As long as I can see you two living in peace and that you are getting better and better, I have no regrets. Zhu Yuanzhang was unaware of the news that she was seriously ill. No matter how tight the Jinui was, Zhu Yuanzhang would not place too many people around Empress Ma, let alone disobey her wishes. But there was someone from the Jinui guard next to Zhu Biao. The Jinui who was protecting Zhu Biao came in and saw the scene in Empress Ma's cunning palace. He immediately understood something and reported it to Gung Biao. After receiving the news, Gung Biao suddenly burst into sweat. He grabbed the collar of the Jinui and shouted harshly. "What did you say? The queen's time is running out. The prince just found out when he went to Cunning Palace. Damn! I chopped you alive. What did you do for food? Such a big thing was reported so late." Gung Biao had already thought of his miserable end. Gung Biao's face turned pale at that moment. The queen asked Jinui not to come to Cunning Palace, so she hasn't gone to investigate in the past few days. I didn't expect this to be the reason. The faces of the Jinui were pale and their lips were trembling. Gung Biao did not dare to delay. He rushed to the Qianqing Palace immediately and knelt down with a plop in front of Zhu Yuanzhang, who was observing the fertilizer. "Your Majesty, I deserve to die. I haven't paid much attention to Cunning Palace these days. Just now, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince went to Cunning Palace to visit the Queen, and only then did he see that Her Royal Highness the Queen was seriously ill." He only dared to utter the two words, "serious illness," which was also what Empress Ma had always wanted to hide from Zhu Yuanzhang. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, his big hand holding the fertilizer suddenly froze in midair. The fertilizer spread through his fingers and onto the golden bricks in the hall. He turned around slowly, still with a look of disbelief on his face. How could be? How can that be possible? The girl was in such good health a few days ago. He doesn't believe it. Old Zhu kicked Gung Biao down and said with a gloomy face. "You depressing thing, what do you mean by the queen is seriously ill? At most, she is just suffering from a minor illness. Quick, go to Cunning Palace." Zhu Yuanzhang appeared calm on the surface, and didn't seem panicked at all, but in fact his hands beneath the sleeves of his yellow robe had begun to tremble slightly. He rolled up his sleeves and sat on the dragon sedan chair, his face changing from gloomy to bright. Zhu Yuanzhang's calm voice was heard on the dragon chariot. "Drag Yuan Kairen and Luo Kairen out of the palace and beat them to death." Hearing this, the chief steward of the inner palace beside the carriage trembled with fear. "Your Majesty, have you been particularly favoring these two talents these days? Why today?" He stopped talking halfway and said respectfully. "Sorry for talking too much, I will do it right away." Old Zhu wanted to kill someone, and the person he wanted to kill was his favorite concubine. "There is no other reason, it's just because I'm unhappy. What if these ignorant women want to harm us? No matter what, just beat him to death first." This is the real Zhu Yuanzhang in history. In his eyes, human life is worthless, and the only people he cares about are Zhu Biao and Empress Ma. Soon we arrived at Cunning Palace. Those who were careful noticed that the emperor's steps were much faster than before, and his sleeves made a whirring sound. The closer they got to Cunning Palace, the uglier old Zhu's expression became. Every palace maid had tears on her face and her eyes were red. He felt inexplicably furious. "Why are you crying? I ask you why you are crying?" He called a palace maid and asked with a frosty face. The palace maid was so frightened that she cried even louder and fell to her knees. Old Zhu ignored everything else and immediately strode into Queen Ma's bedroom. "Sister, you said you were sick but you didn't tell me." As soon as he entered the hall, Zhu Yuanzhang found that Empress Ma was sitting limply in Empress Hu's arms. Zhu Biao prostrated himself in Empress Ma's arms, weeping inconsolably. "My dear, I really can't live without you." Seeing this scene, Lao Zhu felt his head buzzing. It was like it was exploding. We don't believe it, we don't believe it. Old Zhu's face suddenly turned pale. He kept telling himself that this was fake, and he walked forward with a wry smile. Sister, haven't I just favored a few more concubines recently? Now they have all been beaten to death. Don't be angry with me, what's going on? Queen Ma closed her eyes, shook her head and sighed. Zhongba, I may not be able to accompany you this time. The imperial physician came to see me a few days ago and said that I was suffering from organ failure and that I could only recover slowly with medication. But now I feel. Nonsense. Old Zhu waved his hand violently. What do those quack doctors say? Biao was almost killed by them. We will call a famous doctor to treat you right away. As old Zhu was talking, tears began to fall from his eyes and he looked at Zhu Biao. Biao, go out first. I have something to say to your mother. Zhu Biao shook his head, stood up and spoke to old Zhu with a serious expression. I have noticed that there is something wrong with your mother's health, and I have been quietly preparing for the past few days. I came here today to offer medicine to my mother. Donate medicine? When old Zhu heard this, he rushed forward with his eyes wide open as if he had found a way out of his desperate situation. What medicine? Give it to your mother. That's exactly what it is. Zhu Biao took out a meatball that he had prepared long ago. The ingredients of this meatball are very simple, various vegetable powders plus vitamins. Of course, this is just a prop. Zhu Biao presented the meatball and said, Mother, this medicine was obtained by me from a continent thousands of miles away at sea. That continent is called America, and it is rich in elixirs of immortality. You only need to take it to be able to return to life immediately. It is because of this that I have not come to pay my respects to you. I hope you can forgive me, Mother. Queen Ma was also shocked when she stared at the dark green pill. Immediately, a strong warmth came from her heart, and she couldn't help but hug Zhu Biao and cry. Biao, you still care about me the most. The ancients said that mother and child are connected by heart. Now I know it. As he said this, old Zhu, who was playing mahjong and teasing his concubines every day, blushed and just stared at the pill. Eat it quickly, sister. This is Biao's filial piety. You will get better after eating it. He is a pragmatist and only cares about whether the medicine is effective. How do I take it? Just dissolve it in water. Zhu Biao quickly asked for a bowl of water. While waiting for Empress Ma to drink it, he secretly clicked on the Life Exchange Mall. Do you want to exchange life for others? 1 year of exchange will consume 50 days of your own life. Yes. Please select a lifespan delivery target. Empress Ma of the Ming Dynasty. After Empress Ma took the pill, her complexion unexpectedly turned rosy in a short while, and she felt full of strength. He can sit up by himself without anyone's support. Queen Ma looked at her body in surprise and cried out. Strange, really strange. Zhongba, just now I thought I didn't have much time left, but now that I've taken the pills Biao gave me, I feel much lighter all over. This medicine is truly miraculous. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, he immediately turned his head and stared at Zhu Biao next to him. Biao, this medicine. Facing the gazes of everyone in the hall, Zhu Biao slowly retracted his head and continued his plan of deceiving people. Father, this medicine is produced in America, across the ocean tens of thousands of miles away. Due to the low production, the King of America has strictly restricted the export of this medicine. So if you want to get this medicine, you must conquer America. Zhu Yuanzhang certainly didn't believe such a simple trick, but when he saw Empress Ma swallow a handful of dark green pills and come back to life in an instant, his worries turned into peace, his heart couldn't help but pounding, and he looked at Zhu Biao with his tiger eyes in shock. Is there really such an elixir of life in the world? Just ask. Which founding emperor didn't want to live forever? Zhu Yuanzhang was relatively rational and never made the joke of seeking elixirs overseas, but that didn't mean he didn't want to live forever. From the sound of Biao's voice, we have to occupy America to get this medicine? Zhu Yuanzhang started to calculate in his mind for a moment. Take it. Of course I'll take it. So I suggest. Zhu Biao also took this opportunity to say, my great Ming should lift the maritime ban as soon as possible, vigorously develop the navy, and conquer America as soon as possible, so that both your mother and you can live a long life. After hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang, who had been lured into taking the bait, suddenly came to his senses. Wrong. This kid has a conspiracy and is deliberately trying to trick his father into going out to sea. Zhu Yuanzhang discovered some of Zhu Biao's tricks on the spot. He was extremely unwilling to the policy of going to sea. He just wanted to guard the 3-acre land on the mainland, and it would be best if his descendants would never go to sea. Zhu Biao took this opportunity to force Zhu Yuanzhang to go to sea. Can make you immortal. Just ask if you want to go. But Zhu Yuanzhang stared at Zhu Biao and slapped him. You little bastard, you are trying to trick me into setting up a navy and going out to sea, right? Going out to sea to search for immortality elixirs is a waste of national wealth. That's what foolish emperors of all dynasties have done. I won't do that, your father. Old Zhu was very tough and looked like a wise ruler. In fact, the Ming Dynasty was not ignorant of the navy. Zhu Yuanzhang started his career by relying on the navy in the densely networked Poyang Lake. He knew a lot and knew that sea ships and navy were completely different things. If the country really wanted to develop sea ships, half of the national treasury would be emptied every year. Without investment, there will be no return, father. Don't you really want to live forever? Zhu Biao was slapped and asked tentatively. Roll. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his sleeves angrily, turned around and left in big strides. As soon as he reached the threshold, he remembered that he still had something to say to Empress Ma, so he kicked Zhu Biao out of Cunning Palace. Stinky boy, get out after you cure your mother's illness. I still have something to say to your mother. You're being unreasonable. Zhu Biao had never been beaten like this since he was a child. After being naughty today, he finally understood how his younger brothers felt and got up and ran away. But his face was full of smiles. Father, now it depends on whether you want to go to sea or not. The temptation of immortality. Zhu Biao was relieved after successfully fooling Zhu and extending Empress Ma's life by 1 year. Another 50 days of life have been consumed. Now I only have a little over 50 days left to live. Zhu Biao looked at his remaining life and pounded his shoulders. Alas! Keep working to earn life. There are still a lot of good things waiting to be exchanged in the exchange list. Let's go to Jiangxi tomorrow morning. The next day, early morning. It was barely dawn when the prince's carriage left the capital. As the crown prince regent, Zhu Biao had a lot of freedom. He never asked where he went or when he went. There weren't many people on the bus. There was only Wang Yangming, Li Sheng, a few officials from the Eastern Palace, and a dozen Jinyui following the carriage. But after getting out of the city, the 1,000 elite Ming troops stationed here were urgently deployed last night and have been waiting for a long time. On the official road. As soon as Zhu Biao's carriage arrived, the commander of the military camp not far away came to pay his respects. The man in the Mandarin duck battle armor and his 2 lieutenants with 500 men behind him, all had their clothes soaked by the dew. They looked far away at the end of the official road, not daring to even breathe. It was because their superiors had told them before the transfer who was in charge of the transfer and who was in charge of the transfer. This time I have become the prince's personal soldier, and it is very likely that I will soar to the sky. Commander Luo Yingxing thought to himself. I will personally be under the command of the crown prince this time. As long as I can complete the tasks assigned by the Crown Prince, it will be no problem for me, a small commander, to rise to prominence. Commander-in-Chief, the time told by our superiors has passed. Are we waiting in the wrong direction? A battalion commander behind him asked cautiously. Don't fucking think about it. If we wait for the wrong person, both you and I might lose our lives. Luo Yingxing was sweating all over. He raised his hand and slapped the deputy general's wet face, feeling uneasy. Seeing that the expected prince's carriage had not arrived on the official road, his heart sank to the bottom. But soon. In the distance, in the grey morning light, a bright yellow carriage was very conspicuous and approached leisurely. Luo Yingxing and others who were kneeling on the ground waiting could not help but become excited and trembled all over. Whispering quietly before the carriage arrives. It's here, it's finally here. This is the carriage of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. We have finally got a good job this time. I only saw the prince once from afar after the battle to recapture Yingtian Prefecture. I did meet the Crown Prince and His Majesty in the army, but that was many years ago. I'm really looking forward to it. If we can be favored by the prince. I wonder what kind of a godly figure the prince is. As the sound of the axle got closer, the few people dared not make any noise anymore. Until the car approached. Stop slowly. A civil servant in his 50s stepped forward and glanced at them calmly, with the arrogance that is unique to civil servants. Who are you? Why don't you tell us your names when you are here to see me? Luo Yingxing, the commander of the 3rd Battalion of the 5th Division of the Eagle Guard, is here to meet the Crown Prince and await your orders. Dewdrops flowed down his eyebrows and cheeks, but Luo Yingxing shouted out this sentence in the clearest voice of his life. Then he heard a mellow and pleasant voice of a young man coming from inside the carriage. I was originally counting on you to go first, but now it seems, well, the rest of you come forward. Zhu Biao pulled aside the yellow curtain from the carriage. The tone did not show much importance. But Luo Yingxing and his companions were overjoyed. They climbed up on their knees and slowly raised their heads to look Zhu Biao in the eye. First look. Luo Yingxing felt that this man must be the reincarnation of an immortal from heaven, to have such a temperament. The jade-like face crown and vermilion lips, even though they were dimly visible in the morning mist, made people inexplicably feel awe. Zhu Biao glanced at him and his brows relaxed. Well, that's right, Commander Luo, you should take 1,000 soldiers with you to Jiangxi first. Remember not to make a big fuss along the way, don't alarm the local gentry, and... Have you learned how to use the 10,000 enemies issued to your army? How was the training going? Did anyone get hurt? Zhu Biao asked a lot of questions and explained a lot. Because this may be the first time that the world's army distributes poison gas bombs on a large scale. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Upon hearing this, Luo Yingxing quickly lowered his head and whispered, the entire army of 10,000 enemies has been equipped. People sent by the Ministry of Works are guarding the camp on weekdays. Yesterday, I arranged for many soldiers to try this thing. It is extremely powerful. Wherever it goes, no one, animal, or plant will survive. Unfortunately. During training, a soldier accidentally came into contact with poison gas and died. There is only one such case in the entire army. I will definitely live up to your Highness' trust. The first time I used 10,000 enemies, only one person died? Zhu Biao looked at it in surprise. This achievement ranks first among all the battles in which Western armies used poison gas bombs. Although poison gas bombs are easy to use, their biggest problem is leakage. Once it is leaked, not only will you not be able to kill the enemy, but you will also be doomed. It seems that you are very strict in managing your troops. The soldiers under my command are able to follow orders, which is good. Zhu Biao smiled at Luo Yingxing with satisfaction. Such military quality is considered quite high in the entire Ming army. Although Zhu Yuanzhang was also known for his harsh military laws, after the founding of the country, the army inevitably became lax and it was common for military discipline to be broken. Zhu Biao thought to himself. It seems that there are still people in the military who support me and have selected a strong force to come here. Hearing Zhu Biao's praise, Luo Yingxing's heart almost burst into joy. He couldn't help but smile from the corners of his mouth to his rough, weather-beaten face, and he chuckled. Your Highness. I once followed the marshal to conquer Chuzhou City. I am strict in military discipline. It's in my bones. Very good. Zhu Biao nodded. After you go to Jiangxi, you will be stationed around Longhu Mountain and wait for me to come. After saying this, he lowered the curtain. I will obey your order. Luo Yingxing also tactfully took his two subordinates, turned around and rode back to the military camp, ready to set out. They had to march quickly and secretly to Jiangxi and set up an ambush in advance, while Zhu Biao would follow slowly behind them and inspect the sweet potato planting conditions in various places along the way. The journey from Nanji Road to Jiangxi is only a few hundred miles, and Zhu Biao has to visit various counties along the way to conduct random checks on sweet potato planting conditions. Now, almost 2 months have passed, and the sweet potatoes have reached the second stage of seedling cultivation and are taking root and sprouting. Zhu Biao murmured in the carriage. Sweet potatoes are my real confidence. We must see it with our own eyes, inspect each village and observe the planting conditions of sweet potatoes. Yes, Your Highness. The result did not disappoint him. Your Highness, there are 12 guards stationed in the countryside, and no one in the counties dares to tamper with the sweet potatoes. I have seen good growth in every county, and many of the sweet potato seedlings are already as tall as the feet. The Jinyui came back one after another to report. Look carefully, those seedlings are really sweet potatoes, not other weeds used to fool people. Zhu Biao looked at the Jinyui in front of him with a stern expression. Wherever they arrived at a place, they would spread them out to serve as their eyes and ears. Your Highness, I am telling you the truth. This sweet potato is different from other plants. I have specially selected some samples for you to check out. Each Jinyui took out the samples they carried. Zhu Biao took a look. It was exactly the same as the sweet potato seedlings in my mind, and I finally felt relieved. Go tell the county magistrates everywhere that the rhizomes of sweet potatoes can be used to feed pigs after harvesting, and can be eaten as vegetables by farmers at home. They are all good things and must not be thrown away. Yes, Your Highness. The Jinyui nodded repeatedly and kept it in mind. We dragged on along the way, and by the time we arrived in Jiangxi it was already approaching July. When we entered Jiangxi province, the imperial edict from the prince's study had just been sent to Nanchang. In Nanchang City. What? Your Highness is coming to personally supervise the distribution of taxes and levies? Do you still want to implement the grain exchange order in Jiangxi? After Wang Qingyun heard his aide read out the contents of the imperial edict, he was so shocked that he spat out a mouthful of tea on the spot. He rushed over and read the document over and over again, and could not believe his eyes. There was no angel coming to announce the decree, nor was there any fanfare. The prince suddenly attacked. Tell yourself that he came to Jiangxi. The imperial decree and righteousness are it. In order to encourage Jiangxi's loyalty in being a pilot province for the land-based tax system, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince decided to visit Jiangxi in person to supervise the implementation of the system, and the 1,000-strong army to protect him had already entered Jiangxi. Upon seeing the imperial edict, Wang Qingyun lost his breath, felt dizzy, and fell backwards. Master! Master, please don't let anything happen to you. The servants and staff behind him trembled all over and hurriedly supported his nearly 200-pound body from behind. Several people were pressed down so hard that they couldn't breathe. They quickly pinched the Renzhong and Bai Hui points. After a while, Wang Qingyun finally woke up. Looking at the decree in front of him, he patted his snow-white belly and smiled bitterly. You have done something wrong, you have done something wrong. What do local officials fear the most? Naturally, the central government personally sent people to inspect. And this time it's even more heavyweight. It was not some censor who came, but His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of this dynasty who came to Jiangxi in person. Why do you think I would go to such trouble? Wang Qingyun now even wants to commit suicide. However, in order to survive, he burst out with a strong desire to win. He twisted his fat body and was helped up by everyone. He sat in front of the desk and asked in a gloomy voice, "Where is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince now?" No news. But a few days ago, I heard someone at the post station sent a message that a yellow carriage had entered the provincial border and was now less than 30 miles away from Nanchang. Less than 30 miles. Wang Qingyun felt dizzy again, and after a while he held his head and shouted through gritted teeth, "Quick! Follow me out of the city to welcome His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Then he whispered something to the master behind him. "Remember. You must remember this. Do not let the prince see these things." "I know it, so please rest assured, benefactor." The staff was also frightened, but they managed to remain calm, bowed deeply and spoke. On July 3 in the early autumn of the 15th year of Hongwu in the Ming Dynasty, Jiangxi Governor Wang Qingyun brought a large group of officials to a place 10 miles outside the city of Nanchang to welcome the arrival of Crown Prince Zhu Biao. On the official road. The place had been completely cleared out, and there was not a single carriage to be seen from merchants, farmers, or even local nobles. Wang Qingyun and other local officials knelt on the ground. "I was shocked to hear that Your Highness has arrived. I am sorry that I failed to come to greet you. May Your Highness live 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 1,000,000 years." With a click, the car door opened, and Zhu Biao walked down with the help of an imperial guard. He took 2 or 3 steps in front of Wang Qingyun and squinted his eyes to look at him. "Are you the governor of Jiangxi? But you want to use Jiangxi as a pilot for the land-based tax system? Your Highness, I may not have thought it through. This matter still needs." "You haven't thought it through. I think you have thought it through very clearly." Zhu Biao interrupted him and walked straight into the city. Wang Qingyun hurriedly trotted to catch up, saying bitterly, "Your Highness, Jiangxi is really complicated. Not only is the land scarce, the population is sparse, and survival is difficult, but there are also many local gentry. The Zhang family of Longhu Mountain is the worst." As soon as Zhu Biao arrived, he sold out the Zhang family without hesitation. "Why are you saying so much useless things?" Zhu Biao waved his hand and said, "Come, everyone, please follow me into the city." Then he turned around and got into the sedan chair. "Let the officials move towards Nanchang City step by step." Zhu Biao himself sat in the sedan chair, and the officials in the rear were in a miserable situation. Got to take it step by step. Ouch! Old man, I really can't do it anymore. Have mercy. Have mercy, my prince. Some old and weak officials soon fell on the road, but they did not dare to complain and could only whisper. "My whole body is sore from the thighs to the calves. It's a full 10 miles. Of course, it was no big deal for ordinary people, but it was something that the officials who lived a life of luxury could not bear. Wang Qingyun was sweating profusely, with sweat pouring down under his official robe. The summer heat of July has not yet subsided, the scorching sun in the sky and the pale yellow ground underfoot. Everything seems so hopeless. Even if they fainted, Zhu Biao would immediately send someone to help them up. "First I'll give you a little shock to increase your lifespan." Zhu Biao sneered in his heart. According to the information obtained by the royal guards, almost every official in Nanchang City is in collusion with the Zhang family. Is it really so? Your Highness. Wang Yangming on the side was stunned. No wonder His Highness tortured them like this. Li Sheng, who was kind-hearted, could not bear to hear the officials wailing, so he sat aside and wrote documents. If I rely on these people to do things, I'm afraid they will sell me out, so I'll just get rid of them first. Zhu Biao smiled. Although Wang Yangming was surprised, he nodded with a smile. As a saint, Wang Yangming also led troops to quell rebellions. I fully agree with what Zhu Biao did. Your Highness, after walking the 10-mile distance, almost all officials over the age of 60 were carried into Nanchang City. Wang Qingyun managed to hold on, but he was almost at the end of his strength. He fell on his back as soon as he entered the city gate. Li Sheng reported to Zhu Biao. Oh. Zhu Biao narrowed his eyes and said, "Tell them to come to the palace to report tomorrow morning." The carriage slowly passed through the city of Nanchang. At this time, the Nanchang City Gate. Your Excellency the Governor. What's wrong with you, Governor? Are you all right? The officials behind him immediately lifted Wang Qingyun up and followed Zhu Biao's sedan chair into the city. Me. Wang Qingyun's big belly kept rising and falling, and he was breathing out more than he was breathing in. After entering the city, Zhu Biao changed to a fast horse and went around for a tour. The city of Nanchang is very close to Nanjing, and its commerce is very prosperous. It was also a beautiful place in the early Ming Dynasty. Ding! As soon as he entered the inner city, Zhu Biao heard a prompt sound in his ears. You have acted out the atrocities of Emperor Yang of Sui, abuse of officials, with an acting degree of 30%, and gained plus 30 days of lifespan. Reward advanced technology, traditional oil refining technology. Oil refining? Zhu Biao pondered over this new technology in his mind and felt ecstatic again. Although it is impossible to completely refine petroleum into diesel, gasoline, asphalt and other things, at least simple asphalt can be decomposed. With this thing, the next step might be to refine rubber. This familiar feeling of increased longevity. Zhu Biao let out a long sigh and thanked all the friends in Nanchang City. At that time, the Nanchang City did not yet have the Ning Prince's palace that was famous in later generations, and Zhu Yuanzhang had not built a temporary palace nearby. He could only pass through the city and go to the temporary palace 10 miles outside the city to rest. It was already evening when the sedan chair landed outside the palace. Welcome, Your Highness. The eunuchs, palace maids and others stationed in the palace came out to greet him. Zhu Biao was also tired from the journey, so he ate something and went to sleep. When night fell, Commander Luo Yingxing, who was stationed not far from the palace, came to pay a visit. Your Highness, the military camp has been set up and we have been waiting for your arrival for a long time. I wonder what your next order is? Luo Yingxing asked Zhu Biao with an expectant look on his face. Next. Zhu Biao touched his chin, with a cold light in his eyes. It's very simple. The first thing is to seize the temple property. You will lead the army to visit all the Taoist and Buddhist temples near Nanchang and tell them that this prince is here to ask for bribes. Ask them to hand over the temple property. If they pay a lot, I will give them a yellow yesa. If they pay a little, I will say that they are not sincere in their devotion to Taoism and Buddhism. Beat them until they spit out everything. Hearing such a cruel yet straightforward decree, Luo Yingxing was stunned for a moment. If we really implement what the prince said, it will probably cause a civil unrest. If the bald monks and Taoist priests in the temple were to gather together to rebel, it would be a big deal. Your Highness, isn't this too cruel? What if they rebel? Luo Yingxing asked tentatively. This prince is going to force them to rebel. Zhu Biao's voice blew past like a cold wind. If they don't rebel, how can the Zhang family of Longhu Mountain be afraid? The Zhang family is not afraid. If they really rebel, it will be bad for the people's livelihood in Jiangxi. Zhu Biao would never be so cruel to ordinary people. As for those monks and Taoist priests, these people do not engage in production, lend money at high interest rates in private, and collude with the government. They are much worse than ordinary landlords. If not them, who else should we mess with? If there is a real rebellion, just suppress it. What is the use of the 10,000 enemies assigned to you? Zhu Biao also wanted to try out how powerful this 10,000 enemies could be in actual combat. To know. In this era, when wars are fought, there is no such thing as dispersed formations. For 10,000 enemies, that means one death for a large number of people. I understand. Luo Yingxing's heart was trembling, he couldn't imagine how big a trouble this would cause. But as a general, there is only one way to go: obey orders. Even if His Highness asks me to go through fire and water, I have to go. Before Luo Yingxing stepped out of the room, Zhu Biao said something to him again. Remember, you can be a little arrogant when you work under this prince. Yes, Your Highness. The next day, early morning, Zhu Biao summoned many officials in Nanchang City to the palace to discuss the issue of allocating land taxes and exchanging grain. A group of officials almost died yesterday, and today more than a dozen of them claimed to be sick, and all of them were carried here. The palace hall was filled with stretchers. Zhu Biao was very happy to see this. He walked up to Wang Chengyun and said in surprise, "My dear Wang, what happened? Why can't you even get up today? You still ask. It's a full 10 miles. Wang Chengyun started cursing in his heart. But he got up with great difficulty and said to Zhu Biao, "Your Highness, I am weak and have hindered Your Highness's important affairs." Oh. Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao was immediately shocked. "My dear ministers, are you all too tired yesterday and unable to get up today?" A look of shame crossed his face. "Quick, send the imperial physician to treat you, my dear ministers." Alas! Zhu Biao slapped his thigh in annoyance. Why didn't I think of this yesterday? Hearing this, many officials felt warmed in their hearts. I think Zhu Biao was in the carriage yesterday and might not have seen their miserable plight. Immediately following, Zhu Biao changed the subject and said, "Yesterday, I was going to trouble you all to check the account books and the yellow fish scale book and submit them to me. Now it seems that you all are not in good health, so I have no choice but to send someone to check it myself." Upon hearing this, "Your Highness." Wang Chengyun jumped up from the stretcher, stared at Zhu Biao and shouted, "Your Highness, you must not do this. This place has its own rules. I can get the account books for Your Highness. If Your Highness sends someone else, wouldn't that be a waste of manpower? Moreover, many details are already in my mind." Other officials from the inspection office, the provincial court, and the provincial government also became anxious and stood up despite the pain all over their bodies. "Your Highness. The governor is absolutely right. We can go back and check right away and hand in the accounts. The prince has every right to come to the people to check their accounts. But there are two completely different concepts between them presenting the account books and Zhu Biao checking them himself." Alas! Zhu Biao sighed, "You gentlemen are so loyal to the country, I am really moved. But this morning I knew that you gentlemen could not come, so I sent the royal guards to go there. You gentlemen don't have to worry so much. Just take a good rest in the hall and wait for the result." Everyone's faces suddenly turned pale. Who was sent? Jin Yui. It goes without saying that it's the Imperial Guards. The embroidered uniform guard is different from the censor-in-chief. The censor-in-chief must follow procedures and official rules step by step when investigating and arresting people. The embroidered uniform guards were the emperor's private soldiers. When investigating anything, he can act first and report later, and his power is almost unlimited. They no longer had the confidence to conceal the past, and their wails echoed throughout the hall. "Your Highness! I will go back and bring you the account books right away." "Your Highness, why do you need to look at the account books? I can report everything to you. I have a photographic memory." "Your Highness, I forgot that my office has been in disrepair for a long time. I took it out to have a look. Maybe it was burned down." Many officials are anxious, and this time they are really anxious to the point of jumping off the wall. He didn't care about the etiquette in front of the emperor and wanted to rush out of the palace. If he went back to destroy the evidence now, he could still keep his official hat. But if he was really found out by the genie uniform guards, every one of them would lose his head. But he hasn't stepped out of the hall yet. Outside the hall, the Ming army was holding fine steel muskets, and their flashing three-pointed bayonets were pointed at them. "My lords, His Highness has not yet dismissed the court. It would be inappropriate to leave now." The officials were frightened and returned to the hall. Looking up at Zhu Biao, who was sitting in the center of the palace with a smile on his face, he couldn't help feeling desperate. The atmosphere fell into a strange stalemate. Zhu Biao stood up and said calmly, "My lords, I don't really want to find out everything. After all, if the water is too clear, there will be no fish. But I came to Jiangxi to discuss the issue of land tax distribution. If you are dissatisfied with this policy, I can understand." At this point, all local officials understood. If you work hard for the prince, you will have your head on your neck. If you don't do anything, you will surely die. If anyone does a good job, then some old things don't need to be mentioned again. As for the one who does the worst, I think I still have to mention him. Zhu Biao added 2 more sentences, which completely discouraged many officials. The meaning is obvious. Those who perform the worst will be punished later, and the last one will be eliminated. "Your Highness." Led by Wang Chengyun, the senior officials of Jiangxi province knelt on the ground. "This tax-sharing policy is a good one. We will definitely do our best to help Your Highness accomplish it." Zhu Biao smiled and did not answer, but stood up and walked out of the hall. As for the pilot plan of equalizing the land tax, it had already been written by Zhang Jiuzheng and sent from the capital. As soon as Zhu Biao left, Wang Yangming behind him picked up a booklet and began to read it aloud. The pilot program of this land tax distribution program is as follows. Jiangxi's Yellow Book and Fish Scale Book were completed as early as the 12th year of Hongwu. As the province closest to Nanjing, the speed of making the Yellow Book here is also the fastest. Very conducive to reform. Officials only needed to bind the land to its owner according to the Fish Scale Book, and the tax would be paid according to the amount of land cultivated. The difficulty lies in snatching food from the mouths of the gentry and bearing the infamy for eternity. Jiangxi officials all knew that this matter was of great importance, and no one was willing to do it. However, for the sake of his own lives, he had to issue the decree quickly. At this time, Zhu Biao took 500 jinui and toured the counties in Jiangxi. This tour has 2 purposes. One is to promote the grain exchange order. Just like in Nanzili, we will urge farmers to grow sweet potatoes in each county. The other purpose. In the carriage, Zhu Biao gave instructions to Li Sheng. "I want to be a circuit judge." "Circuit court?" Li Sheng's voice trembled. "Anyone who has been wronged can come and report it to me." "Shangrao County, Jiangxi Province." Snapped. In the courtroom that was temporarily converted from a carriage, Zhu Biao clapped the wood in his hand. "Who is this person here, and what is he suing for?" Kneeling on the ground was a woman wearing a silk skirt and a wooden hairpin, with a slim figure and a beautiful face. She immediately knelt down and said, "Your Highness, I want to sue He Lao San from the neighboring village. He came to my cloth shop to make clothes, but when they were finished, he said they didn't fit him and insisted that I pay him for it. If I can't pay, then he wants me to pay off the debt with my body." Zhu Biao looked over calmly, looking at a landowner who was obviously much wealthier. "Is this true?" "Your Highness, I, He Lao San, only have a small fortune. How dare I do such a thing?" The fat local rich man rolled his eyes and said while suppressing the fear in his heart. It was the third young master of the Luo family who said he had taken a fancy to the young lady in the cloth shop and asked me to do something secretly. I was blinded by greed and resorted to this desperate measure. "Oh." Zhu Biao remained calm and threw a wooden stick down, then patted the Shangrao County magistrate on the shoulder and said, "The Luo family is a wealthy family in this city, right?" The magistrate looked at Zhu Biao tremblingly. "Your Highness, that's right." "Then catch him, well, castrate him and send him to the Prince of Qin's mansion to work." Not only was the magistrate almost frightened to the point of his eyes popping out, but the common people outside who heard this also cheered. "It's really the prince." With one order, Mr. Zhou San, who usually shows off his power, becomes like a chicken. Now those who have been wronged can complain, and those who have been vengeful can seek revenge. The good time has come. Your Highness judges cases from noon to afternoon every day. I wonder how many evil people he has to deal with. The common people are very happy, because this is the first time they are truly respected. But Zhu Biao's purpose was not that simple. In the court, Zhu Biao smiled. "You don't have to carefully judge each case. Just focus on 2 points. For the common people who committed the crime, we should give them a lenient sentence, and for the local tyrants, we should give them a heavy sentence. I just want to tell them that as long as I am in Jiangxi, I hold your life and death in my hands. I can find a reason to kill you at any time. Anyone who dares to interfere in the issue of the land tax will be killed without a burial place." Hearing this, Li Sheng nodded secretly. Old Zhu often went out on tour to bully the common people, and he also left behind a famous saying, "He is not as good as you, and your life is not as good as his." While judging the case, Zhu Biao would hear a reminder tone from time to time. "You have acted out the atrocities of Qin Shi Huang, severe punishments, acting degree 5%, and received a bonus of plus 5 days of lifespan. You have played the atrocities of the northern Qi King Gao Yang, moody, with a performance level of 7%, and gained plus 7 days of lifespan. It feels great." Zhu Biao was so happy that he almost burst into tears. "I didn't expect that I had only just learned about this great method to increase my lifespan. Although these small things are not very common and have little impact, some of them may not even trigger a trigger. But even a mosquito's legs added up is still meat." After judging the case for 7 days, Zhu Biao directly gained 100 days of life. "I feel so happy. I can sentence this case to 100 years in prison. Look up at the sky. Those things in the mall will probably be exchanged soon." Zhu Biao then completely turned into a case-judging maniac, and handled many unjust cases in various counties in Jiangxi. But most of the people who were wronged were landlords and wealthy people. "Your Highness, my family lost 2 pigs, and Mr. Wang insisted that the pigs he found were his. Now that my family has lost those 2 pigs, we can't kill them for meat next year, and we have no money to buy crops. My whole family will starve to death." In the court, another old man in his 50s spoke in a miserable tone. "There are so many cases of forced purchases and occupations among the people that it would be impossible to dig deep enough to uncover them all. Your Highness, please make a wise judgment. That is obviously my pig, but this old man said he lost it. Is this fair?" A man with more modern clothes but a mean look on his face shouted at the side. Zhu Biao's verdict was also simple. Are those 2 pigs still there? Your Highness, they are here. They are all being kept at the home of the wealthy Wang. The old man said immediately. Zhu Biao said, it's fine. Bring the 2 pigs here, and ask each of you to see if they agree that you are the owner. If they agree, take them home. If they don't agree, they are wild boars. Wild boars mean that you 2 families are fabricating a case to deceive me, and you will all be punished. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately said to the Jinyui, go, drive the 2 pigs over to me. Yes. The Jinyui immediately did as they were told, and they were extremely excited. They all wanted to know whether the pig would call out to them or not. The people below were even more excited. Can pigs call people? If pigs don't, then they will be in trouble. But the prince is at least more fair than the county magistrate. The county magistrate always beats the poor with 50 sticks before he starts questioning them. Gradually, judging cases became an entertainment program. You played the atrocities of Li Kungsu of the later Tang Dynasty, playing tricks on the public, with a performance level of 3%, and received a bonus of plus 3 days of lifespan. Zhu Biao heard a prompt sound in his ear, and he was happy to do this, as it could at least gain some life. Now Zhu Biao was becoming more and more skilled in playing the role of a tyrant, and any of his movements might have some story about a tyrant behind it. Li Kungsu, the famous actor-emperor? Upon hearing this prompt, Zhu Biao laughed out loud. Yes, there is such a way. Soon, the 2 pigs were led over. Rich man Wang and old man Li broke out in cold sweats and began to try to call the 2 pigs. Of course, pigs couldn't understand human language and were frightened by the scene. They then ran away, causing a burst of laughter from the outside world. Amidst the laughter, Zhu Biao also made a decision on the case. It seems that it won't respond when you 2 call it, which means it is a wild boar. Come here, kill those 2 wild boars and make some Hunan dishes to go with the wine tonight. The Jinyui immediately went over and grabbed the 2 pigs, happily dragged them aside, slaughtered them, and then bled them, so that they would have a snack in the evening. Being in this wilderness, Zhu Biao naturally couldn't eat anything good, so of course he had to add some snacks to himself. Then he looked at the 2 people who were covered in sweat. As for you, you have concocted a case to deceive me. Your crime is unforgivable. Mr. Wang will sentence your entire family to exile. As for Mr. Li, you have your reasons. I will sentence you to take back the money from the 2 pigs and then give you 10 strokes of the cane. The verdict in this case was extremely unfair. Mr. Wang was stunned on the spot, kneeling on the ground crying and being dragged out. Your Highness, I am innocent. At the same time, at the Yunxia temple outside Nanchang City, there are tens of thousands of monks gathered here, and it is the largest Buddhist temple in Jiangxi province. It occupies more than 1/5 of the land in Nanchang City, tens of thousands of acres of fertile farmland. Of course, it was also because Zhu Yuanzhang casually awarded the 4 big characters, red-crowned mist, when he was out on tour that he dared to be so arrogant. The magnificent Yunxia temple occupies the entire mountain with only a few large halls. The abbot, Master Luoshan, is known as the founder of the southern Zen Buddhism. Dozens of monks gathered here have been awarded the title of Zen Master. It can be called a holy place of Buddhism. Every morning, when the bell rings, hundreds of monks gather to have a vegetarian meal, which is a spectacular sight. Today. Boom! 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 As the huge bell that had been passed down for hundreds of years rang, Zen Master Luoshan lost his appetite. With a worried look under his 2 white eyebrows, he looked out of the mountain gate. Sure Xian, haven't those soldiers left yet? Yes. Master Abbot, the commander said he came here to ask for money for water and rice in accordance with the will of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I stopped him outside the temple as soon as I heard that and did not let him in. I don't know where these rebels came from and how they dared to ask for bribes in the name of the Crown Prince. A middle-aged monk with dense hair growing on his bald head clasped his hands together and said with a cold expression. It has a bit of the meaning of King Kong staring in astonishment. But not letting them into the temple like this is not a solution. Zen Master Luoshan looked unhappy and was undecided. If we don't let the Ming troops enter the mountain gate, there might be a way to survive. But once we let them in, there might be a chaos. Don't worry, Abbot. I have sent monks with quick feet down the mountain to the 3 major Zen temples nearby. I have reported this to Zen Master Lishan, Lawyer Fashion, and Master Shinshan. They will send monk soldiers to rescue us and drive these evildoers out soon. Yuan Shirshin opened the door, took the food handed to him by the little monk outside, placed it in front of Zen Master Luoshan with both hands, and said respectfully. In this era, all major temples had monk soldiers. These monk soldiers were usually low-level monks who farmed to support the upper-level elders and great monks. Whenever something happened, weapons would be distributed. Crescent shovel, sword, and Buddhist staff were all weapons invented under this system. Alas, if we can avoid war, it is better to avoid it. Zen Master Luoshan shook his head, closed his eyes and began to meditate, with only 4 words uttered in his mouth. Buddha has mercy on me. Abbot, please rest assured. I have my own way to deal with these little villains. Yuan Shirshin also bowed and went out. The abbot is nominally the highest authority in a temple, but in reality each dean has greater power. They manage all affairs and make more money. Some abbots are not even monks in the temple. For example, Yuan Shirshin was a believer who stayed at home. He took a Buddhist name and made a lot of money as the abbot. He built several large houses in addition to the Yunxia temple and married 3 or 4 wives and concubines. He usually worked in the temple during the day and went home to live a simple life at night. How happy he was. Zhengyuan Shirshin was planning to go and see whether the monks and soldiers from the major Zen temples and monasteries had arrived, but he suddenly heard a violent explosion louder than the sound of a bell. Boom boom. Flames shot up to the sky. He looked back in horror, and saw countless monks meditating in the Yunxia temple. They were frightened and rushed out of their meditation rooms, staring straight towards the mountain gate. The huge mountain gate, which was 3 meters high and as big as a city gate, suddenly burst into thick white smoke and slowly fell down. They actually really. This is a pure place of Buddhism. Our Yunxia temple even has the inscription of the current emperor, and they actually dare to break in. Yuan Shirshin's face was full of disbelief. He was immediately thrown into disarray and fled to the back mountain with many monks. Although these monks live a life of luxury, they are all fast on their feet. However, in front of the elite Ming army that trained day and night, they were just the most courageous of the brothers and were surrounded in a short time. They were tied up and thrown into the meditation room one by one. There were several hundred monks at the foot of the mountain carrying shovels, crescent shovels, swords and monk sticks, but facing this group of Ming soldiers who had fought against the northern Yuan dynasty, been to the desert, and entered the Miao area. There was no need to even be on high alert. Just one charge and all the monks scattered in unison. No one knew where they fled to. Reporting to the commander, Yunxia temple has been completely taken. The 2 deputy commanders knelt in front of Luo Yingxing and spoke loudly. Luo Yingxing looked at the plaque written by old Zhu himself above the main hall of Yunxia temple. Dan Ding Yen Xia. For a moment, I felt my whole body trembling. But then he thought that this was the order of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and he could be a little arrogant, so he didn't care. He strode into the hall and said loudly, "Recruit those bald donkeys to come in." At this time, in the largest Zen room in the back mountain. No. No. Several young monks rolled and crawled, their faces covered with blood, as they rushed into the abbot's room, knelt outside the door and shouted loudly. "Abbot, it's bad. The Ming army has come up the mountain, entered the hall, and arrested all the monks." What? Zen Master Luoshan suddenly opened his eyes, stood up, put on his monk shoes, strode out the door, with a look of despair on his face. How so? Do they know that our Yunxia temple is a great temple that the current emperor personally mentioned? I know. But the commander said that this was the order of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. We disobeyed the Crown Prince and deserved death. Not good. Zen Master Luoshan understood as soon as he heard this. Is this really what His Royal Highness the Crown Prince wants from Yunxia Temple? If I had known this, I would not have resisted at all. When I think of the reason why His Royal Highness the Crown Prince came to Jiangxi this time, it was to distribute the tax burden to each acre, and the land in Jiangxi that occupies the most land, besides my small temple, is Longhu Mountain. Killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, and putting an end to it all? A series of events immediately came to mind in Zen Master Luoshan. He quickly stood up and said, "Quick, take me to the main hall. I want to meet this commander in person." He patted the little monk on the shoulder and said, "Go down the mountain and buy some good wine and good meat. Don't worry about how much it costs. You must serve the prince's personal soldiers well." "Yes, Abbot." A few little kids turned around and left in a flash, while Zen Master Luoshan took a deep breath to calm himself down, then walked towards the main hall slowly. When I walked into the main hall, I saw the Buddhist hall. A military commander in armor was slowly worshipping the Buddha statue. His posture was not standard. He bowed slightly and then stood up, turning his head. His eyes, which seemed to contain swords, looked straight at Zen Master Luoshan. "Are you the abbot of this temple? I have repeatedly ordered you to open the door and receive the Crown Prince's order. Why didn't you obey?" With a loud shout, Zen Master Luoshan's legs almost went limp. In Luo Yingxing's hand, it was obvious that it was the Crown Prince's imperial edict. He knelt down immediately and said in a trembling voice, "I didn't know the general was coming. I thought he was a gangster from the mountain. I deserve death. Please spare the lives of the monks in the temple." "Spare the lives of the monks, humph." Luo Yingxing sneered, "This commander has given you chances, and has given you many chances." As he said this, he sat down on the meditation bed and ate the fruits and vegetables that he had plundered nearby, saying, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has ordered you to hand in the offerings to the temple. How can you not express your opinion when the Holy Lord arrives?" "Yes, yes, Commander, we have not offered it voluntarily, which is really disrespectful to the Crown Prince." Zen Master Luoshan nodded quickly, and after a while asked again, "I wonder how much offering we should offer?" Luo Yingxing was waiting for this sentence. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince said that considering that you hermits in the mountains don't have much assets, he will divide 70% of the land for the imperial farm, and give an additional several thousand taels of silver and 1 or 2,000 dan of grain and grass. In that case, I will need to raise some more money. Zen Master Luoshan agreed immediately. Although these things seem to be a lot. But if all the Zen temples and monasteries contribute together, it's just like mosquito blood, no big deal. Let's get together. Luo Yingxing smiled. This is just a matter for Yunxia Temple. I will confiscate other Buddhist temples. When Zen Master Luoshan heard this, he almost fainted. The blood rushed to his feet and his head felt dizzy. This is going to force me to death. Handing over so many things is equivalent to 70% of Yunxia Temple. How will I support so many monks and cultivate so much land from now on? What can I use to bribe officials? You either die or surrender, your choice. Luo Yingxing sneered, and then left behind a few wise rulers to detain all the monks in the meditation room and guard them, with their hands and feet tied one by one. Then he led the troops to other large temples. At this moment, Zhu Biao, who was enjoying judging cases in various counties, suddenly heard a prompt tone in his ears. You played out Wu Zetian's atrocities, Emperor Wu's destruction of Buddhism. Your role-playing degree reaches 30% and you gain plus 30 days of lifespan. Advanced Technology Award, Hydraulic Press Technology. For a hydraulic press, there may be a few steel components that do not meet the standards. However, a simple water-powered hydraulic press can be built. With this thing, you can make coins. You know, the rampant private money was also a major problem in the Ming Dynasty. The key lies in the fact that there is no generation gap between government technology and that of the people, so it is very easy to counterfeit coins, and this problem cannot be eradicated despite repeated bans. The hydraulic press is the first step to take back the right to mint coins. From now on, privately minted coins will no longer be able to imitate official coins. This matter should be dealt with without further delay. Zhu Biao immediately drew a blueprint of a 100-ton water-powered hydraulic press and had it sent back to the Ministry of Industry by express delivery, and specifically instructed the Ministry of Industry to make it first. First, mint a batch of silver coins and let me take a look. After that, I will present them to your Majesty. Remember to order the artist to draw a portrait of His Majesty to be printed on the front of the coin. Zhu Biao explained to Li Sheng. Li Sheng was also a little surprised when he heard this. May I ask, Your Highness, what is the silver coin with Your Majesty's portrait printed on it? This kind of high-end flattery is completely beyond the imagination of people of this era. Zhu Biao was too lazy to explain to him. Just do it. I couldn't help but think. With your ostentatious temper, old Zhu, you should be satisfied if your portrait is printed on the silver coins of the Ming Dynasty forever. It just so happened that I had offended Lao Zhu quite badly some time ago. Not only did he secretly strip his younger brothers of their titles of king, he also extensively trained private soldiers outside of his Nanjing city. The old man must have been unhappy. This one just makes up for it. After giving a few instructions, Zhu Biao glanced back. I saw that the Jinui had already cut up the 2 freshly slaughtered pigs, roasted them over a fire, and removed the hair. The fragrance wafted over. Zhu Biao winked at the county magistrate standing beside him. The magistrate was left with a helpless look on his face. It can be said that all the wealthy landlords in the city who cooperated with him were swept down by the prince. His Royal Highness has ordered that we take a short break and will judge the case again in the afternoon. After the magistrate finished speaking, he turned around and looked at Zhu Biao flatteringly. Seeing that Zhu Biao had already stood up, he quietly went to the kitchen. All the people in the audience were very happy. The old man received a reward 10 times the price of the 2 pigs, and was now joyfully telling everyone about the prince's virtue and kindness. Zhu Biao's reputation has risen again. With Zhu Biao's recent series of judgments, the voices of people supporting the prince are growing day by day. If Zhu Biao raises his arm and calls for action now, countless people will follow him. The only unlucky ones were the landlords and gentry, but they didn't dare to resist. This is the correct way to use imperial power. Suppress the middle level and gain support from the bottom level. Every emperor who cannot effectively suppress the middle-level officials is a failed emperor. For example, after the death of Zhang Juzheng, Emperor Wanli was unable to collect taxes, so he had to send eunuchs to various places to collect mining taxes, which caused widespread resentment among the people. Later, Emperor Chongzhen was even more powerful. Not only did he not collect taxes, he even begged officials to donate, but no one was willing to do so. Thinking about this, Zhu Biao couldn't help but make up his mind. Policies must be established to allow future emperors to spend at least 3 months each year inspecting and judging cases and coming into contact with the sufferings of the people. What is more important is to train their ability to handle practical matters so that they will not be deceived by officials. Under the feudal dynasty system, the emperor's personal ability is extremely important. No matter how awesome you are, if the person who succeeds you after your death is an idiot, all your efforts will be in vain. Abbots. Reverend Sir, something terrible has happened. The personal soldiers that the prince brought with him actually broke into Yunxia Temple and imprisoned Zen Master Luo Shan and all the monks. Now the 1,000 Ming soldiers are feasting and drinking lavishly in the temple, destroying the 3 treasures, and killing people so that blood flows like a river. At this time, in the Satoyama Zen Temple, in a secluded Zen room, the 4 great Zen masters of Jiangxi and the abbots and supervisors of many small temples all gathered together and were preparing to transfer monks when they heard this shocking news. All of a sudden, the faces of all the Zen masters and abbots changed drastically. Of course, this is artistically processed news. In fact, Luo Yingxing did not kill many monks in Yunxia Temple, but this was not the case in the ears of these big monks. Amitabha, is such a catastrophe going to befall our Buddhist sect again? Zen Master Satoyama clasped his hands together, closed his eyes and sighed. Masters, I wonder what we should do now. Should we use the monks to fight against the government, rebel completely, or just keep silent? The supervisors gnashed their teeth. Because they neither dared to confront the government nor did they want the Ming army to enter the temple. Both of these consequences will make their wonderful life come to naught. Most of these abbots were the abbot's sons or nephews, or they were illegitimate children born secretly. It can be said that pairs of fathers and sons are discussing internally. It would be better if we can fight against the government. If we can't beat him, I'm afraid we'll all end up in the Western Paradise. The Ming army only came with 1 battalion, and it was full of 1,000 people. But the monks and soldiers from our many monasteries and temples gathered up to tens of thousands of people. What are we afraid of what he will do? A prison guard stood up and shouted boldly. I don't believe it if the prince dares to send troops from other places. No one in the court can stop him. This is also true. All the monks nodded. Generally speaking, everyone still tends to fight. Because only by winning can we keep this glory and wealth. Finally, several major monasteries made a decision. Join forces and go to defeat this Ming army, capture and imprison them all, and then explain the whole story to His Highness the Crown Prince. What gave these monks courage? The main reason was that the Ming army was too small in number, with only 1,000 people. With 10 against 1, everyone would want to resist. The Shanchan Temple here is also one of the 3 largest Zen temples in Jiangxi, and it even has 18 golden Buddha statues. The Zen temple is full of carved beams and painted buildings, even the steps of the main hall are trimmed with gold. Outside the Zen temple, Luo Yingxing looked up. There was a golden glow in the Zen temple, which made people feel awe. But there was no awe in his heart, only greed. No wonder His Highness came to these bald monks first to collect offerings. It turns out these bald donkeys are so rich. Even among the rich families in the city, there are few who can compare with them. You should know that the Yuan dynasty admired Buddhism, although in fact it admired shamanism and Tibetan Buddhism more, but Buddhism did make great progress in the 100 years of the Yuan dynasty. Combined with the wealth accumulated during the Song and Jin dynasties, the major temples in the Ming Dynasty had become rich enough to rival a country. Report. Several cavalry scouts rushed to the front of the formation on horseback. Commander, all the monks near Nanchang have gathered and are coming around from behind the Zen temple. It seems that they want to fight us to the death. There's no need to shout this. From afar on the hillside, Luo Yingxing saw the densely packed monk soldiers dressed in yellow homespun robes rushing down. Almost everyone had weapons in their hands, and some even brought in a few old tiger-crouching cannons and muskets. "These bald asses are disgusting," Luo Yingxing said angrily. "Our dynasty treated them well, and this is how they repay us." As a monk, not only did he exploit the people, but he also hid so many weapons, even cannons. "This is a serious attempt to physically save myself." Luo Yingxing took a deep breath and roared. "Form a formation and be ready to attack at any time." 1,000 Ming troops quickly formed a formation, but it was not a defensive formation, but an offensive formation that stretched straight forward. At the same time, everyone took out a leather gas mask from their backs and put it on their faces. "Commander, are you going to use that thing?" The small flag officer behind him winked at Luo Yingxing. The two deputy commanders next to him also had expectant looks in their eyes. The monk soldiers were so densely packed that there were probably about 10,000 of them. 1,000 people against 10,000 people. According to what His Highness said, if the military force exceeds one's own by 3 times, one can mobilize 10,000 enemies. This is also the reason why Zhu Biao only brought 1,000 people. Too many people can easily hurt one's own people. When Luo Yingxing heard this, he took a deep breath and felt a little uneasy. After all, once 10,000 enemies is used, the result will be mass death. This is also the first time it has been used in actual combat, and it is hard to say whether it will hurt our own people. Decide as things go. He gritted his teeth. First prepare all the 10,000 enemies and the throwers. Once they're done for, throw them out. Crash. With the blessing of the power of faith, the monks chanted the Buddha's name and called for the blessings and possession of the bodhisattvas and arhats. He rushed towards the Ming army with steady steps. The tall gate of the Satoyama Zen temple burst open, and the monks inside raised their staffs and swords and slashed at the Ming army. The Ming troops did not confront them head-on, but retreated slowly. Only after retreating to an open area did he suddenly thrust his spear and charge forward. Suddenly, more than a dozen monk soldiers fell to the ground with bullet holes all over their bodies and blood gushing out. It seems that the power of Bodhisattva is still not truly invincible. The monk soldiers had no armor. Almost all of the 1,000 Ming soldiers led by Zhu Biao were wearing armor, and their combined defense was several times that of the monk soldiers. Boom! 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 Soon, several monks in the back carried up a tiger-crouching cannon and lit it with torches. The muzzle of the gun immediately released a large amount of gravel and iron slag into the Ming army's formation. But their accuracy was really poor, and most of their shots hit the open space nearby. Meanwhile, bang bang bang. A few bird shots also showed their power. Good men. An abbot holding a crescent shovel in front of him shouted loudly. This is a peaceful place for Buddhists. These thieves dare to come and rob without the order of the prince. Aren't they afraid of the might of heaven? He was really tall, probably about 10 feet tall. The shining bald head stood in front of the mountain gate like an iron tower under the scorching sun. The Ming soldiers raised their shields to block Niao Chang's projectiles. But people are still dying and getting hurt. Luo Yingxing narrowed his eyes. If they continued fighting like this, although they could break into the mountain gate, they would also suffer a lot of losses. As these monk soldiers struggled to their death, perhaps 200 to 300 men would be killed. I only brought 1,000 men with me, and lost 200 or 300 of them. I'm afraid His Highness will kill me. But once 10,000 enemies is used, these monks will not be able to resist at all, and there will be wailing everywhere. After pondering for a long time, Luo Yingxing looked at the thrower beside him with a hesitant expression and nodded. Use it. These throwers were placed by Luo Yingxing on the opposite hillside. It's probably several hundred meters away from the mountain gate where the war took place. But these throwers are specially trained to be in a commanding position. At this moment, a loud shout was heard from the battlefield. 10,000 enemies. After hearing this sound, the Ming army, who had anticipated this, immediately put on gas masks. The monk soldiers had not yet reacted to what was happening. Then, I could only see the mountain opposite. Each thrower held a hemp rope in his hand, which was woven into a net. Under the net hung a small black earthenware jar, which was sealed tightly and was about the size of a fist. The thrower swung the hemp rope quickly and took a step back to gather strength. The earthen jar danced in his hand like a whirlwind. After a moment, he suddenly roared. "Go!" The earthenware jar hanging from the hemp rope flew out and landed among the densest crowd of monks and soldiers in front of the gate of the Satoyama Zen temple. At this moment, hell has arrived. With a bang, the fist-sized black clay pot fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. At the same time, a stream of yellow-green gas spread out and drifted away with the wind. Wherever the yellow-green gas passed, it took only a dozen seconds for the monk soldiers to fall down one by one, with black blood oozing out of their noses, eyes, and mouths. The mountain gate, which was originally heavily guarded, became extremely quiet in an instant. The yellow smoke drifted straight into the mountain gate. Soon another large number of monk soldiers fell down. After thousands of them were knocked down, the gas spread into the sky. This is the power of chlorine. A fist-sized poison gas bomb was released, clearing out an area of the battlefield. Kill! Kill! At the same time, a loud roar was heard from outside. The Ming troops rushed towards the mountain gate like a tiger descending from a mountain. Those monk soldiers were so frightened that they stood still, not daring to move, and watched their fellow brothers fall down, without any ability to resist. Until the Ming army rushed over and kicked them down. These people suddenly reacted and burst into extreme tears. "Oh my God! Buddha! God! Is it because the Buddha has punished me?" Of course no one responded, as there were only Ming soldiers with pig noses in front of them. "Tie them up with twine." A small flag officer shouted loudly. On the opposite hillside, Luo Yingxing and the two deputy commanders behind him saw this scene from afar, their mouths opened as big as eggs, their faces filled with excitement. "What makes me excited is not that we have killed these bald donkeys, but that these bald donkeys are not taken seriously. What's exciting is that the poison gas bomb is so powerful. From now on, the situation on the battlefield will change drastically." A deputy commander shouted excitedly. "With these 10,000 enemies, there will be no city that cannot be conquered, no pass that cannot be taken down. No wonder His Highness wants to test this thing. It turns out that its power is so terrifying. Quick! Report to His Highness." At the same time, next to the incense burner at the highest point of Satoyama Zen Temple. From here you can see all the way to the mountain gate. The four great Zen masters and many elders who founded the academy, who were standing here with uneasy hearts, were also shocked by the scene below and were speechless. Their mouths were wide open, their faces were frighteningly pale, and their whole bodies were shaking. What happened just now? No one knows what this thing is. No one knows how those people died. Could it be that this is really a punishment from the Buddha? After several deputy commanders led their troops into the Rishin Zen temple, they continued with the same approach as before. Soon, all 10,000 monk soldiers were executed. All the monk soldiers from the three largest Zen monasteries, including the 9 temples and 18 monasteries in Jiangxi, were defeated within one day. These monk soldiers were ordered by Luo Yingxing to return to secular life. Of course, it was Zhu Biao's oral order. Including the hidden population in these temples, those monks who were sent to the temples as serfs since childhood were all released and ordered to return to secular life. You don't know until you check, and you'll be shocked when you do. These 9 temples, 18 monasteries and 3 Zen monasteries alone hide a population of up to 300,000. Luo Yingxing stared in amazement at the data checked by the officials in front of him. Is this still a fucking temple? This is a country within a country. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince made the right decision to eliminate these evil monks. If these people are not eliminated, when will the country be able to collect tax revenue? Commander, these people. The official standing by looked embarrassed. They are not unaware that there are a large number of people hidden in the major temples. After all, in the agricultural era, you could plant as much land and harvest as much food as your population. Population is the most valuable. The temple hid 300,000 people, which was equivalent to taking away the taxes of 300,000 people from the Zhu family. These 300,000 people are not only monks, but also tenants who rely on the temples. As well as the families of these monks, they were almost no different from serfs. Throughout the year, they worked diligently on the farm and most of the grain was handed over to the temple. The monks in the temples lived a life of luxury, and their warehouses were almost full of grain, while the common people at the bottom had only enough to eat. But even so, the people who relied on the temples lived a much better life than the tenants of the wealthy families. Don't look at the monk's face, look at the Buddha's face. The temple at least ensured that its tenants had something to eat. This. Luo Yingxing looked embarrassed and looked outside. These mountains are full of people. The temple collapsed, and they didn't know what to do in the future. It was all up to them. He couldn't make such a big decision himself, so he had to quickly send a message to Zhu Biao. At this time, Zhu Biao, who was enjoying judging cases in Shangrao County, experienced for the first time what it felt like to become rich overnight. You played the role of atrocity and gained 3 days of life. You played the role of atrocity and gained 8 days of life. You played atrocities and gained lifespan. Zhu Biao saw that he had more than 500 days left to live. That's more than a year of life. I have never fought such a battle for wealth since I came to this world. Snapped. Zhu Biao slapped his thigh hard, his face full of annoyance. If I had known it would be so cool, why would I still be hanging around in Yingtian City? Why not just come to the people to judge the case directly? It turned out that I had never found the correct way to use the system before. With more than 500 days of life, Zhu Biao can exchange for many things in the mall. And now I can extend the life of anyone I want. Last time I only extended my mother's life for another year, but I can extend it for more next time. However, this is no longer a priority. Zhu Biao was thinking. But not far away, a fast horse was galloping over. A tired-looking Ming soldier was sitting on the horse and he started shouting loudly as soon as he got off the horse. I want to see the prince. I want to see the prince. The Jinui in the distance immediately stopped the man, but asked a few questions. Soon he was brought in front of Zhu Biao. What happened? Zhu Biao asked calmly. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. When the soldier saw Zhu Biao, the panic expression on his face immediately disappeared and he let out a long breath. Your Highness, General Luo has cleared out the 9 temples, 18 monasteries and 3 major Zen temples in Nanchang and arrested all those thieves. This is the letter he sent up. Please have a look, Your Highness. As he spoke, he took out a bamboo tube from his hand and handed a roll of yellow paper document to Zhu Biao. Zhu Biao took a look at the yellow paper, which was specially used for submitting memorials in temples. The handwriting on it was very clear. 300,000 people. Millions of tons of food stored. Gold and silver are worth more than 10,000 taels. When Zhu Biao saw the lines of data reported by Luo Yingxing, his eyes popped out. He handed the letter directly to Wang Yangming and Li Sheng who were standing beside him. After reading it, both of them broke out in cold sweats. Fortunately, these monks are kind-hearted, Li Sheng said with some fear. If they wanted to rebel, I'm afraid the court would have to send tens of thousands of troops to suppress them. Your Highness, this is the greatest hidden danger in our country. You must resolve this matter properly. Wang Yongming immediately began to think about it, and after a while he narrowed his eyes and said, Your Highness, I think it would be better to send workers to manage the land confiscated from these temples and turn it directly into your imperial farm. Then all these 300,000 people will be settled in the imperial farms to cultivate the land, and each person will be allocated land, and the tax rate will be calculated according to the acreage. Turn these lands and population directly into your own imperial estate. When Zhu Biao heard this, he patted the table lightly. Well, that's a good idea. Wang Yongming is indeed a capable person. There will be problems no matter who these lands are given to. A population of 300,000 is even more impressive than the princes in the middle and late Ming Dynasty. I would never dare to hand it over to anyone else, so I had to manage and dispatch it myself. Besides, as the crown prince, if I confiscated these lands, no one could say anything. The royal family eats more and takes more. During the reign of Emperor Wanli, he would have been impeached and scolded like a dog by all the officials, and accused of competing with the people for profit. But now, anyone who dares to say that Zhu Yuanzhang competes with the people for profit is just asking for trouble. Zhu Biao nodded vigorously. Let's do it this way, Lord Wang. Thank you for your concern on this matter. I will do it immediately. Wang Yongming lived up to his reputation of loving his people like his own children, and he immediately went to contact officials to seek a way out for these 300,000 people. Now the top priority is how to resettle these 300,000 people. However, after dealing with these monks, Zhu Biao looked far away in the direction of Longhu Mountain. Shangrao is not far from Longhu Mountain. Although Longhu Mountain is just a low mountain with an altitude of less than 30 meters, it is impossible to see it from here. But Zhu Biao could also imagine that the Buddhists, whose influence in Jiangxi was not very strong, could hide so many fields and people. How much land and population did the Zhang family of Longhu Mountain, which truly occupied half of Jiangxi province, have that family passed down for thousands of years? Zhu Biao narrowed his eyes as he pondered. Only after Jiangxi province has been completely suppressed can the system of allocating land tax be implemented nationwide. The policies implemented here can also serve as a reference for other places. In particular, the method of setting up imperial farms proposed by Wang Yongming today is a good solution. Although this was just a proposal, it was not discussed in detail. But Zhu Biao thinks it is feasible. After Wang Yongming and Zhang Jiuzheng had a detailed discussion, they contacted several people in the cabinet to formulate policies together. If it can really take shape, it will be much better than Lao Zhu's military settlement method. You must know that in later generations, it was only by nationalizing the land that the agricultural tax was truly reformed. In this era, the biggest problem is still talent. Without enough talent, even if the Zhu family nationalized all the land in the region, there would be no one to manage it. In the end, it still has to be handed over to the local gentry and landlords. Where do talents come from? This is related to Huangzhuang Academy. Governing a country is really a chain of links that are linked together. Coordinate sighed in his heart, and immediately stood up and announced. The court is adjourned for half a day today. This prince needs to rest. After saying that, he stood up and went to a temporary palace tent. Alas! The people outside the court suddenly showed a look of loss. Your Highness just came to our Househan Township from Qianshan Township yesterday. He stayed here for a total of 3 days, and was away for half a day today. Alas, our village is so unlucky that even though we met a deity like your Highness, we still couldn't seize the opportunity. However, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is indeed exhausted from solving problems for the people, and you should also understand that. A scholar came over. Although he was from a poor family, he had a broad mind. Seeing the turbaned scholar coming, the people working in the fields were a little afraid and they all bowed and turned away. There is naturally no such thing as fine clothes and delicious food in the wilderness. The imperial tent was just a tent made of bright yellow cloth, and at most it took up a larger area. Zhu Biao opened the mall in the imperial tent and couldn't wait to exchange a batch of items. At this time, all the Buddhist temples in the province were destroyed. The news that the monks had been looted naturally spread throughout the province of Jiangxi. Naturally, all the officials dared not to breathe a single breath, because Zhu Biao had just arrived and they were the first to suffer the intimidation. The most terrified family at this time was naturally the Zhang family of Longhu Mountain. Tianshe Peak is the highest peak in Longhu Mountain. Back Mountain. A group of Zhang family elders sat together with sad faces. In the past, he looked elegant and graceful in his Taoist robe, but now he no longer looks elegant and graceful. I broke out in cold sweats. Zhang Lingyun, who was sitting in the middle, had an even more uncertain expression on his face. The Luan Guopian tea in my hand, which I bought for a huge sum of money, no longer tasted fragrant. The head of the family. An old Taoist said tremblingly. The governor, the provincial governor, and the provincial governor all refused to accept our invitation to the banquet. They even beat up the people we sent and returned all the gold and other gifts we had sent. As he spoke, the Zhang family elder shrank his neck and shivered for a while. Except for Zhang Lingyun, one word was revealed in everyone's expression. Afraid, afraid to the extreme. Since ancient times, officials have never fought against the people, let alone fought against the Zhu family. Before, Lao Zhu had some respect for Longhu Mountain. But now it's different, the one who came is Prince Xiao Zhu. Judging from the situation, Xiao Zhu has no intention of giving any face to Buddhism and Taoism. Zhang Lingyun wanted to slap himself hard a few times. How can you be so greedy and never satisfied that you have to take the initiative to write a letter to invite this evil star over? What should I do now? He was totally unsure. The main thing is that this prince does not play by the rules at all. It would be fine if we didn't even talk about it with these celebrities and nobles. As soon as he arrived, he severely tormented all the officials in the county and caught them with evidence. Then he began to tour around, scaring the gentry and landlords in various places so much that they dared not even fart about the land tax. This time, Buddhism in the entire province was wiped out directly, and more than 10,000 monk soldiers were defeated with only 1,000 Ming troops. This terrifying combat power made those people in the province who still had a rebellious mentality lose the last bit of desire to resist. Finally, the time has come when Longhushan must face the prince head-on. Zhang Lingyun's Taoist robe was soaked with cold sweat just as he was thinking about it. Sweat flowed from the bun on the back of his neck down his back. We can only make friends with him and never have any friction with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, otherwise our Zhang family will be in danger of being overthrown. After a long time, Zhang Lingyun said with a gloomy face. But what if this prince's goal is to exterminate my Zhang family? Because the elder suddenly said. Well. Zhang Lingyun sighed. If this is true, then my Zhang family will be destroyed along with me. But before that, we must do everything we can to show goodwill to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. In that case, I think we should send Xiumin and Ningqiu to the prince's palace first to see if we can please the prince. The two girls, Zhang Xiumin and Zhang Ningqiu, are the most outstanding in appearance, conversation and temperament among the current generation of the Zhang family. For a big family like the Zhang family, the original purpose of training a daughter is to exchange benefits. It's just that there is no target in Jiangxi province worthy of the Zhang family's attack. Now that the prince has arrived, Zhang Lingyun feels that it is time to use this secret weapon. Beauty trap? Many elders nodded, and it was a good idea. Among the crowd, a handsome young man with a panicked look suddenly became horrified and spoke loudly. "Father, I heard that the prince likes to kill people and has a strange personality. If Xiumin and Ningxiu are sent there, and they are abused and killed, they are your granddaughters too." The young man spoke with a tearful voice. He looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, but in fact he was about 30 or 40 years old. He was the son of Zhang Lingyun, the next generation heavenly master of the Zhang family, Zhang Chengxiu. Zhang Xiumin and Zhang Ningxiu are his daughters. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. The thought of sending my own daughter to that den of wolves and tigers made me feel uncomfortable. Zhang Chengxiu wanted to fight with the prince. Chengxiu. Zhang Lingyun snorted twice and his tone became heavier. Now is the moment of our family's rise and fall. Whether the Taoist tradition can be passed on will depend on these 10 days. What are you still worrying about? Said in an impatient tone. Unlike his son, Zhang Lingyun, who has been the head of the family for so many years, has long been a political animal. These private affairs of young people are not taken seriously at all. But Zhang Chengxiu's eyes were red. Okay, don't say any more. Zhang Lingyun interrupted him directly. Many other elders also nodded. Although the honey trap is a bad idea. But in this current situation, it is the best way for the Zhang family to save themselves. For a person like His Highness the Crown Prince, giving him some rare antiques or clever gadgets might be effective. But the most effective thing is the beautiful women that the Zhang family has cultivated for many years. The family's heritage is actually all in the women. These are the most precious objects in the world. Of course, Zhu Biao's actions did not only cause uproar in Jiangxi. There were countless people in Ming Dynasty who watched Zhu Biao's every move. At this time, Yingtian City. Royal Palace. Qianqing Hall. Your Majesty, this is the news we have received from the sea merchants over the past few days. Legend has it that a country called France sent a ship across the sea and discovered a new continent in an unfamiliar sea tens of thousands of miles away from our Ming Dynasty. There was countless silver and precious things on that continent, which made France suddenly become a powerful maritime country. Over the past few decades, King Francis III of Frankie has worked hard to expand the trade routes to the sea border of our Ming Dynasty. Zhu Biao stood beside the dragon couch where Lao Zhu took a nap, and told him everything he had learned in the past few days. Old Zhu lay on the bed with his feet up and listened for a while. Suddenly he raised his hand and waved impatiently. I was asked to inquire about the elixir of life. Why are you talking about all this useless stuff? Elixir of life. Zhu Biao's breath stagnated, and he didn't know what to say. Ever since I witnessed the miraculous effect of the elixir of immortality in the prince's hand in Cunning Palace that day. Old Zhu immediately interrogated all the palace servants in Cunning Palace and obtained accurate information. The queen is really seriously ill and is definitely not pretending. At this moment, Lao Zhu's heart suddenly became lively. Immortality. The dream of countless emperors throughout history. But Zhu Biao only said half of it. The remaining half made old pig feel itchy, but he was too embarrassed to ask his son. I had no choice but to hand over the task to the embroidered uniform guard to find out what America is like. Zhu Biao hesitated. In the end, I didn't tell anyone about those sea rumors that sounded false. Finally he said with a dejected look. Your Majesty, I really didn't find out what the Crown Prince was talking about, the elixir of immortality. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Well. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, he sighed. I knew you guys were useless. I, Biao, am the one with a bright future. These days, we not only get sweet potatoes from overseas, but we also learn how to make fertilizer and steel. What about you? All he does is make things difficult for us all day long. I am guilty of a crime that deserves death. Zhu Biao knelt down immediately, feeling a little aggrieved. Your Majesty, wasn't the purpose of your establishing the Imperial Guard to monitor all officials? When did we become the ones who go out to sea to explore? You just fart, can we kill you? Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at him unhappily. This was the best move that could give Zhu Biao a sense of security. Zhu Biao immediately knelt down with tears in his eyes and trembling. I have failed your Majesty's expectations, and I really don't know how to repay you. That's all. Old Zhu finally sighed again. It seems that I have to ask my son for help after all. Whatever. Then tell me how Biao is doing in Jiangxi these days. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is in Jiangxi recently. Speaking of this, Zhu Biao was sweating profusely, and he told the story of how Zhu Biao suppressed local officials in Jiangxi and how he made large-scale judgments among the people. These two things made old Zhu frown slightly, looking unhappy. He doesn't need to deal with those local officials, just arrest them and chop them up. As for the people. Old Zhu touched his chin. He had done incognito visits before, so it was hard for him to criticize. He could only say, it's really dangerous. Not dangerous, Your Majesty. Zhu Biao waved his hand quickly. Your Highness suppressed all the temples in Jiangxi, causing the 9 temples and 18 temples in Jiangxi and the 3 major Zen monasteries to gather 10,000 monks and soldiers, and surrounded the troops brought by the prince. What? A bunch of bald asses rebelled? Damn it! When old Zhu heard this, he slammed the table so hard that the tea bowls on the table fell to the ground. He quickly asked, is the prince in trouble? Not only is the crown prince unharmed. Zhu Biao said quickly, the crown prince, with his 1,000 eagle guards, defeated these tens of thousands of monk soldiers in just one afternoon. He suppressed all the 9 mountains, 18 temples and 3 major Zen monasteries, and the 1,000 eagle guards were unharmed. What? Shit. Now, even old Zhu couldn't help but stand up and stared at Zhu Biao with his eyes wide open. 1,000 soldiers defeated tens of thousands of bandits? Is that true? Your Highness is truly a master at commanding troops. I congratulate your Majesty. Zhu Biao quickly bowed and said excitedly. Old Zhu also showed an ecstatic look on his face. What happened? Tell me in detail. It seems that Biao has made great progress in military tactics over the years. With such a record, there are only a few generals in the Ming army who can achieve such a result. This battle can be called Zhu Biao's famous battle. Although they were fighting against monks, the casualty ratio was too outrageous. A 10-to-1 casualty ratio, and yet they were surrounded in a head-on confrontation and remained unscathed? Compared with the founding Ming army which was full of generals, this is a unique record. Tell me quickly, how did Biao win this battle? Zhu Biao paused and spoke quickly. According to the Jinyui, the battle actually only lasted for half an hour before it was over. Half an hour. Old Zhu felt that this was more and more untrue, and frowned. How is this possible? Even if there were 10,000 pigs, they couldn't be rounded up in half an hour. Having said that, Zhu Biao suddenly looked hesitant. Old Zhu could see that he must be hiding something. There are only 2 people in this world who can make the Jinyui feel uncomfortable. One is the queen, the other is the prince. This matter has nothing to do with the queen, so it can only be the prince. Old Zhu narrowed his eyes and said, the prince told you not to tell me. Is this matter so serious? Yes. Zhu Biao suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. If he had said this himself, it would probably make His Majesty angry, but since His Majesty had guessed it, he could get away with it. The Crown Prince has issued a death order that this matter must not be made public before the winter solstice, even you," he said tremblingly. "All the courage I had in the first half of my life was used up at this moment. This mark." Upon hearing this, Lao Zhu did not ask any more questions, nor was he angry. He just touched the back of his head hard, his mind full of expectations. Ever since Zhu Biao recovered from his illness, he has brought him countless shocks, one after another, making the Ming Dynasty a brand new one. However, there has been no change in his style and habits. Zhu Yuanzhang could not help but feel that Zhu Biao had been hiding his incompetence before, and it just exploded now. In fact, hiding one's shortcomings is a common tactic used by Zhu and his son. The same was true of Zhu Yuanzhang. There are some things he won't tell even to his closest people. Similarly, he would give Zhu Biao this right. Anyway, given the relationship between father and son, the truth will come out sooner or later. This is the power of trust. Your Majesty, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince said that the truth will be revealed after the winter solstice, which is also the day he will set out for the expedition to Japan. I have also been ordered to keep my mouth shut. You and your Highness are both my monarchs. I hope you won't make it so difficult for me. Zhu Biao spoke a series of words at a rapid speed and kowtowed repeatedly, causing the golden mud floor to shake a few times. Roll! Old Zhu turned around and punched him. His Majesty! Zhu Biao knelt on the ground for the third time, his knees aching extremely. But this must be said. Because he also knew the extent of the power of 10,000 enemies. If it were announced now, many of His Highness's plans would be disrupted, which was something Zhu Biao did not want to see. All right. Old Zhu didn't seem to be blaming him. Instead, he waved his hand and murmured thoughtfully, "Before the winter solstice?" Suddenly, I thought of what Zhu Biao had told me about the hunting party on the winter solstice. Old Zhu didn't care much about it before, but now he was slightly excited and sighed. Alas, Biao has grown up and has his own ideas. He doesn't even take his father seriously. On the surface, Zhu Yuanzhang said something angrily, and then kicked Zhu Biao out of the palace. Get lost. You are not allowed to come to see me again until you are summoned. This is a punishment that is neither big nor small. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your forgiveness. Zhu Biao turned around and retreated happily. You know, this matter can be made a big deal or a small matter. If His Majesty had not ordered him to say so, he would not dare to hide it from Zhu Yuanzhang. Judging from his performance now, he has passed the test. Your Majesty is not looking at his own face, but is willing to trust the prince. But before leaving, he said again, Your Majesty, you don't need to send others to investigate. His Royal Highness the Prince has already spoken out all the news related to this battle, including the monks, people, soldiers who have seen it. The whole family was taken to the imperial mansion and a gag order was issued. Okay, I don't even know who you are. Lao Zhu cursed angrily, but in his heart he only felt that he would be a terrible person. The situation is so meticulous and the scheming is so deep. It really has a bit of my own style back then. Although he was happy when he thought of this, Lao Zhu was still a little dissatisfied with him. Even the most loyal Genie Wei has listened to Biao. Alas! Lao Zhu laughed and cursed a few times, stood up and walked out of the Qianqing Hall, cursing loudly, this unfilial son, he is trying to usurp the throne. While laughing and cursing loudly, his face was filled with an extremely happy expression. As a result, he ran into Empress Ma, who looked much better than before, and came with a group of female officials. Zhongba, where are you going? Empress Ma narrowed her eyes and looked at him. She was not as submissive as other concubines. Her tone was somewhat sarcastic. Who is so bold as to usurp the throne of your Emperor Hongwu? Humph. It's because you gave birth to a big son. Old Zhu snorted coldly and skillfully hugged Empress Ma from behind. His beard, which had turned pale at the ends, rubbed Empress Ma's skin, causing pain. The angry Queen Ma pushed him away angrily. "What are you doing? You are already half buried in the ground, and you still don't know how to behave yourself. This is the palace." After pushing old Zhu away, she asked again, "How did Biao provoke you this time? I know you are not young anymore, and I think Biao's behavior is mature now. Many things should be let go. But you have to keep a close eye on Biao, Lan Yu. This man is too domineering, and his prestige in the army is too high. Even I am a little afraid of him." At this point, Queen Ma felt a little complicated. She was worried, but also did not want to see the worst outcome. Originally in history, Lan Yu was a staunch supporter of Zhu Biao and had a good relationship with Empress Ma. However, recently, the relationship between the Lan family and the imperial palace has become increasingly cold. Although she remained as warm as ever on the surface, Empress Ma was such a perceptive person that she had already noticed something was wrong. Logically speaking, if Zhu Biao had lived, Lan Yu would not have been able to rebel. However, the premise for Lan Yu to support Zhu Biao was that Zhu Biao must recognize the rights of Lan Yu's descendants, refrain from reforming the landlord class, and be a good king who maintains the status quo. This is also the path that Zhu Yuanzhang paved for Zhu Biao. But the situation is different now. Zhu Biao obviously has no intention of recognizing the interests of Lan Yu's faction. Instead, he wants to wipe it out. Since then, Lan Yu became Zhu Biao's biggest enemy. Lan Yu, Lan Yu. Zhu Yuanzhang chewed on the name, his eyes slowly narrowed, and his whole body exuded a strong murderous aura. If Zhu Biao was just a king who wanted to maintain the status quo, he would naturally need Lan Yu and his gang to keep him in check. But now it seems that Zhu Biao will definitely be a promising king, and Lan Yu has become a stumbling block. In fact, given Lan Yu's arrogance, Zhu Yuanzhang had never figured out whether to execute him before he died. After thinking for a while, old Zhu shook his head and remembered what Zhu Biao had said about the hunting party on the winter solstice. Let Biao handle it himself. Lan Yu is only in his 40s. Whether to use him or kill him is up to Biao. Aren't you afraid of a disaster? Queen Ma asked with some concern. Zhu Yuanzhang, however, had already walked forward with his head held high and went to a newly built side hall in the imperial palace. This side hall had no other function but was specially used for Zhu to play mahjong with his old brothers including Su De, Tang He, Chang Yuchen and others. As for what was discussed at the mahjong table, no one knows. The daily reports in the court were the same as usual, but all the civil and military officials noticed that the atmosphere was completely wrong. Ever since the day when the prince's officials impeached the general, the issue of the land tax was also raised. Everyone knew that a storm was brewing, and so they went to court every day with fear. At this time, in the meeting hall of the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Personnel, Zhang Jiuzheng has gone too far. We caught him trying to take control of the government and impeach him for Hu Weiyong's actions, but he actually said directly, "I am not the Prime Minister, I am pardoned." Such outrageous words shocked even His Majesty and the general at the time, but this person took out the Crown Prince's handwritten edict, which clearly stated this. I think this Zhang Jiuzheng is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's Hu Weiyong. Over the past few days, he has impeached dozens of my colleagues for obstructing the land tax system. If this continues, there will be no one left in the court. This vicious dog, sooner or later I will eat its flesh and sleep on its skin to vent my hatred. This man had always had a mediocre reputation. I don't know why the Crown Prince suddenly promoted him, but his methods are really cruel. We have reported to the court and have never defeated him once. He has calculated everything and is extremely scheming. A group of Jiangnan officials gathered together and all of them harshly denounced the big devil who had recently appeared in the court. The resentment between the voices cannot be washed away even by the surging rivers and seas. What kind of person is Zhang Jiuzheng? Someone who could live to the end during the Jiajing dynasty, which was full of villains and treacherous people. Max out your political fighting talent. Throughout history, there have been few people who can compare to him in playing politics. Now with the strong support of Zhu Biao, he completely controlled the court in just a few months. The Hongwu dynasty was in its infancy. The civil servants in the south of the Yangtze River were not familiar with the rules of political struggle and were not of high enough rank to be directly crushed by Zhang Jiuzheng. When it comes to political struggles, we have to look at the Jiajing dynasty. At the same time and space, Zhang Jiuzheng also said his famous saying, "I am not a prime minister, but a photographer. What I mean is that I am not the prime minister, I am the regent." Such a domineering and arrogant statement would surely result in being skinned and eaten as grass in front of Lao Zhu. But Zhang Jiuzheng immediately took out Zhu Biao's handwritten letter. It means that this sentence was said by Zhang Jiuzheng on behalf of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. All of a sudden, Lao Zhu's 18-meter-long sword was stuck in mid-air, unable to move forward or backward. Of course, the prince had every right to say this. If Zhang Jiuzheng had the support of the prince, then there would be nothing wrong with him saying this. Taking this opportunity, Zhang Jiuzheng also tricked the Jiangnan civil servants into revealing a lot of tricks and captured many of them in one fell swoop. Even Lao Zhu was amazed at him and whispered to Tang He, "I didn't expect that Biao has such a talent under his command. This person is 10 times more vicious than Hu Weiyong, but his talent is 10 times better than Hu Weiyong. I feel relieved that Biao has such a person in charge of the court." However, Zhang Jiuzheng did not stop. How could he have such a good environment in his previous life? Every step of growth will be criticized by civil and military officials behind his back. He climbed up step by step with difficulty to the position of the cabinet capital. Now there is a prince who supports. In 1 month, he had driven away 10% of the Jiangnan faction members, and forced several nobles of the Huaishi faction to retire and return home, and he was still pressing forward step by step. What is a vicious politician? Now the civil and military officials have finally gained some experience. A group of people spontaneously formed in the court, composed of those originally from the prince's party and those recruited by Zhang Jiuzheng, and they were called the Zhang Party. Everyone knows that this Zhang Party is the prince's party, because all of Zhang Jiuzheng's power comes from the prince. But Zhang's party grew rapidly, and it seemed that Zhang Jiuzheng wanted to turn the court into a place where Zhu Biao had the final say. The key is that he can also reconcile the private interests of every party official, and is familiar with the officials' corruption at every link, and has made it process-based and institutionalized, greatly enhancing administrative efficiency. A political machine from the Jiajing dynasty rumbled into the Hongwu dynasty. Zhang Jiuzheng has done a really good job in the capital. While eating the delicious grilled pork chops, Zhu Biao was reading some letters sent from the capital. The general meaning is: Zhang Jiuzheng told himself, "Your Highness, the court officials have already helped you to get it done, you can just start the pilot project in Jiangxi with peace of mind. If anyone dares to say any more about this policy of allocating land tax to each household, I will have his entire family executed." You have to know that Zhang Jiuzheng, who was Zhu Biao's reincarnation, is not a rookie who still needs to grow. But it was Zhang Jiuzheng's peak moment. Various political skills, scheming and cunning have been honed to the extreme. He was in the excellent position of an official under the crown prince, and in just a few days he carried out a bloodbath in the court. Li Sheng, come and take a look and learn. Lord Zhang is a true loyal minister. Every one of his tactics is enough for you to learn in 2 or 3 lifetimes. Zhu Biao sighed as he handed the letter to Li Sheng. Li Sheng took a look, but found that he couldn't understand it. He was just an average talent, and the reason he was not devoured by other jackals and tigers in the court was because he was Zhu Biao's close follower. This. Your Highness, please forgive me for not understanding. Li Sheng shook his head and sighed regretfully. Zhu Biao stared at him and sighed. Forget it, let's go have fun. Zhang Zhuzheng's methods were all explained to me in detail in the letter. It would be difficult to understand if I didn't have the historical knowledge and experience brought from my previous life. This is the mentality of political bigwigs. Ordinary people are simply not cut out for it. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Biao opened Qi Jiguang's letter. Your Highness, I have thoroughly reformed the Qi family army's formation according to the ideas I discussed with you, making it more suitable for the new musket. Followed by a series of illustrations, which vividly depict the scenes of military training and combat. After reading the letter, Zhu Biao couldn't help but beam with joy and nodded repeatedly. Qi Jiguang's painting skills are also unique. With just a few strokes, the scenery is depicted so vividly. Zhang Zhuzheng and Qi Jiguang, two powerful generals of the Wanli dynasty, one civil and one military, were not easy to deal with. In addition to being a good warrior, Qi Jiguang was also a Confucian official who was proficient in poetry, calligraphy, and painting. He also passed the imperial examination and left many calligraphy and paintings that have been passed down to later generations. This formation looks a bit strange. It doesn't look like the Qi family army's formation. Instead, it looks a bit like a line of execution. Zhu Biao looked at the Qi family army formation in the picture with a strange expression. It changed from the original 3 rows to a closed circular square formation, and the number of people increased from 10 to 30. Isn't this a real rifle array? In the 17th and 18th centuries, countries on the European battlefields relied on such rifle arrays, line shooting, causing great array damage. This is indeed how modern rifles are used. But after thinking for a moment, Zhu Biao shook his head. There are also many who can fight in close combat. He picked up a pen and wrote a letter back to Qi Jiguang. I know what you are thinking and worrying about, but at the moment, we still need to train a team of 10 people to form the Mandarin duck formation. Also, we need to train 30 people in a rifle formation. Both formations need training. The training time will be longer, but we are not afraid. I will order people to collect more chicken eggs, milk, beef, mutton, pork, etc. from the imperial farm. Remember, as the amount of training increases, you must ensure that the soldiers eat well and in sufficient quantities to strengthen their bodies. After writing this reply, he sent a message to the king of Chu at the imperial farm, asking the king of Chu to arrange the dispatch of materials for the imperial farm. At the same time, he was ordered to come to Jiangxi immediately to work with Wang Yangming to set up the imperial farm in Jiangxi. With the addition of an imperial farm with a population of 300,000, the supply of food and grain under his command would increase greatly. Moreover, Zhu Biao did not plan to use all of this land to grow food, but instead opened the Lifespan Exchange Mall. In one go, he spent 300 days of his life in exchange for 2 items. One of them is Oriental magic rice, 150 kilograms. This is the magic rice developed by Grandpa Yuan Longping in later generations. Its yield is more than 10 times better than that of sweet potatoes and potatoes. It is quite terrifying. It can be said that since the birth of the Oriental magic rice, there is no longer any worry about hunger in the world. The only problem is that the Oriental magic rice doesn't taste good and is far less delicious than normal rice. But we're in the Ming Dynasty now. Most people are hungry, so why would they care whether the food tastes good or not? In the new imperial farm, Zhu Biao planned to change to growing Oriental magic rice to give the whole world a little production shock. Then there are the good things like the British white pigs and Dutch dairy cows that were improved in later generations, as well as selected broiler chickens. These varieties cannot be cultivated overnight, it takes at least hundreds of years of effort. This is something that can only be achieved by chance if the correct cultivation direction is maintained. Now that we have a mall, we can redeem it directly. At this moment, Zhu Biao was looking at the pork chop in his hand. It was only the size of a palm, but it was already the fattest part of the whole pig. This is the case with China's native pig breeds. When they grow up, they are not much bigger than a dog. It just has more fat than a dog and is covered with black hair, so it naturally tastes much better than the selectively bred pigs of later generations. But with this amount of meat, I'm afraid the people of the Ming Dynasty will never be able to afford to eat meat in their entire lives. Ordinary people could hardly even eat bran or vegetables, let alone meat. If I want the people of the Ming Dynasty to eat meat, I must start by breeding these excellent livestock breeds. Moo. Ho Chi. Ho Chi. Chuck. After a while, they arrived at a large piece of flat pasture that had already been designated and determined in the surrounding area. The powerful British white pigs, Dutch cows and modern broiler chickens began to chirp. It seemed as if they did not suddenly appear out of nowhere, but had already existed in this world, and there was nothing wrong with it. It's just that Zhu Biao was the first person to discover them. In the originally empty warehouse nearby, it was suddenly filled with bundles of Oriental magic rice seeds. As long as these grain seeds are planted, they can be grown again. However, the Oriental magic rice is still Zhu Biao's secret trump card. Even in modern times, if countries want to get this kind of thing away from China, they will have to pay a lot. Zhu Biao was certainly not stupid enough to popularize it to all the people. In this way, whether it is the Japanese pirates, trading companies, or any other countries, as long as they are driven away, they can also quickly improve productivity and fill the people's stomachs like themselves. Then wouldn't my life be wasted? Therefore, the Eastern magic rice must be grown in secret, only in one's own imperial farm, and its output must also be kept secret. People only know that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's imperial farm has a bumper harvest every year, but they don't know exactly how much the harvest is. After doing all this, Zhu Biao looked at the fact that he had only 300 days left to live, and his hands started to itch, wanting to squander them all. I looked at a few big items. First, I gave myself 100 times more energy, so that no matter what the circumstances, I would not feel tired or exhausted, and I would still be energetic no matter how many government affairs I had to deal with. Then he exchanged it for a steam engine. However, only one of this thing could not do much, and it was only the most primitive steam engine. If he wanted to transform it into a ship steam engine, train steam engine and various other steam engines of later generations, it would still require a lot of research and improvement. But I exchanged one, and this is the seed. Looking at the huge steel machine in front of him, Zhu Biao took a long breath. This thing is the hope of the Industrial Revolution. But it's just a prototype now. Zhu Biao waved and said to the genie guards behind him, "Send someone to secretly deliver this thing back to the Ministry of Works, and hand this prince's letter to the chief envoy of the Ministry of Works Armaments Department." The department that Zhu Biao controls most firmly at the moment should be the Ministry of Works. All the officials of the Ministry of Works who were involved in his plan, along with their entire families, were taken to the imperial farm. Even the 9 clans were moved by Zhu Biao to the vicinity of the imperial farm, and all external communications had to be reported to the embroidered uniform guard. It can be said that the Ministry of Works has become the most mysterious department in the entire Ming Dynasty. Hide your identity and forge swords for the country. Even Lao Zhu doesn't understand what the Ministry of Industry is doing. This is the good thing about the ancient feudal society: you can move the 9 clans at will, and if you dare to leak the secret, you will be eliminated by the 9 clans. Yes, Your Highness, the royal guards will immediately dispatch personnel to handle this matter. Then Zhu Biao, without saying a word, exchanged 100 days of his life for a modern high school, which was naturally located within the imperial farm. According to the system introduction, this modern high school has no less than 100 teachers, which means the quantity has increased without increasing the price. With these teachers, knowledge can be disseminated much faster. The orphans collected from outside were fed by cultivating the land in the imperial farms in various places. Let them learn to read and write, and then work for you in the future. This is the way to have a promising future. Zhu Biao's eyes lit up. Even though he only had more than 100 days left to live, Zhu Biao did not stop. The purpose of the game is excitement, all in. Zhu Biao immediately exchanged for a modern high school, and his lifespan was reduced to more than 10 days. This one is really exciting. Zhu Biao murmured. 2 high schools appeared in the imperial village in Jiangxi province. I guess Wang Yongming has already sent someone to take it over. Zhu Biao looked at the fact that he only had 16 days left to live, and his hands began to itch. I spent another day of my life to exchange for 10 modern books. Click, click, click. Suddenly, a set of 5 hardcover copies of Journey to the West, a set of 3 hardcover copies of Dream of Red Mansions, Story Club and a copy of Friends appeared. That's all the modern books on exchange. It turns out it's all random. Zhu Biao took a look. Journey to the West and Dream of the Red Chamber are quite useful if you keep them by yourself. But Jean and Story Club can only be used to cover up one's mistakes. But it's not completely useless. At least it can add some fun to my boring career of judging cases. Zhu Biao quickly threw away the pig bone that he had chewed clean in his hand and wiped the grease off his hands. I walked out of the imperial tent and looked outside. The sun had not yet set. It was around 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After a short rest, continue to increase your lifespan. This bloody battle has left him with less than 15 days to live. But pressure is motivation. Zhu Biao walked to the makeshift government office nearby and kicked the magistrate awake. Send your men to pass the order and continue to judge the case. The magistrate was taking a nap on the table when he was awakened by Zhu Biao's kick. He woke up dazed and fell to his knees on the ground. He got up and rushed out to make the announcement. With Zhu Biao's arrival, these county magistrates suffered a great deal. His original life was to exploit the common people, attend a few local crosstalk banquets, and do nothing else. Anyway, the emperor is far away and Zhu Yuanzhang can't catch me even if he skins me and feeds me straw. Who knew that such an evil star as Zhu Biao would come? The county magistrate has become thinner due to exhaustion these days. It's past noon, Prince, continue with the case. If anyone has any grievances, they can go to the headquarters. As the police officers went to the countryside, they beat gongs and shouted. The common people immediately stopped their farm work and headed towards the headquarters where Zhu Biao was judging cases, even if it was just to join in the fun. Who is here? What is the complaint? Your Highness. Mr. Li's family occupied 2 acres of my paddy fields and gave me 2 acres of dry land. Even God can't argue with this. Bring Mr. Li to question him. Your Highness. This villain is talking nonsense. You must not be deceived by him. When have I ever occupied his land? Oh. Then find someone to come and ask what's going on in the case. No one knows about this? That's easy. Just treat it as you encroaching on his property and compensate him with 100 acres of paddy fields. But, Your Highness, I only occupied 2 acres of his land. Look, isn't this an admission? Come here, 80 boards and 200 acres of good paddy fields. Zhu Biao now focuses on making cases convenient and quick, and closing the cases quickly. Don't worry about whether my judgment is right or not, it's over sooner or later. The Jinui were standing by, preparing for the execution. There were beatings with sticks, whips, beheadings, and even castration were all available. This is what we, the Jinyui, do. If you want to rebel, that's fine. The 500 Jinyui are equipped with new muskets and poison gas bombs at any time. No matter how many rebels come, they will die. After the judgment, the county magistrate was stunned, thinking, is it possible to play like this? Being a prince is so good. Zhu Biao, however, had already narrowed his eyes happily when a prompt sound came to his ears. You have acted out the brutality of the ruthless crown prince Li Qingxian. Confession under torture, your acting degree is 10%, and you have gained 10 days of life. This lifespan is coming. Zhu Biao became even happier and clapped the gavel in his hand. Next. The second person who came up made Zhu Biao's eyes light up. I saw a woman in plain Taoist robes walking towards me in the camp. Her figure is as light as a fairy from heaven, her long hair brushes across her fair cheeks, giving off an otherworldly temperament. Those picturesque eyes and eyebrows, with clear and deep gaze, slowly bowed to Zhu Biao. Your Highness, I have a case to file. With this figure, this temperament, and this appearance, she is probably comparable to the fairy sister in the previous life. Zhu Biao was shocked for a moment, but he quickly became alert in his mind. Where did such a beautiful Taoist nun come from in this remote place? Could she be sent from the ancient tomb? Why not ask her if she knows Guor? I've gone off topic, ahem. Who is here? Tell me your name. I will enforce the law impartially. Zhu Biao said righteously. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. The Taoist nun gently put down the whisk in her hand and waved it. Her posture was dignified, and every movement seemed elegant and natural, and her voice was ethereal. Monks don't ask for their names. My name is Xian Ling. The one behind me is my sister, whose name is Xian Xiang. My sister and I are practicing in Jia Xianming Temple in Shangrao City, 100 miles away from here. I hope Your Highness the Crown Prince will be aware of this. Just as he finished speaking, a younger woman, whose appearance was even more beautiful than Xian Ling's, walked out from behind him. The Taoist robe added to her charm. She walked forward with a smile, her manner and behavior revealing the charm of a lady from a noble family, and bowed to Zhu Biao. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Two fairy sisters came at once. Sisters? How much fucking fun is this? Zhu Biao was stunned at first sight, uniform plus taboo plus fairy sister's beauty plus sister flower. No matter in past or present life, it seems that I have never experienced this feeling. After all, Zhu Biao was strictly controlled and had no chance to come into contact with women from childhood to adulthood. However, Zhu Biao did not dwell on it for too long and quickly continued asking. Go on, what is it you want to sue for? But he had already sneered in his heart. These two Taoist nuns seem to be otherworldly, but they are actually very coquettish. As Taoist priests, they should have bowed to me, but the two of them bowed their heads in greeting instead. This was obviously the behavior of ladies from wealthy families, and bowing their heads in greeting made them look even more charming and seductive. Zhu Biao already had some guesses about the identities of these two women. But he was not in a hurry. You monks don't have any cases to sue, but this prince treats everyone equally. If you have any grievances, you can tell me in detail. Thank you, Your Highness, for taking charge. Xian Ling seemed to be eloquent and immediately spoke in a gentle and logical voice. People often send orphans to my Xianming temple to practice Taoism and become monks. Originally this is normal. The war has just ended, and it was a year of great disaster. Farmers can't afford to raise children. The Taoist temple will take them in no matter what and give them food. But gradually I discovered something was wrong. As Xian Ling spoke, he looked somewhat resentful, waved his hand behind him, and said with a gloomy face. Bring her to me. A moment later, a middle-aged Taoist nun with disheveled hair was pulled up. It was a fat man, crying loudly on the ground like a worm, but it didn't dare to speak. Xian Ling said quickly. It was this man who secretly bought children from the local rich man in Shangrao without telling me, buying them for 1 or 2 taels of silver. Now, I have sent all these children back. Your Highness, please investigate and punish the crime of human trafficking. Oh, there is such a thing? After listening to all this, Zhu Biao looked at the middle-aged fat Taoist nun on the ground and had an idea in his mind. He knew more about the human trafficking in Taoist temples than anyone else. Before coming, the Jinyui had already investigated the matter thoroughly. But he didn't expect that Xian Ling would actually take the initiative to report the case. Now I can't take advantage of this matter to get angry again. It seems that these 2 women have a master behind them. Zhu Biao sneered in his heart. Then he asked the fat nun, who sold children to you. How many did you buy? The fat Taoist nun pulled her extremely fat body and only then began to cry out loudly. Your Highness. I have made a list of the gentry who sell human beings. Please have a look at it. In the past 6 months alone, 300 children have entered my Xianming temple. I was not careful at first and thought they were donating incense, but I didn't expect that there were actually. Stop talking nonsense. Drag him out and beat him to death. Zhu Biao waved his hand and didn't give her a chance to speak. Since he has already come out to pledge his allegiance, why should I give him any face? Sparing his life is out of the question. Rustle. The sound of armors of the Jinyui immediately rang out, and they dragged the fat nun out. Please spare my life, Your Highness. I am innocent. The fat nun screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and her cries for mercy filled the ears. Xianming and Xianling on the side were panicked. They originally wanted to use this method to confess their crimes and win the sympathy of His Highness, so as to get a lighter sentence. I didn't expect His Highness to be so cruel. He would kill people just like that? I have never seen His Highness kill many people when judging cases before. Zhu Biao first ordered his men to kill the middle-aged Taoist and nun outside the tent, then looked at the list on the ground and said to Xian Ling and Xian Xiang with a gloomy face, such a big matter, do you think it can be solved by pushing a manager out? Someone, come here. Capture these 2 women immediately. As soon as the words fell, the 2 fairy sisters who originally looked ethereal were exposed as mortals by the rude Jinyui. The fair and delicate little hands were tied up with hemp ropes and were made to sit on the ground. Zhu Biao then gave another order. Come here, according to this list, bring all the landlords and wealthy families who have participated in human trafficking to me for interrogation one by one. If there are those who fail to show up, escape, or are not found, their clans will be exterminated on the spot. Upon seeing this scene, the county magistrate, who was like a quail, was so frightened that he crawled out with a plop. Your Highness, you can't do that. It's just a small case, why involve so many people? I can guarantee that they will never escape. As he spoke, there was a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at Zhu Biao. He knew the reason why the Zhang sisters came, and the Zhang family had already sent a private letter to explain it. But he didn't expect that these 2 fairies-like women could not move Zhu Biao at all. Those who should be killed will be killed, and those who should be arrested will be arrested. It is even many times more cruel than the treatment of civilians. Is it possible that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is really not interested in women? But, well. The magistrate sighed deeply in his heart, cursing the Zhang family for being so stupid. He should have sent a few good-looking and handsome young Taoist priests earlier. Oh. Are you going to protect these criminals, magistrate? Then go to jail with them. Zhu Biao said with a gloomy expression. Plop. As a result, the magistrate slid down to his knees on the spot and kowtowed madly at Zhu Biao's feet. "Your Highness, I was wrong. Your Highness, that's not what I meant. These criminals deserve death and I will never say a word for them. This matter has nothing to do with me, you can check it out." "Are you kidding? Human trafficking is such a big deal. How could the magistrate not know? It's just that he won't get involved personally." Zhu Biao sneered in his heart. And the big issue that he wanted to investigate happened to be human trafficking. It was those landlords and wealthy people who forced the common people to live in poverty and have no choice but to sell their children. The children who were sold were originally excellent productive forces of society, but they were all sent to Taoist temples and became hidden population. This is Jiangxi's biggest problem today. I didn't expect that it would be delivered to me by accident today. There are no other cases around. Zhu Biao sat in the court waiting quietly, looking at the pair with great interest. Their faces were covered with little pearls and their eyes were red, like pink roses blooming on their faces. They looked like pitiful sisters. They were also frightened for a moment. Originally, according to what the elders in my family said, doing this would definitely gain the trust of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. However, she didn't expect that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince would act so unconventionally and was not at all moved by the beauty of the two of them. He actually arrested himself and put him on trial together with others. The two girls are actually not very old, one is 19 years old and the other is 18 years old. In the Ming Dynasty, there were not many unmarried girls aged 18 or 19. But her beauty is at its most perfect moment at this moment. In the eyes of a modern man like Zhu Biao, she is simply the perfect lowly. Shouldn't this be bullied properly? However, Zhu Biao was not in a hurry. He just waited until a criminal was caught on the scene before allowing both parties to submit evidence in court and starting the trial in a serious manner. "Mr. Wang, the Taoist priest of Xianming Temple has sued you for human trafficking. Is this true?" "Your Highness, I am a fifth-rank official of the Ministry of Personnel. After returning to my hometown, I have been farming and studying to pass on my family's traditions. How could I participate in such evil things?" "Oh? Does Taoist Xianling have anything to say?" Zhu Biao moved his gaze over again. "Your Highness, he is on the list, and there are more than 10 orphans in my Xianming temple who can tell their stories." Xianling said in a low voice while crying, and pointed at Mr. Wang. It was during the flood in Heshi County the year before last that their parents were forced to live on. The Wang family took the opportunity to raise the price of grain, and their parents had no choice but to sell them to the Wang family. "Bring up the witness." Zhu Biao was not in a hurry. He just went through trials one after another until they were convinced. After a while, the Jianui brought in the witnesses and evidence. When the witness compared the testimony, Mr. Wang turned pale and knelt on the ground to beg. "Your Highness, I was careless for a moment and let this happen in my family. I am willing to give up my honor and please forgive my sin." Zhu Biao changed his expression at this time and said in a gentle voice to comfort him. "Mr. Wang, you are also a retired official who has devoted your life to the court. I will naturally not do such a heartless thing. It's just that you need to tell me which of these people behind you have any solid evidence of human trafficking. I'd better take them all together, and then I'll have a reason to give you a lighter sentence." "Your Highness. I understand. I have their evidence and witnesses. The Li family, the Qin family, the He family." After a while, Mr. Wang confessed the identity of a large number of people. Then Zhu Biao continued to interrogate the next person. All the gentry who were caught at the scene knew that they could not escape this time. The next person who was brought in simply confessed his guilt, saving Zhu Biao the trouble of interrogating him. As many as 17 or 18 local gentry were famous in the local area, and many of them still had a lucky mentality in their hearts. The law does not punish everyone, so the prince may not do anything to him. The result is the next moment. Zhu Biao's words made them feel disappointed. Under the Ming Dynasty law, the crime of trafficking people into slavery without reason is punishable by exile 3,000 miles. Given their heinous crimes, I will add one more charge: they abuse the common people, and the whole family will be executed. The whole family was executed. The country gentry, who had originally been hoping for a lucky break, were now about to explode with rage. I can't wait to go back and gather people to start a rebellion. Of course, this is just a thought. Rebellion is impossible. Not to mention whether they can win or not. The key point is that in this peaceful and prosperous era, no one is willing to rebel against them. Without the support of senior military figures, rebellion would basically be impossible during the Hongwu period. The only force in Jiangxi that is qualified to raise the flag of rebellion is Longhushan. The tens of thousands of Taoist followers he raised were immediately organized into a large army, and tens of thousands of soldiers were drawn from among his tenants. In an instant, there were an army of 100,000. This is also the reason why Zhu Biao has been doing this for the Zhang family to see, intending to boil the frog in warm water. If the Zhang family is really forced to rebel, Jiangxi will suffer huge losses. I am willing to donate all my property to honor your highness. Please spare the lives of my entire family. Your highness, I know of a treasure hidden in the deep mountains. I also know who in this county has the treasure. I am willing to present it to your highness. I also know that there is a mine in the county, which has been mined secretly without reporting to the court. I would like to present it to your highness. For a while, these local wealthy people in Shangrao were all anxious. They started to become desperate and started biting each other. Use whatever you have and throw out all the cards you can. Zhu Biao used a basic attack to trick everyone into using their ultimate skill. After hearing these words, Zhu Biao coughed a few times. However, my father often said that the key to governing lies in the people, and the people lie in the common people. This prince is not a devil. Many things can be discussed. For example, this minor crime of executing the whole family can be reduced to a small fine of copper or forced labor through your performance. How about this? Zhu Biao spread his hands. This prince does not want anything else from you. All he wants is for each of you to pay and mobilize several hundred laborers to build and construct the new imperial farm I have established. Of course, you must pay for the labor. Secondly, there is no need to explain the local tax system in Shangrao. What you need to do is to follow the officials of this province to other counties and regions to implement the tax system. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces changed drastically. Some were surprised, some were horrified. The meaning of this statement is very clear: they have to pay for the repair of the imperial farm. That's easy to say. Each company employs a few hundred people, which is at most a minor inconvenience. But if they were asked to punish the landlords and nobles in other counties, this is to make them completely surrender and follow His Royal Highness the Crown Prince wholeheartedly. However, when they thought that His Highness's imperial estate was nearby, these people felt much more at ease. We are all locals, so who doesn't have relatives or old friends nearby? They know each other's little tricks very well. The local gentry in Shangrao agreed without much thought. Your Highness, we, the common people, are willing to follow your good governance. It is better for my fellow Taoist to die than for me to die. Very good. Zhu Biao nodded, then looked at Xian Ling Xian Xiang standing beside him. There is no need to kill these two criminals. I will exile them 3,000 miles away and sell them to the frontier as slaves to the armored men. Although they were being sold, everyone knew the intention was to send these two little girls to the border to be ravaged by those rough men. No, Your Highness, are you so cruel? Then the magistrate's face turned pale. He thought to himself that he could not hold on any longer and knelt down again. Your Highness, these two Taoists were the legitimate daughters of the Zhang family in Longhu Mountain before they became monks. She is the niece of the contemporary Heavenly Master. I hope you will spare her life for the sake of the 1,000-year-old family of Mount Longhu. Oh. Zhu Biao immediately narrowed his eyes with interest. Isn't this the question? He had guessed it in his mind, but he didn't expect it to be true. Your Highness. How could the two little nuns dare to hide anything anymore? They laid on the ground and cried. Our elders in the family ordered us to come and file a lawsuit. It is all to help your Highness in your great governance in Jiangxi. Then I have to thank you. Zhu Biao said sarcastically. The Zhang family's intention was obvious, it was just a beauty trap plus a return of favor. You want me to punish the nobles so that I won't have to punish them anymore, right? That's totally wrong. But it's a sugar-coated bullet, you still have to eat the sugar coating and then just fire the bullet back. Zhu Biao stood up and waved his hand. Send these two Taoist priests to the imperial tent. This prince wants to ask them for their teachings in person. Zhang Xiumin and Zhang Ningqiu's original plan was to successfully get close to the prince by means of a token of allegiance and plan big things for the family. Now it seems that I have become a scapegoat and have completely lost the initiative. Soon the sun set and the whole day of judging came to an end. Zhu Biao gained 50 days of life today, plus the surrender of all the gentry within hundreds of miles of Rao County and two delicate little Taoist nuns from the Zhang family. Hey, kill a cow for me today, and remember to add lots of leeks. Zhu Biao returned to the camp with a smile and entered the imperial tent. Li Sheng, who was always by her side, still had some sense and turned around and went directly to another tent in the distance. There is no need to judge a case tomorrow, but to rush all the way to the next county town. Zhu Biao has basically judged all the cases in this county. When he entered the imperial tent, he saw two plump and charming girls lying half-exposed on his big bed. The Taoist robe he was wearing in the court was half taken off, revealing his undergarments and the snow-white skin on his chest. Her hair was already disheveled, and she looked at him timidly with tears in her eyes. The half-undone clothes made people shiver for no reason. Snort. Zhu Biao snorted coldly. The Jinui were quite sensible and had tied them up for themselves. However, Zhu Biao was not the kind of person who was obsessed with sex, so he still had to ask about the important matters first. There was an oil lamp lit in the tent, and the two beauties looked even more attractive under the bright light. Zhu Biao asked calmly while sitting on the bed. There's no need to resort to any tricks now, just speak directly. What does the Zhang family want, and what are they willing to pay? Didn't your family tell you about these negotiation conditions in advance? Prince, a monk can be killed but not humiliated. Xian Ling said with tears in her eyes and a trembling voice. If your Highness wishes to discuss matters with my Zhang family, please untie me and treat me with courtesy. Xian Ling is just holding on now because he really doesn't want to be questioned by Zhu Biao under such circumstances. After all, she is the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. All officials from all walks of life give face to the Zhang family. This is the first time she has been treated like this. Oh. Hearing this, Zhu Biao raised the corner of his mouth with interest. It seems that Miss Zhang still doesn't understand her current situation. I am the knife and she is the fish. You dare to put forward conditions? You didn't treat him with courtesy. As for the criminal, I can only execute him myself. Zhu Biao slowly stepped forward and grabbed Xian Ling's white and tender calf, which was as thin as his wrist. Xian Ling and Xian Xiang shrank back in fear, but they were tied up and could not move. Everyone thought Zhu Biao was going to commit a crime, but unexpectedly, the next moment Zhu Biao gently took off Xian Ling's colorful embroidered shoes and foot clothes, revealing her white, tender and delicious little feet. Unexpectedly, Zhu Biao did not act like an animal, but picked up a brush beside him and started scratching the soles of his feet. Zhu Biao was half a meter away, drawing circles on the soles of Xian Ling's feet with a brush without ink. This is actually a form of torture. In the West, there is a punishment of sprinkling salt on the soles of the prisoner's feet and letting goats lick them. Ha 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 ha, he he he. No, I can't do it anymore, help, help, ah. Xian Ling was just trying to hold back her laughter at first, but in the end she couldn't help laughing non-stop, and finally her laughter turned into crying, and she felt so painful all over from laughing. In addition, her body was sensitive, and this torture made her snow-white skin turn red in large areas, making her look even more attractive. This is called the laughing punishment. I'm afraid I'm the first one to come up with it. If you refuse to tell the truth, I'll laugh you to death and let you ascend directly to the immortal realm. Zhu Biao said with interest. Looking at the two women being tormented by him, it was the first time for me to experience the pleasure of torture. At the same time, a reminder sound rang in my ears. You have acted out Zhang Xianzhong's atrocities, torture of beauties, with an acting degree of 20%, and gained plus 20 days of lifespan. TSK TSK TSK, Zhang Xianzhong used the beauty as a screen and a spittoon. I am nothing compared to him. But 20 days of life is not bad. Zhu Biao narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. This erotic punishment soon made the two women sweat profusely. They gritted their teeth and persisted, but still burst into laughter. In the end, they could only beg for mercy due to their physical reactions. Your Highness, we were wrong, please spare our lives. I just can't stand it anymore. Zhu Biao slowly stopped, threw the brush aside, put his hands behind his back and asked coldly. Then tell me what the Zhang family's purpose is? Xian Ling said while crying. Before I came here, my father told me to serve you well, hoping that you would spare the Zhang family and prevent them from having to pay taxes on their land. If possible. Having said this, she suddenly stopped talking, not knowing whether she should say the following words. If possible, Grandpa also said that it would be best to ask the prince to exempt my Zhang family from taxes. Xuanxiang on the side quickly added. She was much softer than her sister and didn't want to suffer torture again. After hearing this, Zhu Biao thought for a while with a gloomy face, and finally smiled. It is said that the most taboo word for monks is greed, but I think your Zhang family's greed is even greater than that of the royal family. Just two women want to exchange for a complete tax exemption from this prince, so that he can continue to be the local emperor? This is obviously a dream, but it is not surprising that the Zhang family has such an idea. After all, it is not uncommon in history that kings were bewitched by beautiful women and eventually got whatever they wanted. There were only a few emperors who were not influenced by beautiful women. Our father Zhu Yuanzhang is one, Emperor Taizong of Tangli Shimen is one, and Qin Shi Huang is one. As for me, Zhu Biao. I also want to live a life of luxury and debauchery. But the lifespan is not enough, what to do? Zhu Biao said calmly with a calm expression. It's obvious that your Zhang family's idea won't work, but you can send someone to report back. I'm willing to give the Zhang family a chance. Send someone to talk to me seriously. If the matter is reasonable, I will leave you rich and prosperous. If that's true, then thank you very much, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Xian Ling kowtowed excitedly on the ground when he heard it. Although he had just been tortured and witnessed the prince's domineering methods, she really didn't have much good feelings towards Zhu Biao and thought that he was the biggest devil in the world. But she couldn't resist the fact that the other party held the life of the family in his hands. As long as Zhu Biao asked her to let the Zhang family go, she would be willing to do anything. Thank you, Your Highness. Xian Xiang, who was standing aside, looked up at Zhu Biao with a blushing face, and felt that Zhu Biao was really a man she had never seen before. Although these actions are shameless, they are also for the benefit of the people. At least, he is much better than those good-for-nothing dudes she has met. We have finished our business. Zhu Biao helped the two girls to untie their restraints, and the two girls sat timidly in the imperial tent. Their hearts were pounding so hard that they almost jumped out of their throats. Both of them were still virgins. But in the current situation, there is no need to think about it, and you know what will happen next. Zhu Biao has already taken off your shoes and examined your body. In the Ming Dynasty, when Zhu Yuanzhang promoted the custom of Neo-Confucianism, if Zhu Biao didn't want them, they would almost be thrown into a pig cage. Ahem. Zhu Biao sat aside. He had been patrolling outside for many days, and of course he had accumulated a lot of anger in his body. With these two 18 or 19-year-old fairy sisters by his side, how could he restrain himself? Remember, you must resist and not obey me. Zhu Biao undressed and pounced on her like a hungry tiger. The muscles all over his body were knotted under the warrior's physique. The two women were pinned down in an instant and stood up and screamed involuntarily. I didn't expect that His Highness would be such a pervert. Zhu Biao looked ferocious, but he was actually very clear-headed and deliberately played hide-and-seek with the two girls. He forced sex with one of them while they were running away. In fact, even if he didn't force it, the two girls probably wouldn't resist much. After all, when they were sent here by the Zhang family, they were already Zhu Biao's people. Zhu Biao acted so cruelly on purpose just to scare them into resisting. Sure enough, a prompt sound came to Zhu Biao's ears. You played the atrocity of Emperor Qianlong, robbing a beautiful woman. Your performance level is 30%, and your lifespan is increased by 30 days. Receive the Advanced Technology Award, British White Pig Breeding Technology. As expected, Zhu Biao was delighted. The atrocity of robbing women was finally triggered. The breeding technology awarded as a reward is exactly what I need, so it would be a waste not to take it. The next morning, I saw the bloodshot and dirty sheets on the big bed. Zhu Biao stood up with a smile, put on his clothes and prepared to set off. At this time, the two girls were hiding timidly under a quilt and looking at Zhu Biao. Zhu Biao had no intention of developing any relationship with the two girls. Only when he became the crown prince did he realize that there were so many women he could want, so who would have the mood to fall in love? However, the second girl did give me a good opportunity to get a longevity bonus. Zhu Biao turned and said to the two girls, "From now on, you will be called Ah Zhu and Ah Zi. You are not allowed to use your real names. Every time you serve me, you must resist as hard as you can. Do you hear me?" "Yes, Your Highness." The two of them nodded timidly, but they didn't know what Zhu Biao's purpose was. Could it be that Your Highness likes this kind of fun? Like to rebel? Could it be that His Highness is just a bit aggressive? Since I'm following the prince, naturally everything should be done according to his wishes. Forcibly seizing a woman, the key word to highlight is force. If they obey, how can I increase my lifespan? Zhu Biao hummed a tune and walked out of the courtyard. After lunch at noon, everyone in the imperial tent camp and the accompanying Jinui personnel all began to pack up and set off again. The material conditions in ancient times were like this. Even when the crown prince was traveling in the wild, he would be covered in dust. The next place Zhu Biao was going to was Jian, which was only 100 miles away from Longhu Mountain. Zhu Biao called Li Sheng to his side and asked, "Where is Luo Yingxing now?" "Your Highness, Commander Luo has been stationed in Jian City as per your instructions and is waiting for your arrival at any time," Li Sheng quickly replied. "As for last night, his tent was closest to Zhu Biao's imperial tent and he heard everything that went on inside clearly, so it is not convenient to talk about this matter. We have to avoid mentioning this for the sake of the respected person. But he really didn't understand what kind of interest it was to like using rape as a method. But I didn't dare to ask, so I could only remember it in my heart. In the future, when an official wanted to present a beautiful woman to the prince and came to me for advice, I would say that Your Highness likes women who are like wild horses and enjoys the pleasure of rough conquest. The interests and hobbies of a great figure like Zhu Biao would be recorded in every detail. Zhu Biao didn't know that he had been labeled a violent demon without realizing it, and the name spread widely. Good. At this time, Zhu and Zi, who had finished dressing up and didn't bring any extra clothes, came out in their Taoist robes. Overnight, the two unmarried girls had become wives. But this adds a bit of round and smooth look, which makes people feel more relaxed and happy. You can send someone to explain this to the Zhang family. Zhu Biao said calmly. These two beauties are like meat buns hitting a dog. Their bottom line has been exposed by themselves. It depends on how the Zhang family reacts next. At this time, inside Zhang Mansion on Longhu Mountain. Father, this violent prince is worse than a beast. Zhang Qingxiu was so furious when he got the news that he rushed into Zhang Lingyun's room with his hair loose. He even forgot to greet everyone, and just held the secret letter in his hand and shouted. Look, this is a secret letter from my daughter. Your Highness, not only did you not show them any favor, but you treated them like maids in the camp. The conditions for giving me the Zhang family are just to leave my family rich and prosperous. My Zhang family has been passed down for thousands of years. Do we need the Ming Dynasty, which was established less than 10 years ago, to make us rich and powerful? Father, I think we should rebel. Zhang Lingyun had a gloomy face. He had already expected the beauty trap to fail. This kind of trick was not acceptable in public. If it can be accomplished, it's good. If it can't be accomplished, it's not a bad thing either. Zhang Lingyun pondered for a moment and then spoke. Qingxiu, your faith is too weak. I punish you to clean the temple for 3 days and you are not allowed to ask about this matter again. He knew very well that his eldest son Zhang Qingxiu had been blinded by anger. After all, the two well-behaved daughters he had raised for more than 10 years had fallen into his clutches. If he gets involved in this matter again, he might make things worse. Father, but I. Zhang Qingxiu stood outside in a daze, his breathing becoming heavier and heavier with anger. He wished he could take Zhu Biao's head with his sword right now, but he didn't dare to disobey his father's wishes in person. He could only suppress his anger, turned around and left. Zhang Lingyun sat in the room, thinking for a while, and finally picked up a pen to write a secret letter. This secret letter was sent at full speed, passing through more than a dozen Taoist temples, and finally arrived at the Xianwei Temple in Yingtian City. In Xianwei Temple, a man who looked like a pilgrim came, took the secret letter and tied it to a feather arrow. Then he stood at a place downstream of the Jinling River and took a 2-stone hard bow. Whoosh! The secret letter was shot directly in front of a mansion. If you slowly look up from the sand where the arrow fell, you can see 2 huge stone lions in front of the mansion, a vermilion gate with rows of ceremonial guards outside. Looking towards the door, there are 4 big words clearly visible. Duke Liang's Mansion. No one knew who sent this secret letter, but as soon as it arrived at the Duke of Liang's mansion, an adopted son quickly collected it and delivered it to the mansion. After opening it and checking the secret letter, it went through several twists and turns and finally landed in Lan Yu's hands. My godfather, this secret letter was deliberately shot outside the body. The children have checked it out and it seems to be a letter sent by the Zhang family in Longhu Mountain in Jiangxi. A strong adopted son held up the secret letter written on bright yellow fine rice paper in both hands and presented it to him. Well, good, you are smart. Lan Yu reached out to take the secret letter, opened his eyes to read it, his beard fluttering without wind, and he clasped his palms together, crushed the secret letter into a ball, handed it to the lamp beside him, and watched the secret letter ignite. The adopted son also heard Lan Yu's hoarse voice with a hint of sarcasm. It seems that the prince has really pushed the Zhang family to the end of the road this time. The prince's temperament has changed drastically, alas. Lan Yu sighed, with a hint of anger in his eyes. He just couldn't understand how the prince, who was so kind and benevolent before, could become like this after a serious illness. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as ferocious and cruel. In recent days, Zhang Jiuzheng in the court has been like a vicious dog, and Zhu Biao, who let this vicious dog out, is undoubtedly 10 times more vicious than him. Lan Yu's position was instantly shaken. Previously, the Lan family and the prince were in the same party, with common interests, and they both wanted to stabilize the world. Now it seems that the prince actually wants to change. The two parties became enemies. Foster father, I have the audacity to say that although the Zhang family's secret letter is watertight, it is obvious that they want us to mobilize the northern army to respond to them so that the prince will retreat. Will we help? Help whom? Help the Zhang family? Lan Yu asked back, sneered and shook his head, I'm not that stupid. For the Jiangnan aristocratic families and northern military households behind him, the only reason they would turn against the prince would be if he touched upon their fundamental interests. As for Jiangxi, most of the province belongs to the Zhang family. Offending the Zhu family to help the Zhang family defend Jiangxi? Falling out with the Zhu family? How can it be? Just wait. Lan Yu's eyes, which were mostly white and a little black, stared at the secret letter that was slowly burning on the table, shrinking into a ball of black embers. This letter is just a desperate trick by the old Taoist priest Zhang Lingyun. He wants to arouse your majesty's suspicion of me and find a way out. This old fox is using an open conspiracy. Ah, Godfather, that is such an unexpected disaster for us. We are being used as a gun by the Zhang family for no reason. The adopted son was horrified and even felt a little regretful in his heart. Shouldn't I obtain this secret letter and show it to my adoptive father? After all, just reading some things is a capital crime. What are you afraid of? Lan Yu snorted coldly, even if there is no secret letter, will the Zhu family not be suspicious of me? It is impossible not to guess, Zhu Yuanzhang will clean out anyone who has the ability to threaten the imperial power. This secret letter arrived at Lan Yu's house. Almost at the same time, the person who delivered the letter was arrested and sent to Jinyui prison. After interrogation in the prison, the person behind him was tortured and finally the whole story was taken to Qianqing Palace overnight. Oh, I got it. Lao Zhu didn't react much after hearing this. He just nodded and waved, let Biao handle these matters by himself. Jiangxi, Jian County. After Zhu Biao arrived here, he first met with Luo Yingxing and praised him in person for his outstanding results, and then asked his troops to continue to familiarize themselves with the use of 10,000 enemies. Then, he went to the countryside without stopping and continued his journey of investigating the case. This lifespan is as good as it is. Along the way, the two eldest ladies of the Zhang family, Azu and Azi, were also in panic, because they had been writing to the Zhang family for 3 or 4 days but had not received any reply. The Zhang family is really awesome. I, the prince, have already given them a way out, but they are still showing off. Zhu Biao was lying in the yellow tent, playing with Azi's delicate feet, a cold smile flashing across his face. As soon as he finished speaking, he could clearly feel the delicate skin in his hands tremble slightly. He turned his head and looked forward, just in time to see Azi's frightened little face. She cried in response, "Please forgive my family's disrespect, Your Highness. Maybe the message was delivered too late. My Zhang family has absolutely no intention of going against your highness. As she spoke, Azi burst into tears, feeling a mixture of nervousness, confusion and uneasiness in her heart. Zhu Biao threw her on the bed with a cold face and waved his hand impatiently. All right, can you decide what the Zhang family should do just by begging for mercy? Begging for mercy will only make your situation here more difficult, stupid woman. As he spoke, his face turned cold and he lost interest. He came out and said to Li Sheng, call Luo Yingxing. This prince wants to go directly to Longhu Mountain. A large army searching the mountain? Your Highness, the terrain of Longhu Mountain is still somewhat dangerous. If we attack directly, we will probably suffer heavy casualties. Li Sheng put his hands in his pockets. Even in the hot weather of July and August, he was sweating profusely. He lowered his head and looked at his nose and mouth with concern, and spoke in a mosquito-like voice. Why bother? Zhu Biao laughed. The army will go in, kill anyone they see, arrest anyone they see, and treat it as suppressing bandits. The problem will be solved quickly. Li Sheng suddenly felt that His Highness's thoughts were even more terrifying than he himself thought. If the Zhang family, a 1,000-year-old Tianshi family, were really turned into bandits. I wonder how much of a public outcry this will cause. The word tyrant is probably so embedded in Zhu Biao that it cannot be removed even if you try. There have been so many tyrants throughout the ages, but only the barbarian rulers have done such a thing as killing members of the Kong and Zhang families. Zhu Biao didn't want to say more to his stupid head. He didn't even understand teasing him. He waved his hand and said, go and do it. Yes. Soon, Luo Yingxing received an order, and a 1,000-strong army marched directly into Longhu Mountain with great momentum. In an instant, the whole of Jiangxi, and even the imperial court, was filled with noise. The Zhang family of Mount Longhu. A family with thousands of years of history, and the descendants of the Heavenly Master. I'm afraid the whole world will disapprove of your actions, Prince. Humph, what's wrong with killing a few Taoist priests? If I hadn't had the energy to deal with Baldi Chen, I would have wiped out the Zhang family long ago. It is better to report this matter to His Majesty as soon as possible. There was another wave of commotion in the court, and a large number of officials from the Jiangnan faction and all over the country began to write letters to plead for the Zhang family and to dissuade Zhu Yuanzhang from ordering the crown prince to withdraw his troops. Previously, it was thought that the 1,000 eagle guards in the hands of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince were just for show and did not have much killing power. However, after defeating 10,000 monk soldiers, the eagle guards were regarded as an army of tens of thousands that day. Tens of thousands of troops are out on patrol, and everyone will be shocked. Officials from all over the country were not trying to save Jiangxi, but they didn't want His Highness to come with troops to kill them in the future. However, these memorials never passed Zhang Jiuzheng's review and were all rejected with red marks. Then, the officials of the Shangshu were impeached one by Zhang Jiuzheng's men. The court was in chaos, and the blood flowed like a river on the battlefield where there was no smoke of gunpowder. Almost every day there are officials retiring to their hometowns or being dismissed from their posts. If there are those who are not tactful enough, their entire family may even be executed. The charges are ready-made. Zhu Biao was involved in the grain exchange case that he had just handled, so he is implicated as well. The intensity of the war in the court suddenly rose several levels compared to before. Before the officials of the Ming Dynasty could adapt to it, the rules had already been changed by Zhang Jiuzheng. On the mountain road at the western foot of Longhu Mountain, Zhu Biao clearly saw that the mountain road ahead had been destroyed, but the mountain road was only a dozen miles long in total, so there was nowhere to run even if he wanted to. The entire Jiangxi province is hilly, so there are no deep mountains for them to hide in, unless they run to the Debi Mountains. But if the Zhang family really abandoned Longhu Mountain and became bandits, then they wouldn't be a big threat. Your Highness, this place is still 10 miles away from the Tianshi mansion, reported the scout who came back from the front. Zhu Biao narrowed his eyes and sat in the sedan chair. The two men carried the sedan chair on the mountain road, and Zhu and Zi followed on both sides of the sedan chair. Zhu Biao would reach down and pinch their faces from time to time. But both of them had tears all over their faces and they wiped their tears as they walked. At this time, inside the Tianshi mansion, those nobles and ministers who used to be arrogant to the princes and look down on the provincial governors could no longer sit still. There was a huge quarrel in the meeting hall. What now? What now? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is leading his troops up the mountain. Commander Na Luo is the brave general who defeated tens of thousands of monk soldiers. Oh my God, Wulian Tianzuan. An old Taoist priest in a yellow and purple Taoist robe cried out, feeling dizzy and his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. Third uncle, what's wrong with you? Quick, someone come. Could it be, the old Taoist priest fell to the ground, sighing faintly, could it be that my 1,000-year-old Zhang family will perish like this today? Zhang Lingyun's face became increasingly ugly. What was ugly was not anything else but the fact that the Ming troops from several nearby garrisons and military settlements had all been mobilized. It seemed that Zhu Biao was only bringing 1,000 men up the mountain, but in fact, all the ingress and egress routes around Longhu Mountain had been blocked. This is the power of the court. If you want to deal with any king or prince, it's just a piece of cake. Wu Sangui was such a powerful figure, but he was killed without even a murmur. The power of centralization is almost invincible, let alone a small Zhang family. Quick! Zhang Lingyun's eyes were red as he shouted to the Taoist priests in the main hall, hurry up and prepare the sedan chair. I want to go and see the prince in person. All the elders of the Zhang family, follow me. We will use the ceremonial guards and the rituals of welcoming the gods to welcome His Highness. We must make His Highness withdraw his troops no matter what. He never expected it. I was just a few days late in replying to the letter, and it directly brought disaster upon the Zhang family. This prince is really capable, so don't push it. They said they would give us 3 days, and they really only gave us 3 days. We led our troops up the mountain on the morning of the 4th day. The Zhang family, who were respected wherever they went, didn't react for a moment. With such a tough attitude, you don't regard me as the Heavenly Lord at all. Aren't you afraid that the Heavenly Lord will punish you? Speak the truth. In this feudal and superstitious society, religious figures seem to have a layer of glory. Zhu Yuanzhang does not want to offend these people, so he shows them many favors. Of course, what is more important is to stabilize the place. Zhu Biao had no psychological burden at all. Do it if I say so. Where's Chengxiu? Where's Chengxiu? Zhang Lingyun quickly began to look for his eldest son, wanting him to go down the mountain first and apologize to the crown prince on his behalf, and at the same time present him with several treasures that had been stored in Longhu Mountain for thousands of years. But the people below looked very unhappy. A square-faced Taoist trembled all over for a long time before resolutely saying, Master, Taoist Chengxiu has gone to mobilize the troops. Mobilize troops? What kind of troops is he moving? Zhang Lingyun was stunned and his mouth slowly opened wide, with an extremely ominous premonition in his mind. The square-faced Taoist fell to his knees in front of Zhang Lingyun, hugged his thighs and cried, Last night, Taoist Chengxiu secretly went down the mountain to contact nearby Taoist temples and mansions. I don't know how many people he has gathered, and they are heading towards Longhu Mountain. This is such a big thing, why didn't you report it? Zhang Lingyun was unable to catch his breath, his steps swayed a few times, and he almost fainted like the old Taoist. I felt my blood surging up and my whole body started shaking. Rebellious son, rebellious son. I knew Chengxiu would do something bad, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Quick! Send someone over immediately and tell him to gather as many people as possible and disperse them all. Do not allow them to come to the mountain. Zhang Lingyun yelled. Once the Taoist soldiers mobilized by Zhang Chengxiu arrived at the mountain, the Zhang family would have only two outcomes. First, imitate Zhang Jiao and bring the Yellow Turban Rebellion to the Ming Dynasty. This is obviously unrealistic, as the social environment and demographic conditions of the Ming Dynasty did not allow the Yellow Turban Rebellion to occur. Besides, the Zhang family does not have the eloquence and popularity of the great virtuous teacher. Second, the Taoist soldiers mobilized by the Zhang family collided with the Crown Prince's royal guards and were instantly wiped out. The Zhang family's fate might be even worse than those bald donkeys. Surrendering and being annihilated are completely different things. Zhang Lingyun narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath, and regretted that he hadn't shot him into the wall. It's really hard for this kid to achieve great things, it's really hard for him to achieve great things. For just 2 daughters, you dare to go against the current crown prince, and now even drag my Zhang family into the water. Major Taoist temples have always trained Taoist soldiers, and most of these Taoist soldiers are under the control of Zhang Chengxiu. Zhang Lingyun's original plan was to let his eldest son get familiar with some battle formations first, but he didn't expect it would lead to such a disaster. Your Highness, a large number of bandits wearing Taoist robes and holding spears are coming from the mountain road. Please avoid them and retreat down the mountain first. Otherwise, it will be too dangerous. Luo Yingxing in front had already rushed back and shouted loudly in front of Zhu Biao's carriage. When Zhu Biao heard this, his eyes fixed, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he laughed out loud towards the sky. Ha 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 ha. You came just in time. I was just worried that I had no chance to show my determination to pacify Jiangnan, but the Zhang family actually took the initiative to send it to me. Good. Good. Then I will retreat first, and you must remember to kill all these people for me. Then break into Zhang's house, tie up all the members of the Zhang family and interrogate them in detail about what happened. I obey your command. Luo Yingxing only came to persuade Zhu Biao to be careful, and he didn't think there would be any problems with this battle. With tens of thousands of enemies at his disposal, no matter how many people come, they will all die. He is not afraid of this. Although in the mountains and forests, Wanren Di could not fully display his power. But he hasn't divided his troops yet. At this time, all the troops gathered in one place and rushed straight to the Tianshi mansion. This is called attacking while the enemy must defend. Zhu Biao was accompanied by 500 Jinyui, who were also equipped with 10,000 enemies. So Zhu Biao was not afraid. He retreated directly back to Jian City and ordered the recruitment of local militia. Of course, long before this, Zhu Biao had ordered his men to arrest the magistrate's entire family. Zhu Biao could not trust this group of civil servants from Jiangnan at all. Since they have been pushed to the point of death and have been forced to fight, the other party can use any means at will, and at most they will not take their own lives. If he was caught and driven out of Jiangxi in disgrace, Zhu Biao would be completely disgraced. Don't think this is impossible. Since the Zhang family is prepared to resist, they must have the idea of armed rebellion. If Jiangxi really rebelled, Zhu Yuanzhang might not be able to mobilize enough troops to suppress it at once. If Jiangxi were forced to rebel, the prestige of Crown Prince Zhu Biao would plummet. Zhu Biao was laughing all the way. I didn't expect the Zhang family to be so stupid as to confront me head-on. After this battle, no matter whether I win or lose, the Zhang family can no longer exist, at least they can't be as arrogant as they are now and want to occupy half of Jiangxi again. You're dreaming. If I win, they die. If they lose, Lao Zhu will beat the shit out of them. At this time, on a mountain path in Longhu Mountain, Zhang Chengxiu was riding on a tall horse, wearing red armor covered with cinnabar talismans painted on it, holding a long spear, and looking like a general. Behind him were also Taoist priests wearing green Taoist robes. They were all big and strong, and were hard-working people who worked in the fields all year round. The life of the lower-class Taoists is also very difficult, not as comfortable as that of the Zhang family. At this time, Zhang Qingxiu shouted loudly. After this battle, all Taoist temples will have their rents reduced by 3%, and will be granted the first rank of Dharma salary. If anyone has made outstanding contributions in this battle, he can change his surname to Zhang, enter the Heavenly Master's mansion to practice, and be rewarded with 10 ounces of gold. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward. Longhu Mountain is like a country within a country, and each Taoist temple has 100 or 200 people joining Zhang Qingxiu's team. After traveling up several mountains, there were soon as many as 10 to 20,000 people. Moreover, this team's equipment is much better than that of the monks. The monks have homemade weapons of various kinds. The Zhang family has its own smelter, which produces standard weapons. There were even hundreds of cannons and more than 300 muskets. This military force was no less than half a guard's strength in the early Ming Dynasty. Before going out to the battle, the Taoists smeared cinnabar on their faces and painted various talismans on their bodies. It looks really different, and it can scare people away. Everyone chanted the name of Wuliang Tianzuan, and was blessed by faith. I have to say, this combat power is quite terrifying. In history, peasant armies generally did not perform well if they did not have ideological guidance. This is the reason why the peasant army, guided by religious ideas, was quite capable in fighting. Haha, all right. Luo Yingxing rode on a horse, observing the slowly approaching Zhang family army from the opposite mountain. The armies grew stronger and stronger, and more weapons were moved out of the Taoist temple. It seems that Zhang Qingxiu has brought out all the secrets of Longhu Mountain. It's just right for me to get rid of this cancer for the Ming Dynasty today. With such military force, it is no wonder that they can occupy half of the province. Almost none of the taxes collected from half of the province went into the Zhu family's pockets. Is this reasonable? This is obviously inappropriate, so we have to fight it sooner or later. Historically, the Zhang family declined after Prince Ning took office and gradually became stronger. But Prince Ning soon became the second Zhang family and occupied half of the land in Jiangxi. Later, they started a rebellion, and it was Wang Yongming who personally led the troops to suppress it. Luo Yingxing had no intention of taking the initiative to attack, but instead set up camp and waited for the enemy's frontal attack. Zhang Qingxiu held the military power and gathered people together. But at this moment, a flying horse came down from Longhu Mountain and roared loudly. Master Qingxiu, please don't be impulsive. The Heavenly Master has issued a decree that no conflict must arise with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Quickly disperse these people. Disbanded? Zhang Qingxiu sneered. My 1,000-year-old Zhang family is afraid of his tiny Zhu family? It's only been a few years since his Zhu family started the rebellion. It can be said that Zhang Qingxiu had been out of touch with worldly affairs since childhood. He grew up in the mountains and was always immersed in the glory of his family. He also lived in an independent kingdom, so naturally he did not have much awe for the imperial court. In his eyes, the Zhang family's strength is enough to sweep the world, and he himself is a brave general who has fought in many battles. He turned around again, put on his Taoist robe, chanted something to the sky, sang a few verses of scriptures, closed his eyes, and danced with the peachwood sword with great force and lightly tapped it. Flames appeared from the sword, igniting several pieces of talisman paper. He wrote the word Imperial on the 7 stars under his feet one by one, and then said loudly, "The Immortal has given the order. We will be invincible in this battle. This is the will of heaven." However, not many Taoists in the Zhang family army behind him were moved by this. Because of these tricks, they will too. We are all in the same industry, there is no need to pretend, just say you will give money and benefits. Zhang Qingxiu found himself in an awkward situation. Seeing that no one responded, he stood up and mounted his horse again. He leaned his spear against the horse's back and pointed his peach-wood sword forward. Surround these thieves who are disturbing our patriarch's meditation. The direction of the finger was exactly the Ming army led by Luo Yingxing. Hulala! Tens of thousands of Taoists rushed over and surrounded the 1,000 Ming troops, but they could only surround 3 sides because Luo Yingxing's camping direction was very coincidental, trapping himself under a stone wall. Logically speaking, this was a terrain that would ensure his death. But Luo Yingxing was not in a hurry, as if he was waiting for Zhang Qingxiu to give the order to surround him. Behind him was a cliff several dozen meters high, and there was no way to climb up. Anyone who saw this would surely die. Zhang Qingxiu also sneered in his heart. He killed 10,000 monks in battle. I think those bald donkeys are useless. Are such incompetent generals qualified to fight against me? He rode his horse to the front of the battle array and shouted, "You thieves, surrender quickly, and I will spare your lives." The response to him was nothing else. Instead, the Ming army, who had already put on pig-nose gas masks and were on high alert, threw black porcelain jars at them. Snap! 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 Black porcelain jars fell like rain on the muddy and rocky ground, and streams of black imperial gases emerged from them. After the gases spread out with a loud bang, in just a few moments, the Zhang family Taoists who were gathered in a group fell to the ground tremblingly, with weapons in their hands falling to the ground. They opened their eyes wide, pointed their fingers tremblingly forward, and the light of life flashed quickly in their eyes. Just a dozen seconds later, all these Taoists fell down, and each of them died with their eyes open. Some had their eyes popped out, and some had red sores all over their bodies. Their deaths were extremely miserable, and few of them exploded with golden elixirs. Zhang Qingxiu was a little further away and just felt dizzy. He fell off his horse and fainted. This result. Luo Yingxing looked at the battlefield in front of him and was silent for a long time. Because even he didn't expect that this battle would end so soon. I only did 3 things in total. The first thing is to station the troops in a place that looks easy to attack but difficult to defend. The second thing is to wait for the enemy to surround you. The third thing, throw out the 10,000 enemies. The problem is solved. What's the use of this? Luo Yingxing showed a bitter smile. The 2 deputy commanders and many capable officers on the side also had bitter smiles on their faces, having already sensed that they seemed to be of little use. In this combat situation, there is no need to mobilize a large army, okay? All you need to do is train dozens or hundreds of throwers, and have them throw accurately. After throwing, they can just run away. Who wouldn't die? This feeling of tension and excitement made them feel like someone had dropped an atomic bomb. Although they didn't know what an atomic bomb was, poison gas bombs were not as shocking and terrifying as atomic bombs. But this silent death is even more shocking. Luo Yingxing couldn't imagine how desperate he would be when facing this thing. But it's okay. The Ming army all had specially made pig nose masks. The filtering materials inside these pig nose masks were also specially and carefully configured by Zhu Biao to achieve a very high protection rate. This thing has some technical content. After all, only Zhu Biao knew what could react with sarin gas. Other countries outside want to imitate this gas mask, unless they seize it. Once other countries were able to seize gas masks for countermeasures, Zhu Biao would soon develop more vicious poison gas weapons. Again. Just as in this 14th century there is no convention on weapons of mass destruction to regulate them. Zhu Biao can do whatever he wants. This move is still in line with the will of heaven. After a long while, Luo Yingxing didn't know what to comment on. He could only say it dryly, and then ordered his Ming soldiers wearing gas masks to go up and clean up the battlefield. Of course, all weapons and the like had to be confiscated. There were also some remnant soldiers and fleeing Taoists far away, and all the main roads had to be blocked and all of them were captured and killed one by one. That's basically it. Luo Yingxing felt empty inside, thinking that he had won a battle. 1,000 people defeated more than 20,000 people, which can be considered an outstanding military achievement. I'm afraid only Hua Zubing and Wei Qing could achieve this casualty ratio. But why don't I feel any sense of accomplishment? Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. He shook his head, stood up and rode quickly towards Jian City to report to Zhu Biao. Another advantage of sarin gas is that it will not pollute the environment and will quickly dissipate in the air. You can imagine. That is why it is a weapon of mass destruction that is even more banned than nuclear weapons. Because it is really unsolvable. If everyone uses this, the war will completely change. In fact, this was indeed the case on the European battlefields in the 17th and 18th centuries. When the war broke out, poison gas bombs were flying everywhere, and the chemical industries of various countries grew rapidly. It's called the Poison War. It also forced the direction of the war to change from large-scale clustered movements to a scattered 3-3 system. At this time, in the Tianshi mansion, Zhang Lingyun was still anxiously waiting for news from the front, his hands in his Taoist robe shaking uncontrollably. After a long while, someone finally came to report. He was a little Taoist boy who was frightened out of his wits, about 17 or 18 years old, with red lips and white teeth, and it looked like he often served some elders. At this time, the pretty face turned even paler, so pale that it was frightening, and she said in a trembling voice, reporting to the Heavenly Master, "I have lost." Defeated? Zhang Lingyun's eyes widened, and he asked curiously, "Didn't we just get the news that they were organizing an army? Even if we are defeated, we have to wait until all the people in my Zhang family are gathered together before we can defeat them." "Master, we are really defeated." The little Taoist boy cried loudly and said, "The army led by Taoist Chengxiu rushed into the battle formation and surrounded the Ming army. Then the Ming army threw something at us. After a burst of black smoke, 20,000 Taoists, a full 20,000 Taoists, all died with blood gushing out of their 7 orifices." "You saw it with your own eyes?" "I saw it with my own eyes." With a plop, Zhang Lingyun slipped off the chair and fell to the ground. He wished that blood would flow out of all his orifices and he would just die, so as to avoid having to bear such a price. There was no trace of blood on his face anymore, and he trembled and muttered, "How could this be? Could it be that the Lord of Heaven really took action, or that the gods and Buddhas came down to earth? We were defeated so quickly, defeated. Now I finally know what's going on with Buddhism." He had a vague idea in his mind, that is, Zhu Yuanzhang was still the great protector of Maitreya sect. It must be the power of Maitreya that allows him to be so invincible. It was a big mistake for me to go against the imperial court. Regardless of his feudal and superstitious ideas, news soon came from the outside world. "Master Tianshi, the commander has brought his men up the mountain to kill anyone they see, leaving no one alive. You should go there quickly." Zhang Lingyun just wanted to sit here and not move. "But that's impossible." After a long time, he slowly got up and walked out tremblingly, as if he had aged dozens of years in an instant. The middle-aged Taoist priest, who originally looked to be in his 30s, has now returned to his original age, like an old man with hearing impairment, and even white hair has grown. "Kill any bandits you see on the spot, no need to ask any questions," a deputy commander said loudly. "These thieves deserve to die." Some Ming soldiers were still hesitant to take action, but having just killed so many people, they had no reason to be lenient this time. Kill anyone you see and steal anything you find. Once you enter such a wealthy family, burning, killing and looting are inevitable. Fortunately, these 1,000 Ming soldiers did not have much hostility in their hearts. After all, the war was over in just a few tens of seconds, so they were not too indulgent. Soon. Then a hunchbacked old man rushed out, knelt in front of him, and shouted, "Please forgive me, heavenly army, please forgive me. My Zhang family has offended the majesty of heaven. I am willing to pay my respects with my body. Please spare the Taoist on the mountain." "Humph, whether or not to spare you is not up to us." A deputy commander said this in a loud voice, then waved his hand and had Zhang Lingyun taken away, and then he walked into the Zhang mansion with confidence. The Zhang mansion is not a royal residence, so there is no saying that only royal family members are not allowed to enter. They were stationed inside Zhang's mansion, which was filled with luxurious carved beams and painted buildings. Even a piece of wood could be worth a lot of money. Soon. Jian County. Zhu Biao had just arranged his defenses at this time, and thought that Luo Yingxing and Zhang Qingxiu would be fighting fiercely, and would attack him sooner or later. But a moment later, 7 fast horses were seen galloping towards them from outside the city. It was Luo Yingxing. Shouted at the city gate. "Your Highness, please open the city gates. We have won the battle." "We won so quickly?" Zhu Biao also looked at Luo Yingxing with some confusion. Could this guy be a traitor? A prompt sound came from my ear. "You have acted out the atrocities of Emperor Ling of Han, massacre of the Yellow Turban Army, with a performance degree of 50%, and gained a lifespan of 50 days. Advanced technology reward, full set of oil extraction technology." Oil extraction. Zhu Biao was speechless. "I can't even use the oil now, why should I extract it?" However, the city gate was still open to let Luo Yingxing in. After Luo Yingxing recounted how the battle was won, he looked at Zhu Biao awkwardly. "Your Highness, this action is still against the harmony of nature. General Mo thinks it would be better not to use it too much in the future." Even a radical like Luo Yingxing thought that poison gas bombs were too horrible. "You don't have to tell me that." Zhu Biao shook his head. "Zhang Qingxiu is not dead, right?" "He's not dead. He's just tied up. He's still breathing," Luo Yingxing said quickly. Zhu Biao thought about it. "Not dead? Just soak him in shit and urine, he will get better faster. The ammonia contained in feces and urine can neutralize the chlorine, so as not to kill this guy." Your Highness, this punishment is too horrible," Luo Yingxing said again. After all, in ancient times, soaking in feces and urine was a great shame. This prince is saving his life. Zhu Biao sneered. After hearing this, Luo Yingxing slowly walked down. The 2 girls, Azu and Azi, who had originally planned to hang themselves, finally let go of their worries. Zhu Biao could not bear to see these 2 dainty beauties hang themselves. Besides, it would be useless to kill Zhang Qingxiu himself, so it might be a good idea to spare his life. In this way, Jiangxi was officially in the hands of Zhu Biao. "Then Your Highness, when are we going to Mount Longhu?" Li Sheng on the side asked. Zhu Biao shook his head when he heard this. "No rush, let's keep the Zhang family locked up for a while." As soon as these words were spoken, Azu and Azi on the side looked at Zhu Biao with pitiful eyes again. But this time Zhu Biao didn't show any mercy, he just looked up and asked. "Where are Lord Wang and the King of Chu?" "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, upon hearing that the war is over, Lord Wang should be on his way to you right now, and the King of Chu may be with him. The imperial farm is not far from Jiangxi," Li Sheng said immediately. Zhu Biao nodded. It's not far indeed. Nanjing is not far from Jiangxi either. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a noisy sound outside. Your Highness, this old minister requests to see you. Brother, here I come. Both voices sounded full of energy, and it was obvious that they had heard the news of the victory on the way. Luo Yingxing did not come alone to report the news. He also sent people to tell various places the news. Jiangxi officials must intimidate them to prevent them from causing any more trouble. These two are finally here. Zhu Biao chuckled, stood up and walked outside the government office, where he happened to see the handsome young king of Chu dressed in royal robes. Oh, half a year ago, the king of Chu could still call him a handsome young man, but now. The king of Chu is now exhausted, with several wrinkles on his forehead, and his skin is not as fair as before. It is obvious that he has been working under the sun a lot. Seeing this scene, Zhu Biao felt very relieved. Among so many younger brothers, there were finally two who could be used, the king of Chu and Zhu Di. Zhu Di was a man of extremely rough character, suitable only for fighting wars. He might not even be a good emperor. But the same cannot be said for the king of Chu. The king of Chu had a weak and scholarly air to begin with. He was often ill when he was a child in the palace and died very early. He was a very good talent for managing internal affairs. Even though his strength is not higher than Wang Yangming and others, he is more at ease. Actually, once the Qing dynasty is imitated and the princes are not given military power and fiefdoms, these royal brothers will become the emperor's greatest helpers. Brother, congratulations on conquering another kingdom. After the king of Chu came in, he hugged Zhu Biao warmly. He likes to act coquettishly with Zhu Biao. This is a traditional skill of his younger brothers, and it has not changed even when they have grown up. After all, in the entire palace, his mother was a concubine and had to abide by the rules. Zhu Yuanzhang was only concerned with playing with women and killing people every day and didn't care much about the mental health of the princes. The only person who could confide in them, protect them, and truly serve as a role model for their family was Zhu Biao. It can be said that Zhu Biao was the one who truly lived up to the saying that an elder brother is like a father. This also means that you, as the chief butler, will be even busier. Zhu Biao patted the king of Chu and said with a smile. You have done a good job managing the imperial farm in Zhili. The one in Jiangxi will be even bigger than you can imagine. How about it, can you get it? Well. The king of Chu sighed, wondering why he felt that being a prince was much more tiring than being an official. But he didn't resist, he just said it. Now most of Jiangxi province has become an imperial farm. Although Jiangxi's land is barren and mostly mountainous, managing such a large area is life-threatening. But since Big Brother has spoken, I have no choice but to do my best. There was a strong sense of resentment in his words. Don't worry, I won't let you be tired for too long. In a few years, the younger brothers will graduate from school. Then you can let them take care of them. Zhu Biao certainly would not work the king of Chu to death. Well, that's all we can do. The king of Chu nodded and stopped complaining. He was a quiet and honest person by nature. Since his elder brother said so, he would do it and carry the responsibility for his younger brothers for a few more years. Besides, he couldn't even understand the knowledge he learned in school, and now he has to serve as a shield for his younger brothers. He. Wang Yangming was also stroking his beard and smiling. Before I leave Jiangxi, I will try my best to handle the affairs of Jiangxi and hand them over to the king of Chu. Please don't worry, Your Highness. Seeing the Zhu brothers being so friendly and harmonious, Wang Yangming also felt that he had met a wise leader. In fact, the civil servants who truly cared about the world were all in favor of not enfeoffing princes. Zhu Biao had already won a lot of popularity by initiating this good policy. Even though the civil servants in Jiangnan are now cursing Zhu Biao for their own interests. However, those Confucian officials in the court who truly cared about the world and had some idea of serving the country and family in their hearts all stood under the banner of the prince. People's eyes are sharp. They all saw how much Zhu Biao's steps had improved people's livelihood. Although it was only a few months, if Zhu Biao continued like this, how powerful would the Ming Dynasty be? How peaceful and prosperous would the people be? Correct. Seeing Wang Yongming, Zhu Biao hurriedly spoke. The imperial estates in Jiangxi are too large to be planned according to the previous model. We must establish collective farms and a big pot system. Then divide the area into production teams according to the centimeters. This management model is the most appropriate. After hearing this, both Wang Yongming and the king of Chu were stunned. The word confused was almost written on their faces.